Chapter 1 Strong Day 15:22 a.m. South Triangle, Diliman, Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Strong, a busy place whether it was the time of the day or the night. Buildings small and large should be seen everywhere along with the people minding their own business. Unfortunately this day, everyone's peaceful morning was severely disturbed. Different sounds of sirens echoed across the large area of the city. Some might find it more acceptable if a crime happened and the noise was caused by the police chasing after the criminal. However, that was not the case. The media, the police, rescue workers, firefighters, and many other people with the same field of work gathered. They made their way to this place as fast as possible even it was this early. Still, even in their field of work, everyone felt devastated by the scene in front of them. Buildings, whether business or residential establishments, collapsed. Flames spread almost everywhere mixed with the debris scattered around the area. Several streets were blocked and inaccessible because of the destruction. The number of deaths could not be estimated just by looking at the scene in front of them. And the cause, it was not an earthquake as anyone would have expected. A huge passenger plane, an Airbus A350, crashed in the middle of the city. Its huge body crashed onto the buildings, causing the collapse of many while the plane itself was dismembered into pieces. As the buildings cushioned the crash of the plane, large parts of its body still managed to retain its shape. Some of the airplane's fuselage was still intact and lay there motionless among the debris. The people around hoped that there would be survivors among the passengers of the plane. They would have never thought that they would have changed their minds later. Rescue immediately started as they tried to address the disaster, looking for survivors on both the collapsed buildings and the plane, extinguishing the fire, carrying the injured to the ambulances, and record the situation for media coverage. As fast as they started, as fast the next disaster ensued. People emerged, stumbling from the intact parts of the airplane. Rescuers rushed to their aid. Everyone exclaimed for the miracle that they witnessed. It was like a dream. The dream, however, became a nightmare in the blink of an eye. Freewoodville.com. Blood-curdling screams from the rescuers were heard. The people that they were supposed to help from the crashed airplane lunged at them. The supposed survivors of the airplane started biting and tearing the rescuers and everyone else at the surroundings. As if that was not enough, an 8-foot-tall abomination burst out from one of the airplane's remains with its festering skin and ear-piercing roars. Gunshots ensued as the police finally took action. However, they were not enough to deal with the current situation. Everyone that ran away for their lives could only think of one thing. Why did that airplane not explode into pieces instead? Strong Day 19:27 a.m. Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, Bacoor City, Cavite, Philippines. Strong ha? Mark sighed as he climbed up the stairs of the overpass. His sigh did not contain any feelings of disappointment or gloominess but was filled with annoyance. He was too annoyed that he could just punch the person walking in front of him, and his annoyance would still not dissipate. He was not the type of person to leave his house too often, and even if he had gone out, he was not going too far from home. Yet today, he was forced to do a whole hour of travel just to reach his initial destination. His electricity bill was due by today. Being lazy to go out of the house, it ended up like this. Since he needed to pay the bill, he woke up by 6:00 a.m. and left to go to the distribution office before 7:00 a.m. He wanted to finish his task as early as possible and go home afterward. Due to the unexpected heavy traffic, it was already past 8:00 a.m. when he arrived. Mark felt lucky that when he arrived, only 4 people were waiting in line. He arrived late so he expected that there would be more people. Lining up at the back, he thought that he would be able to go home early. However, those thoughts shattered when he noticed that none of the customers lined up before him were called for quite a while. Time passed by and more people arrived. Still, not a single transaction was made since the time the office opened this morning. Mark started feeling impatient, but he could not just leave the payment for another day. If he did, he should expect that his house would not have electricity by tomorrow. It was not just Mark, but the other customers also felt the same. Many of them already started complaining and started to ask the office staff that passed by every now and then. Soon, Mark noticed the staff of the office getting flustered over something. They were going back and forth while doing their work with unnerved expressions. At 9:27 a.m., the problem was finally disclosed to the customers. Our apologies, but there seem to be problems with our system. Transactions will get delayed until we fix the issues, the branch manager explained. Many of the customers asked questions. They learned that the current problem rooted in the side of the main office, and no one can tell when the transactions would be continued. As they have no other choices left, the annoyed customers left the office while grumbling about the amount of time they wasted by waiting. Mark felt frustrated as he needed to pay the bill badly. He left while thinking of checking the office again in the afternoon. He really can't delay the payment for another day. If things did not go well, he will surely spend some days without electricity at home and would also need to pay a reconnection fee. How troublesome! He grumbled under his breath while walking on the overpass. Since he needed to pass time, he decided to spend it at the city mall a few blocks away. He might as well play some arcade while waiting. It would be a good way to cool down his head. Still, he needed to wait for some time as the mall opens at 10:00 a.m. Mark walked down the stairs on the other end of the overpass and left toward the direction of the mall. Maybe because he felt too frustrated, or because he did not go to this place too much, he failed to notice the strange happenings in the area. Before he walked up the stairs of the overpass, there are too many people walking in the same direction. When he was walking across the overpass, he should have been able to see that the flow of traffic was rather way heavier than usual. Numerous annoying sounds of car horns echoed across the highway as the drivers of the cars stuck in the heavy traffic expressed their frustration. Even stranger was that the heavy traffic only affected the northbound lane of the highway while the southbound lane had far too few cars than usual. No one noticed. Almost all of the cars moving southbound did not come from the northern end but from the branching roads on the western side of the highway. Moreover, the cars that actually came from the northern side of the highway are driving over the speed limit. The cars are moving that fast as if they are trying to escape from something. Strong day 1:10:04 a.m. Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, CR. Tyrone Highway. Panapon Roman 4/strong. A heavily frustrated jeepney driver can't wait for the frozen flow of traffic anymore. He slowly drove his jeepney toward the southbound lane of the highway in an attempt to counterflow and overtake the vehicles in front of him. It was then that a city bus from the northern side of the highway appeared moving at a very high speed. As the traffic in this lane was going rather smoothly, the bus managed to avoid accidents despite how dangerous it is speeding up. By a twist of fate, the jeepney driver failed to notice the bus and drove out from his lane at the exact moment that the bus came. When half of the jeepney already left its lane, the bus that did not even try to avoid crashed against the jeepney with great force. The jeepney with its totally crushed front half was thrown and crashed again at the vehicles behind it. The bus, on the other hand, was sent flying due to the impact. It rolled several times, obliterating everything on its path, whether it was other smaller vehicles or people. Its onslaught only stopped after crashing into another large bus. The whole event was horrifying to all who witnessed it. The dozens of vehicles involved in the accident now became mangled metal coffins with blood dripping from what remained of them. Broken and mangled parts of the vehicles littered the road alongside the bodies of the unfortunate people that were rolled over and crushed by the bus. Severed, crushed, caved in, and mangled were just a few of the words that could describe the gruesome appearance of the dead bodies that were lying in the middle of the highway. Many witnesses felt their knees go weak, and some pulled their eyes away from the nauseating appearance of the dead bodies. The shock and fear they felt when they saw everything that happened could not be explained with just a few words. Those with clearer minds immediately took out their phones to frantically call for help. However, for some strange reason that no one here knew about, all that they heard from their phones are beeping sounds. No one was able to connect their calls on the emergency hotlines they knew. The flow of cars totally stopped and the people started gathering around the site of the accident. Those who took out their phones to call for help continued trying while others started taking pictures and videos. It was then that, "Hey, look!" No one knew who shouted, but everyone's attention was called onto the wreckage that couldn't even be recognized as a bus anymore. It was because, even if they were crawling, staggering and moving slowly, even wounded and had broken bones protruding out of their bodies, the supposed to be dead passengers slowly emerged from that bus. The Good Samaritans immediately ran toward the bus to help the injured people. Nevertheless, the first thing the injured people did was to jump toward the nearest person trying to help. It was then that blood-curdling screams echoed across the highway for everyone to hear. What everyone saw was the person trying to help getting bitten to death by the injured people. The other people around tried to help the bitten person just to suffer the same fate. The people who saw the scene of the accident had not even able to get over their shock when a large number of people could be seen running away from the northern side of the highway. Panic was apparent in everyone's faces as they ran away. Behind them, more blood-curdling screams could be heard. Chapter 2 Strong Day 1:10:06 a.m. Bakewar City Mall 2nd floor, central area / strong. A man sat on a bench that was placed around the circular terrace at the center of the mall. He wore a set of black clothes, black shirt, slacks, jacket, and rubber shoes. Everything was black colored. Even the loose beanie he wore over his unkempt almost shoulder-length hair was black. His face was average looking. He had uneven-sized eyes which would give other people a different impression of him depending on which side of his face they were looking at. His right eye looked a little sleepy while the other looked quite sharp. His nose was quite tall and was slightly wider than average, but it complemented his long, slightly pointed face. Most people won't notice or even pay attention to him due to his average looks, but some people could not help but glance at him. It was because aside from the way he clothed himself, he was emanating a dark aura as if he was telling people not to bother him. In one way or the other, he looked like a person who was about to commit a crime. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mark slumped on the bench while fiddling with his phone. While listening to the Japanese song he played on his phone, he thought of how his day started too badly. Getting stuck in a heavy traffic, waiting in line for hours and not being able to pay his electricity bill. His bad luck did not end there. When the mall opened, he decided to visit the arcade center at the 3rd floor of the mall to pass time and cool down his head. When he finally saw the arcade, he slapped his head in frustration. The door of the arcade was blocked with metal shutters and the shutters were padlocked from the outside. To his dismay, the arcade center was closed. Furthermore, there was not even a single notice pasted on the metal shutters to tell why they were closed. It seemed to be an unintended closure. However, he could not help but notice that the arcade center was not the only one, but rather, about half of the stores he passed by earlier were closed while some were barely open. Many of the employees and staff of the mall he saw had anxious expressions. Some of them held their phones while trying to make calls when they should not be, as it was against the protocols during their working hours. Mark took a deep breath as he tried to calm himself down. There really was nothing he could do about these circumstances. He could only blame his luck. Still, he could feel the heavy atmosphere enveloping everyone, which was really surprising. It was as if something devastating was happening and was affecting everything. I just hope that it's nothing too troublesome. Discarding the negative thoughts in his mind, he stood up and made his way toward the stall selling drinks and snacks nearby. No, Mark had just paid and received the bottle of soda from the clerk when a loud explosion-like sound that came from the floor below disturbed everyone's minds. Most people might not be familiar with that sound, but Mark knew exactly what that was. That was the sound of a gunshot. To be precise, it was the sound of a shotgun being fired. Then, the gunshot was followed by a number of loud, terrified screams. Many people from the upper floors heard the uncanny noises and grew curious as to what was currently happening. Those people moved and started peeking over the terrace while trying to have a clear view of the situation below. What they saw left them speechless. Mark also watched the scene as he took a sip of the bottle of soda he held in his hand. Several gunshots echoed across the mall while a large number of people were running below. They were running toward the western part of the mall, away from where the gunshots were coming from. Most of them ran away while screaming in fear. Some people even pushed the ones in front of them and hoped to get away faster, while some pulled away their companions who ran slower together with them. The people below scrambled in panic and fear, and the people above watched the scene with disturbed expressions. The sounds of gunshots in the background continued in different intervals. Sounds of yelling, screams, curses, and gunshots. There were a lot of noises that could be heard, but what was the cause of all these commotion? Just what in the world is going on? A man that stood near Mark voiced the sole question inside everyone's mind at this very moment. At first, what was all they could see were the people running away from the eastern side of the mall. As the people running below got fewer and fewer, the sounds of gunshots came closer and closer. Mark also noticed that the people on the east wing of the mall on the same floor as his started to panic and ran away. Soon enough, the security guards of the mall who were firing their guns entered their view. The guards continued retreating backwards as fast as they can while shooting at something. Even though the people watching at the higher floors were terrified by the gunshots, their curiosity got them better as many stayed and watched the commotion below. They even ignored the people that were already panicking, who had already seen what was going on below. The few people who were cautious and those who noticed the incoming danger already left to escape. *T. What the hell are they? Mark heard one of the guards below him curse in a very loud voice. This just showed overwhelmed the guard was under his own emotions. It was then that another guard who was reloading his gun fell down while screaming. No, rather that falling down, the guard was pounced on as another person covered in blood was currently above his helpless body. *CK? George, what? The guard, who was cursing out loud, saw what happened to his companion shouted. He immediately aimed his shotgun at the attacker to shoot, but there was no sound of gunshot. Rather, all he heard was a clanking sound coming from his gun. He was also out of ammo. Panicked, he shakily reached for his pocket to take out more shotgun shells for his shotgun. Some shells fell on the ground as he took out his hand from his pocket. He then attempted to reload his shotgun with the ammunition in his hand. Unfortunately, he was late. Before he could even close the chamber of his shotgun, the loudest and final scream of his companion entered his ears. He froze as he slowly raised his head, looking at the bloody corpse of his companion. Fountain of blood gushed out onto the floor as attacker mercilessly tore the other guard's neck with a ferocious bite and chewed the flesh in his mouth hungrily. Filled with rage, the remaining guard held his weapon tight as he ran towards his fallen companion and shot the attacker on the head without mercy. Bits and pieces of brain matter and blood scattered as the body of the attacker fell into the floor. It was then that he felt severe pain on his back as he saw the floor get closer and closer in his eyes. Only the unknown pain from behind his neck and confusion filled the guard's mind as his sight slowly faded to black. By the moment that the first guard died, the remaining people watching were now truly terrified. Like bats disturbed from sleeping in their caves, the people ran away in every direction, finding ways to escape. Those who had weaker stomach ran away with pale faces, leaving traces of vomit on their initial spot. While the people around him scattered in fear, Mark remained standing in his spot near the terrace as he watched the second guard being bitten brutally. He then saw the body of the other guard that died first twitch for several seconds before standing up once more while staggering. The guard's head hung to the side, revealing the bitten part of his neck dripping blood and staining his prided uniform. Mark furrowed his brows when he saw the scene, but the glint of twinkle in his eyes betrayed his expression. Inside, he felt excited as his lips unconsciously curved into a refreshing smile he never showed to others before. "Zombies?" he asked, but of course, there is not a single soul to hear or reply to him. If anyone were to hear his voice as he said that, they would likely notice that his voice was not filled with fear, but rather was filled with anticipation. Taking his sight away from the scene below, he looked at the people who were making their way down the escalators and stairs in panic. All the escalators and stairs were filled with people. He spotted several college students within the crowd. The males wore dirty yellow-colored uniforms and black slacks, while the females wore the same colored blouses and dark green slacks. Their uniforms' sight caught Mark's attention as he looked at them for a few seconds as they ran down the escalator. He saw a female with wavy chestnut-colored and shoulder-length hair among the students. She looked against running down the lower floors, but she was pulled away by her friends. Trying to measure the situation one last time, he turned his sight back toward the scene below. The staggering zombie guard is already gone, while the body of the other guard lying on the floor started twitching. Around the body of the guard were figures of people ran either staggering or ferociously. Some of the figures were even running at the speed faster than what their physiques were capable of. Mark then started to move, but not following the wave of people escaping toward the lower floors and out of the mall. He rushed toward the stall where he bought the bottle of soda he was currently holding. Seeing that the clerk of the stall was already gone, he picked up a plastic bag from behind the counter and started filling it with drinks and food. It was afterwards that he started running toward the opposite direction of the fleeing people. He countered the flow of people and climbed up the escalator, going to the third floor with great difficulty. Chapter 3. Mark had a really difficult time climbing up the escalator. The reason was the people escaping down to the lower floors also occupied the escalator that was going up. Mark had to hold onto the railing of the escalator tightly or he would be swept away. When he looked around, there barely anyone left that wanted to go down in panic. The panicking people aside, there were other people standing here and there with confused expressions on their faces as they watched the whole commotion. Most of these people wore uniforms bearing logos of stores located here in this floor. Being the only person who went up the escalator, the confused people around immediately saw him when he arrived. The ones closer to Mark immediately approached him. "Excuse me, do you know what is going on?" The person who asked him was wearing a polo shirt with a logo of a phone brand. Actually, many of them who were left here tried asking the people who were frantically running away when they heard the commotion outside their stores. However, no one even bothered to answer their questions and seemed to not even hear them. As he looked at the man asking him, Mark just answered one word in an unconcerned manner. "Zombies." His answer immediately befuddled those who heard him. "Huh? You're joking, right?" Of course, no one would immediately believe him. What was more was the way he answered unbefitting the subject he told them. The other people who just approached that also heard the exchange between Mark and the man, and surely they were inclined not to believe him. With an irritated tone in his voice, Mark answered the man's second question. "Everyone else is already running away. Do you think I have the time to joke with you?" Just as he finished saying that sentence, he immediately turned his head and looked behind him. He could hear the screams getting louder and louder in his ears. Mark did not bother with these ignorant people anymore as he immediately ran past them after turning around. During the short moment that he was held up to answer the man's questions, the situation turned worse. The people who were scrambling in panic to go down and escape out of the mall were now running back up the escalators and stairs with the zombies on their tail. Furthermore, not all the zombies chasing behind the people below were the typical and common zombies that were slow and walked sluggishly. Some of the zombies were like rabid beasts that could ran fast and lunge toward their victims at any given chance. The people who lagged behind as everyone tried to flee had easily fallen victim to these fast-moving zombies. The blood of people that were caught splashed onto the surroundings as mouthfuls of their flesh was torn off their bodies. Blood-curdling screams escaped their mouths as they frantically resist their attackers, but they could only succumb to their fates as they failed. The people on the third floor finally saw what was happening. They revealed the looks of shock and horror as their faces were drained of color. Many felt nauseated, while some actually vomited the contents of their stomach after looking away from the gruesome situation below. They soon remembered the person who just climbed up earlier and what he answered to the man's questions. They looked around to find Mark just to see him on the side fiddling with a mop. He twisted off the aluminum segment of the mop and took the long wooden handle, waving it like a staff. As they saw what he was doing, the thought popped up on their blanked and panicked minds. Weapons? Find weapons! A man in the crowd shouted. Everyone snapped out of their stupors and many scrambled away looking for anything they can use as a weapon. Only those who were weaker, especially women and children, were left with their legs shaking. They did not know what to do. Were they really going to fight? The scene of carnage at the floor below them replayed on their minds as their bodies shook in fear. The children already started crying as they heard the chilling screams from below. Mark saw these people who were frozen in their place. Shaking his head, he approached them in a cold demeanor. They could only stare at him as he walked closer and closer. He then looked towards a woman on the verge of tears who was wearing a uniform with a logo of a computer brand. Seeing Mark looking at the woman, a man with a short build immediately ran and blocked him from approaching the woman. "What do you want to do?" The man spoke warily. Mark looked at the man and saw that he was also wearing a uniform with the same logo as the woman. When he saw the logo, Mark did not bother with the woman anymore. Pointing at the entrance of the mall's tech zone behind him with his right thumb over his shoulder, Mark spoke. "Those metal shutters there. You know how to close those?" The man saw Mark looking at the logo of the store he was working at on his uniform. He sighed in relief that Mark did not have any ill intentions. Being in this type of work for a long time, he had gone sharp at observing people. He realized that Mark tried to approach his co-employee because their store was located at the very corner of the tech zone's entrance. And in response to Mark's question, he nodded. "Then, bring these people inside the tech zone." Mark pointed at the group of people and children behind the man. After that, close the shutters at the other entrance. Just pull this one halfway down for now. We can use the tech zone as refuge once the zombies reach this floor. Hearing what he said, the eyes of the man and the weaker people and the children behind him lit up. Without further ado, they hurried toward the tech zone and followed Mark's instructions. While the other people were watching the scene below with horror in their eyes, Mark was already thinking of a way to deal with the situation. When he saw the entrance to the tech zone, he remembered that the whole tech zone was built with a large hall inwards lining the shops within the sides of the hall. As a separate area of the mall, it had its own dividing shutters. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to operate those shutters, or he had done it by himself. The other people that scattered around to find weapons saw what happened as they looked at Mark in a new light. Though this person looked cold and exudes an aura that deterred people away from him, he had a calm and rational thought as he tried to find ways and options that they, who panicked, won't be able to immediately think of. When they went and looked around for weapons in a hurry, they could only think of fighting to defend themselves, despite the fact they also felt afraid to do so. They saw what happened below. Once those human-shaped man-eating monsters below reached this floor, if they could not fight or hide, it was likely that they would get eaten. Now, Mark opened another option that they would not need to fight to survive. Many of them immediately hurried to follow the people who entered the tech zone, only to hear Mark shouting at them. "You people! Where do you think you are going?" Hearing him shout, they could not help but stop, confused. "What do you mean? We also want to get in there and hide. Why are you stopping us?" A man voiced his discontent. "These idiots," Mark murmured. Then he looked above the terrace and glanced at the situation below before replying. "There is still time left. Go inside the other stores and get anything you guys think we can use before going in there to hide, especially food and water. Those are needed unless you people wanted to starve to death in there. Who knows how much time will pass while hiding in there." Mark voiced his concerns with a commanding tone which made all these people feel conflicted, but they could not refute any of what he said, which were rational. Abandoning the thought of running away and hiding immediately, they entered the shops and went out carrying boxes containing assortment of things. Unfortunately though, the third floor mostly had stores for tech stuff, sports, clothing and entertainment. There were very few places here to find food and drinks, unlike the floors below. A clever employee of the mall took a few of his co-workers and ran toward the southern wing of the mall as fast as possible. In a few minutes, they came back with several boxes of food and snacks and cases of cold drinks along with several more people in tow. Mark, who ran into the sports gear store, saw them and his eyes lit up. It seemed that these guys went to raid the snack bar at the cinema area. When Mark went out of the store, there was a large sports duffel bag strapped on his shoulder and he was holding a metal baseball bat in his right hand. The handle of the mop he took earlier was left inside the store as the metal bat was more convenient to use in this situation. But as he stepped out of the store, his eyes caught movement by his right side and he turned to the right by reflex. What he saw made him break into cold sweat. Chapter 4. To his right, there was a man wearing a white uniform running towards him like there was no tomorrow with a shotgun swaying by his waist. If he looked normal, it would have been fine, but the problem was this person's clothes almost turned red because of blood and there was a bite-sized chunk of flesh missing on his neck. Another step was all it took and the man lunged at Mark like a hungry beast. Even though Mark broke into cold sweat that moment, his reflexes did not betray him. His blood boiled up as he stepped sideways dodging the zombie's pounce. While it was still in midair in front of him, he gave it a heavy swing of his bat coming from above. The swing totally missed the zombie's head, but it directly smashed onto the nape of its neck. Cracking sounds of bones creepily entered his ears when the heavy metal bat made contact. The impact halted the momentum of its pounce and the zombie fell on the floor with its neck bent backwards more than normally it would be able to. Getting out a few twitches, it almost stopped moving. Why almost? Because its head was still moving. Mark's counterattack broke its neck and severed all its ability to move its body, but still, its brain remained intact. And thus, it was still alive. Still, he can't help but notice that it was weaker, probably because of his attack, but he did not know for sure. The head glared at Mark like it was looking at its prey while growling with its mouth that puked out blood. Mark, on the other hand, glared back at the zombie, but he was actually trying to get used to the sensation he felt just now. Even if Mark did not hesitate to give it a killing blow, it was still the very first time he tried to kill a person in real life, even if it was a zombie. In the video games he played every day, killing was a normal matter as a large variety of games work by the system of killing enemies, whether it would be humans, monsters, or something else. Also, the feeling of being close to death was suffocating. After all, it truly was a close one. If his instincts did not kick in, just getting pounced on was not the end of it. The sensation of being near death and killing in real life was totally different. Mark was actually shivering and his heart was pounding loudly as he tried to hold his metal bat tighter. After getting a few mouthfuls of air, he started to make himself calm down. He stared at the familiar zombie that was lying on the floor in front of him. It was familiar since he saw this person just a while ago. Failing to reload his gun on time, he got bitten on his neck by a zombie that pounced on him. It was the guard on the first floor earlier who vanished when Mark was not looking. As evidence, the unloaded shotgun that still had its chamber open lay beside the zombie as it was strapped around his body. This zombie guard had no other injury aside from the bite he got earlier and the broken neck inflicted by Mark. This way, Mark was able to assure himself that how it was like in the movies. A single bite from a zombie can turn a person into one. He had the idea that there might be other factors for transmission like blood and excrement, but Mark had no time or way of knowing for now. As time was very important, Mark decided to continue mulling over these things later. Steeling his heart, he raised his baseball bat once more and mercilessly swung it on the head of the former guard. An iron-like smell scattered in the air as the guard blood splashed on the floor. Mark gave the bat another swing to the side to get rid of the blood splashed on it and kicked the dead zombie to make it lay on its back. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he carefully removed one end of the strap connected to the shotgun and pulled the gun off the zombie's body. He then detached the buckle of the guard's security belt kit and gave it a pull, taking the belt with belt bags and pockets away. Giving the contents of the larger bag behind the belt a short peek, he smiled. He took out several shotgun shells from the bag and filled the shotgun's chamber, fully reloading it. He then buckled the belt around his waist as everything inside the pockets connected to the belt contained necessary stuff like a small flashlight on the first pocket and the two-way radio at the pocket next to it. The radio looked broken though, as he can't hear any crackling noise from it even if it was turned on. Without further ado, not even giving the dead zombie guard another glance, he ran toward the central area. It was because he started to hear several screams here on this floor. 3 people gathering supplies in the east wing of the mall were now running away as they are being chased by a fast-moving zombie. Further behind them are several more zombies, but were slower and staggering while trying to catch up. They did not want to fight as they were afraid. Still, As they ran away, they did not have the impulse to throw away and leave the supplies they found. The three men were actually running away, pushing two carts filled with several large boxes of food in it. Since the sports gear store he just left was located southern wing near the central area of the mall, he was not that far from the three. As the three were pushing carts of precious food, he did not hesitate and ran toward them to help. Another reason was because he was eager to try out the gun he just took from the zombie guard he had just killed. Seeing Mark, who held a gun in his hand, was running towards them, the three men felt elated. They feared to fight the running zombie chasing them, and there are more zombies coming from behind. Still, they did not want to leave the food they found with great effort. It was lucky that their job was to restock food at stalls, so they knew where to find these carts. They found the carts and also emptied the stall that they should be delivering the supply to, but before they can take everything, they saw the zombies unsteadily climbing the escalator with a fast-moving one leading in front. "Continue running!" Mark ran past the three and shouted. Of course, the three men would not dare to stop even if he did not shout. He then stopped running and stood not far from the zombie rushing towards his direction. As he saw the zombie, Mark thought how lucky those three was. If it was a normal fast-running zombie, they would not make it without leaving the carts of food. However, the zombie chasing them had only one foot. Only its right foot was intact and the other was left with his stump just above the ankle. Trails made of blood that dripped from its bleeding leg could be seen at the path it ran before. There was no doubt that this zombie was in the same standard as the guard Mark killed earlier, but it was greatly hindered by its disability. As the zombie tried its best rushing at him, Mark held the metal bat on his left and the pulled shotgun from his left side with his right hand. When he got his hand on this gun, he was actually itching to try and shoot it. This shotgun may be short-bodied, but it still did not lack a good punch. A gun was just one in the list of an otaku's most wanted items. He stepped his left foot backwards, turning his body to the side as his right hand aimed the shotgun forward. He could only aim like this as he did not want to make the mistake of putting down his baseball bat, and the shotgun was a model without a stock. As a gamer and an otaku, he had quite a good amount of knowledge about guns. Even if he wanted to hit the zombie's head, he aimed the gun a little lower as he minded the recoil. Mark felt his right hand go numb after pulling the trigger while blood of the zombie splashed everywhere. The zombie's head flew off the terrace and its body was pushed back by a stem back because of the impact before it slumped to the floor. Despite it was shot with a shotgun, the body did not receive enough impact as it should, as the zombie was not hit in the center of its body. Still, the head did not explode like a watermelon being smashed on the floor either. It was because the zombie was hit by the gunshot. On its neck. Chapter 5. Damn! Why is it the neck again? Mark lamented as the shot missed his intended target. Still, he managed to do what he needed to do anyway. Furthermore, the stray slugs from the shot flew off past through the zombie, riddling the other zombies behind with holes. He did not have any actual experience or training in using guns prior to this event, and the things he knew are knowledge that he picked up in the internet and video games. Since that was the case, he was not that confident with his arm strength to enjoy the recoil. Mark aimed the gun a bit lower so as the recoil kicked in and raised the barrel due to the force behind the shot. He would be able to land the shot on the head of the zombie. However, it went differently from what he thought. The recoil was weaker than he thought, and maybe he braced for the recoil too much that the recoil became restricted. It looked like his arm was not that weak after all. The three men, who was quite a distance away, already stopped when they heard the gunshot. They looked at Mark in awe, though the scene of him who stood in front of a headless, bleeding corpse was quite unsettling. Then, they saw him retreat towards them quickly, so they also continued running away. Mark did not dare linger any longer and shot off toward the three. The zombies already the third floor in the east wing. From his position, he could also see survivors screaming as they climbed up the escalators and stairs in the central area. As the three men were pushing heavy carts of food, Mark easily managed to catch up to them quickly. They arrived nearby the central area and saw what the situation was. People from the lower floors who managed to survive came flocking up to this floor like a deranged swarm of rats. They were screaming and pushing each other while some could not help but fall down from being pushed aside. Some of the survivors who wore light-colored clothes were particularly eye-catching as they escaped clutching their pained bodies riddled with dirty shoe prints. Still, the numbers were considerably lower compared to the number of people Mark saw running away to escape to the lower floors. It was easy to speculate what happened to those who did not make it here. The people that never left the confines of the third floor tried their best to direct the people, but there were only few of the panicked survivors paid attention to them. Most of them did not even try to listen as they scattered like flies trying to find refuge on their own. The woman who Mark tried to approach earlier was the most proactive in helping the survivors who were carrying children and was pointing toward the tech zone. It was then that a fat man who had an unruly and cunning face appeared. He was perspiring and panting heavily as he ran in panic and even knocked down the woman. "Get out of the way!" The fat man shouted and continued running after, leaving a few curses. Behind him, a man with burly stature wearing a suit and sunglasses followed. Seeing how these idiots run around like mice being chased away from their nests, Mark frowned. "But, help me!" The man who was the last to climb the escalator screamed as a zombie managed to catch up to him. He saw caught and dragged from behind down the escalator. His scream did not last long and became muffled as he fell down the escalator while struggling to free himself. Together with the zombie that caught him and the ones following behind, they all fell down like dominoes. This might be a depressing sight, but it could only be said that the person was unfortunate as he met his end before anyone could even react to help him. Though by the looks of it, no one really bothered to help as everyone who was around him before were frantically trying to escape. Still, the man's death brought more time for the people on the floor. As Mark and the three men reached the central area, several more screams sounded coming from the western wing of the third floor. Everyone stopped as they saw about a dozen people running away from that direction, and behind them, there are several fast zombies running after them. The survivors who just reached the floor grimaced seeing that they were surrounded, and the ones who were giving their efforts did not know what to do either. At this moment, Mark looked around him. Shaking his head, he proceeded and took the liberty of commanding the three behind him. "You two, bring those carts inside." He looked at the most fit-looking of the three and pointed at a wall several meters away. "Get that fire extinguisher and follow behind me." Drawing this gun from his side once more, Mark took off toward the direction of the survivors from the west wing while the three followed his orders without hesitation. The two who was left in charge of the carts switched to pulling the carts behind from pushing the carts. They carefully waved through the confused people. Seeing the amount of food on the cart the two was pulling, the people who stayed in this floor was pulled from their stupor. The others who searched for supplies only managed to get a few plastic bags or small boxes of food, but the carts the two had was carrying several large boxes. Mark also waved through the people while the man carrying the fire extinguisher followed closely behind him. As he passed along the woman who fell down, he stopped for a bit. "Get inside already and only take those who are listening. As for the others, leave them if they wanted to continue with their stupidity." But, hurry up! We are losing time here. I don't really care about you guys, but if the zombies arrive before you people manage to enter the tech zone, then don't bother surviving. You guys will sure die when that happens too, it's up to you. Without waiting for another reply, he continued on his way. The man following behind him also heard what Mark said, but he said nothing. Right now, he was only following Mark's orders. The woman who was left behind hesitated for a bit as she looked at the back of the two. In the end, she looked at the survivors who were in despair. She bit her lip and shouted, though she still held the notion of helping these people. What Mark said to her also had sense. As she shouted, her previous concerned tone as she tried to help these people was now changed into a commanding voice. "Those who wanted to live, follow us quick, or es'll become food of those monsters right now." Then, she left as she pulled her co-employees with her. Her co-employees were also surprised by her change in attitude and only took another look at the people who watched her leave before following behind her in a hurry. The survivors looked dumbfounded for a short moment before what the woman shouted sunk into their minds. Everyone immediately scrambled as they followed after the employees. Among the people, the fat man bulldozed himself through the people in front of him and shamelessly followed the woman who he just pushed away and cursed at earlier. After everyone entered, the employees remained beside the entrance and only closed the shutters halfway as they wait for Mark, the man he brought with him, and the survivors they went to help. It was then, "What are you bastards doing? Close that door already!" The fat man shouted as he panted with spittle flying out of his mouth. "What are you saying? We still have people outside, and who are you to tell us what to do?" One of the employees guarding the entrance shouted back. "I don't care about them. Hurry up and close that damn F***seeking door before those demons get in." Infuriated, the employees guarding the entrance prepared to teach this fat bastard a lesson, but they could only step back with pale faces before they could even move a step forward. In front of the fat man, the man wearing a suit and sunglasses stood pointing a pistol at the employees. Chapter 6 From the west wing of the third floor, a group of people was filled with despair as they ran away from the ferocious chase of the fast zombies behind them. Among the group, two college girls who wore their school uniforms, a set of dirty yellow blouse and dark green slacks. The girl in front had a small face, lively-looking eyes, and wavy chestnut-colored shoulder-length hair. The girl behind had a strict-looking face, serious eyes, and her black mid-back length hair was tied into a braided ponytail. Though their eyes could easily make them described as such, those traits were nowhere to be found at this moment. The two grasped each other's hands tightly. Desperation was visible on the face of the girl in front as she pulled the other girl, who seemed to have almost given up. The girl behind seemed to be in a bit of stupor while being pulled away. Large splotches of blood were visible on her clothes. They desperately tried their best not to lag behind. It was because those who lagged behind were the first to be eaten. When they managed to finally climb up to this floor after a lot of hardships, there were about a dozen of them running away. But now, due to the relentless pursuit of the zombies behind, they were picked and eaten, one by one. Right at this moment, there was only 7 people left running away. They could only bit their lips, close their ears, and steel their hearts as they hear the cries of help, fear, and pain of those who caught and eaten. The girls' hearts had already grown cold to this. They held each other's hands without letting go and assuring each other of their existence. They felt that once one of them let go, they would totally fell into despair. Just this morning, they were happily chatting with their friends in school, complaining about their schedule for today, which are all math-related subjects except for the first period, and all those subjects was handled by a single grumpy instructor. That was then that they learned that their instructor for the whole day was absent, and none of the other instructors present knew why. Their whole class thought that they were fortunate to not undergo such torturous classes for the whole day. With a few of their classmates and friends, they decided to go to the city mall to play and pass time. It was all fun and games, even though many shops are closed for unknown reasons. They bought and ate fast food, laughed as they chatted while eating. But who would think that it was the last time that they would laugh and eat together? Things fell into chaos as they heard the gunshots and screams. After they saw what was happening below, they decided to escape out of the mall without even finishing their food. Together with their friends, all of them ran along the waves of people escaping. However, their escape failed horribly when the exit they were supposed to go through was actually the entrance to hell. Fast-running zombies entered in friendly pass through that very door, trapping everyone who wanted to go out and escape. Then, a sequence of horrible, sad, infuriating, and disappointing and unfortunate events happened. In the end, out of all the people in their group, only the 2 of them are left and managed to reach this hopeless point in their lives. They could only run along with these people who were in the same circumstances. It was then that the group was shined with a little bit of hope as they saw a quite larger group of people further away on the direction they were running towards. They heard them shouting and seemed to be directed by some people. Even though the group was far away, they knew all of those people ran into the same direction like they found salvation. Why did they know that? The answer was because it was the only thing they hoped to find at this moment, that they were being chased by death itself. Now, in the minds of every single person in this small group of survivors, a similar goal sprouted. It was to follow that large group of people into safety. The only question left now was if their pursuers would allow them to. And of course, that would not happen in the slightest. Not only that it would not happen, but for some reason, the pursuit of the zombies behind them became more and more aggressive. Help me! Oh, stop it! Another man who was in the tail of the group was caught. Several zombies pounced on him and tore his skin with their mouths and tore his stomach with their nails, creating a bloody scene of human flesh and guts while the man screamed to his death. Unfortunately, even with the man's death, the pressure that the group was feeling did not lessen. Not all zombies stopped to take a bit at the man and continued their relentless chase of the remaining people. They ran and ran with the fastest that they could. None of them even had the slightest intent to look behind them, as they feared to do so. Still, they could hear the hungry growls that crave for their flesh draw closer and closer. They looked forward toward the people escaping from afar. It was then that they noticed 2 figures separating from the group going toward their direction. Help! Please! Help us! The man running in front of the group could not help but call out as they saw the 2 figures. The 2 men ran toward them carrying something in their hands. As the 2 came closer, they finally saw what they were carrying. The person running in front held a shotgun with his right hand and a baseball bat with his left, while the other person in the back held a fire extinguisher. They felt elated as the thought of incoming help entered their minds. However, before they could raise their hopes up, another anguished shout echoed into their ears. The fastest one of the zombies managed to catch up and pounced on the back of the man running behind the group. The remaining people did not try to help, of course, but the 2 girls could not help but stop when 2 more voices of panic sounded from behind them. What are you doing? Let go! Monty, what? The 2 girls looked behind them and saw the man who just shouted in fear as he was pounced on. He did not cry in pain as the zombie over his back bit the flesh on his shoulder, and instead, with a crazed expression in his face and bloodshot eyes, his right hand clutched tightly on the left foot of the woman who was running in front of him. Help me or I won't let go! The man's voice started to go hoarse as all his sanity left his mind. He would die if no one helped him, and if so, then he would not let himself die alone. The woman tried pulling her leg out of the man's hand, but it was like a clamp that tightly clenched her foot without letting go. A step away in front of a woman, a girl about 3 to 4 years old sat as she stared, crying because of both pain and fear. She thought that it was the chance for her to escape, but to her horror, the man's actually tightened even more. After the man had totally gone quiet, the zombie chomping on his neck stopped and shot a sudden fierce glare toward the trapped woman, accompanied by the snapping sounds of its bones in its neck due to the quick turn of its head. It started adjusting its body, getting ready to pounce on the woman, who now already burst into tears due to her fear. "Paula, take the girl!" One of the college girls, the girl with the chestnut-colored hair, shouted as she burst into a sprint at the zombie. The other college girl, who was called Paula, hesitated a little before running after her friend. As it saw the college girl sprinting closer, the zombie changed its target and quickly lunged toward the newcomer when she was about to come into its range. After 2 uncontrolled lunges, the zombie sped past the woman and the child before jumping strongly as it pounced toward the college girl. The girl stopped running for a moment as she saw the zombie jump at her. She brought her right foot behind to gain momentum and then mercilessly swung her right leg upwards with the force she can release. Her shoe made a vicious contact with the neck and chin of the zombie. As it was in the midst of its attack, the kick made it spin backwards in the air and it flew back for about 3 meters and had an unsightly landing on the floor. 2 more zombies running from behind fell down as one got its feet swiped by the flying zombie while the other stepped unstably on the body to the 2 zombies that fell down before it. With that little time she managed to get, she immediately pried the dead man's hand away. Unfortunately, to her surprise, she failed to remove the hand, and man's grasp was actually getting tighter and tighter that the woman started to wail in pain. The dead man's body then started twitching violently, but still not letting go of the woman's leg. "And, wait, they're coming!" Paula, who already secured the child in her embrace, shouted at her friend as she saw the 3 zombies that fell down were getting up. The chestnut-haired girl, who was called Ange, cursed unbecoming of a lady and gritted her teeth as she heard her friend shout. She then looked at the twitching man. "Don't blame me for this!" Their situation was getting grim. Ange then removed her last ounce of hesitation. She then raised her right foot and brought it down with heavy force. Snap! The eerie sound of bones breaking entered their ears. Ange violently stomped at the man's arm, breaking his bones. Some of the bones were broken, but strangely, the man's grip did not loosen. As she saw this, she made several more stomps, breaking more bones in the arm of the dead man. Stomp after stomp, the grasp of the dead man finally loosened. However, the time Ange needed to release the woman was also enough for the 3 zombies to recover. Furthermore, the other zombies that were left behind were also catching up. Ange's pupils constricted as she saw the 3 zombies that had fallen earlier jump at her side by side almost at the same time. "And!" Paula shouted as she watched the plight of her friend. A deafening sound echoed into their ears. At the same time, the 3 zombies pouncing towards Ange are blown several meters away, riddled with bloody holes on their bodies. 2 of the zombies tried to get up immediately after, but the injuries the 2 received gave them a lot of difficulty, and zombies even started to twist their bodies in pain and growled. As for the last one, it just slumped to the floor and stopped moving. The 4 females covered their ears due to pain because of the sudden gunshot, but still looked toward the source of the shot by reflex. What they saw was the back of a man wearing a set of black clothes and hooded jacket, who already stood between them and the zombies. The man stared at the incoming zombies and muttered, "Finally got a headshot." The girls heard the man's soft whisper. Mark ran toward the group and saw them being picked down by the fast-running zombies one by one. Seeing the dire state of their situation, he urged himself to run faster. "Help, please! Help us!" A man who was running in front of the group shouted at him. He then saw a zombie caught up to another man lagging behind the group and lunged at the man. He did not have much reaction to the man being caught, but he could only frown as he saw what the man did. What a bastard! Only at the worst possible times can a man's true nature be revealed. It was something he always believed. Mark heard the little girl who was thrown to the floor cry in pain, and of course, the other people in front of the group also did. However, they only stole a glance behind their backs and continued running towards Mark. Instead, the 2 college girls stopped and went to help the mother and child despite the danger they were facing. The survivors who continued running was about to reach Mark and stop him to ask for help, but did not manage to do as he shot them with a cold look and continued running past them. When Mark ran past them, The ones who wanted to stop him gnashed their teeth in anger and left one last glance at him before they continued running. The employee behind Mark saw what happened and also ignored the group of men fleeing as he followed behind him. While running, Mark's uneven eyes grew large in surprise as he saw one of the college girls charge at the zombie that caught the man that was holding the mother's leg and sent it flying. He could not help but grin as he saw the girl's movements and the method she did to free the woman. Mark fired his shotgun toward the lunging zombies, making them fly back several meters. The three zombies disregarded each other and tried to lunge at the college girl almost at the same time, sticking them together in a single line. As Mark shot the zombie in front, most of the shotgun pellets blew its head off into mush and the remaining pellets riddled the other zombies with holes. He then shot a look behind him and shouted, "What are you women staring at me for? Hurry up and run!" Chapter 8. Hearing his shout, the females started to take action. Paula lifted the child in her arms while Ange helped the mother stand up. As the mother tried to walk though, she almost fell down again. She did not fall and managed to stabilize herself. The mother tried to walk, but she could only drag her left foot as she grimaced in pain. As Ange saw this, she immediately pulled the mother's left arm and put it on her shoulder. Mark continued to shoot the incoming fast zombies with better accuracy as he got used to the recoil of his shotgun. His gun then ran out of ammo. After opening the chamber of the shotgun, he immediately fetched several 12-gauge shells from his belt bag and reloaded the gun calmly while retreating step by step. Still, he could notice that their retreat was too slow and he saw Ange assisting the woman in order to move. "What happened?" Mark asked as he glanced behind him while not taking his attention away from the zombies. "She sprained her leg," Ange answered as she furrowed her eyebrows. Grimacing in pain, the mother then spoke with tears on her eyes. "I can't run anymore. Please just take my daughter and leave." The two girls and the man following Mark was surprised when they heard what the woman said, and her child on Paula's arms started to cry. "Mommy, oh!" The child violently squirmed, trying to escape out of Paula's arms and almost fell. Paula had no choice but to crouch down for the child to avoid falling off her arms accidentally. Still, the child did not stop trying to reach out to her mother. "Not a chance. We're not leaving you behind." Ange heightened her voice in determination. "But no buts." Ange then continued to assist the woman, not letting go even a tiny bit. Seeing Ange's determination to help her, tears started flowing out of the mother's eyes. She did not want to die. She was totally scared of dying on the fangs of these rabid beasts, and she did not want to leave her daughter behind even more. But in this case that she injured her leg, she would just drag her daughter and these good people to their demise. She did not want to be like that man who made the already dangerous situation even worse for her. The employee who followed Mark also had tears at the corner of his eyes as he watched this scene. Then a snort came from the direction behind them. "What are you people being dramatic for? This isn't a drama series and we don't have time for you all to make a scene. FRUEOVAL.co." Ange wanted to say something in retort as she thought that he wanted to abandon the woman, but Mark did not let her and turned his eyes toward the employee behind him. Seeing Mark looking at him, he gulped his own saliva for some reason. "You think you can carry her?" Mark gestured towards the mother. The employee looked at the woman, who had quite a short build which was about several inches less of 5 feet, and reluctantly nodded. Seeing that the man was quite reluctant, Mark was confused. The man's build showed that he was used to carrying heavy stuff, but he actually showed such expression towards carrying the woman. Still, following what Mark said, the man put the fire extinguisher on the floor and took the woman from Ange, lifting her on his arms in the position Mark knew as Princess Carrie. The mother also showed a little bit of hesitation and embarrassment being carried like this, but she also knows the urgency of the situation and did not resist, as she thought wrongly. Ange also had a bit of embarrassment on her face as she looked at Mark, who was now holding a bat which was not dripping with blood. It seemed that they are too engrossed with the situation of the woman and they did not notice that their savior already took down several zombies. In front of him, there are several bodies that either had blasted heads or smashed skulls. The scene of blood and gore in front of him is totally sickening and scary, but his face did not show any of such emotion. Among the bodies, the man who grabbed the woman's leg can also be seen with a deep dent on his head and his orifice is bleeding. "Shouldn't it be easier if you carry her on your back?" Mark asked as he swung his bat at the face of another zombie who lunged at him. The man did not answer, but only looked at Mark with a pleading expression on his face. Seeing this, Mark finally came to a conclusion and did not urge the man anymore. Blood! It is then a sickening loud sequence of metal sounds clashing with a final sound of heavy metal falling on the floor sounded. Mark's expression changed as he cursed out loud for the first time in his life when he heard that sound. He was not a person who was fond of cursing. Even people who knew him never heard him curse even once. Mark viewed cursing as something unethical and makes a person look uneducated, and thus he never did. But now, he could help but do so. The females together with Mark are confused to his reaction toward that sound, but the face of the employee who just lifted the woman also paled. What happened? Ange noticed the ugly expression of the two and asked, "Hold this for a little bit." The employee seemed not to hear her question, and Mark did not answer either. Instead, Mark held his bat towards her. Ange did pursue the question anymore and received the metal bat. Mark then took the fire extinguisher and bashed its bottom on an incoming zombie, which caused it to stagger backward. At that opening, Mark pulled the safety pin of the fire extinguisher and squeezed the trigger, aiming at the bashed zombie's face. The zombie, who had its face covered with sticky white foam, started to run towards its target once more without even trying to remove the foam covering its eyes. Trying to attack, it pounced, but not towards Mark, but toward the terrace. The zombie's shoulder hit the railing, but the rest of its body passed over the terrace. With the momentum of its jump and the railing stopping the force on its shoulder, the zombie kept rotating midair as it plunged to its death. With a loud splatting sound, it hit the ground 2 floors below. Mark's eyes shined a bit as he then proceeded to spray the contents of the fire extinguisher across the floor. And the result, the incoming fast zombies that already had bad sense of balance slipped on the foam, sliding on the floor, covering their bodies with even more of the foam, especially the zombies' hands and feet as they tried to stand up again. The sliding zombies spread the foam even more, and they started having a hard time to stand up as their hands and feet slipped on the floor every time they did. Still, even if they slipped repeatedly on the floor at this moment, they are still advancing forward, and this situation would not last too long. Okay? As Mark gained more leeway for them to run, they all rushed back to the tech zone, leaving the struggling zombies behind. Chapter 9. As their group ran away, Mark sprayed the contents of the fire extinguisher on the floor every now and then. Even though the foam spread on the floor isn't as thick and more spread compared to the first patch he made, it should be enough to hinder the zombies' pursuit even a little bit. Still, he did not intend on using up all the contents of the fire extinguisher. When he heard the sound of metal clashing and that loud bang on the floor, he is sure that he would need the contents of the fire extinguisher somewhere else. "Hey, open this up. Please let us in." Before they can get to the tech zone, they heard the voice of a man with his angry and helpless shouting as he hit the metal shutter blocking the entrance of the tech zone together with 3 more people behind him. These people were the ones running in front of the 2 schoolgirls before, the ones Mark ignored earlier. But that is not the pressing matter at this moment, but the metal shutter in front of them right now. That's right! The tech zone is already closed, abandoning the Mark and the employee that followed him along with other people that are still outside. Other people like the students, the mother and the child, and even most customers might not realize, but Mark, who conscious of it, and most of the employees working at this mall knew what it is if they heard that loud sound of metal clashing before banging on the floor. It is the steel shutter at the entrance of the tech zone being closed down. This is also the reason the employee that Mark brought with him had his face drained of color. Seeing the closed entrance from afar, the 2 schoolgirls and a mother being Princess Carried felt dispirited. They thought that they would be saved if they managed to follow that large group of people, but they were shut out before they could even start doing so. As the people outside the entrance were shouting and hitting the shutter with hands, voices coming from inside answered, arguing with the people outside. Although they can hear the voices, what the voices were saying were incomprehensible to Mark and the people with him as they were still far away. Then, as they got closer, bang! A gunshot coming from inside the tech zone echoed, making the people outside the entrance jump back in fright while the people with Mark froze on their steps. Several frightened screams are heard from the inside, but the screams are masked by an angry shout of a man with irritating voice similar to squealing of a pig. "Get the F***ck away. We already said that we are not letting anyone in. Who knows if you bastards are one of those man-eating monsters. Go away or the next shot will. Or F***king holes on your bodies." The men who were in front of the entrance could only step back in fright. "You F***ing bunch of animals." Knowing that it would be impossible for the people inside to let them in, they left cursing as they scatter like flies towards different directions where they don't see any zombies. As the situation isn't good, Mark frowned as he carefully made his way toward the closed entrance together with people with him despite hurrying as much as possible. But when he is about a few steps away, he heard several thumping sounds just to his right. When he looked, he saw 2 people knocking on the glass of his store beside him. This part of the store is connected to store at the just beside the entrance, unfortunately. It is still not possible to enter the tech zone through this part unless they break the reinforced glass, which ruins the point of going into the area in the first place. Inside the store, two familiar employees are knocked on the glass in an attempt to get his attention, which luckily succeeded. These two employees were the woman who Mark talked to earlier, and the other is the shorter member of the cart-pushing trio. Seeing the two waiting for them with both scared and apologetic expressions, Mark started to have clearer thought about the vague ideas he had before. The two inside tried telling them who were outside about the situation. Unfortunately, it was a futile attempt because the reinforced glass prevented their voices from going through clearly. Unless the two shouted, Mark and the others outside might hear them, but the two did not dare due to their situation. Mark swung his baseball bat at an incoming zombie, smashing its face into a pulp. Seeing this, two inside the store shuddered. After looking around, Mark handed the fire extinguisher to Ange after seeing that there are no apparent zombies in the vicinity that can be deemed as immediate threat. "You know how to use this?" Mark asked. Ange, who was confused being asked such a question, nodded. "Spray the contents on the floor on the directions where the zombies are coming from. I know you can do that. We need buy a little time." Being ordered like that, Ange pouted but still followed. If it were other girls like her friend, Paula, they might have declined due to fear, but Ange, who knew how to defend herself, had more guts to do so. Mark also noticed this, and thus, he did not hesitate to ask the girl do it. Paula, who was worried about her brave friend, just watched as she also knew that she'll be fine. As Ange started spraying the fire extinguisher on the floor, Mark took out his phone from his bag and pressed the power button, revealing the cute anime custom screensaver. Upon unlocking the phone with a swipe, the next thing that showed is the high-tech looking theme with a wallpaper of a cute blue-haired anime girl holding a high-tech plasma sword at her right hand and a double-barrel ray pistol on her left. Paula, who was just behind him, saw this and was surprised and smiled wryly. Just who would think that this fierce and scary-looking man that did not even bat an eyelid as he shoot his gun and smash the zombies' bloody faces actually had such hobby? Mark opened a note app on his phone and turned around just to notice at the side of his view, as Paula smiled wryly with her gaze on his phone. He felt a little embarrassed, but did not try to show even a little bit of it. She also saw that Mark noticed her looking at his phone and also felt embarrassed and turned her face somewhere else with slightly red cheeks. Continuing the strong fade, he typed a few words on his phone and showed it on the two who were inside the store. "What happened?" Mark asked using his phone. Chapter 10. As they saw the method Mark used to communicate with them, the two employees inside the store scrambled to take out their phones, forgetting that it is still their work time and they are not allowed to carry their own. Seeing their predicament, Mark knocked the glass and pointed on the stack of papers and motioned his left hand like he is holding a pen and writing over his phone. The two immediately understood and immediately ran to the counter, picking up a pen and a sheet of letter-sized paper, and the man wrote on it in a hurry. After writing what seemed to be an essay with several sentences long, the short man plastered his rushed and almost illegible writing. Summarizing what the employee wrote, they were forced to close the entrance due to that fat guy and his guard holding them at gunpoint. The fat man also instigated the others to support him, leaving the employees with no leeway to resist. "Those ungrateful bastards." This sentence was the last line the man wrote on the paper. After reading the essay written by the man, Mark immediately typed on his phone and replied with another question. "Is there any other way to go inside there? What about the other entrance?" The man replied. Mark turned his head toward the direction of the tech zone entrance at the west wing and shook his head. Though that entrance is quite far away, it isn't hard to see the number of zombies that are now around that area. Furthermore, those zombies are already making their way toward their direction. The gunshot should have attracted them. It seemed that the woman had an idea as she just snatched the pen on the man's hand and wrote on another paper. Behind her, the man is reading what she was writing and his eyes lit up. "Use the service corridors." "I don't think you would be able to use the back doors on other stores, but you should be able to enter the corridors using fire exits in the cinema." As he saw the woman's idea, he nodded. He also knew about the corridors found at the back of large malls that connects the shops and are used to transport supplies without going through the front doors of the store. It is the only choice they have right now, though it will be quite a detour. They have a goal now, and it was literally roundabout one. Mark looked at the closed entrance of the tech zone with a look that as if he was looking at the people inside. Then he typed quite a number of words in his phone and showed it to the two, which made the two confused because rather than a suggestion, it seemed more like a command for them to follow. It doesn't really matter to me, but just do what I said if you guys want to live. This sentence made the two quite afraid. Even if they don't understand why, they chose to do what Mark said to them. Mark nodded to them one last time as he prepared to depart. When he turned around, he saw Ange as she just threw the fire extinguisher with a baseball pitch using all her might at a zombie that just climbed up the escalator nearby. The fire extinguisher hit the zombie square in its face as it staggered and fell backwards. The fire extinguisher bounced off due to the impact and made a loud clanging sound as it hit the ground floor while the zombie fell on the other zombies behind it, creating a domino effect of fallen zombies on the escalator. After throwing the fire extinguisher, Ange immediately ran back toward the group and asked, "Finish? Yeah, let's go." Mark looked at the people behind him and nodded at them. Everyone felt nervous knowing that they had to go another round of zombie encounters, but it's not like they do have any other choice. With Mark in the lead, their group started running. He pushed his senses to his limits as he tried to perceive any upcoming danger. Looking around, everyone could notice how the situation is worsening. If they didn't move any faster, they would be surrounded in no time as the number of zombies in this floor is constantly increasing. But in Mark's view, their increase is just reasonable. Just earlier, he released several shots of his shotgun, killing several zombies in the process, while the unreasonable people inside the tech zone wasted another. There are also other noises like the shouting and hard knocking of steel shutter the people outside the tech zone had done earlier and the high-pitched screams after the gunshot. Just all these commotion is bound to attract the zombies from the floors below. Leaving the central arm of the mall, they turned right at the corner toward the south wing of the wall. Their target is the furthest end of the south wing where the cinemas are located. "Why did you throw the fire extinguisher away?" While running, Mark can't help but ask Ange. "It's already empty, so I did," Ange snappily replied. Hearing her answer, he shook his head. It might be empty, but the canister could still be used to smash someone's head. Mark looked at her and handed her his baseball bat. She looked at Mark confused as she absent-mindedly accepted the baseball bat. "Lead the way for a bit. I'll just deal with the nuisance at the back. Remember, aim for the head." Ange looked behind their group surprised and then nodded with a serious expression. They might not have noticed it due to their tension and also the growl of zombies coming from every direction, but behind them, there is about half a dozen zombies running after like madmen with distorted faces. In front of them, it is lucky enough that the number of zombies on the way is relatively fewer and there are no fast-moving zombies in sight, but if they let the ones chasing from behind get close onto them, things would become nasty. "Just continue running. Don't look behind," Mark shouted as he aimed his gun behind the group. He shot the closest zombie that is already about to lunge at him without hesitation, blowing up its head. Ammunition is precious and he wanted to save ammo as much as possible, but with the number of fast-moving zombies in close proximity, he can't skimp on bullets. Not right now. Chapter 11 Bang! Several gunshots were released in succession. Mark prioritized shooting those who moved very close to each other before dealing with the single ones. Sometimes he would need to dodge as the zombies pounced on him while he was reloading. After all, the shotgun's chamber can only hold 5 shells at maximum at the same time. There are also times that he needed to dodge as he attempted to shoot, making his accuracy suffer in the process. Dodging the zombies' attack is hard, but not impossible. From what he observed, their attack patterns are linear, like pouncing or grabbing. What only needed to add to this movement so that the end would be able to dodge their attacks. Unless he is totally outnumbered, forced into a corner, or become careless, he can deal with this much. If a zombie pounced from his right or left, he would jump backwards. If the zombie lunged in front, he would do a large sidestep to the left or right. That is how he dealt with the attacks. Mark was forced to jump back. 2 zombies attacked from his right and in front almost at the same time. He shot the one in front as it was the second one to attack, but the shot did not manage to hit its head and instead, the zombie's right shoulder was blown off. Its right arm flew to the back, creating a bloody mess on the floor. Then he saw it. "So it's really like this, huh?" This isn't the first time he noticed it. He saw the similar situation when he shot the 3 zombies in order to save the college girls earlier. The zombie that had its shoulder blown off staggered backwards, howling before falling down on its back and started trashing on the floor, splattering his blood everywhere. This zombie can still feel pain. In curiosity, he did not hesitate and shot the zombie that just lunged at him at his chest, creating a bloody mess of broken ribs, pieces of its lungs, arteries, and heart splattered on the floor. The zombie then fell with its body twitching for a bit before slumping down with devoid of any movements. It died. Mark looked at it incredulously before jumping back once more, evading another attack. He blew up the zombie's head away. Then he saw the zombie that is trashing on floor due to its missing shoulder stop moving. The other one died of blood loss. Anyone would think of that if they saw the amount of blood on the floor soaking the zombie without its arm. Seeing that the two died due to their severe injuries, Mark stopped on solely targeting the zombies' heads, which was a harder target to aim at and included the zombies' chests or abdomens. Of course, when there is a good chance of blowing the zombies' heads off, then he would do so. The three left, he muttered as he shot another zombie on its stomach and left it trashing on the floor like an earthworm poured with a pinch of salt. The two more zombies with burst chests fell to the floor and started thrashing around, creating more collages of torn flesh and blood. It was a very disgusting scene. Plect! Mark tried shooting the last approaching zombie, but he was met a metallic sound as the last shell was already shot from his shotgun. The zombie lunged at him, and he can only dodge as he tried to reach for a shell in his belt bag. His evasion was successful and the zombie fell with force on the floor, hitting a green-colored plastic trash can, spilling all the garbage on the floor. When Mark saw this, an idea hit him and he quickly picked up the trash can. As the zombie tried to stand up, it felt some force squeezing its face and its view suddenly turned black. It felt its prey is still around, but it can't see anything, and thus, it started to dash forward while swinging its arms madly. While the zombie ran away, Mark looked at the zombie incredulously. A zombie with a trash can covering this head while running fast and crazily swinging its arms trying to catch air really looked ridiculous. Still, he was quite surprised at first. The last zombie ran away and Mark did not have any notion of chasing it as it is going the opposite direction they are going to. He turned around and saw the others are already several stores away from him. He looked at the bodies, zombies with smashed faces and heads on the floor left behind by them, and he can help but commend the ability of that girl. Fresh! With that loud sound of glass crashing down, anyone would turn to look by reflex, and so does Mark. When he saw what caused the sound, he had a complicated expression on his face. Several stores away, a shop selling perfumes had its glass walls broken, and buried under the pieces of broken glass, a zombie with a trash can on its head was trashing on the floor trying to get up. Funny enough, the trash can was still on its head and did not fall off after crashing on the glass wall. Well, it would be really hard to remove the trash can that it was forced to wear, as it can barely fit its head. Then, Mark was stupefied. Not because of the trash can zombie, but because the bodies of some of the zombies he just killed started twitching and slowly stood up, and he realized that those who stood up once more are those whose heads, no, rather, the brains are still intact. I messed up. When he saw that zombie who died because of the fatal injury it had on its chest, he thought that these zombies might be similar to the green flu infected in some video game series. Fast, strong, and can be killed by normal means of killing. To think that was mistaken. It was a good lesson for him. Don't treat real life as some kind of game, though he still thinks that the crappiest game of all is reality. Then he noticed something else which gave him a clearer idea of what is happening, making his eyes light up. He immediately shot back to rejoin the group and left the zombies that just stood up. Chapter 12. Mark easily managed to catch up with the rest, as evading the slow-moving and the most normal of zombies is too easy. Unless he got surrounded by overwhelming numbers, caught in a surprise attack, or immobilized. Getting away from this kind of zombies was a piece of cake. It wasn't like these zombies would teleport towards people like zombies from some American zombie apocalypse series. With only a few zombies on the way, their group arrived at the entrance of cinema area. In here, there are several cinema halls that can be accessed by customers who had tickets. Right now though, the dark cinema area looked like some haunted part of the mall. As they arrived, Mark cautiously looked around and noticed the retractable gate sticking out from the ceiling. He tapped the shoulder of the employee carrying the mother and pointed at the gate. You know how to close this one? Everyone looked up to what Mark is pointing at above them and saw the metal gate on the ceiling. They thought that it could serve as another assurance for their safety, and also looked at the man. The expectant gazes that turned to him made him somewhat uncomfortable, so he immediately shook his head. I don't know how to pull that down. When the man saw their downcast eyes, he hurriedly explained, My work here is to deliver cargo from the warehouse. Most are boxes delivered to stalls, so I never had the opportunity to enter other workplaces for utility staff. And it hasn't been long since I started working here. The others immediately understood when he explained. It's a pity. Can't we look around? Maybe we can find how to close this. If we can hole up here, then we don't need to go there. There should also food here, right? Without minding their expression, Ange started blurting her own opinion, but only to be rebuked by Mark, who shook his head. We don't have much time to look around. There are just too many rooms here, and it's a totally bad idea to hole up here. He then walked away, put his duffel bag on the food counter and jumped over it. He then opened a refrigerator and took some cola and drinks and put the beverages on top of the counter, urging the others to take one before looking at the entrance of the cinema. Outside, he can still see the zombies that are still chasing after them, though these guys are the typical slow-moving ones. They should arrive in a few minutes. They still have time to take a breather. The employee let the mother down and Paula sat the child on the counter. The mother picked up a bottle of fruit juice while she helped her daughter punch a straw on her kitty drink. The employee and Paula both picked up a can of cola while Ange stared at Mark for some reason. "What are you staring at?" Of course Mark would ask that. "I want the same drink as yours." What Mark is drinking is a bottle of energy drink. He didn't put the same drink on the table since it's very rare to see females consume this kind of drink, and the employee is looking at the can of cola. Still, since she requested, he just picked up another bottle and threw it at her, which she agilely caught. Ange immediately downed a few mouthfuls from the bottle without any regard on how she looked like. After releasing a satisfied breath, she turned to Mark and is about to ask something what he said earlier, but he disappeared. She leaned over the counter and saw him crouching under the counter looking for something. "What are you looking for?" "We should pack up some of the food here, so I'm looking for a bag or something we can use. They only have small paper bags and carton boxes here." "Bags, huh? We left ours in the fast food on the second floor when we escaped." Ange reminisced as she looked at Paula, who also felt downhearted. Mark then forcefully opened a cabinet door on the adjacent counter. Inside were 2 knapsacks and a small strap bag. He then immediately poured out the contents inside the cabinet, only pulling the bags out. He put the bags in front of Ange. "You guys fill these with food." Mark looked at the counter and other containers filled with food, though there are parts of the snack bar that are definitely ransacked. He then remembered the group of employees earlier that he saw coming from this direction carrying plastic bags and boxes of food. Taking the baseball bat that Ange leaned in front of the counter since it was dripping with blood, he took off to the cinema's entrance. Several zombies already closed in and needed to be dealt with. Ange pouted while Paula frowned a little. Mark's attitude is a little overbearing, but they can't really say anything. It is him who saved them, and now is not really the right time to argue about it. On contrary, the employee and the mother did not really care about his attitude. The employee sees Mark as someone capable of leading them to safety, while the mother views everyone in this group as her and her child's saviors. If they did not come to her, then she would already be dead, or even worse. As for the child, nothing can be said. She only knew that something scary is happening and those frightening monsters will eat them if they are caught. She just sipped her kitty drink as she watched her mother silently. It is already a good thing that she isn't crying anymore. By the time Mark returned, his metal bat is dripping of blood and his black jacket had slightly reddish liquid splatters. If the zombies were not existent at this moment, his appearance is enough to give weak-hearted people a good scare. The bags are already filled with food and several bottles of drinks. The 2 bags or knapsacks are already being worn by the employee and Paula, while the smaller strap bag is being carried by the mother. Mark looked at the mother, who was standing in front of her child. He noticed the mother's sprained ankle is now plastered with a cooling pad. He then looked at Ange with a questioning look. Ange, on the other hand, also saw him look at the others and the backpacks they are carrying before he looked at her with that look. Of course, she immediately understood what his stare meant. "I can't fight properly if I carry something heavy, you know." Mark walked past her as if ignoring her righteous sentence. He then picked up the duffel bag on top of the counter and donned it on his shoulder before replying. "I'm not really asking anything though." This time, Ange's face turned red. Even though what Mark said isn't really offensive, she took a hard blow along with Mark donning a heavy duffel bag on his shoulder, which made her feel a little shameful. In her head, she heard Mark said something like, "I'm also fighting and I'm carrying this," even though he never said anything like that. As she was lingering in her own space, a hand patted her shoulder, making her sober up. "Hey Ange, what are you thinking about?" Paula asked as she patted Ange's shoulder. Ange, who just snapped out of her daze, saw Mark and the others already walking away. She swallowed up her emotions and replied to her best friend beside her. "No, nothing, let's go." She then pulled her confused friend and followed the rest of the group. Chapter 13, 11:15 a.m. City Mall Bakewar South Wing. Cinema lobby. Mark stood in front of a double door leading to one of the cinema halls. This hall is the closest to the cinema entrance. He approached this hall not because it is the closest, but this hall was the only hall that had its doors tightly shut. The others were confused seeing him standing and not opening the door, but no one said anything, except for one person. "Hey, why don't you open that already? Also, can I borrow the bat? I need a weapon." Mark looked at Ange, who just hopped beside him without warning, with incredulity. He was wondering how this girl's head works. Still, he did not question her antics and just sighed before he replied, "Waiter, I'll be the vanguard this time, and I just can't shoot the gun every time unless we want to die by attracting every single one of those zombies. Also, I don't have infinite shells for this. The shotgun shells he managed to get isn't that many. The ones he used when they escaped already depleted more than half of what he had. After replying, he then proceeded to plant his ear on the door, trying to listen to the sounds inside if there is any. Hearing his reply, Ange pouted but did not say anything else and just mimicked Mark, also sticking her right ear on the door. She then heard sounds inside. The sounds are a little faint, but when she heard the sounds, she was petrified for a second before her face turned red and quickly backed off like a cat whose tail was stepped on. At first, she did not recognize the faint sounds, but then when she poured her concentration on listening, what she heard made her heart pound and her face became red in embarrassment. Through the door, she heard moans and panting of a man along with a faint voice of a woman. It was not hard for anyone of age to imagine what was happening inside. "What's wrong?" Paul asked Ange in confusion, seeing her back off like that. Of course, the flustered girl didn't know how to elaborate what she just heard to her friend, who is also a female. Ange looked at Mark, who was still listening to the sounds beyond the door. Men are really perverts. That is what she thought at first, but was forced to dispel it when she saw Mark's stern face. He then stopped listening inside, but his expression is graver than before. Mark then approached Ange and stretched his hand holding the bat toward her. "Take this for now. You just said that you need it, right? Well, you can just say that I changed my mind." Mark smiled as he said that, but the smile really looked sinister. "You guys hide back at the snack bar. Don't come out unless I called out." He turned around without waiting for replies. The rest looked at each other and nodded among themselves before going back behind the snack bar and hid there. "What is going on?" the mother asked while everyone else is looking at Ange. "There are people inside." "And having sex probably." Ange hesitated to say what she just heard, but she still said it though her face is crimson red. This courageous girl who can bash zombies' faces with a steel baseball bat and did not falter to the scene of blood is actually weak at topics like this. The mother and the employees' faces also turned red, especially the employee, as he is an adult man at the age of 29. Of course, hearing a girl several years younger talk about something like this in front of him, he would feel embarrassed. Furthermore, he is the only male in the group right now since Mark is away. Surprisingly, Paula did not react that way and just stared at Ange before saying, "It shouldn't be just that simple, right?" She then looked at Mark, who was quite a distance away and was now sticking and adjusting a knife between the locks of the double door. And also looked at Mark with her embarrassment at the knife like it. Mark made a slow but forced push on the knife, followed by the sound of the door lock loosening. Before he could even pull the knife, the door opened slightly. Luckily, it seemed that the door was maintained properly and it made no sound when it opened. Well, it is doable that the people inside won't hear anything from what Mark is doing because of their passionate session inside. Unfortunately, that passionate part is one-sided. That is why Mark sneaked inside with a stern face. Upon entering, he sneaked toward the hall with the lustful sounds and vile laughter getting louder in his ears. What he saw conformed to his thoughts. 3 males sat on the armrest of some chairs next to the pathway, watching another male who was thrusting on female on the floor. Clothes riddled the floor, and by the looks of it, all the clothes belong to the female. Some of the clothes are even ripped like the school blouse that is closest to Mark's current position. Mark looked at the laughing perpetrators for a second and saw their loose clothes, baseball caps, and even silver chains dangling on their necks. Belts with metal decors can be seen under half-tucked shirts. Though they looked stereotypical, appearance of these men made Mark remember of gangsters around the area. Yes, gangsters. Mark also found his conjecture plausible, as there are a lot of squatter compounds nearby. Though it didn't really mean that gangsters can only originate from those kinds of areas, but sadly, most of these kinds of people did in this country. Gangsters, criminals, drug addicts, and such people can easily be located if one were to thoroughly search those areas, estimating the dangers and other things. Mark then readied his shotgun, which he fully loaded with shells, and stealthily walked toward the criminals. As the bastards were facing the opposite way, Mark could easily approach them without them noticing in this kind of dark cinema. As he stepped forward out from the wall he is hiding, he paused. He looked to his side and began to reevaluate his thoughts slightly. To his side, a body of a boy, probably in his last years in high school, was lying on a floor between the chairs. His uniform dyed red with a single hole on his chest. The smell of blood irritated his nose as the body was just a foot away from him as he crouched. Of course, he did not fail to notice the bloody bite mark on the boy's wrist. Leaving the body behind, Mark made his way toward the gangsters. "Seriously, boss, hurry up. Just how long do we have to wait for our turn to F*** CK this bitch?" one of the gangsters sitting on the armrests said with boredom as watched the so-called boss humping on their trophy. Hearing that, the boss gave that gangster a dirty finger as he continued on his business. You shits should wait until I had enough. I'm the one who saw her first. Ha ha ha, alright boss. We have all the time we need to play with this bitch. Just who do you think would come with all the mess outside? I doubt anyone else is alive in this mall. We even lost some of our brothers. Another gangster said in a tone licking his boss boots. Yeah, but who thought that this bitch and his idiot boyfriend would really follow us and think that we are saving them? So, that's what happened, huh? Yo, that's what happened. As the four gangsters are narrating their vile deeds of taking advantage of the slaughter outside and get the girl into the situation, a voice coming from behind them sounded with a question-like realization. The unsuspecting gangster actually replied to the voice until his own voice trailed off as he realized that the voice did not come from any one of them. The gangsters froze and even the boss stopped thrusting as he felt his genitals slowly soften. As the three gangsters slowly turned their heads around with cold sweat on their backs, the boss already froze in horror. What the boss saw first is the muzzle of a shotgun pointed at them and then the man wearing a jacket standing holding the gun. Mark, on the other hand, was also surprised as he looked at the gangsters. The damn bastards were actually minors. Chapter 14. He did not notice at a distance since the cinema is slightly dark. Cinemas are built like this after all. Now that Mark got a close look at the gangsters, he can confirm that these guys' ages ranged from about 14 to 16 years old. You three raise your hands and don't dare move unless you guys want your heads blew off. He coldly said toward the three idlers before staring at the last one and said, And you there, get away from her. Yup, who are you? We don't think we offended you. You shouldn't play hero. There is 4 of us here and we outnumber you. One of the 3 made a tough front for some reason while the boss and the other 2 were remaining quiet. The member who tried to intimidate actually moved toward the front of the barrel as if he was not afraid of the gun. The other 2 gangsters though were snickering inside. They used this tactic several times before when they are compromised in their gang activities, so they knew what would happen to this idiot who took the initiative to play hero before their group. They noticed that the person did not answer and thought that he is taking the bait as his eyes darted towards every single one of them. They also thought that he was actually afraid to shoot. Unfortunate for them, they are the ones playing the role of idiots here. Mark did not take the bait, obviously darting his eyes toward the gang members because he is looking for something. Though he already had a hunch on who had it, he just had to make sure so he wouldn't need to waste ammo. Yes, he just didn't want to waste ammo. The gangsters were all smiles inside, but unfortunately for them, their hopes were dashed when the man actually smiled. A smile filled with disdain towards them. He then spoke. Nice teamwork, but... Mark threw a kick to the crotch of the gangster in front of him, making him suddenly bend down. Then, I won't fall for that. The gang leader lost his right arm as the shotgun obliterated his arm up to his elbow and a revolver pistol flew along with the severed right hand. Mark already knew that the leader had a gun due to various reasons. First, the dead guy near the entrance was killed by a gunshot. Second is that by the nature of these rapists, they should have already ganged up on the girl on the floor, yet she was served on a platter before the boss and 3 did not make any move, and that is not by respect, but actually because they were afraid. Third is that the member who he just kicked actually tried to move in front of his gun not to intimidate him, but cover the gang leader's movements. As Mark already knew who had a gun, his eyes darted on the members and became sure that these kids only had one gun. It is because when he showed himself, the reflex action the 3 members made was actually to try and grab their weapons, which are all melee types, and they did not even try to let go of those despite being pointed with a shotgun. Just as the leader was about to raise his gun, Mark delivered a sinister ball-crushing kick and shot the leader's arm when the one kicked bent down in pain. Actually, he wanted to shoot down the leader dead, but he made a compromise due to various reasons. The leader stood up in shock of the pain and clutched what remained of his arm, but immediately, his hard sword already fell soft and dangled unsightly as he rolled about the floor, spreading blood on the cinema wall and floor. Screams of pain echoed throughout the cinema hall. The one Mark kicked already fell unconscious on the floor and is actually foaming in his mouth. The other 2, seeing what happened to their leader and their friend, did not succumb to fear and surrendered but actually fled as fast as they can. Leaving their weapons behind, the 2 ran separate ways inside the cinema before passing through the emergency door near the big screen one after another. They ran in front of the fear that they would get shot and end up like their comrades, but their Grim Reaper in their minds is actually just watching them like looking at cockroaches running away from being stumped to death. Mark just watched the 2 in disdain without any notion to chase. They are not worth the ammo needed to subdue them. He also thought of a plan for them. He then approached the severed arm and took a harshly folded handkerchief from his pocket and used it to pick up the blood-covered revolver before wiping the blood off. 8.38, Mark asked himself as he observed the gun, looking at every angle amidst the painful screaming in the background. He opened the chamber and took out the contents, revealing 2 empty casings and 4.38 live bullets. Mark removed the empty casings and stored them in his pocket and returned the remaining ammo back to the chamber, loading the gun and pulled the firing pin back. Holding the newly acquired revolver, he approached the groaning gang leader. The leader's voice is already hoarse due to his violent expression of his pain through his mouth and weakened due to severe loss of his life-sustaining liquid. He clutched the stump that remained of his arm, trying to lessen the blood flow to no avail. He stared at Mark, who is approaching with severe fear in his eyes. He then remembered the faint gunshots they heard earlier, which they chose to ignore. Those gunshots and the shot that was aimed at him is actually the same. They shouldn't have ignored it if he knew that this will be his outcome. To think the girl he coveted as he saw her earlier in this mall would become this unlucky star. Don't kill me? You can have the girl, just don't kill me. He was afraid that this guy, who is akin to demons in his eyes, would directly kill him. Mark, on the other side, did not pay attention to the leader's hoarse begging. He heard his begging, but who would beg someone with their pants down? His dangling eggplant is pointed straight at him. He can't help but feel the urge to shoot it. In the end, he bent down and reached for the leader's pants, not to help him put it on, of course, but to feel the contents of the pockets. He found 8.38 rounds inside the back pocket. No wonder the pocket looked heavy. He then left the leader shivering in both pain and fear. The leader stayed still and silent as he started feeling weaker and weaker. Mark then turned, facing the victim, who is sitting silently on the floor. The girl's round baby face was beautiful. Her long below shoulder-length hair looked soft and straight. The length of her body, arms and legs were all in proportion. Even her breast was neither big nor small for her stature. He thought that if an agency put her into the showbiz industry, this girl would sure go big in no time. She is like a beautiful masterpiece. Unfortunately, this perfect looking suffered harshly in this incident. White sticky liquid stained her fair-colored legs, body, her face, and also dripping from her mouth. It showed how many times the bastard gang leader reached his climax in doing her in. Also, there is the blood of the gang leader splattered on her as he is shot just over her body. Bruises can be found on her left cheek and arms. Ignoring the remains of her unfortunate situation, Mark can't help but admire her appearance. No wonder the gang targeted her. Then Mark frowned. The girl was also looking at him, but she had neither action to hide nor cover either her breasts or her nether regions. Her eyes are listless, and even though she is staring at him, it looked like she wasn't either. Mark then sighed. This girl already gave up in life, didn't she? He thought as he scratched his head over the matter. Just what should I do here? Mark muttered. He is an otaku, and to some people like him, who were never meant to be someone attractive, saving a beautiful damsel in distress might be a good dream to happen. But now that he experienced it, he had no idea what to do afterwards. After all, his interpersonal skills, though not non-existent, it is very low. He tried of remembering if there is any anime or novel references he can use, but there is nothing he could remember that could fit his situation at the moment. Arg, damn it, whatever. I'll just do what I can, I guess. Chapter 15. 9:30 a.m. Tirana Highway. More than 30 minutes earlier, a group of high school students are eating at a restaurant by the road. The group consisted of 7 people, 4 girls and 3 boys. They were merrily chatting as they ate the high-class food they ordered, though a girl among them wasn't really thrilled by the occasion. She is Ayome, the one that can be said as the #1 beauty at their school these days. Many admired her looks and were very popular among the students. Others might be emboldened with confidence under these circumstances, but in contrary, she hated it. Though she had this good looks, she is a quite shy person, so all these unwanted attention is quite irritating to her. Although she had the ability to deal with people with smiles and such, she would prefer not to, especially dealing with boys both young and old. Every time she saw their eyes, it looked like the eyes of a beast wanting to eat his prey whole. She hated those eyes. At her school, she knew she had many admirers. In the first days, she would receive confessions, letters and such troublesome things, but later on, these kinds of things disappeared in a strange fashion. Though there are still the admirers around, none of them would ever try what the others tried before. She then looked at the boy sitting across her table with a frown. This boy is the reason of it all. But she wasn't even a little grateful. He is handsome, carefree looking and smiling at every occasion, but she knew that these are all pretenses. He is possessive, scheming and lusty bastard who see everyone as tools and always using money to get everything he wanted. This boy is the son of one of her family's business partners. He had been chasing her for some time now, but it's not like she didn't know what is happening. She is a smart girl, and of course she knew what they really wanted. It is that time at a certain gathering that both their families participated that all of it started. It is also the time she realized the true meaning of her existence to her family, except her mother, and is. It also the same with most of the daughters of business and politically oriented families. They are treated as tools for the expansion of their family's power. And she really hated it. Although it hasn't been official, this boy in front of her is technically her fiancé. That she hated. This person made too many advances towards her and of course, she always declined. It is because she hated him to the core. Then, she looked at her so-called friends. Though a part of her wanted to think of them as her true friends, but for the most part, she only mingled with them for the sake of appearances. It is because from time to time, these girls, her friends, would give away praises about the boy in front of her, about his looks, his kindness, his smiles, etc. It's disgusting. It's not like she did not know that they had been paid to do so, but she can only smile. She needed to keep up with the pretenses. She can't say or do anything that will degrade the face of their family. It is because she is still a part of that family. Still, she hated it. Other people envied the rich. They had money, they can do anything they wanted, and they had power. But to her, these things are all useless. All she wanted is her freedom. Finally, they went out of the restaurant. Ignoring everything else, she took out her phone to call her driver. She just wanted to go home at this moment. Though staying at her home is also suffocating to her, it is still way better than this fake atmosphere around her at this moment. But as she held her phone beside her ear, she became confused. There is no ringing, no beeps, and no automated voice reply either. She then looked at the screen just to see the message network busy at the center. The noise of hundreds of cars beeping entered her ears as she noticed the heavy congestion of vehicles on the main road. Fresh! That very loud noise startled everyone who heard it. Their group followed the stream of people going after that sound out of curiosity. What they saw is horrifying. A large city bus that almost turned into scrap metal, broken cars, scraped road, an overturned jeep, and the worst of all, dead bodies that littered the road spreading pools of blood. Sayome can't help but turned around. Some of her friends ran to a nearby sidewalk planter and vomited the high-class food that they just ate. Even the boys in their group are shivering. This is a total disaster. They then heard screams from the spectators as they pointed at the almost scrapped bus. Sayome looked and saw silhouettes, rather people emerging from the bus. Many people exclaimed as they felt it was a miracle that there are still people alive from that mangled vehicle. But Sayome felt weird. She looked at the people coming out of the bus and felt that it is impossible for these people to be still alive. Some had missing limbs, some had large chunks of flesh missing from their bodies, some had parts of their bodies bent at an impossible angle, and everyone is dripping blood from their bodies. It is not possible for them to be alive. Sayome started stepping back as she feared that something not right is going on. She saw the Good Samaritans approach the people from the bus trying to help. What she feared happened. Blood splashed, not from the people from the bus but from a man, which is one of the people who approached. He approached a woman covered in blood that came shambling out of the bus. Disregarding the blood, he grabbed her arms in order to help her move. That became the worst decision he made in his life. The woman he tried to help grabbed his shoulders and savagely bit into his neck, pulling out a mouthful of flesh. The others who tried to help the injured people froze in their tracks as they were filled with shock. Help! It's their screams that followed to fill the ears of all the people around. What is going on? Sayome's classmate beside her asked that question. What? Help! More screams entered their ears, but it did not come from the place of accident, but from further away. Then they saw people running on the northern side of the highway, their faces filled with horror. Among the people running, there are others covered in blood and others running after others, catching them in the process. The people caught screamed in pain as their flesh was torn away from their bodies. Sayome wanted to run away and is about to, but a hand caught her arm and pulled her. What are you doing? Let go! She glared at her unofficial fiancé that started pulling her. Where are you going? Do you think you can outrun those guys? It is better to find somewhere to hide. Sayome looked at him. She didn't want to go, but she knew he was right. She didn't think that she'll be able to outrun those people either. In the end, she could only let him pull her as she can't even resist away from his grasp. And even if she tried to resist, the people covered in blood would be able to get them first before she would be able to break free. During the commotion, her group is forced to scatter because of the number of people filled with panic already causing a stampede. She then locked eyes with one of the girls from her group of friends. Chapter 16. Amidst the sea of panicked people, she saw one of her friends that is also staring at her. Tears built up at the corner of her eyes. Even though it wasn't pure friendship, the two of them still spent time together. While she was being pulled away, that friend of hers wasn't running but lying down on her front on the pavement. The girl tried to say something but nothing came out of her mouth but blood, and she can only stretch out her right arm towards May. but that stretched arm only made her suffer more as the running people stepped on her outstretched arm. May wanted to help and tried resisting over her fiance's grasp, but a frail girl like her did not have the strength to do so and was pulled away with even more force. She heard her fiance shout at her, but his words did not enter her ear as she watched her friend grimace in pain for every stomp she received from the people running for their lives. The scene continued until May's view was drowned with people being pulled away. The two reached the mall and ran inside along with the other people. She saw the guards ignore the people running inside and concentrated talking at their radios with stern expressions. It wasn't long after they entered the mall when they started hearing gunshots. May looked behind and saw the people running away, the people chasing after and those who already made a bloody pool on the floor. She then saw a pair of guards as she was being pulled inside the mall. One of the guards was caught and fell down while being bitten on his neck. Thought the other guard managed to shoot the assailant, but he also fell after another one jumped over his back. She then saw the guards who fell first stood up sluggishly. Surprised, she stared at the guard as she ran. As if he felt her gaze, the guard suddenly turned his head like a scene taken from a horror movie and faced her stare. May would never forget that scene, those bloodshot eyes, that bloody face and that nightmarish expression. The guard then dashed, ignoring everything else towards her, like a beast wanting to devour her whole. In a literal manner, she felt afraid and she was shivering inside. F***ck, she heard her fiance. She looked at her fiance and then back at the guard running after her and she was filled with horror. The guard was already close and was on the verge of lunging towards her. Then, a column of stacked shopping carts came creaking, blocking the lunge of the guard. The guard lunged and crashed on the shopping carts, causing a loud crashing sound and toppled shopping carts scattered around him. Over here! The two was stunned by the sudden situation before hearing several shouts towards them. When they looked at the source of the shouts, a group of oddly dressed youths who looked younger than them holding weapons and are calling them over. As if he saw light within the darkness, May's fiance started pulling her toward the group's direction with haste as the event with the carts gave them a small leeway to escape. She did not want to go, but can't resist against the boy pulling her. She also felt weak, feeling fear from the encounter just now. But it isn't the end. Clattering noises echoed behind her as the guard charged through the scattered shopping carts, blocking its way. He restarted his pursuit towards her. Scared, May stopped resisting and ran toward the odd group. The odd youths waited by the escalator. When the May and her fiance arrived, they started leading the way up. With the guard on their tail, they ran up until they reached the cinema on the 3rd floor. They can't see the guard behind them. It seemed that they lost him somehow. The group then led them inside the cinema, which lacked any employee. May had a bad premonition. Actually, she felt it odd when the group specifically called for her and her unwanted fiance. When they arrived, the odd group did not call for anyone else. Then, when they were running, despite her fear, she can't help but notice the odd youths stealing glances at her. The look in their eyes as they glanced at her, she knew those kinds of eyes. Her hated fiance looked at her with those eyes from time to time. Many other males she encountered before would eye her like that. Then, one of the odd youths locked the cinema doors, and hell started for her. Her hated fiance was out, not because he tried to defend her, but because of his arrogant attitude as he tried to sell her off after being threatened. Then the one who held the gun, who were called boss by the other three, forced his body unto her. She tried resisting, but she lost all her strength as she was punched on her stomach. Even so, she still tried resisting with what is left of her strength, but a merciless slap came hitting her face. Tears welled up on her eyes as she felt the pain and humiliation. Her clothes were torn off her body and she became a toy for the pleasure of boy in front of her. As she lay naked on the cold floor of the cinema, feeling the pain in various parts of her body, her sight grew dimmer and dimmer. She felt helpless and powerless and she just wished she would die as soon as possible. Laughter and jeering echoed around her, but for May, it doesn't matter anymore. Everything is already black in her eyes. She heard a loud sound, but she did not react, but still, she could feel the warm liquid that splashed onto her body after the sound. She also felt the weight on her crotch lighten. She heard loud wails of pain, but she did not react. Soon she lifted her body. She saw a man standing in front of her with his back facing her. She stared but did not do anything else. She saw the boy called boss by his group, crying in fear and pain just by the man's foot. She did not react, but felt that he deserved this. She saw the blood that scattered on the floor but did not notice it. May looked back at the man and the man looked at her. She felt his stare as if scanning her body, though she did not react to it. He just might be the same, she thought. She felt her sight going dimmer. This might really be my fate, she thought. Then, she saw the man taking off his jacket. Her emotion started to vanish as she dropped her sight to the cold floor. And then, she felt warm. Her sight somehow grew a little brighter and saw a black jacket draped on her body. It smelled a little sweaty, yet it felt warm. Then something soft touched her face. She looked up and saw the man half kneeling in front of her and wiping her face with a warm handkerchief. Unknowingly, she reached out and slowly grabbed the hand that held the handkerchief with her both hands. The man looked surprised. He let out a deep sigh and smiled gently. Using his free hand, he reached out to her head and patted it, disregarding how dirty or sticky her hair was. He then said as gently as possible, "It's all right. Everything is fine now." To the man, it seemed that those were nothing but simple comforting words, but to her, her tears started to fall and her wails of resentment are all let out. Those words are the words she wanted to hear all her life. Chapter 17. In the dimly lit cinema hall, Mark was half kneeling on the floor. In front of him, a half-naked girl with only a jacket draped over her back covering her body is crying. Mark, who is still poker-faced, is quite baffled by the girl's cry. For some reason, the girl's tears did not only stem from what happened to her just earlier, it felt that it rooted from somewhere deeper. He felt how heavy the weight that this girl's tears carry, but can't do anything about it. He can only gently pat her head, trying to provide some comfort. As Mark pat her head, he is thinking about what to do next. The girl needed to clean herself, but she is clearly not in the condition to do it. He thought of calling the girls outside to help, but quite reluctant to do so. The girl's body is stained by a man's fluid, so other girls might find it disgusting. He can do it himself, and it would be a lie if he said that he didn't want to, but it has really felt inappropriate. In the end, he decided in calling the girls outside. As he was about to stand, the girl hastily grabbed his right hand. "You need to get cleaned up quick, so I'll call some help." "Don't worry, they are girls." "Well, there is also a man, but I'll just lead him to the other side, I guess." He thought, it wouldn't be surprising if this girl would be wary of males after those bad things happen. Mark patted her head one more time after she let go of his hand. But before he calls the others outside, he looked around him. The boy he kicked is still unconscious and the leader is silent. No, rather the leader is. He already died, huh? Being soaked with his blood, the gang leader already stopped breathing. And another change of plans. He sighed. Mark can't leave her if the place looked like this. He approached the unconscious boy and removed the chains tied on his belt, then used the chains to tie the boy's hands behind his back. The gangster's unnecessary bling came handy at this moment. Then he stuffed the weapons left by the gangsters into his duffel bag. A 3 feet long iron pipe, a machete, and an ice pick. These weapons would come in handy. He looked back at the armless dead body. Not touching that. Mark approached the girl again just to find her staring at him. Though she already stopped crying at some point and she tried wiping her tears with her hands, leaving dirty marks on her face. Her face stained by tears, semen, and blood made her look rather pitiful. He picked up his handkerchief once more and folded it in reverse before wiping the grime off her face. "Can you stand?" The girl weakly nodded. She tried to stand but fell down almost immediately. Luckily, Mark is just there to catch her fall. He then helped her as she tried to stand straight up. With his help, she tried walking, but her steps were very unstable, but she would knit her thin brows from time to time due to pain. Tears accumulated at the corner of her eyes, but she held it in. "Dazayome," she suddenly spoke. Mark looked at her confused, but it's not like he don't have any idea what she is talking about. "Wait, you're Mark." Mark did not let her finish. "Well, the introduction came out of nowhere, but you can call me Mark. Just Mark is fine, I think. Also, don't try to open your mouth if it's painful. Your cheek is bruised and you have cuts on your lips." He led her toward the other side of the cinema and helped her sit down on a chair at the end of the middle row. "Wait here a bit." The doors were also locked, but were easier to open from this side. After unlocking the door, he opened it slowly. A blood-covered person fell just in front of him. No, it's not a person, it was. Ange was just outside the door and felled the zombie just by his feet. Mark then opened the door wide at normal speed. He saw Ange aiming the metal bat at him, but immediately lowered the bat after seeing who opened the doors. Mark looked around and saw several bodies on the floor and zombies that are closing outside the cinema area. He ignored the bodies and faced Ange. "You alright?" As Ange is still panting, she just raised Mark a thumbs up. "You don't look fine at all, though." The others also went out of hiding after seeing him come out. Paula filled him in. Several running ones came due to the gunshot earlier. "It's my fault, I guess." He scratched his head. Everyone, not just Mark's group, but including the incoming zombies outside, turned their heads toward the central area of the mall where the gunshots seemed to come from. More shots echoed across the mall. The slow-moving zombies outside turned around following the source of the gunshots. The show started without us, huh? Well, it would buy us some more time, I think, Mark said, taking back his group's attention. Anyways, let's go, I need some help. He turned his back without waiting for a reply, took a box from a nearby food counter and entered the cinema hall once more. The others hastily followed. They seemed to start getting used to Mark's unnerving attitude. After entering, he told the employee to stay near the door to guard for a bit before leading the girls to Xiaomei. What they saw was the pitiful appearance of the beautiful girl and the unpleasant stench that lingered around her. It seemed that Xiaomei was still uneasy as she immediately grabbed the hem of Mark's shirt when he got close. He patted her head to assure her that it is fine, making her settle down a bit. This might just a simple gesture, but the girl's Mark brought was filled with a plethora of emotions, such as it seemed that he really is a good person. We just saw a pleasant side of him, or something fishy is going on. Then the girls received a glare from Mark. He told them the circumstances and asked them to help Xiaomei clean up her body and handed them the box he just took from the counter outside, which turned out to be a box of tissue paper. He also took out a small spray bottle that contained rubbing alcohol for them to use. Mark was surprised as the seemingly conservative Paula did not show any disgust as she helped Xiaomei wipe her body. The same goes for the mother, who let her child sit down on a nearby chair as she cleaned Xiaomei's hair. And he was flabbergasted by the fact that the boyish-mannered Ange, who looked unfazed by blood, was really reluctant to deal with the disgustingly white liquid, though she still ended helping after being scolded by her friend. Xiaomei was also proactive in cleaning herself, but as she felt weak and her hands shivering, she was of no help at all. Mark, on the other hand, left the girls on their work as it was improper for him to watch and went toward the fire exit near the big screen. He opened a gap on the door and took a peek outside. There are no zombies that can be seen, even though there are blood marks left on many parts of the corridor. Looks like the plan worked somehow. That is right, he planned this. It is the reason he let the two gangsters run away. He thought of the possibility that there would be zombies inside the back corridors, which he concluded to be right, seeing the marks left behind. He let the two go in hopes that they would lure away the zombies away, though he also expected it to not work or the two would run back, luring the zombies in. He prepared some backup plans, but the plans he thought of was wasted in a good way. Chapter 18. Mark cautiously went out, stepping into the back corridors of the mall. The corridors are about 3 meters wide, more than enough for 2 trolleys to pass side by side and still leaving a wide margin. There are a lot of doors varying in sizes and colors for some reason. He did not find any zombies for now. The corridors ran along the outline of the mall and thus it had many corners. Even though he can't see anything of danger in the straight corridor he was in, he can't say what the corners had in store. Still, traces of devastation are present. Several trolleys blocked some parts of the corridor and many wrecked and overturned boxes that spilled its contents out littered the floor. Blood marks stained the floor and walls, and there's even a large puddle of blood not far from him. He looked to his left, which goes towards the south. He saw the fire exit sign hanging from the ceiling at the midpoint of the corridor with the arrow pointing to a single door at right side. Just beside a door he saw a blood-covered corpse sat on the floor with its back leaning on the wall. Blood continued to drip from exposed wounds on the arms, neck and legs, creating a blood puddle on the floor. He moved closer to fire exit and noticed that the body is quite familiar, which he immediately recognized. It is one of the gangsters he let go. It looked like the other one managed to get away. He noticed the red footprints on the floor. All of the footprints led toward the door in large strides. It seemed that all the zombies present here earlier are fast-moving ones, which he found plausible. As he inched toward the door, he noticed how badly mangled the gangster's body was and wondered why he was left there and did not turn. Though, he swung his metal baseball towards the supposed-to-be dead gangster's face and it sprung up to attack him. "I won't fall for that," Mark said as the gangster's zombie, who was pushed several steps away, finally ending up dead, without any more chance of standing up again. Probably. Ensuring that the gangster totally stopped moving, he peeked through the glass window on the door. Seeing that there is nothing outside, he opened it and cautiously stepped outside. What greeted him is the stale, warm air blowing strongly, unfitting the current season. He took a quick look around him, disregarding the devastating scene he can see from afar. What he focused looking for are the possible threats, escape routes, and things that can be used. Where he stood now is a flight of stairs hugging the walls at the back of the mall, facing a large parking lot. The stairs continue down below, ending about 2 meters above the ground. At the end of the stairs, there is a retractable ladder which is still suspended upward. Mark noticed the commotion just below the ladder. There is a group of zombies crouching on the concrete encircling something. The zombies are eating something, which is not hard to imagine what. Just behind the group, he noticed baseball cap that started to roll away, getting carried by the strong wind. To his right, he found another set of ladders attached to the wall. He looked up and saw that the ladder ends up at the edge of the mall's roof. He then looked toward the west wing and saw another flight of stairs similar to what he is currently standing on. Confirming that there are no dangers at this part and finding a good route to take, he decided to go back. But as he entered the mall once more, screams echoed from the northern side of the corridor. Hearing the screams, he not making any noise anymore and immediately dashed toward the northern side past the cinema entrance, not to check on the screams but to overturn the trolleys that littered the corridor. He arranged the overturned trolleys and together with the heavy boxes, he managed to quickly build a waist-tall barricade blocking the corridor. The barricade isn't likely to stop anything going above it, but its purpose is not to stop but to hinder. Help! Stop biting me! The screams are getting closer along with loud running footsteps of more than 10 people. Mark turned around and ran back to the cinema with haste. He opened the doors loudly, immediately getting the attention of the people inside. As they looked at Mark, thought he still looked calm. They can feel the urgency of the situation. What happened? Ange immediately asked as Mark came close. Mark looked at the girls, then toward the male employee quite a distance away and the cinema door that is now barricaded with different kinds of furniture. He also saw the unconscious gangster, which is now being guarded by the employee. He signaled the employee to come closer and turned back to the girls, specifically looking at May, who looked better than earlier. Zombies are coming soon. We need to leave. Is she good to go? Hearing that there are zombies coming, the atmosphere tensed up. Then Paula answered his question. We managed to help her clean up her body to some extent, but she needs to take a bath, badly. Mark nodded at her reply. Can't we fight them? The boyish Ange asked. We can't, but... Mark purposely cut his sentence. What? Well, end up is zombie food. Mark smiled. Ange felt she was being played with. The fast zombies should be at least a dozen, if we are lucky, about more than 30 I think. Anyways, get ready, we're leaving. Even though he just said that nonchalantly along with a little joke, Mark managed to shake them to the core. That's just too many after all. And just how is he sure that there would be that many? Everyone stood up and picked up their things. May, though still having a hard time moving, also stood up. She did not have anything to carry with her, not even clothes, so she is ready to go somehow. She is only wearing the jacket Mark lent her, which turned into one-piece clothing due to their difference in stature. The employee also arrived close by carrying the unconscious gangster on his shoulder. What should we do with him? It's not the employee but Ange who asked the question while pointing at the unconscious guy. Mark then turned toward May, who stepped back in a hurry and hid behind him when the employee came closer. On the other hand, the employee also did not dare come close for some reason that baffled the other girls. Then they heard Mark mutter and they saw him do a troubled facepalm. Andrew and Gyno, what a bad combination. Everyone is confused. Mayor, what do you want with him? Mark asked May, but she looked surprised and stared at him for some reason. She then looked down, contemplating on his question. Though she is not aware of it, she started grasping the hem of Mark's shirt and started to shiver a little. Then Mark's voice cut off her line of thought as she felt his hand patting her head, starting to calm her down. Just remove the chains and leave him here. Hearing what he said, everyone except Mark and May changed expressions. Leaving the guy, his death would sure become inevitable. Still, no one said anything in opposition. Mark took of the chains while frowning. Just how long would this guy spend sleeping? He brought the chains with him and left the unconscious gangster sitting in the middle of the cinema. He then distributed the weapons he gathered from the gangsters. He gave the bat to Ange and the iron pipe to the employee. He wanted to give the others a weapon, but Paula is in charge of helping May movie of the mother is taking her daughter out of worse. May is in no condition to fight, but he also doubted she had the ability to. Then, both the ice pick and the machete fell in his hands for his use. He slid the ice pick through his belt and held the machete in his right hand while his left hand held a revolver. The shotgun hanged over his side and the large duffel bag hung on his back. He looked really battle-ready while being under Ange's envious gaze. The group then moved towards the emergency exit of the cinema. Chapter 19F. Mark almost cursed as he sprang into action. With him leading the group, he slowly opened the double doors just to find several distorted faces staring his way. As there is no other choice but to fight, he took advantage of the seemingly confused state of the zombies staring at him. He jumped forward and hacked the neck of the nearest zombie, making its head fly, and kicked another zombie to his right away. Though he wanted to commend the sharpness of the machete on his hand as it managed to hack through the zombie's neck with little resistance, he found the feeling of cutting through human flesh a little unpleasant. Toward the emergency exit, Mark shouted at the bewildered people behind him and pointed toward the other side of the corridor. They all immediately moved as fast as they can after his command. He is just as baffled as them. He made a small barricade back there with the goal of hindering them somehow. So how are these guys already here? Don't tell me that these guys can teleport like zombies in that American Zombie series. Then he saw the state of the corridor in front of him as he hacked his machete to the head of the zombie on his left, and his uneven eyes grew wide. 4, 7, 15, 26. The corridor is filled with zombies. There is about 40 or more in his estimate, as he didn't have the luxury to count them all. Then he saw the barricade he made that is already overturned, and not like the barricade was pushed to the side, but rather, the barricade was struck with overwhelming force. Even some of the heavy boxes are scattered several meters away from where he built the barricade. The zombies also noticed the commotion and saw Mark and his group. And of course, like hungry beasts that hadn't eaten for a century, the zombies started moving toward the direction of the prey they found. The fast zombies immediately overtook the slower ones as they ran. Since the running speed of the zombies also differ, their beastly actions also created accidents on their side. Some of the slower zombies would be hit by the ones overtaking them, making some fall down to the floor, and splat! Their bodies became mashed zombie meat under feet of the stampeding zombies behind them. Mark continued dealing with the zombies that came closer. A female zombie jumped at him, aiming for his arm holding the machete. As he didn't have the time to pull back his right arm that he just used to hack another zombie, he crossed his arms and pointed his revolver toward the zombie's face. Bev! The bullet entered the female zombie's widely open mouth, piercing through her brain, and her body flew back due to the impact. Another zombie lunged towards Mark from his left, but he didn't need to take action this time. A metal baseball bat mercilessly slammed onto the zombie's face. The force in that swing would probably made a home run in the professional baseball stage, since the zombie hit by it literally flew back, slamming at the other zombie behind it with excellent force. Mark and Ange looked at each other for a split second and nodded. The attacker shot in, wielding a revolver in his left and a machete on his right, took care of the zombies on the right side, while the more experienced fighter holding the baseball bat took care of the zombies on the left. The bodies zombies that they managed to kill that was left on the floor also worked to their advantage, as the zombies from behind would step on the bodies, would slow for a bit, while the clumsier ones would actually fall down. Their group is moving at a steady pace. Though it could be faster, there is no helping it. They had 2 injured people with them after all. Just as they reached the emergency exit that Mark checked earlier, a louder commotion broke out from the zombie side. Several zombies lagging from behind were struck by heavy force, literally flying to the sides, hitting the wall with loud thuds. Then Mark and Ange saw it. Mark was also sure it was the one behind a quick breakdown of the barricade he made. What caused the commotion was a bulldozer. No, a large pig. Wait. It was a large fat zombie running at about 20 km/h, bulldozing its way through the group of zombies. Mark recognized the guy. He was the rude fat guy who was accompanied by his guard wearing a suit earlier. He was the person who was responsible for them getting locked out of the tech zone. Earlier, he bulldozed himself through the group of survivors. Now, as a zombie, he is still bulldozing his comrades away. Bad habits never change, do they? He already turned and is still causing a lot of problems. Where is his bodyguard? Mark did not see any zombie wearing a suit since earlier. He also noticed that the fat guy was literally bigger than how he remembered. Why bitter? He seemed to be more than a head taller, and his fat body literally occupied more than a third of the corridor. And just what is with his speed and strength? Did he mutate or something? Mark called Ange. He shot another zombie with his pistol as he removes his duffel bag from his shoulder. Help me carry this and exit the door. After you guys exit the door, close it. There is a ladder behind the bang. Mark fire another shot. Behind the door. Climbed the ladder to the rooftop. Ange was bewildered as she took his duffel bag from him. What do you saw? Quit. Just do what I say. We don't have much time. Mark started holding his spot and stopped retreating, fighting the zombies, hacking and shooting the zombies that came his way. Although she was very reluctant, Ange quickened her retreat and followed the other, who already exited the door. She then slammed the door shut under the surprised eyes of the other's people. Seeing the door that had been just slammed shut, he fired the last bullet from the chamber of his revolver. He still had some of the bullets for the revolver in his pocket, but he is sure that he won't have any time to reload. Instead, he slid the empty revolver into the empty holster on his belt and held the machete with his left hand. He then pulled the shotgun from his side and shot directly at the fat zombie, who is already at point-blank range. The fat zombie staggered and fell sideways as Mark shot its right leg. His big body blocked a large part of the corridor, but sure did not stop the zombies from coming after him from the unblocked side. He shot the zombie running by the feet of the fat guy, adding another body to the blockade. This gave him time to retreat and he ran away, though he ran straight south, not following the others through the door. As he passed by the door, he saw the teary-eyed May peeking at the door window. He then shouted, "Hide! Wait for me at the rooftop!" He then sped off and the zombies came running after him at a distance. Chapter 20. Most of the zombies already ran past the door chasing Mark. May was tightly being held by Ange as she watched what is happening inside the door. When Ange slammed the door shut with Mark being left inside, May immediately sprung to open the door once more and let him in. Fortunately, Ange managed to hold her back in time. She tried to struggle out of Ange's grasp, but then Mark ran past the door and shouted at her, "I'd wait for me at the rooftop," he said. May then stopped struggling and obediently hid, though she still watched by the side of the door until she can't see Mark anymore. The others felt guilty as they tried to settle down hiding behind the door. Except for Ange, they can't do anything but keep being protected to the extent that someone needed to lure away the dangers to keep them safe. They felt how powerless they are. Ange let go of May, who calmed down. She also felt down because of what Mark did as he stayed behind to lure the zombies away. A part of her knew that if he did not do so, then every one of them are likely to fall. She raised her composure up and looked around. Then, she saw the ladder that Mark told her about just by her head. She then silently told everyone to climb up the ladder. With the male employee in the lead and Ange in the tail of the group, they climbed up the ladder. Both May and the mother had difficulty climbing up due to the conditions of their bodies. The employee also carried the child with him, lessening the mother's burden somehow. As they climbed up the ladder, all of them somehow agreed on an unspoken rule. Not what, da. That sentence echoed in everyone's minds. It is really reasonable that it would enter their minds, considering that they are climbing a ladder up to the rooftop of a 3-story high mall. Just think how high they are from the ground at this moment. Just one slip up, and then, splat. What is better, falling to death at that height or getting eaten alive by zombies? Of course, none of them would want to know. After a minute or two, the group finally reached the safe confines of the mall's rooftop. Still, none of them looked happy. Mark, who brought them all up to this point, is not with them after all. They remembered what Mark shouted as he passed by the door earlier, and they decided to wait for him. Rewinding time for a little bit back after Mark passed by the door. After he shouted those words at May, he did a sudden short jump. He jumped over the dead body of the gangster he left earlier in the middle of the corridor, submerged in his own pool of blood. The zombies running after Mark started slipping after stepping over the gangster's body and the sticky pool of blood around it. The zombies in front that slipped on the floor became the catalyst for another domino effect to happen among the zombies. Many of the zombies fell down, but none of them are visibly damaged, though there is quite a number that did not get affected and continued running after Mark. The gangster's body became another tool for Mark one last time before being stomped into an unrecognizable mush of flesh. Mark saw what happened and was visibly elated. Like how zombies are in the movies, they are dumb and have a really bad sense of balance. One good move is enough to send them lying on the floor. If he can keep up on it, he should be able to shake them off his tail. He ran away across the long, straight corridors. The next corner is still quite a distance away, but the distance between him and his pursuers are getting shorter by the minute. The zombies obviously ran faster than Mark. He then saw a blood-stained trolley parked on the side of the corridor. On the trolley are cleaning equipment like mops, rags, and brooms. There is also a bucket containing murky water on the trolley. He picked up the bucket while running, overturning the trolley in the process. The cleaning tools fell in front of the zombie behind him, causing a wooden mop to get stuck between its legs. The zombie obviously tripped hard as its face hit the floor flat and its head got stumped by the one running behind it. Mark turned around and threw the contents of the bucket on the floor before throwing the empty bucket toward the nearest zombie. He then sped off once more. The results of what he did is too obvious that he did not feel the need to look back to see what would happen. The dirty water in a bucket was certainly mixed with cleaning soap, which immediately spread across the floor. Another competition on who would look the worst after slipping on the floor ensued between the zombies. This is why janitors always put the slippery when wet sign whenever they are cleaning the mall premises. The floor slipping tactic he is using is rather becoming a classic for him, but it is the only thing he can do right now. Rather, he is lucky that somehow he can do something besides running. He can fight, but he would surely die the moment he stops running. He can also shoot the zombies behind to thin their numbers, but that would also come with dire consequences. His ammo is limited. He would need to slow down in order to reload, and he would draw more attention. Who knows where zombies would start popping up from if he starts creating more commotion. Exchanging a few zombies for his life isn't worth the exchange. Running away like this, being chased by man-eating carnivores, he can now understand the feeling of the father character at the beginning of the second 28 zombie movie. Still, the extensive exercise he is experiencing right now is already taking a large toll on his body. He is now sweating profusely as his legs started to grow heavy. In terms of stamina, he knew that he can't win against Ange. What more of these seemingly tireless zombies? He panted as fast as he was running. What should I do now? Now, there are no zombies at close proximity behind him. The zombies were considerably delayed by the soapy water that spread out widely across the corridor. He then reached the end of the corridor. He probably reached the southern end of the mall, and the only way available is turning at the corner to his left. But as he turned left, Mark immediately jumped to the right and lost balance. He managed not to fall down, but he still toppled a set of segregated trash bins. In front of him is a single zombie who seemed to be attracted to the noise coming from the side of the corridors. He immediately hacked the zombie's neck. Since he is using his left hand to hold the machete, he did not manage to fully separate the head from its body, but he managed to cut off its spinal column. The zombie fell to the ground with its head dangling from what remained of its neck. He looked at the corridor and saw that there are no other zombies aside from the one killed just now. Then his eyes lit up. He saw a sign hanging from the ceiling showing a flight of stairs pointing at the double door to the right. In front of the double door on the left side of the corridor, Mark saw a door with metallic sheen having a button pad installed on the right side of the door. To think that there is an elevator here, but that is not his way out, but the door pointed out by the sign. He threw a final gaze at the zombies chasing him and ran toward the doors. He then cautiously went through the doors afterwards. Behind the doors was a stairwell leading both up and down the mall floors. Fortunately, the same as the corridor outside, the stairwell is empty. The double doors had vertical door handles with quite narrow space, which came to his advantage. Mark took the ice pick out and slid it through the narrow space between the door frame and the handle. The handle of the ice pick went in perfect fit. He then left and climbed up the stairs. The zombies arrived soon and turned into the corner to find nothing of their prey. What they only saw is a dead body with a dangling head staring at them. Chapter 21, 11:33 a.m. City Mall Bakeware. Rooftop. The girls sat on some monoblock chairs forming a circle nearby the ladder they just climbed before. On the other side, quite a distance away, the male employee was talking with three men of varying ages wearing blue long-sleeved uniforms and overalls on top of their clothes. When they climbed the rooftop earlier, they encountered these three men. Both parties were cautious about each other, but it is the employee who seemed to be acquainted with them who broke the ice. From their talk, it seemed that these three were here to clean the rooftop when the disaster broke out. They saw the situation inside the mall through the skylight windows installed on the rooftop and became afraid to go back inside the mall. When they saw some people climb up the rooftop, they thought that those savages below managed to get up here. The three were elated to know that the ones who just climbed up was people who managed to escape and approached to greet them, but it somehow ended up in failure. As the three approached to give a short greeting to the girls, the mother and her child, Ange and Paula, were fine and are also elated to see other people, but May started shivering and slowly backed away in fright. The three men became troubled with her reaction. Paula told Ange to take May to rest a little further away and apologized to the men about what happened. She explained her circumstances while omitting a large amount of details, basically telling the three that May is severely androphobic. The men understood and did not pursue the issue. Still, the youngest of the three can't help throw an admiring gaze at May. Both Ange and Paula had good looks as college girls, but May is on a way different level. Then, the staring man was hit on the head by the older man beside him, making him avert his gaze and clutch his head in pain. The older man. This now led to the current situation. The girls took out snacks and drinks from their bags as it was already nearing lunchtime. The mother opened an airtight sealed sandwich and fed her daughter, who was sitting on a chair beside her. Ange and Paula also opened their own sandwiches. May, who already calmed down on the other hand, is only drinking juice. Rather, she can only consume juice at the moment because of the painful cuts on her lips. Paula also went and offered sandwiches and drinks to the men on the other side. The employee took the offered food and drinks while the other men only took the drinks and told her that they still had their own packed lunch. The younger cleaner actually wanted to take the sandwich, but he was receiving fierce stares from the older man. Even though they are eating and feeling safe for now, the girls and the employee are visibly tensed, stressed and worried, even glancing at the ladder climbed before from time to time. This piqued curiosity of the middle-aged cleaner. Why the long face? What happened? The employee sighed. The person who has helped us get this far is still down there. The employee then pointed at the floor near his feet. He then recounted a surrealist version of what happened starting from the time he and his cousins found boxes of food and being chased by a zombie, the time they had been locked out of the tech zone, and to the time Mark went and lured the zombies away for them to escape safely, only omitting what really happened to May like what Paula did. The three cleaners were surprised and also understood the feeling of this group that managed to survive with great difficulty. As they were here at the rooftop, they saw how severe the situation is inside and outside the mall. They saw people die. They saw people get chased and eaten. Those scenes churned their stomach heavily and they became afraid to get away from the safe confines of this rooftop. And this group managed to cheat death several times due so a certain person. Yet, while they are all here, that person is not. The atmosphere had gotten heavy. The cleaners are also worried about their families and the story they just heard added some weight to their feelings. This group only managed to survive due to the help of the person they are waiting for. If not for him, it is likely that they would have never met this group of young people, alive, or probably they would be able to see them as flesh eaters, that is. How about their families? Are they safe? If they are in danger, would someone help them like what happened to this group in front of them? They are getting increasingly worried. I wonder if my family is safe, the middle-aged cleaner said. Hearing what the man said, the same feeling also rose in the hearts of Mark's group. Now that they are free from the threats of the floors below, their near-death experiences flashed in their minds. Are their families experiencing the same situation? Who knows? They stopped eating their food without noticing. There are two people on the rooftop that didn't seem to worry about their families though. Ange continued eating her sandwich with relish. She spent quite a large amount of calories in order to fight back earlier and now she is feeling really hungry. She also seemed that she is not worried about her family facing dangers. The same goes for May. She came from a rich business family. They had a lot of contacts and connections that can take them to safety along with their assets. May is more worried about her savior who is still inside the mall. If she can, she would really rush back to look for him. It is that May felt a tugging feeling. She looked behind her and stood up. She then unsteadily walked toward the southern side of the rooftop under the confused gazes of the other girls. Ange wanted to follow May, but Paula stopped her from doing so. Paula understood that she just had a very traumatic experience and many people who also did would have times that they would want to be alone for a while. As long as she did not look suicidal, it should be fine. May walked slowly, but it was actually the fastest she could go at this moment. There was a familiar structure built by the south side of the rooftop. There are doors on the structure and she was being drawn double doors on the right side for some reason. As she was just several meters away from the double doors, the doors swung open. Asterisk 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 Mark dragged his tired body up the flights of stairs, reached the last few steps with difficulty. He saw a double door at the top and was sure that it leads to the rooftop. He pulled the doors open and stepped out before closing the door immediately. Feeling weak, he then leaned on the wall beside the door and started the coughing fits. Now that he started to feel safe, he began to feel the pain on his legs. His lungs felt constricted and feeling pain on his right side just below the ribs. Feeling his drained energy, he entrusted his body on the wall behind him. He then heard faint footsteps in front making him raise his drooped head. When he raised his head, he saw the teary-eyed May dragging her weakened body as she walked unsteadily towards him. He tried to smile at her, but the smile did not even manage to form as he coughed several more times. May is already in front of him when he raised his head again, with both arms as if she was about to hug him, but she didn't and just froze like that. May, on the other hand, did the motion unconsciously and ended up frozen when she realized what she is doing. The atmosphere became awkward. Mark saw that the others are already noticed arrive and are running towards him. He wiped his right hand on his shirt, raised it and patted her head, easing the awkward atmosphere. May then continued to raise her arms and held on Mark's left arm with both her hands. It looked like a good reunion scene from a corny drama series until Mark felt lightheaded and fell onto his knees as he started wincing in pain. Chapter 22. Ange and the others finally felt relieved when they saw Mark, who looked very exhausted, safely reach the rooftop. They can't help but approach him to welcome him and thank him for what he did. But then panic came over them as they saw Mark fell down to his knees while shivering in pain before they could even get close. They ran faster and it was Ange who was first to reach the pained Mark and the worried May. "Are you okay?" she asked Mark, and like that, she received a sarcastic reply. "Well, cough. Yeah, do I look okay to you?" Ange realized that she asked a stupid question. Paula also arrived while with the mother behind her carrying her daughter. The cleaners and the employee reached them soon after. "What happened?" Paula asked as she crouched in front of Mark. Mark looked at her but did not answer her question, and instead, "Get my bag for now. Open the duffel bag and get the smaller bag inside." Also bring me something to drink, he said. Paula and Ange heard him. Paula nodded at Ange, telling her to get what he needed. Ange dashed back to where they sit before as the bag was placed by the nearby wall. She immediately opened Mark's bag to search, but then she froze in surprise. Noticing that Ange is not moving in front of the opened bag, Paula yelled, "Ed, hurry up, okay?" Hearing her friends shout, Ange searched for the smaller bag inside. She immediately found a small strap bag inside, as there's no other things inside that resembled a bag, except for a plastic bag filled with snacks and drinks. She took the strap bag out before picking up a bottle of water and brought the things to Mark. Under the worried eyes of the girls and the employee and the curious gaze of 3 people he wasn't familiar with, Mark took out 2 blister packs containing medicine, one containing tablets and the other had capsules, from the bag. The tablets already had several empty spaces while the capsules are visibly untouched. He popped out one of each and swallowed the medicine before drinking several mouthfuls of water. The water bottle was almost empty when he put it down. Mark felt a little better after drinking water, but he can't still move too much due to pain, and his spasms haven't ceased since the medicine had yet to take effect. Just let me rest for a bit. He leaned his back on the wall and sat in a more comfortable position. He then shut his eyes and started breathing calmly and deeply. Seeing that he shut his eyes, the people around him decided to give him some space and left, though they relocated their resting areas closer to his position. The only one left was May, who kept on holding his right hand as she sat worriedly beside him. Ange and Paula would look at him from time to time as they were worried that he was already bitten and would turn into a zombie, but abandoned the thought later on. They saw their classmates and friends turn after several seconds of being bitten, but several minutes already passed and Mark still stayed silent. As they were talking, the cleaners and the employee also joined the girls. After all, none of them had any bad intentions, and the only reason the males separated was because of May, who now sat beside Mark. As they just managed to have the time to talk, everyone started with their introductions. As a courtesy, the older cleaner was the first to introduce his name, as he was obviously the oldest here. "I'm Bernard Maccarig. Yumans can just call me uncle, and most people here do call me that. This one is Joseph. He might look like this, but he is my son." Bernard pointed at the younger cleaner. "What do you mean by that?" Joseph tried to intercept. "And this is..." They ignored Joseph and looked at the middle-aged cleaner, who then introduced himself. "Calvin Roxas." He doesn't seem to be the talkative type, as he kept his introduction short. "Mine's Angeline Perez. My friend here is Paula, me Clarence." Ange introduced herself and Paula. Paula bowed her head a little as a greeting. Next was the employee, who was visibly nervous, introducing himself in front of the girls. I'm Fernan. Yeah, Fernan Age. I am Rhea Ismail." It was the mother who then said her name, and the last one to introduce herself, of course, was. "Come on, baby. Tell them your name." Rhea told her daughter. "Sorry, yeah." The daughter said her name loudly. "Muslin?" Ange asked in surprise. "Well, yes." "Oh, is there something wrong?" Rhea seemed troubled. No." Ange realized the blunder she made and continued. "It's just I rarely see female Muslims not wearing that veil something. It's called hijab, Ange." Paula filled her in. "Ah, right, that hijab veil thing." Paula had the urge to heavily smack her friend's head. Rhea became somehow gloomy and replied, "I'm wearing one earlier, but I had abandoned it. One of those zombies below somehow managed to clutch onto mine. If I did not let it go, who knows what would have happened. Also, it's not I wear it because I wanted to, but rather I had to. It's because of tradition." As the introductions are getting strayed off, Bernard cut in. "What about them?" He pointed at Mark and May. Ange looked at the two before replying, and she realized something, making her scratch her head. The girl is called Mayor, I think. He called her that, right?" As she wasn't sure, she turned to the others and they consented. As for him, Ange didn't know how to continue. They all now realized that they followed him and they are saved by him. Yet, they know nothing about him, not even his name. They did not ask, and he did not tell them either. He also did not ask for their names. He just went and did everything he had done. They exchanged a few topics about this and that. Afterwards, Bernard of the would be done. "He is the one who saved you guys, right? You guys think he would be fine?" "He should be," Paula replied, and Ange nodded. "I mean, he's not bitten, isn't he? From here, we saw the people below got bitten then turn into one of those." Of course, everyone in Mark's group knew what Bernard is talking about. They saw it happen with their very own eyes. "We don't think he is. We saw it happen several times and they all became zombies after a few seconds. He is taking too long to become one if he is really bitten." "Zombies? Are you sure about it?" It was Calvin's turn to ask. "That is what he called them," Paula answered as he glanced at Mark once more. "I say, do you have a phone we can borrow?" Ange suddenly interjected as if she just realized something and asked the three men, "What do you want to do with it? If you want to call the police or some emergency hotline, then forget it." "What?" Bernard did not reply and just urged Joseph to take out his phone. He took his son's phone under his protest and dialed some numbers before showing the screen to Ange. At the screen of the phone, a rectangular prompt popped up with the message "Network busy." "We already tried calling several times and different numbers using different phones, but we got the same result," Bernard added. Ange and the others felt dejected to this. "I want to ask something," Joseph said meekly as he faced Paula. "You said she is androphobic, right? Then why is she ouch?" He pointed at May as he tried to ask his question, but he wasn't able to finish what he wanted to say as he received a hard smack on his head. "What would you do that for?" He snarled at his father. "There are things you can ask, you should ask, and things that you shouldn't." On the side, Calvin just shook his head. He seemed to be used to the father and son's banter. "It's fine," Paula said, stopping the two. Joseph wanted to refute his father some more but flinched when his father posed another smack for him. About his question, the father and son duo waited for her answer. Bernard might have scolded his son, but it's just because he knew how to control himself. In reality, he was just as curious as him. You can say that he is the only male she trusts, or maybe the only person she trusts in the whole world right now. Paula decided to say what she thought about May's behavior. The talk went for about another 10 minutes before they stopped. They stopped because they saw Mark weakly stood up and walked towards them with May following behind him. Chapter 23. Mark sat down still for about 20 minutes as he endured the pain and lightheadedness while waiting for the medicine to take effect. He took deep breaths while calming himself. The pain in his body, he didn't really care about it too much since he is quite used to it, though it really kicked hard this time. "I really overexerted myself," he thought. "When was the last time it felt like this? I don't even remember." Only his family knew how much of a shut-in Mark is. He only comes out of the premises of their home when buying things from the stores or when something really important should be done, like paying bills. Due to this, he lacked exercise and his stamina and strength are quite below average. Yet, all this time, since the outbreak started, he was moving beyond his capabilities. It all started when he was in grade 4 during his elementary years. He was diagnosed with kidney infection, though it was found out really early and was cured within a week of being checked in a hospital. After he was cured of his kidney infection, he noticed that his heart would start beating strongly until it starts to get painful every time he gets excited or agitated. He thought that it was a re-emerging heart problem since he had one when he was a baby, but when he was tested in a hospital, the results were negative. It then went like that for years, making him get used to the situation, and he learned that he only need to calm down, take deep breaths and control his emotions to make his heartbeat go back to normal. He also stopped feeling heart pains during the change in his heartbeat during that long period, though it also caused him to stop showing too much emotion on his face. In college, however, he realized it. He was not a sporty person, and the only kind of sport that interested him is martial arts, soccer and baseball. Yet, he was never given the opportunity to experience all those until college, where a soccer club started. He joined and managed to get a good progress and plays during practice, though he wasn't able to actually join any official matches due to various reasons. During practice, there are times that he would get too much into the game and his heartbeat would go faster and stronger more often. Though one day, during one of the practice games, when his heartbeat changed while he was focused too much on following the ball with his eyes, a teammate of his kicked the ball wrongly and the ball made a sharp beeline in front of him. By the strength that the ball was kicked, the direction it flew and the speed it was flying, it was reasonable that the ball would just flew by and pass by him with him not being able to react or do anything. Yet it happened. As his heart beat faster, his focus on the ball became sharper as the ball moved slower and slower in his eyes until it looked like that it almost stopped in front of him. His blood seemed to boil and he felt an unknown source of energy in his body urging him to kick the ball. His foot touched the ball in great momentum and it flew fairly far. He remembered that kick as his best record in terms of speed and distance. It felt like it happened in several seconds, but in reality, not even single second passed. After he kicked the ball, he stood in the middle of the field surprised. The club members were also surprised, but what he did was dismissed as a lucky kick. But to him, there was more to it. He then started practicing, trying to stimulate his heartbeat by purposely controlling his emotion and impulses. Mark managed to get a few results, though he was far from being able to do it with control. Soon enough, due to needing time to finish his thesis and concentrate on his studies, he quit the club. After a few years of practice, even after he graduated, he reached the point that he can finally do it, control its activation and use it whenever he wanted. though at this point, he would just use it when playing games when things get difficult or when he is on the losing side. Mark also learned about what is happening to him. It was adrenaline rush, and due to years of practice, he was able to self-induce it, though it doesn't come without limit or side effects. He would feel fine during the duration it is activated, but depending on how long, how much activity or which part of his body he focused on, he would receive a backlash at the same intensity after the duration was over. From being lightheaded, sleepiness or headaches to muscle pain and severe muscle spasms, he would experience those depending on how he used this ability. freboval.com. When he actually raised his adrenaline levels while playing games, his eyes would feel fatigued and his arms would go numb afterwards. And that is what happened to him. Ever since he saw the zombies below when he was on the second floor of the mall, he grew really excited and subconsciously activated his ability, and it remained activated as his subconscious and senses continued on detecting danger around him. Now that he managed to reach a safe area, his adrenaline levels started to drop on its own. Then the backlash triggered. Fortunately, he would always bring medicine for muscle pain and headaches ever since he managed to get this ability. Even though it came with quite a heavy backlash and would surely become worse in the long run, it is one of his few abnormal abilities he could boast about. The pain lessened, though far from actually ceasing, and Mark finally opened his eyes as the medicine reached the peak of its effect. He looked at May, who beside him, and you don't know what to do with her. Mark had never experienced receiving this much of concern from another person, so he was not used to it. May really looked like the sky would fall on her as she watched him writhing in pain. The two locked their gazes, making him raise his lips into a weak smile. I really can't abandon such a weak rabbit, can I? His right hand is still clutched, so this time, with his left hand, he patted May's head. I'm fine now. We should join them, all right? May nodded and helped the pain Mark stand up, and the two walked toward the group. The group watched Mark approach them. Even though his exhaustion, pain, and weakness are visible, he walked calmly towards them like it was nothing. But before Mark and May can even reach the encircled chairs, Ange already jumped off her seat and approached the two. What happened to you? We are really worried, you know that. You're too close. Mark grabbed Ange's forehead and pushed her away. What? Your hand is dirty. What are you talking about? I properly wiped my hand on my shirt. Even though Ange was complaining, she was smiling. Then, aside from Bernard, Joseph, and Calvin, who were unfamiliar with Mark, the rest followed Ange's lead and circled around him. Fernan happily clutched his neck, but then retreated in quickly after Mark complained in pain. Rhea, carrying her daughter, Saria, just stood to the side, also smiling. Then, Paula went in front of him. Welcome back. She said. Mark froze. He never expected to hear something like that. Even in his family, no one says something like this to him, no matter how long he left before returning home. Feeling warm inside, he decided to reply. Yeah, I'm back. Mark then looked at the three men behind the group. Who are they? And as he knew that it was the cue for them, Bernard approached. Bernard Macarig, it's nice to meet you. We heard a lot of what you did from them. He then held his old right hand towards Mark. Mark accepted his introduction and shook the old man's hand. Then, another round of introductions followed, though it's just the group introducing themselves to May and Mark. We already introduced ourselves. It's you two's turn now. The always impatient Ange urged the two to tell their names. Mark glanced at May, who was hiding behind him, before looking back at the people in front of him. This girl, she's Sayo May. No, it should be May Zayo. As for me, it's Mark, just Mark. You're not gonna tell us your family name? Ange is being nosy. I don't really need to, right? Not like it's important. Wah, it's unfair. Just what are you being noisy about? Chapter 24, 12:03 p.m. City Mall Bakor rooftop. Everyone formed a circle to discuss what they should do next. As the chairs available isn't enough, each of the girls had sat on one while the males except Mark laid some flat and empty boxes on the floor and sat on those. Mark, on the other hand, was also given a chair due to his condition. His chair was previously used by Saria, who now sat on her mother's lap. What are your plans now? Bernard asked the young people in front of him, and what happened surprised him. Except for his son, Joseph, Calvin, who was with him here in the rooftop, and the innocent Saria, everyone looked at Mark as if they all planned it together. Ha! Why are you all looking at me? Mark sighed. Ha ha ha. I don't know, Ange let out a dry laugh as her voice trailed off. They all slowly averted their gazes from him. Except May, that is, though none of them want to admit, but they are very clueless of what to do, and Mark, who seemed unfazed as he dealt with the zombies and managed to get them this far, might have an idea of what they should do next. The only person who seemed to want to do something was Fernan, but he knew that he might not be capable of actually doing it. Bernard and Mark looked at Fernan at the same time as he looked disturbed and thinking of something deeply. Then, as he steeled himself, Fernan raised his hand. I want to go back inside. I want to get to the tech zone. Everyone understood why. Bernard and the rest already heard of their stories, so they also understood his reasons. But Mark spoke. That would be hard. Everyone agreed as they all nodded. The only way they can use to get there right now is the back corridors, which are now teeming with zombies. As if he managed to read their minds, Mark continued. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not talking about the zombies in the back corridors. I already had a good idea on how to deal with those. Then what do you mean? Fernan had a bad premonition about the way Mark is talking. The tech zone, it should be filled with zombies right now. Mark said calmly. Everyone was shocked and Fernan felt as he had been struck with lightning. He asked Mark, shivering, How? Are you sure about this? Bernard was also worried. 100%. Actually, the zombies we encountered when we exited the cinema came from the tech zone. As for proof, he looked at Ange. Remember that large fat zombie? Yeah, it looked gross. All that fat jiggling as he ran. Ange looked disgusted as she remembered that zombie's appearance. He should be the person that caused us to be locked out. It is hard to recognize him since his clothes are in tatters and his body changed, but I'm quite sure that it is him. The fat man followed by a bodyguard. That's Fernan grimaced. He also remembered him, though he did not see what he turned out to be as a zombie since they did not try to look back as they escaped to the emergency exit. Strange enough, when Mark said that the guy was a fat man followed by a bodyguard, both Ange and Paula jolted on their seats. Mark looked at the two college girls with eyes like he was cleared of confusion. He watched their expressions, and if this was anime, he was sure that there should be black aura enveloping the two. The males were surprised by their reaction, but Rhea looked at the two as if she had some understanding and also pity it obvious in her eyes. Realizing their inappropriate reaction, the two apologized and sat properly on their chairs, but the dark atmosphere around the two did not lessen a little bit. Then to their surprise, Mark spoke to the two. He is the reason, right? The reason of what? Joseph can't help but butt in. Ange and Paula looked at Mark but stayed silent. As Joseph asked, Mark looked at him and continued. That fat man is the reason why only these two girls remained of their group. The two girls trembled when Mark said that while Rhea shook her head. Seeing the confusion of the others, Mark decided to say more. When the zombies entered the mall and everyone started running down the escalators. I already saw these two. He pointed at the girls who now hung their heads down. I think there should be another 6 or 7 students with them. I saw their group among the people escaping. The whole group looked at the two. They don't know what to say. They want to know the whole story, but it would be unlikely for the two to tell. Furthermore, it would just make these two remember their bad experience. The atmosphere turned sour again. Then, without minding the drop in mood, Mark spoke. Paula looked fine, but this gloomy face doesn't suit you, Angeline. The two looked at Mark confused. Why would he say something like that? The others were the same. What do you mean? Ange replied weakly. You look ugly. Mark smiled sinisterly. Then she snapped. She even stood up from her seat. Who are calling ugly? Then there was silence and Mark stayed smiling. Hey, FT. Hey. Someone's giggling entered their ears. They followed where the sound coming from and saw Paula trembling on her seat. Paula, what are you laughing at? Sorry, I can't help it. Paula answered, wiping the tears on the corner of her eyes. Mark watched the spectacle with a snicker. While the others were confused where the dark atmosphere just now had gone to, Bernard was looking at Mark. Amazing, he thought as he looked at Mark in a new light. With just a simple sentence, Mark recovered the mood of the two girls and the dark atmosphere was blown away. The two girls realized what happened as they grew quiet once more, though this time, it is normal silence. Still, Ange is pouting due to Mark's remark. Then back to the issue about the tech zone. Everyone grew serious once more. Mark looked at Fernan. You are worried about those two, right? They were your cousins, correct? Fernan nodded. There is a chance that they should be fine if they followed my instructions correctly. Instructions? Don't tell me you expected this to happen? Also, how did the tech zone got filled with zombies in the first place? Bernard barraged Mark with questions. Please, one question at a time. Well, I'll answer them all anyway. Mark fixed his seating position. About the instructions, they might have told you already about how he got locked out and how I communicated with his cousin and that sales clerk, right? Bernard nodded. My last message to them was some instructions they must follow. Take all the people originally here in this floor, find a secure place to hide and don't come out no matter what. Strictly remember not to bring anyone who came from the lower floors. Paula interjected. So, you remembered it? Yeah, I was behind you that time and I saw it. So that is why you told them that they might die if they did not follow what you said. That's right. This also answered the second question. However, I wasn't 100% sure back then. He stared at Bernard. Then what happened? Did you expect that the zombies would be able to get in? Joseph is the one who asked this time. He was visibly agitated. No, you were wrong. Though I expected that the zombies would get to them, it's not from the outside. Mark dragged his sentence a little and revealed a sinister smile. It came from the inside. All of them were shocked. How did that happen? Well, though I didn't really manage to confirm it, with that amount of people from the lower floors that managed to enter the tech zone, I thought of the possibility that one or more of them were already bitten. What? Mark looked at Ange. We saw people who got bitten turned into a zombie almost immediately. Our friends were also the same. Ange seemed to hesitate continuing her sentence, but it seemed she steeled herself. Then, tell me which parts of their body were they bitten? The neck, shoulder, face, arms? Ange trailed off and shivered. Seriously? Don't try to remember how their bites looked like. I only asked you where they were bitten. Well, I think that's it. There are also ones who were bitten on their legs and body. Paula added. I bet those who had bites on their arms and legs had been bitten multiple times or got bitten in other parts of their bodies. The two girls nodded. Well, my reasoning really came from some video game, but what if the time needed for a person to turn into a zombie might vary, and one of the reasons they vary is because of where they were bitten? Everyone started listening to him intently. From what you two said, they immediately turned, but their bites were near their head or they are bitten several times. However, what if they were bitten on their hands or maybe their foot or even the tip of their fingers and managed to get away with just those bites? Would they immediately turn? Is that possible? Bernard asked. I think what he said is possible. Rhea interjected. I saw someone earlier, a woman. She was grabbed by a zombie and got bitten just above her left ankle. She managed to get away with just that bite because someone helped her and did not turn into a zombie until I lost track of her. Hearing what Rhea said, everyone was now inclined to believe Mark's conjecture. Then, Joseph asked a question. If you knew all that, why did you not just tell them that there might be people inside who was bitten and might turn anytime? It was a question that will determine Mark's standpoint in this situation. Chapter 25. If you are sure that the tech zone is now filled with zombies, then what happened to those people who weren't bitten? If you told them what you knew then? Joseph, stop it. Bernard patted his son's shoulder. Still, no one blamed him for asking such a question as everyone here understood his point. From what Paula said, Mark instructed the two employees to save a few people without telling why. It just meant that he had no plan of helping them. He abandoned them to die. Everyone looked at Mark, though it's not like that he would actually answer it. But to their surprise, Mark answered frankly and nonchalantly. Why should I? Don't you even care about the lives of other people? Joseph was agitated, especially with how Mark behaved when he answered. They are talking about lives of people here, and not just one, but many. Joseph was so agitated that he almost stood up, but he was held down by his father. Could you say your reasons? I don't question what you did or your decisions, but I want to know why. Surprisingly, it was the silent Calvin who asked that. It seemed that Mark's attitude and stance here made him curious. Fine, Mark sighed. First things first. Mark seriously looked at Joseph. You are mistaking who is the victim here. It is not them who are abandoned, but we are. Joseph was shaken and Mark continued. Those people, no, idiots, was helped by those employees. They were directed to a safer place. They who only knew how to run, scream like crazies and ask for help even though they never even tried to help themselves. They even had the guts to turn on the people who helped them. Because of them, we were locked out. We needed to fight. We were constantly in danger and we made it here alive with great difficulty. Though I don't mean it a bad way. Think about it. What would have happened to these people if I wasn't there with them? Mark looked to his left and right, the group people he helped and saved. He pushed everyone into thinking, what would have happened if he was not there? Fernan and his cousins might have been able to escape, but they would need to leave the precious food they found. Then, they might have been able to enter the tech zone before it closed, but with what happened inside, their ending would be unknown. Paula and Ange might have been able to save Saria, but Rhea, her mother, would become the sacrifice for their escape. And even if the two managed to run away, they wouldn't be able to enter the tech zone at all, and that is 100% sure to happen. Then, their future is bleak from that point. During their escape, they relied on Mark and his weapons. If he was not there, it is likely that they would not be able to reach the cinema on their own. Everything was because he was there. If he wasn't there then, they shivered as they thought of the possibilities left for them. Looking at their bitter reactions, Mark continued. Those people inside abandoned those who were outside for dead. So tell me, why should I save them? Are they worth it? Actually, if not for those two who waited for us despite the threat they are facing, I won't really bother giving them those instructions at all. After all, I'm not a saint, and I'm not a hero either. Though you guys can say I had a screw loose, I'm an average person for the most part. One of the things I am good at is remembering and repaying favors. The way I treated them would just be my repayment of the favor they gave us. They pushed us to danger that can potentially kill us, so paying with their lives for their unreasonable actions is a good trade-off, don't you think? Joseph already grew silent. Also, what if they did not lock us out? Do you think I won't tell them the potential danger? Of course I will tell them, because we would also be in danger, but that isn't what happened. They just paid for their own actions. It's that simple. Everyone is silent, and Joseph can't counter any of what he said. Everyone is contemplating about what Mark said. Though what he did is morally wrong in a human standpoint, what those people did isn't morally right either. No one can be blamed rightfully. The first person to blame would be the wrong one. They looked at Joseph, who now hung his head down. No, frankly, we should thank those people. Mark patted May's head, who is now hatefully glaring at Joseph, making her calm down. Joseph even felt her piercing stare. Though her fear of them is still visible as she hid behind Mark, her anger can't be concealed either. At first, they were confused why they should thank those people, but they immediately realized what he meant as Mark patted May's head. If those people did not lock them out, what would have happened to May then? Thought the three cleaners don't totally know what exactly happened to May, but they knew that she was saved after their group was locked out, so they also understood what Mark meant. Joseph felt down. He knew he wasn't thinking carefully when he blurted those all out. He also wasn't in the position to question him in the first place. While Mark was fighting for survival below, he was here shivering in fear, not even wanting to step and face those scary creatures. On the contrary, Calvin now had a refreshing smirk as he looked at Mark. He found Mark's reasoning interesting. Bernard patted his son's back, comforting him before he looked back at Mark and spoke. I understood your reasoning, but there is something that is inconsistent with what you said. What is? You said that you're not a saint and not a hero either. Why did you save them? I doubt that they have anything to do with you. The others beside Mark also looked at him. They saved themselves. Everyone was confused again. Still, their ears perked up. Knowing what is in their minds, Mark continued. He looked at Fernan. If you and your cousins abandon those food carts, do you think I would help you guys? Those food are really essential to survive this mess, though I won't be surprised if you guys abandoned it and ran away. Yet, you guys didn't, so I helped you guys that time. He then looked at the girls. I'm sure that time you two were running from the West Wing. Paula was on the verge of giving up. Paula's eyes grew wide. How did you know that? She thought. Yet, Ange continued pulling you away and not willing to give you up. Ange blushed. Also, when Mrs. Ismail fell that time, while the other people ignored her, it's you two who stopped disregarding your escape and tried to help her. If that time, you two abandoned her, you two would have more time to escape, if you ask me. And in Mrs. Ismail, you went quite far to ask these two to take your daughter and sacrifice yourself. Actually, it won't be surprising if you actually throw your daughter to the zombies so you can escape. What are you saying? How could I do that to my own daughter? Then about May? Mark ignored Rhea. Hers is quite complicated, so I'll skip it. May pouted her lips in displeasure just to wince in pain as the cuts on her lips that just started to dry up opened. Well, I'm just talking about the possibilities. But if those possibilities really happened, do you guys think I would help any of you? He faced Bernard. I'm not a morally good person, but I admire people who can keep their humanity in a situation where their lives are at stake. That is why I helped them. The people he saved felt embarrassed. He turned his head and looked at the opening on the wall above the ladder the others climbed up before and looked at the sky. I'll tell you guys, in a time like this, which is possibly the end of the world, humanism is the rarest treasure. He looked like an old man who experienced a lot in his lifetime as he continued. Treachery, theft, selfishness, murder, and other awful things that human can do. There won't be a lack of those things at times like this. Just take those guys that you said I abandoned as example. He sighed and turned his face back to Bernard and smiled. Did you like my answer? Bernard bitterly nodded. He did not expect it to be so deep. They looked at Calvin, who was laughing loudly. Is something wrong? Mark asked. No, nothing is wrong. Rather, I like what you said. It is amusing to hear that from someone so young. I'm not young anymore though. I'm already 27. No, your age is still young to have that kind of mindset. That is a mindset you can only see from people who experienced war and devastating disasters. Is there wrong with that? Nothing is wrong. I'm just amused and curious. Bernard and Joseph looked at the always silent and loner Calvin, who is now talking, like a machine gun, with incredulous expressions. Chapter 26. Calvin's strange behavior somehow washed away most of the awkward atmosphere that Joseph and Mark created. After he stopped laughing, he then said to Mark, I'm starting to like you, lad. If you need something, I'll do my best to help. But he was met with Mark's reply using a monotone voice. I don't swing that way. I didn't mean it that way. Unable to hold back anymore, Bernard and Joseph, who knew Calvin the most, started laughing and everyone followed suit. Even the little Saria laughed merrily, imitating the adults around her. Calvin sat embarrassed and turned his body away. Mark watched spectacle, grinning as if he controlled the whole situation, but he actually had cold sweat dripping on his back due to two reasons. First is because of what Calvin said. Even though he knew what he really meant and took the opportunity to turn it into a joke, it still sent shivers on his spine. The other reason is, he can feel May stare behind him. Mark is sure her eyes are filled with stars right now. Bernard glanced at Mark. Even if they knew of the blood that atmosphere, the awkward atmosphere before was totally dispelled now. Asterisk, 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 after the situation calmed down. Anyways, I also wanted to go inside the tech zone, so I'm with Fernand's idea, Mark said, which made Fernand really happy. Why would you want to? Didn't you already said that it is dangerous? Bernard wasn't opposed, but he wanted to know the reason. You said that the cellular networks are busy, right? It is just busy and not disconnected. It means that the network is still online. I want to try if the wireless broadband internet is the same. What we need the most now is information, and we need to know what really is happening. The internet is a good source for those information. I know that we can't count on the cell now, but there might be hope with the broadband. Inside the tech zone, there should be plenty of internet connections we can use. Bernard and Calvin nodded. What Mark said is plausible. Also, if Fernand's cousin followed my instructions strictly, then they should still be alive. Fernand's cousins are not bad. Also, that clerk with them. If they survive, then it's good. They understood what Mark is saying, as he already explained himself earlier. Then, what do we need to do? I already have a plan. I just need some strong boards. Metal sheets would also work, and something to make noise, possibly something loud. Mark said with his hand on his chin. We can probably find something like that. Bernard said. You need something to make noise, right? Calvin interjected. Yeah, I need those to attract the zombies. Attract is it? Then those should be fine, I think. Calvin pointed behind Mark. Right, those should be good. Bernard nodded. Mark followed what Calvin pointed at and saw several unlabeled wooden crates which are only printed with the explosive hazard sign. What are those? Explosions? Oh, you aren't wrong. That's not it either. Those are fireworks. Fireworks? Why would? Oh right, it's that time of the year, isn't it? Are they planning to use those for the new year? You catch on really quickly, huh? Anyways, are those good? Mark smiled. That's more than enough if you ask me. Then, we'll look for the boards you wanted. Also some wires, and I see that you had tools with you. Do you have some pliers and drills? Calvin grinned and pointed behind him with his thumb. What Mark saw are several metal toolboxes quite a distance away. We have everything you needed. Then things would be easier then. As almost everything is ready, Mark told the males of the group what he is planning. Mark also asked them to barricade all the entrances to the rooftop. I know what we can use the emergency stairs behind the mall, but what if some survivors manage to climb the stairwell and we barricaded it? Won't they get trapped there? Joseph asked. Though Mark didn't really care about that, but he knew that these people won't ignore such circumstances. He sighed. Say, does all the doors that lead here open inwards? Oh, I think they do. There are 3. Then create a small space outside the door and make the barricade climbable by people. Would that work? Wouldn't those zombies be able to climb that? Though the possibility isn't zero, but so far, we haven't encountered even a single one that could. The zombies even have a hard time climbing the stairs, so it should work for now. If a zombie managed to climb, then let's just deal with it. The men nodded at what Mark said. Then, the other men went to work while Mark was left to recuperate. Though his condition seemed better, he is still far from his normal shape. Paula and Ange went to tour the rooftop. Though it looked like that it isn't the appropriate time for them to play, Mark knew that the 2 girls are just trying to distract themselves. Rhea placed some flattened cardboard boxes on the floor at the elevated part of the rooftop and brought Saria to sleep. Mark decided to walk around at his pace and observe the area. As for May, there is no need to say too much. She behind Mark, like a puppy following her owner. Mark finally had the time to observe the odd rooftop. This mall's rooftop is actually way different from what he imagined. If someone would think about a mall or even other establishments' rooftops, what would enter their minds first are bare concrete rooftops surrounded by short walls or fences with barely anything at all. Though what Mark sees right now is very different. Almost the whole rooftop is covered with metal roofing with large metal foundations. Then, the walls surrounding the rooftop are as high as his forehead. Those walls should be more than 5 feet tall. What the heck is this? That aside, the rooftop is far from being bare, though it is reasonable that one can find exhaust vents, cooling machines, and those firework crates. Since it is already past mid-December, why are there boxes and crates that looked too out of place? There is also the heliport at the southern side of the mall just beside the door he entered before. When he leaned back at that time, he thought he was leaning on a wall, but to think that he was leaning on an elevated heliport. Still, even though it is far from what he imagined, this rooftop more suitable for inhabitation than the one in his mind. And who knows what kinds of things he could find here. With all those in mind, he turned around. Mayor, you don't really need to follow me around too much. You need to rest. May opened her mouth a few times. She seemed to be gauging the pain in her lips. Why, you're not resting either. You're really giving me that reason, huh? May nodded. So, you won't rest if I don't rest? She nodded again. Seriously? May firmly stared at him. Jaya? Alright, you win. To think that he can't do anything about her. No, actually he can do something. But that would probably break her. For some reason, he can't bear to do that to this fragile rabbit. Mark peered through the space between the roof and the tall wall and decided as he looked at the sky. The weather is quite cloudy and it isn't that hot due to the season, so he decided to climb the roof and rest there. The roof isn't that steep and is actually built almost flat, so falling from it won't be an issue unless someone is idiotic enough to roll over the edge of the roof. He also saw a ladder leading to the roof above the central area of the mall, and it is a good spot. There he can rest, and May would also rest. At the same time, he can observe the situation below as the front side of the mall along the Tirna highway is visible from that side of the roof. Though the air is quite warm and stale, but don't really felt that bad as cold winds still blew from time to time. He is hitting 4 birds with 1 stone here, or rather, 3 birds and 1 rabbit. Chapter 27, 12:16 p.m. City Mall Bakor Rooftop, Central Area. Mark comfortably sat on the metal roof eating sandwiches for lunch. At first, he thought of bring cardboard boxes to sit on, thinking that the roof would be hot since it's just a little bit past noon. To his surprise, it was the opposite. He thought of the reason and he looked at the sky by reflex. He thought that it's just a bit cloudy, but now that he can see a wider view of the sky, the clouds are very far from being just a bit. Thick clouds covered the sky. It won't be surprising if rain would fall anytime this afternoon. May sat beside him, hugging her knees that she inserted inside the jacket that she is wearing. Luckily, the jacket Mark lent her is too long and wide for her that the jacket covered even her toes as she sat like that. If not, her thin grassland would be exposed for Mark to see as she was practically naked. The clothes she had before, there is not a single piece is salvageable. It looked like that gangster took his time ripping her clothes apart, piece by piece. Mark ate his food with great relish while watching the situation below, which is very far from making his food appetizing. At the highway, blood-covered zombies are moving at their own pace, chasing after the few people who are still struggling as they try to escape. Blood splashed around as the people escaping are caught, bitten and eaten. Puddles of blood can be seen in different places and different sizes. The screams of frightened people can be faintly heard. Seeing all those things, most people might have already thrown up what they ate before. Mark ate and watched like he was inside a movie theater. Mark suddenly looked at the overpass to his left. Someone just jumped off. It seemed that that man unknowingly climbed up the overpass just to get cornered. Without any other way of escape, he jumped off over the walls at the side. Not the brightest idea. The man successfully jumped and landed on his feet just to cry out loud. There is no need to guess, with that height, his legs would sure be broken. The man, not giving up, tried to crawl away dragging his broken legs. Well, of course, he can't even outrun the zombies with his fine legs. Would he be able with those broken? The man's cries echoed across the highway as he was caught and eaten by several slow-moving zombies that are shambling below the overpass. Mark calmly watched the scene while analyzing things. He concluded that the man's mind was clouded in fear. If he tried to carefully maneuver through the zombies coming from the southern side of the overpass and jumped a few meters south of where the man did, then he would have landed on the roof of bus parked. No, it's abandoned, under the overpass with no particular injuries. Well, of course, none of what Mark is thinking happened. He finished eating while watching all the things happening below. That time, he opened his bag and took out a small black-colored leather-covered notebook and a gel ink pen. He always bring this notebook every single time he go out of the house and scribbling and writing things on it when he felt bored. Though now, he decided to use it to record his theories, plans and findings about this zombie apocalypse. There's no particular reason why he decided to record those things, other than because he might forget, as there are quite plenty of things to remember. As for the pen, it's just his preference. While he was writing, he glanced at May, who seemed to be a little fidgety. She seems to be trying to decide on something. As she remained indecisive, Mark decided to ignore her and continued writing. It remained like that after a minute or two. He then heard her speak. "Thank you." Mark looked at her and saw her staring at him. "Thank you for saving me." She looked away from Mark and looked at the gloomy-looking sky. I'm sure it was the end for me that time. I already gave up on everything. Free become she hugged her knees tighter while Mark continued listening and not interrupting her. At that time, I only wished that they would kill me sooner. I felt humiliated, dirty. May is already crying. She then felt a gentle hand patting her head. Seriously, if you want to thank me, do it properly. I won't accept your thanks if you will just end up crying like that. But just forget everything. Everything that happened there, those things was just a nightmare. Then, won't you also become part of that nightmare? Mark froze as May doesn't look like the type to joke like that. And that joke, how she delivered that is really familiar. He sighed, that joke. You shouldn't really try to imitate me. It doesn't suit you. Is that so? You looked amazing when you saved the situation several times earlier. I made the atmosphere gloomy, so I thought also it won't really work the right way when you are the one that made the mood worse. Is that so? That's right. Oh, she felt embarrassed. May also realized that she felt better. No, with just a few words, he changed her self-pity to embarrassment. Though feeling embarrassed don't really feel good, it's way better than the sad and dark feeling she had earlier. I want to ask something. Throwing away her embarrassment, she looked at Mark curiously. Sure, what is it? Are you familiar with Chinese naming customs? Chinese naming customs? Why do you ask? Mark felt confused. The way you call me, Mayor. Only my grandparents called me that before? I say, well, I just did it on a whim. If you don't like it, then I'll just call you whatever you like. May shook her head. It's fine. Rather, I want you to continue calling me that. I'm just curious. Well, I do no such customs. Actually, I liked reading novels. Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, as long as it interests me, I'll read them. So I just learned those things in the process. Actually, it started when you introduced yourself surname first, so I just did that without thinking. Is that so? Oh, she looked away from Mark blushing. Can I call you Jeej? Mark looked at her. That came out of nowhere. She looked back at him. Is it bad? Not really. You can call me what you want. Really? Really? Actually, I don't care much about what everyone wants to call me. In the past, when I was a kid, there are two boys who kept calling me weirdo. They kept shouting weirdo this and weirdo that in the middle of the street. I didn't really care. Oh, shouldn't you feel angry? Why should I? They kept shouting this and that, but if you heard the adults around us who saw those two, they are whispering what a pair of weird kids. Or what kind of parent raised such weirdos? So, why should I get angry? May felt angry at first but can't help but burst into laughter afterwards. Mark looked at May. Her happy face really looked refreshing and her laugh sounded soothing. It is more suitable than the gloomy face she always wore since the first time he saw her. Geez, ha! If it was another man who knew this custom, then they might have misunderstood. They would mistake that May liked them. But Mark is different. This girl seemed to be mistaking her feelings. What she is feeling right now is not love or like, but dependence and looking for a hand to hold onto. And the person she found is Mark who saved her. Well, I'm not really bothered, as long as she is happy. But then May's laugh was cut short. She covered her mouth with both her hands and looked at Mark teary-eyed. Mark patted her head. I will look for a lip balm later, all right? May nodded. And so? What's your business for eavesdropping? Mark raised his voice and looked behind May, straight at the ladder they climbed on to get on the roof. May also looked at the ladder, but she didn't see anyone. Mark kept on staring. Then, knowing that she had been found out, and raised her head above the roof laughing awkwardly. Sorry for interrupting your date, but Uncle Bernard said that the materials were ready. All right, Mayor, let's go. Mark cleaned up his things and stood up before extending his hand to May to help her stand without bothering to correct Ange's misconception. Still, while May accepted her Jeej's help, she hung her head low with her face red like a tomato. For those who don't know about the suffix that Mark added in May's name and Jeej that she decided to call him. Is pretty much used as suffix for nicknames of children and can also be used by couples and close people. Mark mainly used it because May is quite younger than he is. Jeej, on the other hand, is used as salutation to an older male. Similar to Daj, both indicate older brothers, especially to blood-related people. It can also be used as an intimate salutation when a younger female used it to call an older male who isn't blood-related. I could be wrong, but that is pretty much what I know. P chapter 28 Mark, followed by May, went down the ladder while Ange waited from them below. Afterwards, the three returned to their meeting area. They saw Ray sitting at the same spot when they left. It seemed that Saria is sleeping peacefully while using her mother's lap as a pillow. Mark could hear a faint sound of a drill boring on something made of metal. The sound comes from the western wing of the rooftop. Why are they working there? Mark asked Ange as he looked where the equipment and toolboxes are placed before. Those things aren't there anymore. They probably relocated their working area. They said that there is a child sleeping, so they changed places so they won't disturb her. It's also closer where you wanted to use those things. Hearing her reply, he nodded and walked toward the west wing while the two girls followed behind him. With Mark's current appearance, a black shirt with splotches of blood, black gloves on both hands, a security belt on his waist, a revolver on a belt's right holster, a machete hung on his belt behind him, a shotgun hung to his left side, and his average but unconcerned-looking face while wearing a black loose beanie on his head, it might look badass and cool-looking, especially since there are two good-looking girls following behind him. Still, there is no such scene. Mark just doesn't want to play the part and looked quite troubled. Furthermore, the two girls following him had an awkward atmosphere between them. Paula, who is nearby, noticed it and approached Mark to ask, "What happened? Ask your friend about it." Mark replied, raising his closed left hand and pointed at Ange, who was behind him with his thumb. Paula understood that her friend did something stupid again. She grabbed Ange and pulled her away. As there are no more distractions, Mark wanted to check the materials the men gathered when he realized something. They turned around and walked toward the mother and daughter's direction with May. "Do you need something?" Rhea asked with a lowered voice as she didn't want to accidentally wake up her child. Mark didn't immediately reply and gently pulled May to his front and held her on her shoulders. "Can I leave her in your care for a bit?" It is a no-brainer, why? So, Rhea immediately agreed. Mark pushed May forward and made her sit down beside Rhea. "Yeah." May didn't really want to leave Mark's side as she looked at him with puppy eyes. Mark caressed her head. "Mayor, just stay here, alright? I can't have you suffering from panic attacks just because you want to follow me there. Continue resting. Don't make your Gij worry too much. Mezes, Ismail will be here with you. I will ask her later if you behaved or not." With that, May reluctantly nodded. Rhea was watching at the side confused. "Yeah, what is that? Isn't her name May? Why does he call her Mayor? Are those nicknames? The common people of this country wouldn't understand those things." Then she snapped out of her confusion when she heard what Mark called her. Mark, it's Mark, right? What is it? Can you do something about how you call me?" Rhea looked quite troubled. "Is that so? How about Mezes?" She sighed. "That's much better. I had several bad experiences where people around me would look at me like I'm a terrorist every time someone calls me by my husband's surname." She smiled wryly. Mark nodded. He understood since also had struggles because of his name that is way too common. Asterisk, 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 what do you think? Mark arrived and saw that the things he needed are ready. Right now, he is looking at the several open crates containing different kinds of fireworks. In his hand right now is a small rocket-type firework with a plastic body and tip about the size of his pinky finger. There are other fireworks other than this. Some are those colorful spider, chrysanthemum, and peony rockets. There are even cylinder shells of who knows what kind of firework it contains. The one most suitable to attract zombies this time, though, are the small rockets in front of him. Whistling rockets. Its explosion is not too powerful, but it is quite noisy when it is ignited. This one is good. I don't think this will activate the fire alarms even if I light it inside. Mark replied to Bernard, who is beside him, who agreed on what he said. Joseph is on the other side looping some manila ropes on his arm. As for Fernan and Calvin, they stood by the wall near the ladder above the emergency stairs on this wing for a cigarette break. Mark glanced to the wall to his left. There are the two rectangular metal sheets they prepared leaning on the wall standing on the shorter sides. There are drilled holes on the corners of the sheets and two more holes at the sides, slightly above the midline of the sheets. Everything is ready? They only needed to tie up the metal sheets and lower the sheets to the stairs below. I'll start preparing. Please, put some of these rockets in here. Mark handed a small Eka bag to Bernard. He then shouted, "Fernan, I need to borrow that pipe I gave you earlier." "No problem. I left pipe is beside the bag I carried earlier." Fernan shouted back. Mark remembered that the bags were left near Rhea. What is he doing leaving his weapon behind at a time like this? With that, he went back to the south wing of the rooftop to prepare. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When Mark went back, he saw Paula and Ange talking to May. When May saw that Mark already came back, she said a few words to the two and briskly walked towards him while the two college girls followed behind her. "Is something wrong?" "Gij, they said they wanted to apologize for Ange's eavesdropping." "Ness." It is Paula who replied. "You see, this friend of mine do stupid things now and then, so I would like to apologize in her behalf." "What's with this overly formal apology?" "Well, you saved us before, but she did something disrespectful." "Nah, it's fine." "Really?" "Yes, right, Mayor?" May nodded. Seeing that her friend's apology succeeded, Ange spoke, smiling widely. Paula, I told you, it's not a big deal. I didn't even understand what they are talking about. Before Paula could even reply, of course you won't. You think I would let you listen for that long if you will understand all of what we are saying? Ange froze. She thought that he just noticed her when he shouted like that, but to think that. It looked like he knew when she arrived. Geez, just how long is she listening? Since the time you said that lame joke. The rabbit hung her head low in embarrassment while her face turned red like a boiled octopus. Paula glared at her friend Ange, who can only let out a stifled laugh. Anyways, I need to get ready. We'll start the plan. It's not dangerous, is it? Not really. I just need to lure the zombies out and make them splat. Mark suddenly held his chin as something entered his mind. I guess I'll wear those to be safe. Wear what, Jeej? Ange shouted. You're talking about those things inside your bag, right? Her eyes were sparkling. You saw it? Don't tell me you rummaged the bags without permission. I did it. I saw it when you asked for the small bag when you fell down. She replied like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Stop shouting. It's not like I can't hear you. Mark scratched his head. Yeah, Eva, May, and Paula felt left out. Well, not for long. Mark looked at the two. Follow me. I'll show you two what she is too excited about. And Mark went and opened his duffel bag. One by one, he took out the reason why his bag looked too bulky. What he took out is a set of sci-fi looking sports armor. The two girls who saw the armor for the first time were also amazed. The black armor consisted of a sleeved vest, a chest and a back piece, shoulder, elbow, and arm pads, and a face-covered helmet. Each part had a streamlined design with silver-colored reflectorized outlines. Overall, the armor really looked good. Where did you get this and why you didn't wear it earlier? Ange asked curiously. I saw these in a sports store earlier when I was going to the arcade. When the zombies appeared, I went back and took it. Though I never really had time to wear it. And also, he pointed at the numerous buckles and zippers. It can't be worn easily with all these stuff. It looked all complicated. So I just looked for a bag and stuffed it all in. Actually, after I stuffed it all in the bag, the zombies reached the 3rd floor. Then, you girls know the story after. They all nodded. Well, I'll need you help me figure out how to wear this. The girls agreed without hesitation. Ange was enthusiastic about the armor. Paula and May, on the other hand, wanted to help since helping in things like this is the most that they can do. Chapter 29, 1:02 p.m. City Mall Bakewar, West Wing, Emergency Exit Access. A sci-fi agent, unknown, Mark, who is now wearing his cool-looking black-colored sports armor that took him more than half an hour wear, is cautiously descending the ladder toward the emergency stairs below. Just following above him, 2 tied-up metal sheets dangled while being carefully lowered by Bernard and the rest of the men. Somehow, it looked like a scene of an infiltration agent scaling the wall of the mall with how he looked like, but 2 things ruined the image. Hooped on his shoulder is a roll of construction wire and hanging on his side is a small green ecobag with the message Save Mother Earth design on it. On the mouth of the ecobag, the ends different colored sticks can be seen along with a metal pipe wrapped in electrical tape. If this was placed as a scene in a movie, the audience would surely laugh on the supposed to be suspenseful part. As the metal sheets were lowered, Mark would assist below so the metal sheets won't accidentally hit the ladder he is descending on and create unnecessary noise. At first, Mark only planned to go down to the stairs and wait there until the metal sheets are lowered down. Unfortunately, the weather is not on their side. By the time they are all ready, the wind blowing is already unstable and strong gales would come from time to time. Under their cautious actions, Mark successfully reached the top platform of the emergency staircase together with the metal sheets. Without making any noise, he leaned the metal sheets on the wall beside the emergency door and decided to peer through the door window. When he can finally see the corridor inside, he sighed in relief as there are no zombies inside in the close proximity. Then he proceeded with the plan. He removed the rope tied to the metal sheets and signaled the men above to pull the ropes. He then inclined the 2 metal sheets on opposite ends of the top platform. One end of the metal sheets rest on the waist-high railings while the other end remained on the floor of the platform. Mark took out a pair of pliers and cut portion of the wire he brought and pushed one end of the wire through the holes drilled on the metal sheets. With several twists of the wires, he firmly affixed the metal sheet on the staircase. He tried to move the metal sheet several times to check it would easily come loose, but it didn't, making him satisfied with his work. Now, the next part is to lure the zombies out. Mark took out a number of whistle rockets from the ecobag and lined the rockets in his left hand in a way that the fuse of the rockets can be ignited all at once. With his right hand, he twisted emergency door's knob and opened it slightly. He took out a metal lighter, which he borrowed from Calvin, and pushed the ignitor with a clink. The fire of the lighter danced along with the wind as he breathed deeply. What? The two sounds suddenly echoed across the corridor as he wildly kicked the door open and lit the rockets at the same time. Without waiting for anything else, he threw the ignited rockets inside the corridor and immediately ran back up to the ladder and climbed it. He threw the rockets inside since he didn't need to aim the rockets anywhere. He only needed to make as much noise as possible to attract the zombies inside. Despite the small size, one whistle rocket flying in an open field is already noisy. Then how about several whistle rockets ignited at the same time and put in a closed space like this corridor? The whistling sounds were deafening. Even Mark, who already climbed about 2.5 meters on the ladder, can't help but cringe by the loud noise that escaped the open door. He still reacted that way despite the fact that he is wearing a helmet and his ears were blocked by his earphones. He also noticed that even the zombies on the car park below were startled, trying to find where the loud noise is coming from. The rockets inside that had been thrown flew erratically in random directions. Several rockets managed to fly out of the door and one even whistled past Mark and flew diagonally upward. It did not take long and Mark started hearing popping sounds as the rockets started exploding. The whistling and popping sounds soon stopped. It didn't work. Of course, he had to chant those magical words for further guarantee. When people say the magical chant, did it work? On uncertain but important events, what they did failed to do what they intended. So, why doesn't he chant the opposite? And as if responding to his magic spell, growling voices and multiple sounds of heavy and fast footsteps escaped from the door. Hearing those sounds, he went to the next phase. He knew that the sounds the rockets made inside alone is not enough no matter how loud it is. He still needed to bring the zombies out of the door. Mark hooked his left arm on a horizontal bar on the ladder and used his left hand to hold the metal pipe he borrowed. The pipe he took out now looked different. One end of the pipe is covered with electrical tape, which where he grasped the pipe. The remaining part of the pipe is covered with whistle rockets loosely taped on the pipe. The tape is loose enough that the rockets will fly off once ignited. Mark pointed the rocket-covered pipe at the door and started lighting up the rockets at fixed intervals. One by one, the rockets whistled past the door. Some of the rockets flew through the spaces on the platform's floor while some bounced off and flew somewhere else. There are a few rockets that bounced and flew into the door. He did not intend to do so, but it works in his favor as he can't make the rockets fly into the door on purpose. The ladder he is hanging from and the door he is firing at is built on the same wall after all. The growls soon became louder and so as the steps, following the whistling sound outside, as zombies stepped out of the door. After that, Mark just needed to fly one last rocket. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The zombie looked up and saw the source of the whistling sound. The last rocket flew past its face, but it did not move and continued looking at the person hanging from above. It saw the person above wave his right hand at it. Then, the person started bashing the long thin thing on what the person is hanging on, making a sharp clanging sound. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mark continued hitting the ladder with the metal pipe and also shouted from time to time until more zombies came out of the door. The first zombie started growling more aggressively. It ran up the inclined metal sheet below Mark and raised its hands trying to reach him. Of course, it is just a wishful thinking for the zombie, not like they can think in the first place, as Mark is more than a meter beyond its reach. It seemed that its aggressive growling is more effective than the fireworks and noises Mark made, as it immediately alerted the zombies inside the door. Afterwards, aggressive zombies flooded the top platform of the staircase. Some are even pushed to the stairs below. The numbers grew and they are all trying to reach Mark. The zombies pushed one another and what Mark anticipated happened. It was just one at first and then was followed by another. As the zombies flood out of the door, the zombies outside started to get pushed over the inclined metal sheets. One by one, they fell to the hard cement below at the height of 3 mall floors, around 10 meters. Mark stayed like the hanging on the ladder, but he already stopped bashing the pipe on the ladder. The noises these zombies are making are enough to make a person deaf. He decided to use this precious chance to observe the zombies up close while being safe. Tablet! Tablet! Mark looked below where the zombies landed after falling. He can see some zombies below who are visibly crippled and zombies who are dead. At this height, even a normal average human can still survive, albeit having serious injuries, so he isn't expecting that all the zombies that fall will die. Another zombie fell under his watch. The zombie's back and the concrete ground below made a sweet contact. It was sweet enough that its spine might have melted into several hundreds of pieces upon impact. The zombie just laid there over a growing pool of blood. More and more zombies fell, and Mark can see that those who fell later had lesser injuries. It's not like Mark can't understand. Those zombies fell onto the bodies of their comrades that stopped moving below. Mark started to get numb and bored. Just how many zombies are inside? counting the zombies that fell below and the zombies crammed on the platform. There are approximately 50 zombies already and they are still flooding out. 5 minutes later, his arms are already numb hanging on the ladder, so he shouted at the men above to lower a rope. After getting the rope, he tied his waist to the ladder. Afterwards, he took out his phone and took pictures of the zombies for reference. He already lost count of how many zombies came out, but he think it haven't reached 100. They already stopped flooding out of the door and the only ones left are pushing each other trying to reach him. Mark thought that the number is too large compared to the number of people who entered the tech zone, so he is sure that most of these zombies came from somewhere else. Maybe there is a breach somewhere, or worse, the idiots in the tech zone opened the metal shutters while trying to escape. Well, no matter what is the reason, they just have to deal with it later. He looked down. Below him, just 8 zombies remained raising their bloody claws, not giving up on their target. This much is fine, I guess. He signaled at Bernard, who was watching above, to lower the rope he prepared earlier. Mark caught the rope which was lowered to him. The end of the rope he caught is tied into a large hoop similar to what cowboys used. He threw the rope down toward the zombies several times until he managed to put all the zombies inside the hoop. Then he shouted, "Ofe, release it now!" Immediately afterward, a heavy broken cooling machine was tossed over the wall not far from Mark. There was a thick manila rope tied on the machine, and the other end of that rope is the hoop that currently encircled the zombies below Mark. Chapter 31, 13 p.m. City Mall Baycore Rooftop, South Wing. Ange and May are watching the whole process of Mark's plan, which successfully lured out a large number of zombies. Though the two can be described as watching, their attention is fully focused on Mark, as the two don't have the guts to watch the gruesome scene below. May worriedly waved her hand when she saw Mark looking at them. Mark waved in reply before cautiously entering the door. Just before Mark fully disappears into the door, the two girls can see him swing his machete at something. Why does he have to go alone? It won't be dangerous, right? He could at least bring me with him. Ange grumbled as she saw him enter the door. May, on the other hand, said nothing but stare at the door with a worried face. If she was left like this, she would probably stay there staring at the door until Mark goes out. He said that you're our guard, right? Look at May. There is no one here that can protect her except you. Paula, who was sitting on a chair just behind the two, replied at Ange's grumbles. But aren't we pretty much safe here? He said that it's just in case that something happens. Yeah, Ange replied while stretching her back and her hands behind her head. She turned around, maintaining that position, and noticed what Paula is doing. What are you reading there? She asked while approaching Paula. Paula sat on a chair seriously reading something. On her hands, a small black-colored, leather-covered notebook is opened. Mark lent this to me earlier. He said that we should read what is written in this. Hearing that the notebook is from Mark, Ange's interest was pricked, and May, who was staring blankly at the emergency door at the West Wing, also turned her head and looked at Paula. What's written in it? The Ange asked as she approached Paula. May also stood up and followed. The two girls moved chairs beside Paula, trying to see the contents of the notebook. You can say that what is written is some sort of a zombie survival guide. Really? Did he just write those things earlier? I saw him writing on that notebook. Probably not. The ink used is too dry and some parts are already peeled off. And look at this. She pointed at the date written on top of the page she is reading. He wrote these things more than a year ago. Then, is he similar to those zombie enthusiasts that we see in the internet often? No wonder they can adapt easily. What did it say? Well, he wrote a list of potential base locations, necessary supplies, and some precautionary measures. Like how a rooftop like where we are now is not a very good place for a prolonged time of inhabitation. There are others that are quite the same as we saw in the internet before. What's the point of reading that then? Anne shrugged. No, it's not really what he wanted us to read. I'm just curious, so I'm reading this part. Turn it to that part he wanted us to read then. Sheesh, you're really as impatient as a kid. Still, I wonder why he said that. Don't let you read that part alone. Is it that? Paula then opened the middle part of the notebook where a page is folded as a marker and started reading the contents that were visibly written not too long ago. The three girls were surprised. What is written is vital information. The findings of Mark's observation on the zombies are stated. Mark even started naming the different kinds of zombies in his notes. Currently, there are 3 kinds of zombies in the list, namely, eaters, biters, and fat mutant tentative. They started reading Mark's notes, his findings, and his descriptions of the zombies that were listed, but when they neared the end of how he described the biters, Paula's expression is already grave while Ange is already red-eyed and would cry in a slight push. No way! Andy muttered as she started staring at her hands. Paula, who was beside her, nudged her closer and put her in a tight embrace. Tears started to fall from her eyes. Paula, it's fine, Ange. It's not your fault, all right? It's necessary. If you did not do it, then what would have happened to us? Paula now understood why Mark didn't want Ange to read it alone. May took the notebook from Paula and carefully read the descriptions written by her. Each eater slow but strong, brutally eats its victims. The remains of the Invictus would also turn into an eater. That their numbers are higher compared to other zombies attracted to human skin and fun more attracted to human voices. An artificially created sounds don't react to any kind of pain. To outrun a good example of a living dead to turn into an eater. The infected person should die of other reasons other than destruction of head and brain of deformed bodies. Their turning into eaters don't twitch like biters. Biters can turn into eaters when killed by other means except destroying the head and brain. Biter phones but really clumsy. Strong but weaker than an eater, they don't eat their victims. They only bite their target and switches target afterwards. It's likely that their only purpose is to infect. Highly sensitive to any form of loud sounds, highly sensitive to human skin, and primarily targets their victims at the parts of their bodies that had exposed skin. Can feel pain, can die in any way possible and turn into an eater. In the brain is not destroyed in its death. It is likely that they are still alive as there are still signs and habits similar to humans like breathing. Reading to that part. May understood why Ange started behaving that way. According to what her Gege observed, the biters, although infected, are still living people. If that really is the case, May looked at the crying Ange. Ange was killing living people with her own hands. Anyone with a good heart that only wanted to survive and killed the zombies without knowing any of these would feel extremely repulsive after learning these things. Ange is a good example of this. She might be skilled in fighting, but she never intended and would never want to kill living people. Yes, the biters she killed might have attacked them first, but it's likely that they are sick and they don't know what they were doing. What happened? Raya noticed the commotion and approached to ask, and May handed her the notebook. Her expression changed when she reached the part that tells that the biters are possibly still living people. Is this true? We don't know. Paula replied and patted Ange's back before continuing. But even if it's true, I don't think Mark had a bad reason to tell that to us. Soon enough, the men also learned about it and are left in deep contemplation. Later on, Ange managed to calm down, but she still felt upset. She can't help it. The main reason she felt repulsive about this is because, earlier, at the lower floors, while trying to escape together with Paula, she killed several of her friends that turned into what Mark called biters, thinking that they already died before turning. Like how it happened in some movies she watched before. Chapter 31 1:14 p.m. City Mall Baycore Service Corridors. West Wing. Mark stood inside the eerie corridor and keenly observing the area. Just by his foot, there is a corpse with a decapitated head. When he entered the emergency door earlier, this eater just happened to pass by. He preemptively hacked the eater's neck to avoid more disturbances. The corridor is almost empty except for a few straggling eaters and the scattered debris. It looked like most of the zombies inside the corridor had been lured out by the racket he planned. Still, he did not think of letting his guard down, not even a little bit. He knew that even if managed to deal with most of the zombies here, it's just most and not all. Looking at the eastern side of the corridor, multitudes of bloody footprints littered the floor while drag hand and arm prints, which are also made from blood, decorated the walls. All the footprints came from a single direction and all ended up going through the door behind him. There's no other need to think who these footprints belong to. At the other side of the corridor, there is almost nothing but 3 eaters that already walking his way. No, another one just appeared. It seemed that there is an open door at that side, though he can't see the door due to the angle he is looking at. The zombie that just entered is a female biter. This biter is probably a student from a Japanese-themed college nearby, as it is wearing a set of white blouse and white knee-length skirt. Well, her clothes are white previously, but right now, it's already dyed in red. It looked like she took a literal bloodbath. Upon seeing Mark that stood openly on the way, it immediately sprinted towards his direction. Mark saw the biter sprinting at him and is about to counter by decapitating its head, but he held himself back at the last second. He thought of confirming something, and it is the best time to do so since there is only one biter and the eaters are nowhere close from his position. The biter immediately lunged at Mark after running close, but it noticed that its target vanished. Without anything to cushion its fall, the biter landed harshly on the floor. When the biter lunged at him, Mark sidestepped and hid behind the open door, letting the biter fall on the floor in front of him. When the biter looked up, it saw Mark standing by its side. The biter immediately propped its arms, trying to stand up, but before it could even lift its body sunk back on the floor due to a sudden weight on its back. Tying its arms wasn't easy as it struggled to pull its arms free, but he still managed to sew with a bit of difficulty. After tying the biter's arms on its back, he proceeded on tying its feet. The biter continued on struggling even after being tied up, but it seemed that it had no notion of ripping off its limbs just to escape. The biter was rolled by Mark toward the wall, and he moved to deal with the 3 eaters that are already nearby. Mark decided to only kill 2 of the eaters and went to decapitate their heads. He decided to kill those 2 since their chests are already a mangled mass of flesh. It looked disgusting and is not suitable to what Mark had in his mind. The other eater that he decided to keep, though unintended, seemed to be another female in her teens. It wore a spaghetti strap and short jeans. The eater had several bites on its body, revealing its mangled flesh, and its left arm is only hanging by a thread of skin and flesh. The most important part for him, the chest, is mostly intact. The eater fell on the floor with only its torso and head remaining. Mark amputated its arms and legs, preventing it from moving. The eater's blood gushed from the stumps where its limbs are previously attached. Still, despite the amount of blood leaving its body, it doesn't seem to get weaker. Not even a tiny bit. Mark left the 2 disabled zombies and went toward the direction where the female biter came from. He spotted an open door leading into a storage room of a shop. Stepping into the storage room, he found nothing but tall storage stands filled with stacks of shoeboxes and another open door that seemed to lead toward the storefront. Cautious and silent are the 2 things that can describe Mark as he approached the door. He slowly prodded his head out of the door, but he immediately retreated backwards. Just a few steps to the right of the door, a zombie stood idly with its back facing him. Past the zombie is the store, front of a shoe store, and the scene outside the glass walls of the store is not something he can deal with. With that, he slowly closed and locked the door. He also closed the door leading to the corridor, but did not lock it. Since he was already close to the corner of the corridor that leads to the westernmost shops of the mall, he decided to check the area just in case that there are straggling zombies. Fortunately, the only things he found are the stairwell that connects all the floors in this wing up to the rooftop and the cargo elevator. Mark looked around and found a mop and several rags. He jammed the mop between the handle of the double doors leading to the stairwell and picked up the rags to use later. Before going back the way he came from, he stopped and stared on a large door nearby. If he is right, this door should lead to the arcade center that he wanted to go to earlier. The arcade is totally closed when he saw it last time. Even the steel shutters of the arcade are pulled down and are secured with padlocks. He grabbed the doorknob and tried opening the door, but it won't budge. It was locked. He went back to the zombies he left behind. The eater remained in place, but the biter is already on the other side of the wall. More filth is sticking on the biter's clothes as it kept on growling and rolling on the floor. It wanted to escape, but it really had no plan to decapitate its arms by itself. Maybe I can use this one as a mop later. Mark looked at the part of the floor the biter rolled over, and it looked cleaner. Even the puddle of blood that was left after Mark decapitated the limbs of the eater is mostly clean. He then grabbed the wire that tied the biter's arms and pulled it back to the other side. When he put down the biter, he gagged the 2 zombies with rags. Naturally, he did not put the rags using his hands. He prodded the rags on the end of the metal pipe and shoved the rags into the mouth of the zombies. It is now time to find out if one of his theories can be confirmed. Mark removed a part of his gloves on his right hand and covered his hand with the echo bag he is carrying. Afterwards, he kneeled and extended his hand toward the eater's chest. Not in a lewd way that what most with dirty minds think of, but with just a straight palm. His palm landed on the eater's left chest, not on the breast, above the eater's heart. He felt nothing. He did the same toward the biter. Because the biter is livelier than the eater, it can't be helped that his hand touched something soft several times, but he still managed to land his hand at the biter's chest. Thud, there it is, a heartbeat. Chapter 32. Mark finally confirmed the fact that biters were still living infected. No wonder why they are too lively. The scene of him mercilessly killing those biters entered his mind. But he felt nothing. Even though they are still alive, he felt nothing. There may be some good people among them, he still felt nothing. The issue now was not them being alive or being a good person before. The most important thing was those people were now biters. It was just a matter of survival, nothing more than that. Looking at the 2 squirming zombies in front of him, numerous questions entered his mind. Those questions were fueled with both curiosity and thirst for knowledge. He wanted an answer for those questions. Thus, Mark decided to keep these zombies for further studies. Afterwards, he left the 2 zombies and continued scouting the area. Mark looked at the bloody footprints on the floor and decided to follow where the footprints came from. He was very sure that these footprints would lead him toward the tech zone. After killing the eaters that are on the way, the footprints led him to an open door. Learning from his mistake inside the shoe store earlier, he did not prop his head on the door anymore and went for a new method. Mark took out his smartphone from his belt and unplugged the earphone from the jack. He pushed the power button, opened the camera app and switched the camera to its front lens. He then saw a cool sci-fi looking helmet on the screen. Mark could really relate to Mr. Unique when he said something about looking handsome when your face was covered. While sitting beside the door, he propped his phone in a position that the front lens could view the situation inside. What he saw worse than he anticipated. The floor was painted with blood and guts. Broken glass, gadgets that were supposed to be on display, and unrecognizable debris are scattered everywhere. From his position, he could see 9 zombies. The likelihood that these zombies are all eaters was high. He could only see 9, but he was sure that there were more at the parts that he can see. The tech zone was a wide area dedicated to house quite a large number of gadget and electronics-oriented shops and stalls. What could he see from this door was not even a fifth of the whole tech zone. If there are only eaters inside, it will be easy even if there are several dozens of them. Several plans were created in his mind. What he found the most suitable was kiting the eaters one by one and eliminating them. Mark moved his phone closer to the door for a wider view, but found out that he could not see anything else but a wall of a store beside the door. Still, he noticed a shop on the opposite side of the tech zone. The shop was closed by steel shutters. Mark immediately understood that there are people inside that shop. It was likely that the people inside that were the people who followed his instructions. How can he be sure? There are 2 reasons. There are no padlocks attached to the bottom of the shutter indicating that it was not a closed store. All of the stores he saw that was closed even after the mall opened had padlocks on the metal shutters securing the store. The other reason was that he just knew and nothing else. Some may say that it was just blind confidence, but he was sure that he was right. Those people inside the store could be saved, but now is not the time yet. He must secure the perimeters of the service corridors first. Mark did not want for some unforeseen circumstances to happen while dealing with the zombies inside. With that, he made sure that there were no zombies to see him and carefully closed the door. Mark walked past the door and silently dealt with the straggling eaters. The path he traversed was literally covered with blood along with dead bodies and severed heads. One by one, he checked every door he can see. If the door is locked, he would just leave it like that, but if the door was not, he would carefully check what the door would lead to. During that process, he found several unlocked doors leading to storage areas of different stores. It is unfortunate that most of the stores he managed to access were those that were open before the zombies appeared, which made the store front dangerous to enter. There were also storage areas that had biters or eaters inside. He made sure not to disturb the biters but dealt with the eaters properly. Still, he found a few stores that are actually closed and had the steel shutters down at the storefront. It made him wonder why the storage door was unlocked when the store was closed. It did not take too long until he reached the end of the corridors within the west wing. In front of him right now was an intersection where the corridor he is standing at, the one that goes toward the central area and south wing of the mall, was connected. He looked at the corridor to his left, which led to the central area. The corridor going that direction was not long and was just connected to a few stores and led to a dead end. There are several eaters idling in the area, but it was not a threat for him. On the other side to his right was the corridor, which brought him much hardship. It was the corridors that were connected to the cinema. The corridor was stained with blood and was littered with quite a number of dead bodies. The long corridor that led to the southernmost end of the mall had more straggling eaters, but it was not the eaters who were the most eye-catching. In the middle of the corridor, there was a large lump of flesh squirming about. It was the zombie that he tentatively labeled as Fat Mutant. From this distance, it really looked like a large lump of moving flesh. It is really disgusting. When that fat bastard turned into this, it really gave justice to how disgusting he was inside. The Fat Mutant seemed to be trying to crawl, but because of its heavy and unnecessarily large body, it could not do anything but squirm disgustingly. It looked like the Mark dealt at a fiddle low and he showed his leg before making it unable to stand up anymore. Mark swung his machete and hacked the neck of the eater that approached him. He stood there thinking if he should also secure, or at least scout the south wing. There's barely anything there that was of importance. The southern end of the corridors only led to a series of large cinema halls and also led toward the east wing. Thinking about it, he was not interested with anything on the east wing either. With that, he decided to just cover a few stores on the south wing and clear up the straggling eaters. If it came later that they needed to secure those parts of the mall, he would make other people do it. Another killing spree began as Mark beheaded all the eaters in the vicinity. These slow and stiff zombies are really strong, but their strength was nothing if they couldn't even catch their prey. Mark built a makeshift barricade to stop the zombies past the cinema area from entering the areas he secured. He used trolleys, furniture, and items he found in the storage areas of the stores he checked before. Most of the furniture was just storage stands and folding tables though. The other furniture he found, like cabinets, are too heavy for him to carry. The barricade was tied with power cables. He tried to make it as sturdy as he can. However, he was not content with the barricade he managed to build and wanted a stronger and sturdier one. But he would need more people to achieve building a barricade he thought of. Like the 2 zombies he caught, Mark decided to leave the fat zombie for observation. It was already disabled anyway, and it could not move by itself. Mark shoved some rags in its mouth to gag it, but it surprised him afterwards. This guy swallowed the rags whole and in single second. No wonder this guy was so fat. Because of that, they gave up on gagging the fat zombie and made a mental note to tell others not to carelessly approach this guy later. He wanted to relocate this fat guy, but also gave up on doing so. He would not ever touch this guy, and it also looked too heavy to move away. Leaving the disgusting lump of flesh, he decided to check the remaining doors before going back up to the rooftop. Chapter 33, 1:33 p.m. Central Business Park, Passay City, Roxas BLVD. Ta-da! Sounds of heavy machinery and assault rifles being fired echoed across the area. A large-scale construction was ongoing as the government ordered to secure the place. The workers did their tasks with hurried and unnerved expressions but still worked as serious as possible. Several military squads were dispatched to guard the area and the workers. When the outbreak started, the government already began considering numerous plans as things were going awry. The police, army, and marines joined forces in trying to control the situation, and it made them lose a lot of equipment and manpower. Still, they severely failed to contain the outbreak. With their failure, the government was forced to forward their plans. One of those plans was for evacuating survivors and the location of the evacuation area. The government had a number of places suitable for this plan, and one of the places they chose was the reclaimed areas in Manila Bay, the Bay City, specifically the Central Business Park and Marina District. These places were chosen because of numerous reasons, but the main reason was both areas would be easier to secure. The majority of both areas were surrounded by high ditches and moats, and the places that were not were surrounded by strong concrete fences. Another important reason was that the area was large enough to accommodate a large number of people. This moment, the workers were working on building walls on the areas surrounded by fences. The military heavily barricaded all the roads that were directly connected to the reclaimed areas and prioritized building the walls on those barricaded areas. The government also issued the order to destroy a segment on all the bridges going over the moats and ditches. Afterwards, they started to build a drawbridge over the destroyed segment. It was a countermeasure for the possibility of zombies congesting outside the entrance and exits, rendering the facilities inaccessible. ****, a certain building in the central business area was taken over by the military. The building was now used as the command center for the military's operations. In a room within the command center, several people gathered around a rectangular table. At the far end of the table, a stern-looking man with a slightly square face stood. His mustache, beard, and hair had an uneven combination of black and white colors due to his age, or maybe due to the stress he received every single day. The man wore military fatigues, and on the sleeves of his fatigues, an insignia with 4 stars lined vertically with the word Pilipinas under the stars. The man's name was Gen. Miguel Perez. He was an army general and the person in charge of the central business area. "What is the status of the walls, Judd?" Perez asked the man to his right, who was assigned to oversee the construction process. "General, the construction of the walls should be finished in approximately 2 hours. Frewadnal.com, is that the limit?" Unfortunately, yes. The workers had already been pushing their best in the past 4 hours. "We can only shorten it further if we can increase the manpower." The general sighed. The higher-ups from the government divided the manpower to build other shelters. "The people here currently are the only ones we have." The people inside the room hung their heads low. That was the biggest issue they are facing right now, other than the zombies. Still, try to shorten the time as much as possible. The lesser time spent on building the walls, we can save more of the supplies we have. "Yes, sir." "Jordan, what is the progress in clearing the area?" the general asked the middle-aged soldier by his left. "General, we already cleared all of the infected. My men are now checking the perimeter if there is any remaining infected that we might have missed." Check it properly. We can't have even a single one wandering about without us knowing." "Yes, sir." "How about the evacuees?" The evacuees and the survivors we found are already brought to the designated areas. Still, the situation is bad. It was a woman further in his right side that answered. What do you mean? Most of them are mentally disturbed and emotionally unstable. Some are even causing disturbances. That is really bad, isn't it? Send specialists to attend them. It is already hell outside, so we can't have anything happen inside here. Yes, sir. Is there any news from our men in the Marina District? ****. The meeting ended after a while after the general's trusted aides finished their reports and went back to their duties. As there was not a single soul left in the room aside from him, Gen. Perez took out a stick of cigarette and lit it with a combat knife-shaped lighter. He slumped on his chair as his stern expression vanished and was replaced by a look of worry. Tok, he looked at the entrance as he heard the gentle knocking noise. A woman in her late 20s wearing military fatigues, with a medical belt pouch swaying by her left side and a holstered pistol hung on her waist, stood by the door. On her hand, she was holding a cup of black coffee. The woman walked into the room and placed the cup in front of the general. General, Raf will scold you again if he saw you smoking. Don't tattle on me, all right? Just let me this once, and you can call me father since there's no one around. I can't, General. I'm still on working hours. Ha ha, no wonder my son chose you. Then, an awkward silence pervaded the room. Teresa, did Raf contact you already? Yes, he already found Gabby and also rescued a number of survivors. What about their sister? They already reached and searched her school. The school is already overrun and they did not find any survivors. Teresa's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. I'm sure she is fine. She is a brave girl, even braver than I do. I'm sure that she can hold out by herself. What you said is true, but the problem is that girl is still too naive. If she thinks that the infected are dead people, then she will be fine to some extent. Teresa nodded at what the general said. But it's not those infected that worries me. It's those, isn't it? That's right. I'm worried about those things that caused the containment to fail. I don't even know if we can still call those as just infected anymore. Those are more like monsters. If she encounters something like that, the general looked at Teresa. The next time Raf contact us, tell him to hasten the search for her. Also, about her childhood friend, we already secured her family, so we only need to find her. My daughter should be with her friend right now. Those two are really inseparable since they were little. Yes, those two complemented each other. The two of them are both courageous, but one is strong while the other is smart. If those two were together, it's more likely for them to be alive. The general bitterly smiled as he tried to assure himself. He then extinguished his half-unfinished cigarette inside the tray and drank the cup of coffee in front of him. But he immediately pulled the cup away from his lips. Teresa, you know that I'm bad with too hot drinks. You should have made it a little bit lukewarm. It should be lukewarm, General. I just did not expect you to throw away your cigarette without finishing it. The general raised his eyebrows at this woman who was the fiancée of his eldest son. Chapter 34, 1:51 p.m. City Mall Bakor rooftop, South Wing. Ange was feeling better as the members of the group tried to pacify her. However, she was still far from her unruly self. It did not take long for the others to realize that no matter if the biters were alive or not, they would need to fight and kill them to survive. Like how it was in the movies. No one knew if there would be a cure or not, and for heck's sake, they did not even know if it really was a sickness or not. Still, it did not change the fact the Ange had to kill her friends that turned, and she was feeling down because of that. Paula sat beside Ange, just stroking her back without saying anything else. There was very little to say anymore, and Paula could understand her friend's feelings. She just needed time to recover from it. The men were on standby. They already finished securing the places in the rooftop that needed barricading. Now, they are only having their guards up in case something unexpected happened. These men even prepared makeshift weapons with the things they can find here. With iron pipes as base, they attached and welded blades cut out from smaller metal sheets they found. They then sharpened the edges and pointed parts using an angle grinder. Calvin was holding to a spear, Fernan and Joseph both had a machete, and Bernard had an axe. They also made weapons for the girls, which are all smaller machetes. It was not because they are females or because of gender discrimination, but because they ran out of materials. Even Ange was not given a makeshift weapon and had to keep the baseball bat Mark lent her. It wasn't really the best weapons, but at least better than having nothing. While everyone was minding their own business, May suddenly stood up and walked toward the central area of the rooftop for unknown reasons. They all watched her in wonder. Paula had the idea why she suddenly went that way though. It was like what happened earlier. Before May could even reach the central area, a man in a sci-fi looking sports armor appeared. The man seemed to be surprised to see May walking towards his direction. The man took off his helmet, revealing his unkempt hair and average-looking face. The man smiled at May. Mayor, how do you even know that I'm coming? I don't know, Jeej. I just feel it somehow. Mark did not know how to reply to that. It was not like that he did not know that she was walking towards him already. Alright, let's go back. The two went back to the group, but of course, May remained hiding behind Mark as the men were also nearby. The group stared at Mark, who just returned. The clean pieces of sports armor that he wore earlier were now stained with blood. His face looked drained, as it seemed that he spent a lot of energy. He had another sports duffel bag that hung on his back, and aside from his machete that was in his left hand, his right hand carried a fire axe. When he arrived, Mark saw Ange, who was slumped on her chair, and Paula, who was patting her back. It really happened, huh? Bernard went in front of Mark and handed him his notebook. Mark received the notebook and looked at the old man. You have questions, right? Not just me, we all do. But first, I'll say I learned a lot reading your notes there. It looked like that you've preparing for a zombie apocalypse to happen for a long time. Mark bitterly smiled. Not really. It's just a hobby of mine. Who knows that something like this would actually happen? That's true. Mark then moved to one of the vacant seats and May handed him a bottle of soda. Thank you. He put the things he was carrying down beside the chair he sat on before receiving the bottle of soda and gulped half of the soda in the bottle in one go. Mark then faced the people in front of him who wore inquisitive expressions. Go ahead and ask your questions. Geez, why do I always have to be the one on the hot seat? He grumbled, making the rest of the group besides Ange wore bitter smiles. They could not help it. After all, this was the second time that this happened. Going straight to the topic, Bernard asked. It's about what you had written about the biters. Well, I knew it would be that. You guys want to know if they are really alive. But everyone nodded. Ange also raised her face and looked at Mark. Unfortunately, they really are alive. Do you have any proof? It was Joseph who asked. Mark was starting to think that this guy really liked to cut in between conversations of other people. Still, he answered, I do. I caught a biter and an eater and checked it myself. It was after I entered the emergency exit there in the West Wing earlier. What did you find out? Simple. The biter I caught, her heart is still beating. I also checked the eater, but it doesn't have one. It's not even breathing. I don't understand how the bodies of the eaters work. Anyways, the biter I caught is still alive, so the others should also be. The members of the group started contemplating after hearing what Mark said. He also saw Ange droop her head. She really looked sad. Anyways, what's with those weapons? Mark asked as he noticed the makeshift weapons everyone had. If he had to say, he was impressed by the idea. The weapons they made did not look bad either. It was Calvin's idea. Bernard answered his question. Mark turned at Calvin, surprised. Even I look like this. I worked in a metalworks several years ago. I had a fair share of things I learned from there. The middle-aged man looked at the sky as he puffed his chest in confidence. Again, it was far from his usual silent attitude, and it would only happen when he was talking to Mark. Then, Calvin was startled when he looked back at Mark. He was not listening to him at all, and Mark was staring at Ange the whole time he was talking. The veins on Calvin's forehead were about to pop out, but he held it in and sat down, returning to his usual attitude. The father and son could not help but scratch their heads as they watched him. Under the stares of everyone, Mark stood up and approached Ange. Paula did not know what he would do, but she somehow knew that he could bring her friend back to normal, just like how he did several times more than an hour ago. Mark squatted in front of Ange, who was staring blankly toward her, hands placed over her knees. It was then that she noticed that there was someone in front of her. She raised her head and, "What?" Ange was startled and pulled her face back with haste. She retreated too fast that she almost fell on her back. What are you doing?" she shouted with her face turned red. Everyone smiled. Paula almost failed to hold back her laughter at her friend's reaction. Well, May pouted a little though. They all saw it. When Mark squatted in front of her, he closely stared at her. At the time Ange raised her head, his face was just an inch away from hers. "Well, it's good that you're back." Mark snickered. Ange looked at him and looked around her. Now that her mind was clear, she could not help but notice how much worry she brought them. She then heard Mark spoke. "Don't think too much about whatever you're being melancholic about. Just think that what you did is right." Kill living people? What is wrong about that? You did not kill anyone just because you wanted. You killed because you wanted to protect yourself and protect someone important to you. Still arguing, huh? Mark started to feel exasperated and he raised his voice a little bit. "Then, I'll give you a question with two choices. Just choose one." "Do it." "Oh, okay." Ange was startled by his sudden attitude. I and Paula were surrounded by a group of biters. "Which one of us will you help?" "Of course it's Paula." "Then good. I don't need your help either." "Biters? Eaters? Allied? Those things don't matter as long as you needed to protect someone. Just think of protecting yourself and the people important to you. Nothing else matter. I know, but then, you will let yourself and Paula gets eaten because you can't kill them? If you're playing like that then, don't kill unless it's necessary. Then, continue living. Life for those you needed to kill and already killed. Live the life that they are supposed to spend. Ange became silent as she contemplated about what Mark just said. Also, I'll tell you this. I don't want to say that we needed to purposely kill all those zombies, but for every zombie that is killed, there would be less of those who can potentially kill other people. Her eyes opened wide. That thought slipped past her mind. Well, you still have a lot of time to think about what I said, so there's no need to rush. Mark stood up, took the new duffel bag he put down beside his chair. He then went back to Ange and put the duffel bag at her lap. Also this, so cheer up. Mark then returned to his seat. Everyone was looking at him, amazed. They did not know just how he ransacked his bank of references in his brain just to deliver all those words properly. Did it? Ange's excited voice entered their ears. They all looked at her and saw her taking out the contents of the duffel bag. In the bag was another set of sports armor identical to what Mark was wearing. The only difference was the sports armor in front of Ange was designed for females and was white in color with red-colored outlines. Paula looked at Mark. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards him for cheering up her precious friend. Though his methods were rather unusual, it was effective, totally effective. Chapter 35 2:01 p.m. City Mall Bakor West Wing, Service Corridors. Mark led the way as they walked across the corridor. With the exception of Ange, May, Rhea and her daughter, Saria, everyone was following behind Mark. After leaving Ange, who was fiddling with the sports armor Mark gave her, he told the others about the situation in the tech zone and what he did inside the corridor. At first, they thought that he came back to ask for help in killing the zombies inside, but the thought was dismissed when he said, "I should be able to deal with all those zombies alone." Actually, Mark went back to make at least Bernard and Fernan to follow him back, not to help him kill the zombies, but to attend the survivors after clearing the tech zone. But then, Calvin made a suggestion. It was to let them help in dealing with the zombies inside the tech zone. By the results of Mark's scouting, he said that the possibility of having biters inside was very low, or at least there would only be a very small number. If it was just eaters, it would be a good way for them to get some training. Hearing what Calvin said, Mark could not help but agree. They would really need to get some practice and experience in dealing with the zombies, and it would be a good chance and there would be very little danger. If there are biters inside, then they could apply some strategies if the number was more that he could handle. Well, he could handle a group of biters consisting of half dozen of individuals alone, so it should be fine. All the males agreed with what Calvin said, and they agreed with great determination. To their surprise, Paula also wanted to come with them and experience fighting herself. Ange seemed to be reluctant to let her go, but Paula told her friend that she could not stand it anymore, that she could not do anything but let Ange protect her. With that, the ones who were going and who would stay were decided. Rhea could not leave her sleeping daughter, and she could not just wake her up. Mark forced May to stay as her body had not fully recovered yet, and the bruises she received were starting to swell, giving her more pain. Ange, who was not in the mood to do more killing, was the one who became in charge of protecting those who are staying on the rooftop. Using the ladders on the west wing, they entered the corridors through the emergency exit. When they entered the corridor, they were surprised. Their surprise was not because of the gruesome scene inside the corridor as beheaded bodies, severed heads and limbs and blood scattered on the floor across the corridor. It was because there was a moving human-sized roll of red-colored cloth, which looked like a red sushi made with cloth that was bound with extension cables, rolling about on the floor. The thing kept on rolling and the filth on the floor started sticking on the cloth it was wrapped in. Mart, what is that? Oh, she's the biter I caught. The one I told you guys about. She doesn't stop rolling around when I tied her up, so I rolled her up with floor mats and rags. To clean up the floor? Quite convenient, isn't it? Well, she doesn't clean the floor properly though. Mark looked at the floor that had an odd division of slightly clean and dirty portions. Of course she won't! They all screamed at Mark in their minds. Mark led them past the rolling biter and put his index finger in front of his lips, signaling them to keep quiet. As they traversed the corridor, Joseph's face already turned pale. The blood and gore scattered across the floor was starting to churn his stomach. He could not even smell anything else but the smell of blood. Calvin and Bernard seemed to be doing fine, but their eyebrows already curved into a frown. Paula, on the other hand, intently looked around. She seemed to be engraving the scene into her mind and was trying to stable her emotions. She had seen worse and she had to get used to this. Mark then held his right hand above his shoulder, stopping them who were following behind. Mark pointed at the door in front of him. It was the unlocked door leading to the tech zone. Actually, there were several doors that led into the tech zone while some led into the stores, but Mark chose this because it was the door at the very corner of the tech zone. Using this door would make the zombies come from a single direction. This is also the door where the zombies inside passed through to get out earlier. The bloody footprints on the floor leading out of the tech zone were the proof of this. Mark grasped the doorknob and nodded at the people behind him. They all nodded back as they tightened their grip on their weapons. While they all had serious expressions, Mark happened to see Joseph gulping his saliva. The door was pushed slowly. When he confirmed that there was no one standing behind the door, Mark opened the door wider and went in. The people behind Mark immediately followed, but they froze when they saw the scene inside. Mark already described it to them, but seeing the situation with their own eyes brought a different level of shock. The scene inside the tech zone was in a higher level of gruesomeness compared to the scene on the corridors outside. Blood splattered on the floor, the body parts and human flesh that scattered on the floor. There are even half-eaten bodies lying lifeless on the floor. The bodies were torn open, leaving their bones, organs, and intestines for display. There are also bodies with torn necks, eyeballs dangled out of their eye sockets, and limbless bodies whose limbs were not sliced or cut but torn apart. The anguished expressions left on their faces showed how much fear and pain they felt before they died. What was worse was, aside from adults and teens, there are quite a number of bodies of children, and their bodies looked even more mangled than the rest. The thick smell of blood assaulted their noses. They all looked behind them and saw Joseph, who was now facing the wall, vomiting on the floor. Still, no one could blame him. The others already had pale faces as they felt nauseated. Mark frowned and immediately sprang into action and lopped the head of an incoming biter. Biter. Mark then beheaded an eater that was near them and went out as there was no need to bother hiding anymore. He stepped into the main area of the tech zone and looked at all the incoming zombies. All of them are coming towards their direction. The sound Joseph created as he vomited was loud enough to be heard by all the zombies in the tech zone due to the silence in the area. Mark slashed another eater and looked at the zombies that were approaching faster than the others. There were 8 of them. 8 biters. Mark coldly glared at Joseph for a bit before turning his sight back at the zombies. He had a good plan in mind before, but that guy just had to ruin everything. Joseph did not see his glare, but the others did. They could feel the spite behind that glare. He did not bother with the people behind him anymore. There were eaters approaching their direction, and they said that they wanted to train using those. They should have the ability and the courage to deal with those. He only needed to concentrate on the biters. Retreating also entered his mind, but with the wobbly legs of Joseph, he would still need to deal with the biters if they want to escape. Frowning, Mark's eyes turned sharp. His mind started to clear up as his concentration heightened. His blood started to boil and his heart began to beat faster and stronger. He then reached inside his collar and pressed the play button on the button control of his earphones. Mark dashed toward the biters. He was not escaping this time. He needed to fight. His fighting spirit rose as an anime battle music started to play in his ears. Chapter 36. Mark looked around as he ran. Estimating the numbers of the zombies, there should be around 20 or more eaters, but the numbers would not exceed 30. He ran past and dodged the eaters attacking him, charged toward the 2 nearest biters who were also closing in. As he ran, crackling sounds can be heard from his feet as he stepped on the broken pieces of glass on the floor. He also sidestepped and jumped lightly a few times to avoid stepping on the bodies and pools of blood on the way. When both parties got into attacking range, the first biter tried to pounce on him. Mark sidestepped to his right, dodging the pounce before he turned his body counterclockwise. He swung his machete as he turned around and slashed diagonally toward the biter's knee. The body continued sliding on the floor due to the momentum of his charge before stopping, and the biter's head rolled a distance further. The headless body and the severed head scattered more blood to the already blood-stained floor. While lopping the head of the first biter, he did not stop his body from turning around and even continued after the biter died. His machete also continued to swing along with his body, and Mark exerted more force during the second half of the swing. Using the momentum when he turned his body and the force he exerted on his swing, he slashed the next zombie before it could even attack him. The swing came too fast that it took almost 2 seconds before the head detached from the body after being slashed as it fell down. Mark then did a low sweep of his right foot and tripped an eater who was about to grab him. The eater fell flat on the floor before its neck suddenly snapped with a crunching sound. Lifting his right foot from the nape of the dead eater, Mark stepped back and let a charging biter run past him. The biter immediately turned around as it missed its target, but all it was able to see before its sight blacked out was a blade of a machete approaching its neck. The third biter was dealt with. Mark saw another one that already lunged towards him, wanting to take a bite out of his body. As there was no chance to dodge, he raised his left arm and shoved it between the biter's teeth. Unfortunately for the biter, it could not bite through the armor covering Mark's arm. He then pushed the biter back and lopped its head before pushing the headless body and bashed the severed head away with his ankle. "4 down," he muttered as he kicked another eater away. The problem now was the remaining 4 biters were charging at him together. Mark then retreated, not to run away, but he started cutting the 4. He ran around a display case, leaving the 4 biters with no choice but to line up as they followed Mark around the corner. Seeing that chance, he immediately hacked the neck of the biter in front. Then, the 3 stepped on what Mark jumped over. 2 of the biters suddenly lost balance as they stepped on a dead body that was soaked in a pool of blood. Mark immediately attacked the biter that continued charging at him and slashed its neck. He also lopped the heads of the 2 biters that slipped on the floor before they could recover. He then started dealing with the eaters around him while glancing at how the others were doing. The eaters were approaching the group of pale-faced people. Calvin stepped up in front of everyone and attacked. It looked like he was the least affected by the disgusting scene in front of him. Calvin stabbed his spear under the forehead of the incoming eater. The spear pierced through the skull of the eater and it fell down on the floor. He was doing well, but it looked like he was not satisfied. Even if he succeeded in piercing through the forehead, the damage he dealt was too shallow. He then approached the second eater. This time, he stabbed toward the right eye of the eater. The spear went through smoothly and the eater plopped on the floor before he could even pull his spear back. He then glanced at Mark's direction. They all saw how Mark killed the biters attacking him and they could not help but feel inferior. While he was already splashed with the blood of the zombies, they were still pacifying their churning stomachs. Now, they could see Mark carefully going around the broken display cases and counters. He was letting the eaters follow him around as he picked them off one by one. Mark could feel the gazes set upon him but did not mind it. When he looked back, he could see that Fernand, Bernard, and Paula had joined the fray. He looked at Calvin, who stabbed his spear at another eater. He aimed at the eater's mouth and stabbed the spear upwards. Mark could only say that Calvin knew his stuff. Bernard, on the other hand, had good arm strength. An axe like the weapon in his hands need much precision in order to slash a zombie's head or neck, but to Bernard, it does not matter too much. Even if he missed and the bit of the axe slipped behind the neck of the zombie, being struck by the handle of the axe he was using would still be fatal. Fernand was also doing fine with his makeshift machete. It looked like he was copying the moves he saw from Mark. It was not like Mark would mind it either. Paula was struggling a little. The smaller machete that they made for her had a good quality but was really not too suitable for combat. Because of this, Mark lent her the fire axe he found. It just weighed less than 3 kilograms, so she should be able to swing it fine. But the problem was that she was missing her swings, and there were times that it was the handle of the axe that struck the eater in front of her. She was not missing because she had a bad accuracy, but because she could not grasp the erratic shambling of the eater. Seeing her predicament, Mark shouted, "Paula, if you can't hit it because it moves too much, then knock it down first. Aim for the knee or the ankle and hit however you want." Paula was surprised hearing him shout, but she kept concentrating on the zombie in front of her. She followed what Mark said. She swung the fire axe in her hands toward the knee of the eater. The handle hit the side of the knee, making the zombie lose balance and fall. With the short moment that the zombie faced the floor, Paula raised her axe and swung it down with all her might. The axe almost split the zombie's head into 2. It looked like she shivered as the sensation from her first kill entered her body. Still, she did not falter. She steeled her heart and a hint of determination blazed in her eyes. Mark nodded at Paula's reaction and commended her in his mind. The members who were fighting were doing a good job. They are even capable enough to avoid being caught by the strong arms of the eaters. They even started to adapt their movements to their attackers. If the zombies got too close, they would step back or to the side. They would even try to push back the zombies when retreating was not possible. He then coldly looked at Joseph and shook his head. The guy stood behind the group, leaning on the wall. His face was pale and his legs were wobbly. It even looked like that he will puke again at the slightest push. What did he even come here for? Well, he was actually inclined to bringing him here where he could see him. This guy had been glancing at May from time to time. Even though Mark could tell that there was no malicious intent behind his gaze, May reacts to his gazes negatively. When he realized what he was thinking, he froze for a bit, which almost got him grabbed by the eater that was chasing him. Am I getting overprotective? As he could not think of how to answer his own question, he decided to throw the thought away. His concentration weakened somehow as insignificant thoughts entered his mind. He then found out the reason. The battle song playing on his phone already ended, and what was playing was a Japanese pop song about a whimsical princess. He could not help but become confused as to why this song was included in his battle songs playlist. Chapter 37, 3:30 p.m. City Mall, Bakewar West Wing, Tech Zone. Inside a store, Mark sat on a wheeled high-back chair. In front of him, it was a long counter table, what was supposed to be used when attending the customers of the store. There were 6 laptops placed in a row on the table. Interconnected cables were lined on the floor. Some cables were plugged into extension sockets while the others were connecting the other 5 laptops to the one he was currently using with a router. The screen on the laptop he was using kept switching, and every time he did something at the current screen, the screen of one of the other laptops would also change. Mark was using the laptop in front of him as the server and controlled the other laptops by remote access. What was he doing? Mark was downloading a lot of things with haste: anime, offline games, soft copies of novels, movies, and etc. using the other 5 laptops. Other people who would see what he was doing would say that it was stupid and unnecessary, but to him, these are the few things he would not let go. He knew that these things would be gone for who knows how long, or might never even return as the apocalypse ensued. He was an otaku after all. Satisfied with how much he did, he extended his hand upwards and stretched his back. He sat here for about an hour already, so his body felt stiff. Mark looked outside the store. The people who survived the massacre that happened inside the tech zone were proactively cleaning the place. Asterisk, 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 when they finished killing all the zombies in this place more than an hour ago, including the zombies stuck inside some stores, the people inside the closed store voluntarily went out of hiding. There were only 23 of them. They had been watching all what transpired inside the tech zone through the gaps and holes on the steel shutters that protected them. As the survivors stepped out of the store they hid at, many of them found their own places and vomited, while the rest had pale faces as they looked around. When they were hiding, what they could see outside was limited, and that was why they had extreme reactions after seeing the whole scene. That was just how nauseating the aftermath of the event inside the tech zone was. It was then that the shutters in front of another closed store were pulled up and 15 people came out. Surprisingly, the ones who came out were survivors that came from the floors below. Mark expected it that there were people hiding in that store, but what startled him inside was the 2 people among that group. One was the man wearing a suit and sunglasses before, though the sunglasses were missing now. The other was a man in his 20s who had a shaggy short hair, raised nose, and sharp eyes, wearing a dirty yellow uniform and black slacks. He remembered that this guy was among the group of college students he saw before, together with Ange and Paula. When that student saw Paula, he ran towards her and gave her a tight hug. Paula was startled and she immediately pushed the man away. Paula's face really looked bitter and sad. Still, the man did not stop on trying to talk to her, even if he did not receive any reply. Seeing what was happening, and since the place was already cleared of zombies, he decided to fetch the girls left on the rooftop. As Mark walked back into the tech zone along with the girls, he could see some of the survivors crying beside some of the bodies, while some of them were looking around checking the bodies one by one. When Rhea followed Mark and entered carrying her daughter, her face immediately paled and she covered her daughter's eyes. She then saw the dead children inside. By reflex, she hugged her daughter tighter as negative thoughts entered her mind. Seeing her reaction, Mark led her to one of the clean stores to sit down and bring her daughter away from the gruesome scene. Ange also paled when she entered, but the pale color of her face turned red when she saw Paula being pestered by the male student. She immediately stood between the 2, protecting Paula behind her. The male student did not immediately recognize Ange as she came wearing her armor and helmet, so he protested and questioned who she is. When she removed her helmet, the male's face turned pale, but he still tried to argue back. He was then flung away by a single right straight from Ange to his face. If Paula did not stop her, she might have done more than just that. May, on the other hand, had no reaction on what she saw inside. She even stared at the mangled bodies a few times while following behind Mark. By this time, Mark already removed his helmet as he felt suffocated after wearing it for a long time. Because of this, they could see his face not showing any emotion as his gaze roamed at the dead bodies. Andy noticed that Mark and May, who were walking around without changes in their faces while looking at the nauseating scene around them. She then said something, though not loud, was enough to be heard by Mark. He then coldly glared at Ange, making her hide behind Paula. Ange just dubbed the 2 as the broken couple. Well, who would not think of that after seeing their unchanging expressions? Still, many of the males inside could not help but glance or even stare at May. She could only move closer to Mark and held his left arm as she tried to shrink away from those gazes. Feeling her insecurity, Mark immediately brought May out after bringing the mother and daughter into his store. He also called Paula and Ange, who followed without a second thought. They only wished to find a reason to get away from this lecher. Still, the male student tried to follow the two. That time though, it was Mark who blocked him. Mark did not call him, so there should be no reason for him to follow. The student tried to argue with him, flaunting his relation to the two girls. Apparently, this guy was Paula's boyfriend, as Mark was already irritated with this guy, as he also threw gazes at May before, and his gaze was a very unpleasant one. So, Mark went for a harsher move. He pulled his shotgun from his side and shoved the barrel at the guy's forehead and said in a very cold voice, "I only called the two of them and not you. So, scram!" The male student paled and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He gulped before he nodded and backed off slowly. When the hindrance was gone, he brought the girls at a storage room of a certain store. Inside, there were a few round containers of mineral water, cosmetic products like soap and perfume. There was even a set of gel plaster, and looking around, the large storage room had clothes, lots and lots of women's clothes. Ange and Paula immediately understood what Mark wanted them to do. The two looked at May, then to Mark, and nodded. He did not have to say much about it. Mark told them what clothes they needed to choose using a zombie apocalypse perspective before he stepped out of the room. Outside, he leaned on the wall beside the door and stood there guarding the room. While waiting, Mark fiddled with his phone and checked if the mall's free Wi-Fi was still working. There, though as slow like a snail as usual, he still managed to connect to the internet. Seeing this, he felt happy. He would be able to proceed through his plans and gather information at the same time. He then opened the social media account that he rarely opened and logged in. While reading the posts of his friends online, it seemed many of them were trapped on their workplaces or at home. Some were even calling for help. The desperation was present with a few of them that they even posted their addresses online despite the danger it could bring. At that time, Mark realized that he had to change some of his plans. Chapter 38. Mark stood there for a while browsing through the internet with his phone, but as the mall's Wi-Fi was too slow, he wasted most of that time waiting for the pages to load. Still, he found good information about the outbreak, albeit little. As he got fed up with the slow loading time, and the girls were not done yet, he decided to go to the shoe store that he entered earlier. He rummaged around trying to find some kind of shoes in the storage, and he was not disappointed. After looking around and opening boxes to boxes, he found the stack of boxes that had the kind of shoes he was looking for, a pair of combat boots. He found one pair with the right size and immediately switched into it and set his black Chuck Taylor aside. There were different styles and materials the pairs of boots had in that stack, but the one he chose were a pair of synthetic combat boots that had straps instead of leather ones and those that had strings. He chose this pair as it would be easier to wear and clean. He then found another small pair when he felt someone approaching, but he did not raise his guard up expecting who the person was. When Mark turned around, he saw May standing by the door and the two college girls behind her who wore bitter smiles for some reason. Looking at May, he could only feel two things, amazement and lament. May was now wearing gray hooded long sleeves with a denim vest with several pockets over it, a black above knee-length black denim shorts, black stockings and black below knee-high socks. As for her feet, she was now wearing strap sandals. There was also the gel plaster on her cheek. He felt amazed as her appearance really suited her despite being within what he advised them to choose. He lamented because she would likely face the greatest obstacles the most beautiful women in every story suffers in an apocalypse. Beautiful girls were beautiful no matter what they wear after all. The two college girls also changed from their dirty blood-stained uniforms. Paula was wearing a button denim jacket with a crimson hood and a denim skirt that paired with the hood's color. She wore black tight leggings under her skirt and back cotton socks. Ange, on the other hand, wore a gray jacket draped over her black ladies tank top inside and a dark green cargo pants. Both college girls also looked good on their new clothes. The only thing that was out of place was that the two were still wearing their school shoes. Mark thought that there would mostly be fashion shoes in a female-oriented clothing store, so he beckoned the three inside. He then gave the female-styled combat boots he found to May and helped her wear it. Ange and Paula also rummaged at the stacks of shoe boxes and found the shoes they liked. Ange chose a brown leather combat boots while Paula found a gray calf-length leather combat boots for her to wear. When the three girls were all dressed up, Mark could not help but ask himself if these girls were going to a fashion show and was not experiencing a zombie apocalypse. Mark wanted to return to the tech zone and prepare, but Ange kept pestering him on bringing her to the sports store where he got the sports armor. He pointed at the bag she was now carrying as he knew that the contents of that bag were the armor she was wearing earlier. She then said that she wanted to get one for Paula, and Mark could only bring them there reluctantly. Unfortunately for Ange, there are no other armors that were the same as they had. The only ones they found were common motocross armors, which did not seem to catch her attention. What they found though was something that got Paula's interest. It was a compound bow. From Ange, Mark learned that Paula took an archery class during high school. Mark started to become suspicious about the background of these two girls. One was an experienced fighter while the other had taken archery classes before. Those were things that could not be found on common college students who were attending a state university in this country. Before leaving the store, Paula took the bow and bagged several sets of arrows while Ange took a new bat and replaced the one Mark gave her. Mark, on the other hand, found a metal javelin, so he took it with interest. Mark looked at May. There seemed to be nothing here that would suit her to use as weapon. With a spark of idea in his mind, he remembered the tools and equipment at the rooftop. He then started bagging several things under the confused gazes of the girls. As Mark already wasted too much time, he now wanted to proceed with his plans. He returned inside the tech zone with 10 girls in tow. When he entered, he saw that there was a distinct separation within the survivors. As he did not really think that it would affect him too much, he decided to ignore it. He was more concerned about the attention they were gathering. Almost all of the survivors were looking at their group. Amazement and lecherous gazes toward the girls and stares filled with envy and respect towards him. Just what are these people getting at? He thought that time. Proceeding with his plans, he told Ange and Paula to ask about the passwords of the available Wi-Fi and internet connections his phone could detect, which the two immediately followed. After sending off the two, Mark brought May into the largest PC store in the tech zone and occupied it as he saw no one within the surviving employees had the logo of this store on their uniforms. He gathered the best laptop units of the shop and set the units up for his use. May helped him with what he was doing, though it was not much, but at least Mark did not have to do what she already finished doing. Mark also gathered flash drives and external hard drives with the largest storage capacities and put the items over the table he was going to use. Then he looked for the best model of phone, tablet, and video camera he could find outside. Before he could even finish setting up, Ange and Paula entered the shop with Bernard following them. The girls gave the list of passwords and left, leaving Bernard behind. Apparently, he was there to apologize about his son's actions, which almost brought them to danger. Mark accepted the apology as there was no actual damage done, and Bernard left afterwards. Still, Mark decided that he would not have anything to do with Joseph anymore. If Joseph did not adapt to the harsh changes around him, it was likely that he would drive someone to death, and Mark did not want to be included in those. After setting up, he saw that May was dozing off as she sat on a chair behind the counter, though she still tried her best to stay awake. He could not blame her if she was tired, as it was a very awful day for her. He stood and looked around the store for something she could sleep on and found a folding bed inside the storage of the shop. He had already seen some storage that had at least one folding bed inside before, so it was not new to him, and also understood why those are there. It was likely that employees used these beds to take a nap inside the storage rooms during their breaks. He then let May sleep behind the counter away from the sight of the people outside the store. Everything was set up and Mark could finally start doing what he wanted to do. He sat down on the chair in front of the laptop he set as the server and started working. He sat there for a long time and only stood up a few times to check up on May as she slept and stretch his legs that were getting numb. Chapter 39, 3:57 p.m. City Mall, Baycore West Wing. Tech Zone. Mark sighed in relief as he finally finished adding most of the things he wanted to download in the queue. He could now get on the other business. It was to gather information about the outbreak. Actually, he already opened a separate browser and searched for some information before he started downloading all those things. He just had not started checking his search results. He switched into the tab where a video sharing site was displayed. Of course, the current trending videos were about the outbreak, but there was a video that took his interest. The video was titled "The Site on Doomsday," and the thumbnail of the video was a skyline view of a certain metropolitan city. He checked the comments and found out that it was a certain area in New York. He then decided to watch the video. The quality of the video was not high, but it was not bad either. It seemed that a smartphone was used in recording it. The video panned across the orange-colored sky. It was almost sundown. A group of teenagers were on the rooftop of a certain tall building. They seemed to be recording for fun as they were laughing and shouting at the camera. They were also pointing at the amazing sight of the city skyline. Then, a bright light enveloped the area. The teenagers had a look of surprise and amazement on their faces as they looked at the sky. The camera then was shifted toward the sky and several circular bright masses of light flashed. The flashes of light were similar to something that happened in Russia years ago. Everyone in the know would realize that the flashes of light were actually meteoroids exploding after entering the Earth's atmosphere. A single meteoroid exploding was already a spectacular sight, but the sight in the video was several times more remarkable. The video focused on the sky until the flashes of light disappeared. It was then that they started screaming. After the explosions, the shockwaves followed. The teenagers were knocked back as they were high from the ground and received the brunt of the shockwaves. Even the video rotated several times. It seemed that the person taking the video also fell and rolled on the floor. Sounds of glass breaking and alarms of parked cars filled the background. The shockwave passed and the situation seemed to calm down. Even the teenagers who were screaming just a few seconds ago were now laughing at their antics. It was then that one of the teenagers pointed somewhere behind the person holding the camera. The video turned around and followed what that guy was pointing at. What they saw shocked them. Along the outline of the city, a passenger airplane was flying at a dangerous angle. The airplane was still high in the sky, but it was no doubt that it would crash if it continued flying like that. Then, a zooming sound echoed from the background. The camera turned again, and the backs of the teenagers who were looking at what the sound was coming from could be seen. The video panned above the teenagers and there was another passenger airplane flying over them at a very low height. The camera followed the airplane as it flew over their heads and headed toward the city. The airplane flew lower and lower, until they saw the wings of the airplane crash onto the high-rise buildings in the area. In the background, the first plane could be seen already falling on a nosedive. After several seconds within the video, a large orange mushroom rose into the sky as the first plane crashed into the middle of the city. The second plane did not explode like the first one, but it demolished several buildings before crashing onto the highway. Multitudes of screams and shouting could be heard in the background. The video suddenly panned across the horizon. Several planes could be seen at the same situation as the two passenger airplanes just now. The teenagers started to panic. They all entered a door on the rooftop and the last scene from the video was the teenagers running down the stairs. Seeing the video, it gave Mark several theories and started searching using some keywords and clues. His hands danced on the keyboard as he typed several words and clicked several links. He opened a website of National Astronomical Space Administration and looked for the astronomical events that happened lately. He then saw the newly discovered meteor shower that happened around 5 in the morning. It should be the same time as the flashes of light in the video happened in the New York time zone. Then, he searched for the local news and accidents that happened after the meteor shower and found out that many planes crashed at several places in the country. Then searching the net further, the same thing happened around the world. Any kind of aircraft that was in the airspace during the time the meteor shower happened crashed. During his search, he stumbled into a video of a passenger airplane that crashed while being almost intact in the middle of a city. The only damages the plane had was being split in the middle and its detached wings. He played the video and found something wrong. It was not ambulances and rescue workers that were surrounding the plane, but military soldiers. Then, zombies came out of the broken airplane, inciting the start of the attack from the soldiers. The soldiers had the upper hand in the first half of the video until something smashed its way out of the closed baggage compartment of the airplane. Mark frowned as he saw the thing that came out. It was a cat. The breed of the cat should be a ragdoll. The problem was that it had a reddish-black fur covering its body and was standing about 3 meters tall and about 7 meters in length. The large ragdoll started attacking both zombies and the military. The soldiers did their best to take down the beast and even deployed RPGs and machine guns, but the beast was very agile and they failed to kill it. Many of the soldiers and zombies were dismembered by its claws as it ran around the vicinity of the crashed airplane. The ragdoll stopped for a bit and looked at the pilot's cockpit on the plane. It then turned around and escaped the encirclement of the soldiers. Many of the soldiers went to chase the escaped beast, but then the pilot's cockpit exploded, startling everyone. Smoke filled the area, but there was no fire. In the middle of the smoke, a silhouette of a humanoid could be seen. When the silhouette stepped out of the smoke, gasps could be heard in the background. The humanoid had an elongated and hunched body, and even more elongated limbs, and its body was so thin that it could be described that it just had bones and skin. It stood about 8 feet, and on the end of its fingers on its hands were not nails but feet-long claws. It then dashed toward the nearest soldier. It was fast, even faster than the ragdoll that escaped. The humanoid stood there where the soldier stood before. Now, the soldier dangled dead in front of the humanoid with the claws protruding on the back of the dead soldier, despite the fact that the soldier was wearing a bulletproof vest. The person who was recording the video along with the spectators started running away and the video ended. Mark decided to download the video and then closed the browser tab it was in. He then moved to the last tab of the browser. The tab contained a government website where the evacuation plans and sites were posted. Browsing through the website, he found the nearest government-managed evacuation center, and it was surprisingly at the Bay City. If he remembered it correctly, it was just 13 kilometers away from this mall. Clicking on a link within the page of the Bay City evacuation shelter, he accessed a chat interface. Here, people could ask help and rescue. He looked at May, who was sleeping on the folding bed beside him. Mark decided to contact the military for rescue. Chapter 44, 16 p.m. Central Business Park, Pasay City, Relief and Rescue Center. In the middle of the Central Business Park, there were a lot of large commercial establishments that was owned by private companies before the outbreak. As there were a lot of people working in the area and the people going to one of the largest malls in the Philippines, the Mall of Asia, the place was lively and the business was booming. But now, there was almost not a single soul in sight in the vicinity of the establishments except for several patrolling soldiers dispatched by the military. There was a certain building there that was owned by a telemarketing company. It was widely known call center to many people in the same industry. When the reclaimed area was turned into a massive evacuation zone by the military, the very same building was converted to a service building of the Information, Relief and Rescue Department. Cubicles where call center agents were using in the previous days to answer calls and inquiries from customers were now occupied by military personnel and volunteers who were in charge of accepting rescue and information inquiries from survivors who were still able to access the internet and calls from landline and private cellular connections. In one of the cubicles at the corner of the room, a woman in her mid-20s sat answering a call. She had a dyed brown hair that was tied in a ponytail which complemented her energetic eyes, small nose, thin pink lips, and her oval face. She could be described as good-looking but still a bit lacking to be called as beautiful generally. Right now, her eyebrows were twitching as she tried to control her temper as she calmly answered the person on the other line of the phone. Her voice raised a bit that she even gathered the attention of the other volunteers around her. "Doc, the rescue should arrive as soon as possible, so please wait at your current position. Don't make loud noise and keep safe. There are other calls that are needed to be accepted, so I will end this call." Fully flared up, she did not wait for the person on the other line to talk anymore. She put down the phone, which made a loud clacking sound. She sighed and pinched her nose bridge as she found the work here being hard to deal with. She was a call center agent that works in this building before the outbreak. When the outbreak reached this place, many of her teammates and co-employees fell into panic. Even though she was always a goofy person, she was calm when unexpected things happened. With her taking the leadership over her colleagues, they managed to secure the second floor of the building, but it was not without casualties. As the building had too many glass walls and windows, they could see what was happening outside. To describe it, it was a nightmare. They saw people eating other people. Even worse, a father who literally ate his own daughter. Many of them could not help but cry. They tried calling for help with their phones, but never managed to successfully do so. For her, though, she was not scared about what would happen to her. Rather, she was thinking of what might happen to her family. The nightmare did not take too long, though. The military came sweeping the place of the man-eaters, and they were also saved. Medics attended to their issues as there were some of them who were wounded. There, she saw her close friend who was the leader of the medic squad. She told her friend about her worries about her family, and her friend told her to volunteer into the military as they were lacking in manpower. Furthermore, volunteers would get incentives such as their families being prioritized during rescue missions. With those incentives, she readily agreed and was assigned in this department due to being familiar with the place. Her family was rescued soon as their house was not far from this place, but of course, she could not just ditch this work after achieving her motive. Still, she could not help but think that her friend pitted her into a stressful job. "Laura, you seem to be stressed." Speaking of the devil, a woman's voice was heard from behind her. "Just who do you think is the reason, huh, Teresa?" Laura looked at the woman behind her who was wearing military fatigues. "You should just endure it a little more. Your shift would end soon, right?" "I know, but these people calling are such stupid fools who think that they are the only people who needed to be rescued." "You can't blame them. Everyone is in panic after all." Teresa sighed. "Anyways, what are you doing here?" Laura asked while fixing her hair. "My shift just ended, so I figured to check on you." "I see. So you came to boast about your free time? Is it bad if I want to watch your work?" "Seriously, you?" She did not finish her sentence as a chat notification appeared on the computer in front of her. "There is another one. I just wish that this one wouldn't stress me out. Go ahead and answer it." Laura gave a skeptic glance at her friend before sending message on the chat box. "This is the Information, Relief and Rescue Department. How may I help you?" I just want to confirm if you guys would be able to send rescue to us." Laura sighed in relief and looked at her friend who was watching behind her. It looked like someone reasonable to talk with. Her friend said, and she could only nod. She had some chat sessions before and all of them are demanding rescue at the first sentence. This is the first time she encountered a calm-sounding reply. "Can I ask, what should I call you? Is it really important?" Laura's lips twitched as she thought that the person she was talking to now was an eccentric one. However, it was still better than her previous sessions. "It's not that important, but I would still want to know how should I address you. A sir or ma'am would be fine." "Then, sir should be good. freeonenovel.co? Okay, sir. You said that you want to ask for rescue?" "Yes. Could you tell me where your location is right now? And how many people are needed to be rescued?" "We are at the City Mall Bakor right now. Please wait for a bit. I'll send someone to count how many people are needed to be rescued." "Yes, sir, it is fine." Laura raised her eyebrows and looked at her friend again. It looked like they managed to secure the mall, or at least a part of it. If he needed to count how many people there are, then they must have joined forces to secure the area. Then, the reply came. "There are 47 people. 4 are children." The 2 women were surprised. That was quite a large number after all. Laura started browsing the rescue distribution on her computer as well as the available forces in charge of rescue operations. Now, it was the most crucial part for Laura. "Sir, I would like to apologize. The number of people in your group is large and the available personnel and transportation on standby aren't enough. We needed to wait for the dispatched rescue squads to return before we can send rescue to your location." Laura was already prepared to receive rude words from the other side or even curses, but then, she was surprised. "Is that so? What is the estimated time it would take?" The reply remained calm. Since Laura was satisfied with this person's attitude, she decided to be honest. "Sorry, sir, it would be impossible to estimate the time before we can send a rescue. First, the time for the rescue squads to return depends on the danger they could face on the road. There is also a queue for people who are asking for rescue and some of them are needed to be prioritized." "Do you really have to say all that?" Teresa reproached her friend for being too honest. "It's not like I'm not allowed to write. What if he gets dispirited or something? I have a hunch that he won't." "Are you sure?" Teresa was skeptic. "What?" Laura pointed at the screen. "I understand. Then please send rescue as soon as it is possible. Also please make it possible within 3 days. Our food stock won't last longer than that." Laura nodded when she saw the last message while looking at her friend with a smirk on her face. "He is not unreasonable, right? I just wish all the people asking for rescue would be like this. You're the one who was being unreasonable." "What?" Reply to his message. "It will be noted. Just please stay away from the infected and stay safe." "All right, thank you. If something unexpected happened, I will try to contact again." "Yes, sir. Feel free to contact us. Our department is always on standby." There was no other reply after as person on the other side went offline. Laura stretched her arms and back as the session finished. She looked at the time and looked at her friend. "I still have another half hour before my shift ends. Are you sure you're just going to wait there behind me?" "Sure. Hot. All right." Laura always felt lost when talking to this friend of hers. Chapter 41, 4:32 p.m. City Mall Bakor West Wing. Tech Zone. Mark sighed as he looked at the screen of the laptop in front of him. He managed to contact the rescue department and called for rescue, but the time the rescue would arrive was indefinite. In that conversation with the agent, he noticed the crucial factor as to why the rescue would be delayed. The main reason was because of their large numbers. If it was smaller, then it was likely for the rescue to be sent sooner. He already checked the food and water the employees managed to gather, and with the number of people here, the supply would really likely to run out after 3 days or might even be less. In a zombie apocalypse, it was true that there was strength in numbers. However, it would also come with implications, and he just encountered 2 of those consequences. And there was the third one. Mark looked outside the store. He could hear people shouting. The third implication was conflict. The more people in the group, it was more likely for the members to have different views and ideals. As such, conflicts were likely to arise. He turned and watched the sleeping May beside him. Mark had to pat her head to calm her several times since she slept as she kept squirming around, frowning and even wailing in her sleep. The trauma she received was really severe to make her have nightmares several times in a short period of her sleep. The angry shouts were getting noisier, which made Mark stood up from his seat and check what was happening. When Mark reached and stood by the door of the store, he could see the people being divided into 2 groups. Still, there were only several people who was arguing while the others were stopping them. "If not for you selfish pricks, my wife should still be alive. You people just hid there. You people should have known that this will happen and still abandoned us." A man shouted while pointing at the dead body of a woman on the floor. Now you are blaming us. If I remember, you are one of those bastards who stopped our friends from taking the food we gathered. You think you are the only one who had a dead relative? My cousin is dead because of you bastards. It was actually the shorter cousin of Fernan who was arguing with the men. These people were playing the blame game. Hearing what Fernan's cousin said, Mark looked around and finally noticed that the other cousin was not there. With what he heard, then the other cousin should be dead. No wonder Fernan looked down since earlier. Mark also noticed the two people who were not joining the commotion. Paula's boyfriend was standing nearby leaning on the wall watching the fray with a bad mood, and the bodyguard who sat on the side, not talking nor watching the argument. His head was just hanging low as he sat on the floor. Speaking of Fernan, Mark noticed that he was not around. The three who they met in the rooftop, even Ange and Paula, were not here. Rhea was watching beside the door of the store where her daughter was resting. She looked worried for some reason. Seeing that no one would seem to be able to control the situation, Mark decided to step up. It was not like he really wanted to, but these people were getting too noisy. Who knows what these people would attract from the outside with their noise? Mark approached the people and spoke in a very stern voice. It's better if you people stop. You're making too much noise. They all looked at him. The employees and Fernan's cousin seemed to sober up when they saw him, but it was the opposite for the other group. Who are you to speak to yous like that? It was the man whose wife died. Hearing his question, Mark sneered. You're being mistaken here. You guys are the ones who had no rights to behave that way. You people are nothing but freeloaders here. When Mark finished saying that, many of the people from that group was shaken. Some of them realized that they had no power here, but there were still those who did not get the meaning. I don't care if we are freeloaders or not. My wife died, and these people are responsive for this. Wow, you are something, aren't you? Mark replied with sarcasm before looking at Fernan's cousin. Say, did this entire group side with that fat guy? He asked while pointing at the opposite group. The employees looked at the people on the other group, whispered to each other. What are you people whispering about? The man kept on shouting mildly, which made Mark look at him coldly. Mark looked calm, but his stare could somehow make the man's back drenched in cold sweat. From inside the store they were hiding before, they also saw how this man killed the zombies and splashed blood everywhere without batting an eyelid. That scene was etched into their minds and somehow became a discouragement as they faced Mark like this. Shut up for a bit, will you? After the employees group whispered for a bit, finally Fernan's cousin replied and pointed at two people behind the other group, a man and a woman. Except for those two, all of them dead. Hearing what he said, Mark nodded before facing the angry man again. You're blaming them for selfishly abandoning you guys outside, right? You think they knew that this will happen? The man gulped and nodded. Well, you better stop that. They knew nothing about it and they only followed the orders I gave them. Mark shrugged. Friednov, that's the man, pointed at Mark before asking. Your orders? What? You expected this to happen and abandoned us to die like that? Mark stared at the man. Don't twist the facts, you idiot. Mark's stare now were filled with killing intent, making the man shiver, and his temper started to subside due to fear. The man stepped back, but he still asked, what are you talking about? Except for the two at the back, you all sided with that pagan forcing these employees to close the shutters, right? Then tell me, why didn't these employees want to close the shutters? Think about it. The people went silent. They remembered what these employees said before and thought about what they did. And this person in front of them killed all the zombies, and these employees seemed to know him. Still, they never saw him in here when the shutters were closed. These people finally realized that this scary man was one of the people who was left outside when they forced the employees to close the shutters. As the people went silent, Mark was disinclined to stay with them. He turned around and decided to continue what he was doing, but he stopped and glanced at the people behind him over his shoulder. He decided to announce it. Anyways, while you guys are doing unproductive things, I already contacted the military and asked for rescue. The time they arrive is still unknown, so you people better stop making noise. Well, unless you guys want the rescuers to find nothing but zombies and dead people here when they arrive. With that, he continued walking away. He knew that what he did and said would shut this people for a while. These people were not really bad, but they were driven to desperation because of their fear and what they experienced on the lower floors. Still, they did something unreasonable, and with that, they paid a lot, even the lives of their loved ones. They wanted to blame someone, but they could also be blamed for what they did. Then, some of them realized, if there was someone to be blamed, it was that pig. They looked at that person's bodyguard who was sitting on the floor outside one of the stores. He did not say or do anything since the place was cleared of zombies. They wanted to vent their anger at him and shout at him. Yet, they could not muster any energy to criticize the man. Not because they were afraid or because the man was scary. It was because the man looked really pitiful for some reason. Chapter 42. When Mark entered back into the store, he saw May looking at him while sitting on a folding bed. It seemed that she had just waked up as she was rubbing her eyes with her hands. "Did the noise wake you up?" Mark said as he approached her, which she replied by shaking her head. "Well, I'm going to do something at the rooftop and I need your help. Want to come?" "Jeej, what are you going to do?" May stood up and stretched her body. "I'm going to make some weapons for both of us." Hearing what he said, her eyes lit up. She knew that her Jeej had been fighting a lot, but she could not help him even a little bit. If he would make her a weapon, she might be able to help him. She was really looking forward to it. "Does your body feel all right now?" "Ugh." May tried moving her body, showing that she already recovered to some extent. However, Mark noticed that she was still wincing in pain if she tried to walk in large strides. "All right, help me carry this." Mark handed her a backpack with light items inside while he took a large backpack and the sports duffel bag with him. When the two walked out of the store, Mark called Fernand's cousin. When he called, Fernand's cousin, who looked about 25 years old, had a crew-cut hair, squinted eyes, and about 5.5 feet in height, came at him smiling. "Boss, you need something?" "Boss? What?" Mark said, confused, while he pointed with his left hand at his face. "Ah, we unanimously agreed to call you boss from now on. It's because of what you did earlier." "Seriously?" Mark sighed. "Oh right, I haven't asked your name yet." "It's James, boss. Anyways, condolence. About your cousin." James bitterly smiled. "Even back on, it's fine, boss. It's not like he died in vain." "I say, actually, I called to ask you to guard the store. Just don't let anyone do anything to the laptops there. We needed to go to the rooftop for a bit, then consider it done, boss." "Ah, you can use the laptop in front of the chair if you want. Just don't close those open application windows there." "Thanks, boss." Mark nodded. Still, he was not used to being called boss with such enthusiasm. "Ah, boss, what is it?" James started to whisper. "It's about that guy earlier, the one who I was arguing with. Please watch out for him. He looked like he was up to no good." "No worries, I already know about it." "Is that so? Then I won't bother you anymore." Mark turned around and brought May out while James entered the store after talking to his colleagues for a bit. Using the emergency exit at the west wing, Mark and May climbed up to the rooftop. As the heavy equipment was already moved to the west wing, Mark already planned to make the weapons here. However, they heard sounds coming from the south wing when they reached the rooftop. Following the source of the sound, they saw Ange, who was watching Paula practice with the bow she found. Mark saw Paula pull the string and released the arrow of the bow. Posture, grace, and the intent while shooting the arrow, though, was not perfect, but was still way above your average archer. She shot the arrow at a wooden crate about 10 meters away from her. Ange noticed that Mark and May arrived. "Why are you two here? Why can't we? It's not like you own the place." Mark replied, sneering. "Gee-er-er-er?" Mark ignored Ange and looked at Paula, who put down her bow. "It seems you had good skills with that." "Actually, I feel stiff using this. The last time I used a bow was 3 years ago, back in high school." Paula smiled. "Anyways, you can continue practicing. I'll just get a few wooden crates and get to work." Mark took 2 empty wooden crates that were used to store some of the fireworks before and turned back. "Are you going to make something?" Ange could not control her curiosity. "I'm not giving you any." Mark and May then left the fuming Ange. When the broken couple left, Paula could not help but laugh at Ange, who was now fuming red. "You two really have a good relationship." What? Paula, don't joke around like that. It's not funny, but you don't hate him, right? Well, he is like my brother. He's always teasing me like this. Yet, he would also cheer me up every time I feel down. I can understand why they like to tease you though. Every time you were being teased like that, your reaction was always epic." Paula, on the west wing, Mark, together with May, was taking out the items and materials he gathered. As they were doing so, they could hear the laughter of the 2 girls on the south wing. Mark could not help but smile. Those 2 are already adapting to the harsh world right now, enough that they could laugh and play despite the dangers that might come anytime. Mark looked at the materials he gathered. With these, it should be enough for him to make a weapon for him and May. Mark had good weapons. He had a shotgun, a machete, and a revolver pistol. However, only the machete could be used to kill silently, while using the guns would result into a horde if he just shot recklessly. What he needed right now was a ranged weapon that could kill silently. When Paula picked up the bow in the sports store earlier, he had an idea. He did not know how to properly use a bow, but a crossbow is another thing. But since there was no crossbow to be found, why not just make one? He saw a lot of tutorials in the internet and even downloaded some of those videos to his new phone. Furthermore, there was equipment and tools available for him to use. Mark then started to move. Taking out his notebook and pen, he started drawing the design of the crossbow he wanted to make. His talent with drawings was displayed, and even skills he learned during the time he was taking NCI and NCI animation classes came into play. Next, he dismantled the wooden crates. Mark started to make measurements on the wood and the metal sheets that he used to make the zombies fall down the staircase earlier. After drawing the outline on the metal sheet, he replaced the disc of the angle grinder into a metal saw and started cutting the metal sheet. It did not take long for him to finish cutting out the parts of the two crossbows he wanted to make. Even the mechanisms needed were meticulously cut out. Using a welding machine, he welded the parts that would make the body of the crossbow. He used the wood from the wooden crates for the handle and the stock of the crossbow. As for the bow, he cut out thin and long rectangular sheets. He grinded the parts needed to be grinded and hammered the middle parts to bend the small metal sheets into a bow. Mark did it several times while he experimented how thick and how bent the metal should be. As for the string, he got it from the sports store. These should be spare strings for the bow they had. Drilling, grinding, and hammering May also helped him in several parts that were easy to do. The sun was almost setting when he finished the crossbow along with makeshift crossbow bolts from the leftover metal sheets. As for the shaft of the bolts, he could only make use of the feathers he tore off from badminton shuttlecocks. It was the first time he did something like this, so he was careful in making it so he would not have to waste too much materials, and he was satisfied with the results. Mark held his crossbow with both hands and aimed it. He also leaned a wooden plank on the far side of the wall and tried shooting it several times, and the result was good. May also tried shooting hers, but it looked like that she would need to practice a lot as he missed her shots a lot. She even broke some of the bolts as her shots landed on the wall or the concrete floor. Mark looked at the crossbows. His crossbow was 18 inches long and looked like a mixture of recurve and compound crossbows. He also designed the stock and the shape of the body to complement his sci-fi sports armor. As for May's crossbow, it was smaller as he designed a pistol crossbow for her with a similar shape and style as his. Mark also tried shooting her crossbow and nodded. The power was lower compared to his, but still enough to pierce through a human skull. Both crossbows could be reloaded by just notching the bolt and pulling the string, or by pulling the string using the reel-like mechanism he put on the crossbows and notching the arrow afterwards. The only thing Mark just wished to have right now was a can of black spray paint so he would be able to color the crossbows. Mark looked at May, and she was all smiles as she held the crossbow her Jeej made for her. While they were doing the final checks on the crossbows, a shout came from behind. "What?" It was Ange, who saw the two holding onto their crossbows. Behind her was Paula, who was looking at the weapons Mark made with an amazed expression. Paula then looked at Mark with a serious face. Mark, can we talk for a bit? Chapter 43. What do you want to talk about now? Mark asked, looking at Paula, who was sitting in front of him. The four of them was now back at the south wing of the rooftop, sitting on the chairs they left there before. Mark and Paula faced each other while Ange sat beside her friend and May beside her Jeej. "Paula, it was rare for you to look this serious," Ange said in confusion. Paula glanced at Ange before looking back to Mark. She sighed and loosened her shoulders before finally saying her intention. "It's not that serious. I just want to know and confirm a few things." She looked straight at Mark's eyes, in which the latter stared back. "But please, answer my questions without lying. I just want to know the truth." "You think I'm a liar?" "Yes." Paula answered Mark's question frankly. "It's back then when Uncle Bernard asked you about why you saved us. I know you that not all you said were the truth and parts of it are lies. And also, don't try to feed us with things that only delusional patients would say." Hearing the last sentence, Mark felt an arrow piercing his back. Mark could only sigh. "You're really an archer, aren't you? You can even shoot arrows with your words. I don't know where you got those references, but please be serious in answering my questions." Ange felt really confused now. She did not realize, or maybe, she did not think deeply about what Mark said that time. May did not seem to care about it, but she looked at him curiously. Mark shrugged his shoulders and replied, "All right, you got me. You can ask now. I promise to say the truth, but don't expect that I will answer everything." Paula nodded. "Actually, what I wanted to ask first was the true reason you saved us, but I won't. I will ask first about who you really are. My background? Yes? Isn't that a little private? It's not like I really mind, but I will ask you the same later." "It's fine." "All right. If I were to say, for the major part, I'm just a shut-in." The three girls were surprised. Looking at their surprised faces, Mark continued, "It's been 3 years that I started living this way, all right? I don't go out of the house too much and only go out if I needed to buy something or I have to do something important." "You don't work?" Ange asked. "I do, you idiot. I'm a shut-in, but I'm not a mate." "Well, most of the time. I am a freelance article writer and programmer, and I also have a few online side jobs. When there are projects, I have work, but there are also times that I don't. The pay on the projects was good so I can get by when I don't have work. When Mark finished, Paula sighed. She could see that Mark was not lying, but this did not explain the things he was capable of. I can tell that you're saying the truth, but that doesn't explain several things. What things? First was your fighting capabilities, another was your disposition, and looking at that crossbow you made, you were also proficient in making weapons like that and also knew how to operate those power tools correctly. Geez, you want to dig that deep? Yes, but if you don't want to answer, it's fine. Well, I guess she will keep on pestering me if I don't answer. Mark pointed at Ange, who was looking at him with a face that was asking him to answer. Paula sighed at the appearance of her friend but did not stop her either. All right, Angeline, I'll tell, so stop making that face. Ange made a triumphant face like she won something. About this crossbow, I'm used to making stuff like this. One of my side jobs is making weapon props for cosplayers. I get commissions from time to time and the pay is good depending on what I make. Sometimes, I needed to make quite functional ones like guns that make sounds or shoots fake bullets. I got used to designing mechanisms and self-studied basic electronics. As for the reason I can use power tools and heavy equipment is because I had experience in using them. When I graduated from college, finding a job that would fit for me was hard and had to jump jobs now and then. From being a driver to construction work, I tried all those. I also worked in a metal workshop for a month and did some heavy stuff there. That place was where I learned to use power tools and welding machines. Then how about your fighting abilities? Paula asked, but the answer did not come from Mark. It was Ange who answered. Paula, I think he was self-taught. His style is unconventional and unrefined. You know that I have purple belt in karate and blue in taekwondo. I noticed him using some of the moves from both martial arts. To what Ange said, Mark nodded. Angeline is right, I just taught myself using tutorials from the internet and copying moves in games I played. Unbelievable, isn't it? But it's the truth. I was interested in martial arts since I was little, but we're poor to afford joining training clubs. When I was in elementary, one of the games I often play with my siblings is sword fighting. We make crude wooden swords from thick cacaoate branches and trunks and just wildly attack and defend from each other. As children, we couldn't control our swings and there were times we hurt each other. I learned dodging and enduring pain the hard way. That's quite a dangerous game. Mark laughed. I can't deny that. Paula kept on staring at Mark during the time he was talking and sighed. Everything he said, there was no lie. And for my character, it was influenced by my cluster of personality disorder before. Mark said seriously. You said before? So is it cured now? Paula asked, in which Mark shook his head before replying. For some part, I have my own method that overlaps and counters the symptoms of the paranoid disorder, but the symptoms from schizoid and schizotypal disorders are still here. So I call it as an incomplete cluster of personality disorder now. Hearing what Mark said, Paula was in deep thought. She muttered the name of the 3 personality disorders under the cluster and was thinking about their symptoms. Then, she looked at Mark with a face that she realized and confirmed something. The paranoid personality disorder was mainly about distrust and anxiety against other people and suspicions about what they were thinking. Paula already noticed something about Mark, and this clue further reinforced her suspicion of him. Mark said that his personality disorder was still there, but he had something to deal with his paranoid personality disorder, and that only meant one thing. Jeej, did you go to a doctor to cure it? May, who was silent since the start, finally spoke. Mark looked at her and replied with a helpless tone. I don't have money for that. Also, if you girls ask me if I haven't done anything about this, then I can only say that it is just easy to say, but hard to do. In my experience, I found my condition by myself and in a way accepted that I have it. If maybe someone else was the first to notice and told me, then there might be a subconscious denial and could help with rehabilitation and stuff. Unfortunately, I had no one like that. How about your parents? Didn't they realize what you were going through? You did not tell them? Ange asked. To their surprise, his mood seemed to drop after she asked. I did tell them at first, but they paid no attention to it and thought that I was just being lazy and giving excuses. Hearing what you said, your parents must have treated you good. For me, though my parents can't be described as bad, they are more inclined to the negative side. Ange did not know how to reply to that. Jeej, is this personality disorder the reason why you are job hopping? Mark nodded. This is one of the reasons, though just the minor reason. This time, Paula snapped out of her deep thought and looked Mark to ask a crucial question. I want to ask, how did you live with this condition? It was a light question that required a heavy answer. It was also a question to determine what kind of person he was in the whole meaning. Mark shrugged his shoulders. For the small part, I lived like a normal shut-in the past years after I became tired of changing jobs. I admit, I'm one of those people who are called otakus and I'm also a gamer. I spend most of my time watching anime, reading novels and playing video games when I don't have any freelance work. The three girls stared at him. They all felt that was not all. And as they expected, Mark continued. For the most part though, I'm living like a person that doesn't have anywhere to belong to. I have a bad relationship with my parents and the experiences I gathered in the past pushed me to the point of detaching myself from the society. I was spending my days dreaming that the world will fall into chaos, gets destroyed or at least our country fall into war. Dreaming that when those times come, I can try and find a place where I can belong to or at least spend my life living freely until the day I die. So, in a way, what is happening to us now is a kind of blessing and a dream that came true for me. Mark bitterly smiled. He looked to his right and patted May, who was already crying on her head. Mark knew that a part of what he said pulled a string in her heart. Paula and Ange felt a bit sour at what he said. The two girls then looked at May, confused to why she was crying. They knew that what he said was quite heavy, but it should not be enough to make her cry. Chapter 44. Why is she crying? Ange could not hold her curiosity and worry anymore and asked. Paula was rather confused too. Paula, one of your questions should be why I saved her, right? Mark asked while stroking May's hair. Ness, you have been staying away from that topic. I don't mean it in a bad way, but even with what you said earlier, we did something worthy of being saved, so you saved us, but that reason doesn't apply to her. Also, we knew that you two just met when you saved her, but the affection you two are giving each other is rather unusual. Mark nodded, understanding her question. Normally, any man will have the reason to save her mainly because she is beautiful. I'm different though. The reason I saved her is because she is like me. Like you? The two girls was confused as they did not understand how he could say that. Yep, we're birds of the same feathers, you see. I just said it right? I'm a person that had no place to belong to before the outbreak. Mayor is the same. How can you be sure about that? Paula asked, and Ange had the same question. You don't believe me? Mark raised an eyebrow towards the two girls. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. The two girls looked at May and asked, May, is what he said true? May did not immediately answer. She wiped her tears with her hands first before she nodded. Seeing her nod made the two girls surprised. This beautiful girl actually felt that she don't have a place to belong to? It was kind of hard for the two to accept. Can you tell us the reason? Paula tried to probe further. As Mark also wanted to know, he also asked her, Mayor, I also wanted to know your reason, but if it's not convenient for you, it's also fine. May looked at her Jej, then at Paula and Ange. She started speaking. I was born in a business family. Have you heard of Zio Industries? My family was the founder and the major shareholder of that company. The three was surprised. Zio Industries was one of the largest engineering, construction and land development company in the country. It was the major general building contractor of the government before the outbreak. That company was a very large one. They did not expect that the princess of that company was the beautiful girl in front of them. If your family is that rich, shouldn't you be happy living in riches? Ange asked with a shock in her face apparent. And to her question, May reacted negatively and looked down. Yes, we are rich, but I never had any good relation with them. From the time I remember, it was the maids who took care of me the most. And for my family, I'm just a tool for expanding their business. Hearing that, Mark and Paula immediately understood it was a common circumstance for nobles, rich and influential people. Mark then spoke. So, your duty is to marry someone your family chose for you, right? May nodded in reply. Jej, did you see Henry the dead student in the cinema when you saved me? He is the one, huh? What are you two talking about? Paula interjected and Mark replied to her question. You two did not see him, but there's a dead student there in the cinema dumped in the last row of chairs. The gangsters should be the ones who killed him. What May is saying is that student was the fiancé, arranged by her family. May nodded to confirm what Mark said and continued. He is the son of one of our family's richest business partners. Still, that person was a lecher. I knew that he had other women despite being arranged by our families. He also tried advances of me many times, but he can't force me to do what I don't want because of my family. Furthermore, he bought all of my friends for them to push me to him. Dumbfounded, Ange and Paula looked at each other. If I were to choose, I'd rather have my freedom than the riches of my family. Because I'm rich, I had no real friends. Those who tried to befriend me are those who were after the personal connections they can make and those who were paid by Henry. Most men were only after my looks, and their eyes were always looking at me like I'm naked. Right now, there was a tinge of resentment in her voice. Then, that happened to me. It was Henry's fault. She started crying again, and her tears carried heavier weight. Those boys? Those gangsters had been eyeing me for some time already. Mark was surprised. I have been seeing them for the last week hanging around the convenience store outside my school. Every time they saw me, they looked like drooling dogs. I just let them be since I had my guards and driver every time I go home from school. I did not expect I would encounter them in the mall when I and Henry were being chased by a biter. I didn't want to go with them, but Henry pulled me and I can't do anything. Then, Mark pulled May into his embrace and let her cry on his shoulder. He patted her back before looking at the two girls who already stood up wanting to stop her from speaking anymore and comfort her. I did not expect that. I should have killed that other guy. Mark helplessly sighed, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Paula and Ange already approached May and patting her back and shoulder. What do you two think? Is there a place for her to belong? The two girls could not say anything about it anymore. I haven't thought that she would have these circumstances. Paula drooped her shoulders. Still, I understand that her fear of men now was because of the trauma she received, but it's kind of strange how she is too attached to you. I don't think May likes you or something within that. I also don't think she will behave like that even if you was the one who saved her. Maybe it's because of what I said to her. What did you say? When I saved her, she was already in the estate that she did not care whether she will still live or die. She did not even respond to me when I approached her. So told her that it's fine already. Then she somehow recovered a little and started crying. I already thought about it, but maybe Mayer felt that nothing is fine in her life and I was the one who said the opposite to her. Paula looked at May, who calmed down a little while still in Mark's embrace. She was listening to what her Jeej was saying. May, is he right? May weakly nodded in reply before she slowly got out of Mark's embrace red-faced. Geez, you're really a crybaby. Mark took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and wiped May's face. It was lucky that he thought of getting new handkerchiefs from that clothing store. So, that's the reason you saved her? Paula asked Mark. That's it. It was because I understand how being like that felt. I also knew the feelings of a person wanting to die, you see. I was the same before. If you realize that there is no place for you to belong in the world, you will start to see that there is no point in living. For me, I also stopped thinking too much about the importance of life, be it mine or others. I managed to thwart myself from the suicidal feelings on my own, but not everyone in the same situation would be able to. Ange and Paula was dumbfounded. They did not think that it would be that severe. It would be really hard for people to fully understand their feelings and emotion unless they experienced it themselves. Then, how did you take yourself away from wanting to die? I became an otaku and a gamer. You see, I immersed myself in the plot and eagerly wanting to finish the story, be it anime, light novels, or video games. Most anime had stories that were not concluded easily, and in novels even more. I needed to wait for the stories to conclude or I won't be satisfied before dying. Well, in summary, it's just escapism. Mark casually finished his sentence while shrugging his shoulders, which made the two girls feel bitter. Still, Paula was satisfied with his answers and how honest he had been. It should be time for your next question, right? Mark asked. Then Paula turned serious once more as she asked her next question. Yes, for the next question. This one, I really want you to answer. I can't back out. Please answer it since I'm really curious about it and it might affect our interactions in the future. That's kind of heavy, isn't it? Okay, I'll try to answer. Paula breathed in and out deeply. Are you a psychic? Can you read minds of people? Mark was surprised. He did not expect her to ask this question. Chapter 45. Mark was surprised about the question Paula asked him. Nevertheless, his shock did not appear on his face. On the contrary, May had almost forgotten her sad feelings as she turned to Paula in shock while Ange looked at her friend incredulously. Paula, you're not sick, right? Ange could not help but ask as she put her hand on Paula's forehead. However, Paula just let Ange did what she was doing and kept on staring at Mark seriously. I didn't expect you to ask something like that, Mark said with a bitter smile. It may sound ridiculous, but I noticed it since the time you saved us. You've been predicting things and even answering our questions before we could even say anything. Also, when you told us why you saved us earlier, how do you know that I was about to give up that time? It bugged me too much. Just now, you knew that May is the same as you, but it's obvious that she hasn't told you about it before. Paula finally removed Ange's hand on her forehead and continued. You also said that you have something to deal with your paranoia. The main symptoms of paranoia are about distrust and anxiety towards other people. Major part of this is because no one could predict what is in the minds of other people. One of the possible ways you could deal with it is being able to read people's minds. What she said made Mark scratch his head. So, I made a blunder, don't I? Well, I didn't think anyone would notice. So, will you three keep it a secret? The three girls stared at him. Did Mark mean that what Paula said was true? You really can read minds? Ange asked in shock. Well, Mark dragged his reply before smirking. No, The three girls felt that they were being played with, especially Paula. It was because she knew that he was not lying when he denied it. Then, how can he? She knew that what she observed of him was not wrong. However, he did not lie when he answered. Seriously, don't be at such a loss. You're even making that face. Paula heard Mark's voice when she was thinking deeply. And there it was again. He just said out loud what she was feeling right now. Paula was making a sullen face as she looked at Mark. When she saw his face that looked like he just succeeded with his prank, she felt angry. Knowing that Paula was feeling angry, Mark decided to stop playing. All right. Since you are the very first person to take initiative to know and ask about me, consider it as your prize. But the three of you should promise first. It's not like I'm really hiding it, but there's really no advantage for everyone to know. So, you girls have to keep it a secret. Seeing that he was finally serious, Paula nodded and promised to keep whatever he wanted to confess as secret. For May, she would unconditionally agree with him while Ange also nodded. I don't have such profound ability to read minds. Then how did you? Have you girls heard about emphatic people? Ange and May had a blank looks on their faces while Paula came into a realization. You're an empath? Yes, and a severe case of it. You can also say that this is both the reason for my personality disorder and a method to deal with my paranoia. I see. Paula nodded. Hey Paula, May, and I can't catch up with you too. What does empath mean? May nodded as Ange asked that question to Paula. It's not really a common topic, so it's not surprising that you two can't keep up. You see, empaths or empathic people are people who are highly sensitive to emotions of people around them. There are other things, but that's the main idea. Paula turned back to Mark. What do you mean by a severe case? You just said it. We are highly sensitive to emotions of people around us, but how far does around mean? I don't know about others, but mine can reach up to dozens of meters away. Remember how far you two are from the central area when I ran over to save you? Do you think that it can be described as just around? I can even feel other people's emotions through walls accurately. Mark breathed deeply and closed his eyes a bit before continuing. I can even distinguish people using the emotions absorbed. Like now, there is something strange happening just below us. It should be Uncle Bernard and Calvin. It's likely that they would be looking for us soon. That makes sense, doesn't it? Just by accurately knowing people's emotions, what they are thinking can be predicted just going by intuition and clues. Paula voiced her assumption. That's right. Mark affirmed what she just said. But don't empaths get drained by negative emotions of people? You think I don't? Just with how negative the emotions of the people inside give me the urge to kick them all out. If Mare did not wake up on her own earlier, then I would have done it myself and pulled her up here. Mark looked helpless. Jeej, what do you mean by getting drained by negative emotions? May asked in concern. You see, when people around me are feeling negative, the examples are sadness, anxiety, and anger. I get exhausted easily, like my body was being drained with energy, and mine is even faster than common empaths. May started to feel down as she felt that she was putting wood on the fire. That was Mark's concerns. That's right. So you better start to cheer up already, or I really will have a hard time with you crying every time. Sensing her emotions, Mark patted May's head gently. Yes. Then Mark looked at the Ange and Paula, who looked like they had been forcefully fed with something sweet, and told another fact of his life. Actually, I being an empath was one of the reasons for my job hopping back then. Every time I get used to my work, my coworkers would start to feel negative toward me and starts to alienate me. The feeling was just suffocating, not to mention that I was already exhausted absorbing all the emotions of people around me while I am commuting to work. But why would they alienate you? Ange asked in confusion. Well, one of my best qualities is that I'm a very fast learner. In every work I tried, I can grasp everything that I needed to learn in a very short time and start producing results that even my bosses praise me for. But what is wrong with that? Ange asked again, but this time it was Paula who answered her question. If he learns fast and produced results in a short period of time, then the older workers would start feeling jealous of his achievements. They will start to resent him for taking up the limelight and thus alienating him. That's right. Mark confirmed what Paula just said. That's just harsh. May muttered, feeling aggrieved because of her Jeej's past experience. Well, this ends that question, right? Mark asked, making Paula nod. Mark then continued. Well, I don't understand why you said that it would affect our future interactions though. It's just I don't know how would I face someone who would be able to read what I am thinking. You don't have to worry about me though. I have no interest in what people think as long as I'm not included in it. Paula smiled and replied. That's true, I guess. Just with your personality disorder, I don't need to worry too much. It's quite strange that it's coming from you though, considering that you're a walking lie detector test. Mark smirked. Paula did not reply anymore and just let out a bitter smile. She knew that she managed to observe and make guesses about his ability, but that did not mean that he could not do the same to her. She just kept her silence to affirm what he said. Chapter 46. What's the next one? Mark urged Paula. This should be the last. I just want to know the real reason you saved us. The last of luck? Then after this one, you two should also answer my questions, alright? Paula nodded as response to his question. Well, let me tell you something first. For me, there are 3 kinds of people who help others. First are the selfless ones. They just help people unconditionally just because they wanted to help. Second are those who wanted to be heroes. They help and save people to fulfill their ego and be revered by the people they saved. The third are those with other motives. That's self-explanatory, I think. Which of the 3 kinds do you think am I? Mark asked, which Paula replied without hesitation. The third. Mark nodded. That's right. I saved you too because I had other motives. Mark then looked at Ange incredulously. What are you doing? Ange was now hugging her body while backing up on her seat and looked at Mark like she was looking at someone who would eat her. Her ear was then harshly pinched and pulled by Paula. That hurts? That's for not taking things seriously. But he had other motives for saving us. Yes, he had other motives, but I don't think he had that motive. Paula sighed at her airheaded friend. Ange, on the other hand, looked sullen. It was embarrassing for her to get her ear pinched and pulled in front of other people. Sorry about Ange. Can you say your motive now? Well, it's nothing much really. I just want some people who could guard my back without stabbing me when I turn around. The two of them was surprised. If you want some people to guard your back, why did you choose us? Because of all the people I saw in the mall, only you two had a different reaction toward the zombies. I just said that I'm an empath and I never had felt the fear of zombies from the two of you. The 2 girls contemplated as Mark continued. Paula, you were giving up that time not because you were afraid of the zombies but because it was truly hopeless in that situation. As for Angeline, she was never afraid. She was running and pulling you that time because the 2 of you were outnumbered. At times like this, it was easy for people to turn their back on others even if they are their loved ones. The main root of it was fear, and yet, you two only have a speck of it. And you two showed fear, but not because you two were scared of the zombies, but rather, you feared losing people and the danger that the zombies bring. When Mark finished, the 2 came to a realization. They did not really notice much of their own emotions back then, but now that Mark said it, they realized that what he was saying were true. It shows how true that there were times that other people knew you more than yourself. Satisfied now? You know, I have my circumstances and prefer to be alone most of the time, but I'm not an idiot. Even if I can move and deal with things myself, I can't do everything on my own. And unlike the others below who could only cry and shiver from fear, I wouldn't suffer too much mental exhaustion because of you two. Ange and Paula looked at each other with a bitter smile. They could not think of any reason to deny what he just said. There were times that they also felt sad and down earlier, but unlike others who would dwell on it too much, the 2 of them could adapt and recover faster. Still, most of it was Mark's efforts though. Then, the 2 girls nodded at each other and faced Mark. Since you trust us to watch your back, then we promise not to let you down, Paula said, and Ange showed a resolute expression. Alright, thanks. Then, can I ask my questions now? Mark smiled, but his smile now looked refreshed, different from his usual clouded and bitter smile. Ness, you answered all my questions, so you can also ask. Though, my questions are just about the backgrounds of you two since you two don't seem to be simple people either. Another is about your own ability, Paula. Nothing else? Nothing else. Just knowing your backgrounds should be enough for me to gauge the answers to some minor questions. Okay, we'll tell you about our families then. Paula was about to start, but Mark turned his head toward the west wing of the mall. Mark sighed. Just tell me later. They need us below. The 3 girls were surprised. Did something happen? Ange asked with worry. I can't read minds, remember? I know. What, you can at least guess a little, right? Mark stood up and prepared to go back. They readied their things and left together. Do you have any idea? Paula asked Mark as they walked. Not much, it's just about what I told you earlier. Uncle Bernard seemed to be confused and anxious right now. Calvin is the same and they are together with the other employees. The other is Mrs. It should be about her daughter since she seemed restless. The countenance of the 3 girls changed. Did it mean that something happened to Sarya? Mark closed his eyes for a bit to concentrate and spoke after opening his eyes. Sarya seemed to be in pain. Why are you not sure? It's harder for me to read and detect emotions of children. I don't know why, but I might be because their emotions are very much lighter than of adults. Anyways, let's hurry. Mark and the 3 girls picked up the pace and left toward the west wing. For Mark, he might not care about other people, but nicely raised children were different. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They just entered the emergency door after going down the ladder and they immediately bumped into Bernard, who was about to go out. Worry was visible on the face of the old man along with a tinge of confusion. "Uncle Bernard, what's wrong?" Paula asked, and Bernard faced Mark immediately. "I was looking for you, Mark. We already put the buyer and eater you caught in a room, but there are issues with the fat mutant." Mark was surprised. "What happened? It's better for you to see." Bernard then led the four toward the corridor on the south wing. They reached the barricade Mark built before, but now the barricade was reinforced and looked stronger. Still, the appearance of the barricade did not register in their eyes as they were all focused on the view beyond the barricade. Calvin, Joseph, and Fernan were also there along with several employees watching and guarding the place. However, Joseph was less spirited and did not dare to look at Mark. Mark looked over the barricade and saw the disgusting fat mutant that looked even more horrifying now. The fat mutant looked half of its body bigger, and the parts of its body that were filled with fat looked like swelling. Large blisters already appeared on some parts of its body. There was also a faint fume being released around it. Sniffing the air, there was also a tinge of disgusting smell. He was worried at first that it would be dangerous, but looking at the other people here, it should be fine. Mark then realized. Mark knew this smell. What's this smell? It seemed that the girls also noticed the smell. Mark looked toward the men and said with all seriousness, "Don't try to light anything flammable. You also knew this smell? Don't worry, I already told the others about that. I also did not let anyone approach since the stench gets stronger when we're closer to that guy there." Calvin spoke and Mark nodded at him. "Jeej, what is this smell? It smells like rotten eggs." May, who was beside Mark, hiding from the men around them, asked. "It should be methane, isn't it?" Paula said while pinching her nose. Mark nodded in confirmation. "It seems we can't keep that guy anymore," Mark said, and he readied his crossbow. The people around him saw his crossbow and could not help but feel amazed. Just where he found such a cool-looking bow. "Everyone, get back. We don't know what will happen after killing that pig there, but we needed to be careful." Everyone did not question him and started retreating away from the barricade. Mark and the three girls did the same. Mark aimed his crossbow from afar, calculating the angle he should shoot. He aimed for a bit and concentrated, wanting to hit the head. He pulled the trigger and released the crossbow bolt. Unexpectedly, the fat zombie moved and the bolt that's supposed to have hit its head hit its back. "Oh, no, splat!" A loud sound which sounded like a balloon made of flesh popping up echoed across the corridor as an explosion of blood, human flesh, and guts ensued. Luckily, they retreated, or else they would have been showered with all those disgusting mess. The pieces of flesh from the fat mutant even flew over the barricade, which was 7 meters away from the body. ewoodnovel.com. Mark stared at the corridor. Though he expected the guy to explode, he did not expect it to be this devastating. Blood sprayed in a large radius and chunks of flesh scattered about. He was also sure that the sound made by its body exploding might have attracted zombies to this place. Chapter 47. While everyone was looking at the aftermath of the fat mutant's body explosion, a wave of stinky gas assaulted their noses. Everyone immediately retreated by reflex until they could barely smell the stench. "Everyone all right?" Bernard asked in concern while looking around. "I'm fine, just a little nauseous," one of the employees replied, which was followed by the reply of others. Most of them felt nauseous and some coughed hard, but overall everyone is fine. Paula, who was also coughing, said, "It looked similar to that boomer in Left 4 Dead." "Yeah," Ange replied with a knitted face. Mark was surprised that these two girls knew something like that. It was very rare for girls in this country to play these kinds of game genres after all. Its only similar is the way its body exploded. Everything else is different. It was also releasing methane from its body. Just think what will happen if someone were to shoot it with a gun. Everyone became serious when Mark said that. He then turned to the employees and ordered them, "Keep watch here and don't let anyone light any kind of fire or spark nearby. Wait until the gas dissipates." After the employees nodded, Mark turned around to leave together with the girls. It was then that Bernard spoke to Mark. "Wes, Rhea is looking for you too. Her daughter had a fever and it's kind of high." "Bueno." Mark then left the bewildered Bernard. "Hello?" Bernard could not make out how they would know that. The four immediately went back inside the tech zone and into the store there Rhea and her daughter was staying. What they saw Rhea inside looking very worried beside the table where her daughter was sleeping. They could also see Sarya with a wet cloth on her forehead while breathing heavily. When Mark arrived at the door of the store, Rhea immediately looked at the door and her worried face brightened a little bit. She stood up and approached the Mark in a hurry. "Thank goodness. You arrived. How is her fever?" Mark asked, making Rhea look at her sleeping daughter before turning back to Mark. "It's when my daughter slept this afternoon, her temperature started to rise slightly. I didn't think that her fever would flare up after the sun set. Is she your first child? I don't think you would be worried like this if she's not." Rhea nodded to Mark, embarrassed. Mark then entered the store and touched Sarya's neck with the back of his right hand. It's normal for fever to flare up during the night. I think it should be the effect of her being thrown away from your arms earlier. What do you think? Ange asked while Paula also tried to feel the child's temperature, and it made her eyes turn wide. Paula then voiced her concern. Isn't this dangerous? Yes, I think it's too high for a child her age to endure. Mark replied and turned to Rhea. You did not find medicine for her? I tried asking everyone, but no one had any. I also don't think that medication for adults can be suitable for my daughter's age. Mark nodded. It seemed that Rhea studied a few things when she became a mother. At least, she really valued her daughter. Nowadays, it would not be surprising that there were mothers who knew nothing about raising a child and did not have the initiative to learn either, despite the fact that there was the internet present to feed their knowledge. What most mothers who lack knowledge do is to cut off a part from a tablet for adult medication and feed it to their children. It was not suitable for most cases of sick children. Paula also looked solemn. Sarya's temperature was too high. It could lead into severe complications if not addressed quickly. She looked at Mark, appealing to do something. Paula, is it really bad? Seeing her friend's expression, Ange could not help but worry. Yeah, it's bad. If her temperature continues to rise, she might. Paula replied to Ange but did not dare complete her sentence in front of Rhea. Looks like we will need to visit the first floor, Mark said in all seriousness. Mark then turned to Rhea. What is your daughter's exact age? Sarya is 4 years and about 5 months old. Rhea calculated for a bit and replied. All right, stay here and take care of your daughter. I'll prepare for a bit and go to find medicine for her. Hearing what he said, Rhea's desperate heart found some hope. She grabbed Mark's arm and profusely thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. I don't really know what to do. Mark nodded and pulled her hands away from his arm gently. I'll get someone to bring clean water. Wipe Sarya's body to keep her temperature as lower as possible. Yes, Mark. May, Ange and Paula went to the store where Mark set up his base and saw James, who was using the laptop in front of the chair. When James saw Mark, he immediately stood up and called, Moss! The way James called out to Mark made Ange and Paula stared at him with inconceivable expressions. Knowing what the two girls were feeling, he could only sigh. I have something for you to do. Just tell me what you need and I'll do it. Seriously, this guy was behaving like he was Mark's subordinate. Mark shook his head and sent him to bring water to Rhea and Sarya, and also told him to ask the other survivors if there was anyone who had knowledge of what kind of medicine should be given to 4-year-old children who had fever. James immediately ran off after receiving Mark's orders. Mark knew that it was possible to find the medicine Sarya needed, but having someone tell them what to get would make things easier. Jeej, you're really going to the first floor? Isn't it dangerous? We have no choice. The only store in this mall that sells medicine is on that floor. Can I go with you? Mark shook his head hearing May's question. He was happy that she was willing to help, but with her still having a hard time walking with wide strides, she would not be able to run. No, you're still not able to run, right? Just stay here. F1.com. May had a sad expression, but obediently nodded. Then I will go with you, Ange said with her hands clenched. What to her surprise, Mark still shook his head. You also stay here, bring May and help Mrs. Rhea with taking care of her daughter. He then turned to Paula and looked at the bow tied to her back. I'll take you with me this time. Knowing what he was thinking as he looked at her bow, Paula nodded. Why, Paula should be better at taking care of others than me. Ange, who did not get the meaning of Mark's gestures, started to throw a tantrum. It made Mark smirk. At least you know that you can't. Ange felt perplexed and mad. Ange, we needed to be stealthy this time. He wanted me to accompany him because I can use a bow. Paula, who knew that her friend was being teased again, said the reason why. Ange also settled down after knowing the reason. Well, I'm leaving you here primarily to guard May, so you don't need to worry about your skills for taking care of people. What? You don't have to bother about the reason. Just guard her and don't leave her side, all right? Mark said it too seriously that he made Ange nod by reflex. Also, let Paula borrow your armor. Ange made a reluctant face for a bit before nodding. Even if she just showed that face for a bit, Mark felt the fluctuation of her emotions. I see, that armor is more important than your friend, huh? What? No, it's not. Ange replied, flustered, but she realized it after seeing Mark's smirk on his face. This guy is teasing me again. Ange looked to the side and saw Paula, who already turned her back to her, shivering. Paula tried her best to hide it, but Ange still saw that her friend was giggling at her antics. Chapter 48. 6:42 p.m. City Mall, Baycore West Wing. Tech Zone. Mark and the three girls strode back to the store Rhea was in to check on her daughter's condition before going out. Mark and Paula were already wearing armors and fully equipped with weapons and as sports backpacks. When they entered the store, Bernard and Calvin were also there. The two men looked at Mark's group with stern expressions and approached them. Bernard then asked, "You young'uns are going to find medicine for her?" "Just me and Paula. May and Ange are going to stay." "Just the two of you? Isn't it dangerous?" "No, well, just sneak along the way and avoid attracting zombies too much. It's more easier to do that with fewer people." Bernard nodded, hearing what he said. "Then," Mark continued, "still, we need 2 more people to guard the stairwell after we clear it of zombies. Then, Fernan and James should be able to do that." "No, I need James to guard my things on that store, so we should get another one." "Freebnacom, all right. By the way, I want to ask you two for help." Kevin raised his eyebrow and asked, "Help for what?" "May and Angeline will be staying here, if possible. Immediately assist Angeline if something happens." The men's brows knitted hearing what he said. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much, just what I said. Angeline already knows what she needs to do, and you two just need to assist her." As Mark did not want to elaborate further, the two men did ask any more and nodded. Mark approached Rhea, who was wiping her daughter's body with a wet handkerchief. Saria's fever was still high and her temperature was still rising, but it was not as fast as before. It should give them enough time to go down, find the medicine and run back. Mark assured the mother once more and left. May and Ange would stay here in the tech zone, but they still insisted on accompanying Mark and Paula until they entered the stairwell on the west side of the mall. Bernard and Calvin already found Fernan and another employee who was familiar with Mark. It was the woman who was together with James when they got shut out from the tech zone. Apparently she was also the one James found that knew about what kind of medicine they needed to find. They also followed together with Mark's group. When they went out of the store, Mark saw James going their direction when he was just to look for him. He had 2 phone-like gadgets on his hands. "Boss, you have good timing. I'm just about to look for you." "Is that so? You need me to guard the store again?" "That's right. No worries, boss. I'll guard it with my life." Mark rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, right. Boss, here." James handed the phone-like gadgets to Mark. Mark and Ange's eyes lit up after he received the gadgets. The gadgets were actually 2-way radios. Mark knew this model. It should be the BFF 8HP radios made by Beifeng. "Boss, I figured out that you will need this, so I brought it from the store that we just pried open. I already configured so it's ready to use. The batteries aren't fully charged though. You know how to configure this?" James scratched his head. "No, boss, I don't. I just followed the manual." "All right, thank you. I'll leave the store to you again." Mark and his group parted with James, who was going back to guard the shop. It did not take long for them to reach the double door leading to the stairwell, which was nearby the back door of the arcade center. Along the way, they saw some employees cleaning the corridor and mopping the blood on the floor. They also tested the radios, which made Mark satisfied. Mark gave one of the radios to Ange, making her beam with a lively smile. "Remember not to contact us using the radio unless it's an emergency." Mark strictly reminded her. "I already know. I don't want Paula to fall into danger because of me." "Well, your face tells me that you can't wait to play with it." "Ah!" The others would smile bitterly as they saw the two bickering. "Ange, you remember your duty, right?" Paula interjected between the two. "Of course. It's not like you don't know me." "All right." Paula nodded. "Be careful down there." "I will." The two friends hugged each other. On the other side, May was already embracing Mark. There were not many words between them, but they knew what each other was thinking. Mark patted May's head. "I just did it once and you're already getting engrossed with it, huh?" May did not reply and just buried her head on his chest despite the armor he was wearing. "Jeej, be careful." "All right. You too." May nodded her head and reluctantly parted with Mark. Mark looked at the others. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. It was because, with the exception of Ange, they all turned their head away in a synchronized manner. "You two should get a room." Ange teased. "What? You want to join?" "Only to receive a counterattack." "I don't. Anyways, I gave you a task. Do it properly." Mark seriously said, and Ange nodded. The employees were confused about the subject of their talk, so they just watched them. Mark readied his machete on his right hand and held the crossbow on his left. Paula had also drawn her bow. The employees removed the things that jammed the door from opening and opened it slowly. Under the gazes of the people in the corridor, Mark and Paula silently walked through the door. The employees closed the door afterwards, not making any noise. After the two entered the stairwell, Mark immediately peered over the railings and looked both up and down. He checked whether there were zombies lurking and found several lurking at the flight of stairs below. When he looked down in the middle of the stairwell, he could see a mangled body below which gender could not be recognized and a large splatter of blood on the floor under it. That person must have fallen over the railings and fell to death. Who knows whether the person was still alive if not when he or she fell. Mark keenly observed the idling zombies. He then aimed his crossbow. He knew that he was not a professional sniper, especially since the crossbow bolts and arrows were highly affected by gravity after a certain distance. Still, he was sure he could aim accurately at this range. Tush! He pulled the trigger. The bolt flew diagonally downwards and pierced a hole at the right side of the zombie's parietal bone. The zombie slumped onto the wall and slowly fell down. Mark reloaded the crossbow and aimed at another one with high concentration and released the bolt. The second bolt pierced the other zombie's forehead. The zombie was forced to step back and lean on the wall before falling down. They then slowly moved down the stairs, positioning themselves correctly before shooting several zombies. If a zombie comes near, Mark will slash it with his machete. He did the same a few times more while Paula watched behind him with bright eyes. She could see what he was doing exactly. Mark was picking off the biters and he timed his shots so that the force from the bolt would make the dying biter stick to the wall before falling down. This way he was reducing the noise made by the falling bodies a lot. Mark looked around some more and then raised his hand and waved it forward twice. The two of them moved and Mark slashed every zombie that was left on the way down. Paula followed behind Mark in amazement. All the zombies he used his machete on was all ears along with all the remaining zombies on the stairwell. Chapter 49, 7:01 p.m. City Mall Bakewar, West Wing Service Corridors, first floor. After killing all the zombies within the stairwell, Mark called Fernan and the female employee who was apparently called Ella. They jammed the doors that led to the second floor and stayed to guard the doors at the first floor. Mark and Paula stealthily walked into the service corridors of the first floor. There were zombies within the corridor, but as Mark expected, there were lesser number compared to other parts of the mall. It was a given since only employees had access to the service corridors and there were even more people in the common populace who did not know the existence of it. The main evidence to what he thought was that most of the zombies lurking in the corridor were wearing uniforms issued to employees of the stores in the mall. The two kept their distance from the zombies and silently felled them using their bows. Mark felt somehow glad as he saw that Paula killing the zombies without hesitation. She was above Ange in this regard. As Mark could not make the zombies lean on the wall as they died in a straight corridor, it was expected by Mark that they would attract some zombies toward them, albeit small in numbers. During the times like those, especially when the attracted ones were biters, Mark would go in front and deal with the zombies in melee and Paula would support from behind. Mark could not help but admire Paula's marksmanship as she accurately shot the zombies on their heads without accidentally hitting him. While they were cleaning the place and collecting the arrows and bolts from the dead bodies, Paula casually started a conversation, though they kept their voices to a minimum. "Do you like May? Where did that come from so suddenly? You know, you two act like lovers." Mark sighed and shot an approaching eater, piercing the zombie in its right eye. "I can't say that I do. It's nothing more than knowing each other's hardships and giving and taking what we needed from each other. I think she likes you though, and don't you think she's beautiful? You don't seem to be attracted to her." Paula pulled the string of her bow and shot an idling biter, piercing its left temple. "Well, she does have feelings towards me, I can't deny that, but the most of those feelings contain dependence rather than liking me. And she's really is beautiful. Anyone with the right eyesight would say so. Still, my tastes in a woman don't rely on the outer appearance but inner appearance. I also want someone who can cook and do house chores properly. I'll ask you, could a princess do those?" Paula choked and missed her next shot. Luckily, the noise made by the arrow hitting the wall drew the attention of the zombie away from them. "Be careful. Just whose fault is it? May is going to have a hard time if she falls for you. If that would really happen, then it would also benefit her a lot if she learned those things at the situation we are in." Paula smiled bitterly behind her helmet as she could not refute what he said. "Well, I'm not really an attractive person, so I think I can't be choosy. If she really falls in love with me, then I'll just teach her what she needed to know." Paula looked at him incredulously. He actually called accepting the love of a beautiful girl not being choosy? "By the way, how did you notice that I can tell whether the person is lying or not?" Mark looked at her and replied, "Well, I noticed it at the time I was telling those lies. Your emotions fluctuate every time I lied, you know that. I racked my brains about it for a bit and concluded that you might have an ability to see through lies. So, you're telling me about it now?" Paula nodded as she pulled the arrow out of the zombie's head she shot earlier. "I inherited this ability from my mother. The only ability I had is to detect whether the person in front of me is lying or not. As you said earlier, I'm just a walking lie detector, same as my mother. My mother worked as a private investigator, you see, and she is a successful one. Any investigator with that kind of ability will be successful, no? I guess you're right about that. Well, what I want to know the most is about Angeline. She knew martial arts, and it's obvious that she have great interest towards guns, weapons, and anything combat related. That is not something you can see on a normal girl. She got this hobby from her father. Her father works for the military, you see. Well, that explains it, I guess. What's her father's position? A general. Seriously? Paula nodded. The two of them arrived at the end corner of the corridor. Mark looked at the situation while peeking through the corner using a compact mirror. There were more zombies, but the numbers were not threatening as long as they did not attract all of them in one go. Mark crouched at the corner and shot the head of the nearest zombie, immediately killing it. To think that she is a daughter of a general. Maybe we can call and make the military send rescue faster. What do you mean? To Paula's question, Mark elaborated how he contacted the military and the situation for the rescue. To think that you already did that, yet did not tell us. Well, my apologies. Many things are happening and I forgot. If we could really contact Ange's father, then they would really rescue us sooner. When Mark heard her say us, he became stiff and smiled wryly inside his helmet. Paula of course noticed the change in his actions and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Not there." Paula furrowed her brows. He was lying again. Well, Mark noticed her emotion fluctuate. You don't have to be like that. It's really nothing for now. Well, I might ask you and Angela a favor later though. You won't tell me now? Later, alright? Later. The two proceeded on killing the zombies and carefully walked through the corridor. The store that sells medicine should be found through one of the doors at the end of this corridor. They fell into a predicament once when a zombie Paula shot accidentally hit a trolley, making a loud noise and attracting quite a number of biters. Mark was almost bitten. However, he skillfully blocked the mouth of the biter with his arm guard. This made Paula profusely apologize for the blunder she made. But then, Mark signaled Paula to stop. "What's wrong? I sense people. Two of them. Wow, you could really work as a human detector, don't you? Did you ever think of being a volunteer on rescue missions like earthquakes and landslides? Not. I will probably die of mental exhaustion if I stay at aggrieved places like those. Where are the people you found?" "At the next door." Paula looked at Mark. "You want to help them? You think I will want to?" Paula shook her head. She knew what was going in the mind of this guy, but she was surprised at his next question. "Well, what do you want to do? You want to help them?" "I do, but you have the call." "Huh, I'll accept helping them, but you can't deny the favor I will ask later." Don't worry about it. I won't ask something impossible. Also, if the two people you want to help attack us with ill intent, I'll kill them, alright?" Knowing that Mark could really do that, Paula nodded. Arriving in front of the door, Mark carefully knocked. Chapter 57, 23 p.m. City Mall, Bakewar, West Wing Service Corridors. First floor. Mark carefully knocked on the door. He knocked only once, and even though it was not loud to attract the zombies, it was loud enough to startle the people inside. After his knock, he could hear shuffling sounds and a surprised but muffled shriek. Using that knock, Mark gauged the emotional fluctuations of the two people inside. One of the two shrunk in fear while the other was also frightened but had steeled emotions and ready to fight. As he finished his assessment, Mark nodded at Paula, urging her to call out. "Is anyone in there?" Paula called out with a slightly loud voice and knocked on the door twice. Hearing her shout, Mark detected the change in emotions on the other side of the door. The two inside were happy and excited as they heard a human voice which was different from what they expected. The two inside hurriedly shuffled toward the door and opened it with fast, and they were surprised to see two people armed with weapons and wearing sci-fi looking armor and helmet of contrasting colors. Paula dragged Mark and backed several steps away from the door. Mark felt it was unnecessary, but he just let her do so. When the door opened, they saw the two people peek from the side. It was a pair of male and female college students who both wore white uniforms. Still, the supposed to be clean and white uniforms were stained with splotches and drops of blood. The male student had an about over a foot-long hatchet stained with blood in his hand as he stared at Mark and Paula vigilantly. The female student looked really excited, but the male student did not let her go out of the door. "Who are you two?" the male student asked in a low voice. Mark did not speak and just looked at Paula to do the introductions. "We're survivors who came down to get medicine. We noticed that there are people inside, so we checked it out." Hearing what she said, the male student's vigilance lessened. In his mind, he stressed out the clues came down in medicine. He then asked, "Did you two check us out to help us?" "That depends. If you needed help, we'll do, and if not, then we'll leave." It was Mark who replied to the student's question with a detached attitude. Mark then shrugged his shoulders after he saw Paula glaring at him. The two students that stood by the door did not seem to mind his attitude and nodded. They walked out of the door. The female student's vigilance was almost none, but the male student maintained his caution, which made Mark nod. The male student looked at Paula and asked, "About you just said, did the two of you come from the floors above? Are there other people?" Paula looked at Mark before replying. He cleared the zombies in a large part of the third floor, so we set out camp there along with a number of other people. She was not the person to steal someone's achievement, so he told a bit of truth to elevate Mark's status. Mark felt it was unnecessary and sighed. The two students looked at Mark, who was donned in black armor and helmet and equipped with several weapons. With what the woman in white armor said, he was a strong person. Paula then continued, "What do you two want to do? We still need to find medicine so that you can come with us, or you two can just go first to our camp. You two can also hide again inside there and wait for us to come back." Mark added, "Can't you lead us to your camp first?" The female student asked with unease. The two people who found them were obviously ready and capable of fighting the zombies. She did not want to separate from them in an unsafe place like this. The male student, who seemed to get her meaning, felt a little down, but did not say anything and just waited for the reply. "We can't. Our business is urgent. We are already wasting time here talking with you," Mark replied and shot an eater shambling toward them from a distance with his crossbow. The two saw the zombie fell and shuddered. It was then that the male student then spoke while gripping his hatchet. "Well, follow you. I know that I won't be too much of help, but I can protect the two of us." Mark looked at Paula and nodded before turning toward their destination and walked away. "Follow us closely," Paula said to the two before following Mark. "Are they okay?" Paula whispered to Mark. "They should be. Still, you owe me a favor now." She was worried what kind of favor Mark wanted, but still nodded. As they passed through the corridor, the two students that were following behind were amazed by the actions of the two. There were almost no zombies that could get close, as they were felled stealthily, while those that managed to come close was decisively dealt by the man in black armor. "What's the name of you two?" Paul asked as she glanced behind while pulling an arrow off the head of a dead biter. "I'm Brendan, and she's Julie. Mine's Paula, and that unsocial guy there's Mark." Mark, who pulled a crossbow bolt from the head of a dead eater, turned his head at Paula. He did not say anything and just faced the opposite direction. He walked forward and hacked the legs of another eater, making it fall down of the floor, and hacked its neck several times. Mark was not using his other ability right now, so the power on his swings was a little weaker. He needed about 2 to 3 swings to completely hack off an eater's neck. While it was just normal for him, his actions made the others feel that he was displeased somehow. Finally, after some struggle, the group arrived in front of a double door that was connected to the storage of the store that sells medicine. They were sure of it since the door was painted with the logo of the store. Mark tried to rotate the doorknob and open the doors, but it was locked. Paula also frowned, as they did not have any other access to the store aside from these doors unless they wanted to scour toward the front of the store, which was surely overrun by zombies since the store front of this store was a wide open space. Under the gaze of the three, Mark flicked the cover of the belt bag on the back of his waist open and took 2 oddly shaped tools made with cut-out metal sheets. One was a flat and straight metal stick with a wavy end, while the other was an L-shaped tool. Paula was surprised when she saw the tools. She did not expect that Mark also knew how to do these things. When he opened the locked double door in the cinema, he hacked the lock open with a knife, but this door had a different kind of lock, and as such, he would not be able to use the same method. "You also know how to pick locks?" she asked Mark out of curiosity. "Though I'm glad that you have an interest in asking things about myself. Don't you think you're asking too much?" Hearing his reply, Paula did not pursue the topic, but she still pouted behind her helmet. If anyone would saw her face right now, she looked like a child denied from buying a doll she wanted. Actually, the only reason Mark did not want to tell her was because he learned to pick locks due to an embarrassing reason. It was when he broke the doorknob of the main door of his house that he needed to pick the lock to open it. As he did not have money that time to replace the knob, he needed to pick the lock open every single time he went home after going out. Wait! A clicking sound was heard and Mark silently pushed the doors open. After checking that there was no one inside, he signaled for the group to enter. Chapter 51, 7:23 p.m. City Mall, Baycore, Central Area, First Floor, Batson Storage Area. Mark and Paula started checking the labels printed at the boxes inside the storage one by one. There were a lot of boxes stacked over one another with all sorts of products, from skincare, cosmetics, baby necessities, and nutrient supplements, drinks to different kinds of medicines. "What kind of medicine are you looking for?" Brendan asked Paula. "Paracetamol for children, the syrup one. That's the priority. Also other medicine for common diseases just in case. Let us help look for those." "All right." The two students also started searching the storage for medicine Paula spoke about. Brendan, right? Use this to store what you find." Mark threw his backpack to Brendan and the latter nodded. Though it just seemed normal, Paula noticed that Mark had a different reason why he passed his backpack to Brendan. Mark was standing in place while looking toward the direction of the storefront. "Is something wrong?" Paula approached him and asked. She could not see Mark's face because of his helmet, but right now, his eyebrows were tightly knit. Mark did not immediately notice it, but when he moved closer to that area near the storefront, he felt it. As he could detect emotions of the people around him, there were times that he could detect unusual emotional fluctuations. It was when the person he detected was dangerous, like killers and people high of drugs whose emotions were highly unstable. Oh, right now, he could not fathom what kind of person he was detecting. He was sure it was not a zombie, as he never detected any emotional fluctuations from them. It was more like the zombies were moving by instinctual urges. The fluctuation he was detecting right now was faint. It made him sure that it was a child, but the strange thing was the emotion he detected from that child. The only emotion he could detect was calmness. There was no sadness, no happiness, and no fear. It was really strange if it was just a child. Mark looked at Paula and spoke. Continue searching for the medicine. I'm going to check something. He did not explain to Paula what he was going to check, as he did not know how to explain it either. He walked away toward the door that led to the storefront. Paula felt strange, as he did not explain why. She just followed what he said and continued searching for the medicine. Mark leaned his back toward the door and slightly opened it. Using the compact mirror, he looked at the situation outside. He was surprised. The storage room had two doors that led to the storefront. The door he opened led toward the enclosed counter where the clerks received the payments for the products sold. It was also where clerks attend customers who had prescriptions from their doctors and give the medicine they needed, like how it was in pharmacies. The only difference from pharmacies was that the area was just enclosed by a long counter table. What surprised him was the scene at the area behind the door. There were several mangled zombies of different sizes. He was sure that the bodies were from zombies, as there were bites visible on some parts of the bodies, along with the other changes of appearance that could only be seen on bodies of zombies. He could see some zombies lurking quite a distance outside the counter, but the area within the counter had none but the mangled bodies. Seeing that the situation within the counter area was safe, Mark crouched down and slowly moved out. He then froze. Under one of the payment counters, he was a life-size doll of a girl with black wavy below shoulder-length hair, wearing a red frilled dress. Her pale light-skinned face was stained with red paint, and the dress had tears in various places. The doll sat on the floor with her legs stretched out, and she was missing her right shoe. Then, the doll looked at him. She was not a doll, but a child about 5 to 6 years old. Though he did not actually thought that it was a doll, but her appearance would make anyone think so. If not for the emotional fluctuations he was feeling from her, he would think that he was looking at a ghost. Her dress was not red-colored, and it was not paint that stained her face. The girl looked like she just took a literal bloodbath. Mark slowly approached the girl, and the girl just watched him calmly. There was no joy seeing a human or cautiousness seeing a stranger. She just calmly watched him move closer. "Who are you?" The girl spoke. Her voice was calm and full of innocence. "Just someone passing by. Are you alone?" Mark replied and asked her as he crouched in front of her. He looked around and saw a display case by the counter and took a packet of wet wipes. As he took the packet by the counter, he heard her reply, "Mom died. I'm alone now." He looked at her and did not know how to react. She just said that her mom died and she was alone, but she was still mostly calm as she said those words. The only change was there was a thin thread of loneliness in her voice. He tore the pack open and started wiping her face and arms without her consent, but the girl did not resist either and just watched him gently removing the blood stains on her body. "Did you get bit by the zombies?" Mark asked, as he was confused with all the blood stains on her body. To his surprise, the girl raised her right arm and looked at it. He wiped the blood on the girl's arm, but he saw no bite, which made him really confused. He looked at the girl and he saw the same expression. She looked confused, but strange enough that Mark could not detect any change from her emotional fluctuation. She looked confused in the outside, but Mark was uncertain about her emotions inside. "Strange, do you want to come with me? There are other people with me behind that door and in our camp on the floor above." The girl stared at Mark for a bit after he said that and nodded. "What's your name?" "Abigail." Mark then froze once more. It was not because of the girl, but he was feeling danger. It was the similar feeling he got after detecting murderous intent from other people. If he were to describe the feeling using a video game, it was like hearing random boss fight music without actually seeing the boss. He immediately leaned at the counter and took out his compact mirror. He raised it up so he could see the situation at the storefront. Then he saw it. "What the hell?" Mark murmured. What he saw was a humanoid whose head and half of body were covered with black, charred-looking thick substance. The substance had several cracks on it. In the cracks, Mark could see a glowing gel-like liquid that had the same appearance as a lit charcoal. Its clothes looked melted and there were white patches visible on its skin that was not covered by the black substance, indicating that it was exposed to high temperatures before. Mark would have ignored it even if it just happened to pass by, but the problem was it was moving towards their direction. He did not know why or how, but he was sure that it knew that he and this girl was here. Lucky was that the humanoid was moving in very slow steps. It seemed that the black substance covering its body was also hindering it from moving faster. Another thing was this guy had no eyes. The place where the eyes were supposed to be was also covered by the thick black substance. He then noticed that there were distortions in the air around the humanoid's body. Heat distortions. Then it indicates that this humanoid's body was burning in high temperatures. Mark took out his phone and took few pictures as he aimed his crossbow at the humanoid. Tush! The bolt swished and hit the forehead of the humanoid. As the bolt drilled into its head, it staggered backwards. And that's it. It did not die as the crossbow bolt did not pierce deep enough due to the thick substance covering its head. It was not good. He saw the bolt made of metal on its forehead slowly bend as if being melted, and the part of the bolt sticking out of its head fell on the floor with a loud metal sound. The zombies around were alerted. He looked at the girl under the counter. Hold on tight. Mark then quickly picked up Abigail into his embrace and bolted towards the storage room. Chapter 52, 7:31 p.m. City Mall, Bacor, Central Area, First Floor, Batson Storage Area carrying Abigail. Mark bolted inside the storage and immediately shut the door close. Paula and the two students were surprised after they suddenly entered. Paula wanted to ask him what happened first, but she was not able to as Mark suddenly spoke with urgency. Found the medicine? We did. What's wrong? Then let's leave. A new kind of mutant appeared and I didn't manage to kill it. What? Paula was surprised. She immediately packed everything and urged the two students who were clueless to help. Meta, what are those? Brandon asked Paula as he closed the bag Mark gave him before. More powerful zombies. Those three words shook the students to their core. Just the zombies they encountered before already cost them a lot just to survive, and there were more powerful ones. Who is that girl? Paula asked Mark while looking at the girl he was carrying. I found her under the counter outside. Is she what yo thump? Toth. Paula did not manage to finish her question as thumping sounds came from the door Mark just closed. Let's go. Mark urged the three and bolted out of the storage into the service corridor. Then his eyes dilated behind his helmet. What the? Hurry up, run! Mark yelled at the three. They heard his shout and glanced at the direction he was looking at, and they saw a large female zombie running their way. Seeing the zombie, the two students immediately ran away. Paula and Mark also began to retreat. Another fat mutant. Mark did not hesitate anymore. Hold this! Mark threw his crossbow to Paula and pulled the shotgun hanging on his side. Abigail, cover your ears. Hearing what he said, the little girl covered her ears and burrowed her head on Mark's left shoulder. After the female fat mutant passed the door of the store they just exited, Mark shot the leg of the mutant zombie. Just like how he dealt with the zombified fat bastard before, he decided to use the body of this fat mutant to block the zombies that would come from that store if they managed to break down the door. However, due to his gunshot, the zombies on the other side of the corridor started to flock toward them. As they ran away, Mark pulled out the radio James gave him. Angeline, are you there? Angeline. Yetta, Meyer, why is the radio with you? Where is Angeline? Jeej, she's at the entrance of the store. She got wounded. So, he really attacked? Is she alright? Yes, he attacked. Angeline is fine. She just received a paper cut. Okay, I'll deal with that guy later. We're on our way back. Tell Angeline to send people to the stairwell and bring things to barricade the door. We're being chased by zombies right now. Okay, yeah, be careful. Alright. Oh. Mark stored the radio back in his belt with a dark countenance. He was releasing too much killing intent that even Paula and the two students felt shivers on their backs. As the radio was loud, Paula also heard what May said and she also looked grim. Mark wanted to vent his anger right now. If he was not carrying Abigail, he might have stopped and killed all the zombies behind them. He then saw a water dispenser by the side of the corridor. Mark subconsciously activated his adrenaline rush and kicked the water dispenser. The dispenser was knocked back about 2 meters and a water container above it was toppled. The water from the container spread across the floor, which made the biters chasing them slip on the floor. The three was surprised not by the method Mark used to deter the zombies for some time, but to how the slightly heavy dispenser was knocked back at that distance. Just how much strength was needed to do that? Feeling the pain in his foot, Mark calmed down a little. He could also feel Abigail's arms tightening on his neck the more he felt angry. Now that he calmed down somehow, the girl's arms also loosened. He could not help but feel a little grateful to this girl. As Mark and Paula secured this area before, they did not encounter more danger as they ran away and arrived at the door leading to the stairwell. Vernon and Ella opened the door to let them in and Mark urged the two to jam the door shut. The two were surprised that Mark and Paula returned with 3 more people. Still, when they heard the urgency in Mark's voice, the two immediately complied. It was then that several employees came down from the 3rd floor carrying heavy stuff to use and barricade the door as per Mark's instructions. Returning back inside the tech zone, Paula directly went to find Rhea to give her the medicine Saria needed while Mark carrying Abigail went to find Ange and May. Brandon and Julia on the other hand hugged each other in joy as they managed to survive and find a safer place to stay. Mark also found May and Ange at the store. Rhea and her daughter was staying, making the time separating with Paula worthless. What he saw inside the store where the 2 girls stayed previously was a tied-up man being guarded by an employee. He did not feel dealing with that man right at that moment, so he went and looked for the 2. When Mark entered the store, Rhea approached him with gratitude, which Mark denied for now as Saria was just fed with the medicine and it had not taken effect yet. Mark looked at Ange, whose hand was bandaged. Yes, she got a paper cut on her palm, but it was quite long. May on the other hand wanted to hug Mark as he returned, but became quite displeased as she was not able to. It was because Mark was still carrying Abigail in his arms. Paula was confused and could not help but ask him, "Why don't you put her down?" As he heard her question, Mark removed his helmet with his free hand and put it on a counter while sighing, "I wish I could." Everyone became confused. Ange had an idea and stood up, going behind Mark and peered at Abigail's face. She then spoke, "The girl is sleeping." They all became flabbergasted, especially Paula. She thought that the girl was just being silent while being carried by Mark. She did not expect that she was sleeping. "When did she fell asleep?" Paula asked. "After I kicked that water dispenser. Aren't we running at that time?" "Well, yeah." Mark looked troubled. "Then put her down so she can sleep in a better position," Ange suggested. Ange became more confused after hearing what he said. She then grabbed the hands of the girl that were locked on Mark's neck and tried to peel it off. She was surprised. She could not remove her hands from him. Just how strong was this girl? The girl only looked 5 or 6 years old, but the strong and battle-experienced Ange could not remove the girl off Mark's neck. Still, it looked like what she did had an effect. The girl woke up yawning under the surprised gazes of the women around Mark. Abigail looked around and ignored their gazes. She then looked at Mark and spoke, "Papa, I'm hungry." But, Mark choked on his saliva. Chapter 53. Just where in the world did that come from? Mark did not know how to react to being called Papa by Abigail. Everyone who heard Abigail was surprised at first, but as they looked at the rare and precious expression that appeared on Mark's face, they understood what was happening. Except Ange? She's your daughter? Everyone looked at her with incredulous expressions. She immediately noticed that everyone was staring at her like she is an idiot. She flinched. "I wrong, aren't I?" Paula nodded at her airheaded friend. Sighing, Mark spoke. "I'm not your papa, all right? Don't you think your real papa will be sad?" Abigail wisely shook her head. "Mommy said that daddy hated us and left mommy before I was born. I don't have a papa." The girl looked straight at Mark's eyes like piercing into his soul. "I want you to be my papa." Mark started to have a headache. Everyone did not know what to think about this girl's amazing logic. Furthermore, the girl's brain did not seem to work her age at all. "Hey, AFT." Ange was laughing at Mark's predicament. They then all heard Abigail repeat what she said before. "Papa, I'm hungry." Mark felt defeated. "All right, you should wash up first. You literally bathed in blood." Abigail looked at her clothes and nodded. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ store where May and Ange stayed when he and Paula went to find medicine at the first floor. Behind him was some of the employees along with Bernard and Calvin, who he asked to assist Ange earlier. After he sent Abigail with Paula, Ange and May to wash up and get clothes and shoes for her at the stores they had been to before, he went to check back his store. In front of him was a man who was sitting on the floor, gagged and tied up with extension cables. The man was glaring at Mark with overwhelming hate that even made Mark feel a slight headache. This guy was the man who was arguing with James before. He was the man who lost his wife in the zombie massacre that happened here in the tech zone this past noon. Why was this man tied up? At the time where Mark and Paula were getting ready before finding the medicine, Mark tasked Ange to protect May from this guy, as he felt that this guy's emotions were in turmoil. He was exuding faint, killing intent even though this man held it back. As Mark was going away, he predicted the possibility of this guy making a dangerous move. And it really happened. As the only one left beside May was Ange, this guy thought that it was his chance. To most people who did not know Ange, she was just a frail-looking girl. Unfortunately for him, he totally underestimated her and got defeated. However, Ange got wounded on her palm since she did not expect that this guy would suddenly take out a butterfly knife during their fight. How is it? You think you can pull that idiotic and unreasonable revenge of yours? Mark spoke and pulled the gag on his mouth away. You have asterisk seeker? Isn't that you? Mark stared at the man with eyes full of contempt. I already explained what happened earlier, right? If you want someone to blame about what happened to your wife, blame yourself. What did I do wrong? You bastard did not tell us about what would happen. She died because of you. What an idiot. What are you doing? Mark pulled the collar of the man up and dragged him out of the store. He threw him in the middle of the vacant area in front of the store that was already cleaned and looked at Calvin. Remove the cables. Calvin looked confused and asked as he removed the cables tying the man. What are you going to do? Mark shrugged and replied, giving him a chance for his revenge. Everyone who was watching was surprised. After the man was untied, he pushed Calvin away and immediately charged towards Mark and unleashed a heavy punch. The punch was strong and fast, but to Mark, who already activated his adrenaline rush, it was quite slow. With a slight sidestep, Mark dodged the punch and unleashed a heady kick on the man's stomach, making him kneel on the floor in pain. Oh, is that the extent of your revenge? How funny, your wife died and you can only take revenge on a weak girl. I know you are afraid of me because I had weapons before, but I don't have any right now. You're that weak and you actually had the guts? Mark started throwing insults. The man heard Mark's insults and was burning in anger inside, but he could not say anything back as the kick he received was too painful that it started to churn his stomach. Seeing that the man was about to vomit out the contents of his stomach, Mark unleashed a merciless kick on the man's face, knocking his body several feet away. Don't try to dirty the floor. The people watching was dumbfounded at how ruthless Mark was and started to pity the man. Still, no one went up to stop Mark. Everyone who was watching here saw what happened before when the man attacked the two girls inside the store. The man felt pain on his face and stomach as he curled his body down on the floor. The man heard a metal sound in front of him. Looking up, he saw the butterfly knife he had before. Stand up and take it. Though after the moment you pick that up and attack, I'll kill you. The man heard Mark's chilling voice filled with killing intent. Even the people watching could not help but shudder. Isn't that a little overboard? Nothing happened to the girls after all. Bernard, who was near Mark, asked, which made the latter glance at him. Still, Mark did not take his attention away from the man on the floor. Well, yeah, he failed, but that did not mean that he will not do it again. Also, even if he did not pick up that knife, I won't let him roam around freely. Bernard shook his head. He felt that Mark was really angry about what happened. Mark looked back at the man who was struggling to get up. Oh, before I forget, I already asked these guys about you and your wife. Mark opened his arms, indicating the people watching around them. Your wife actually stopped you from being coaxed by that fat bastard, but you just ignored her. Didn't it mean that you're the one who actually killed your beloved wife? Mark continued with a grim sneer filled with malice. As if a thunderclap sounded in his ear, the man froze, staring at Mark wide-eyed. I was the one who killed my wife. Those words echoed in his mind as he started to lose his sanity. The man started screaming, which made the gallery take a step back in fear. As if he forgot about the pain he was feeling, he speedily picked up the knife beside him and dashed towards Mark like a crazy man. Mark smiled as he readied himself to deal with the man. This insane attack was all he was waiting for. However, before the man could even reach a meter away from Mark, a red shadow flashed toward the man coming from the direction where the door that led to the service corridors was located. The red shadow clashed with the man's body, and the man flew away like a kite without a string toward the wall. The man whose head hit the wall fainted immediately, and his arm that was holding the butterfly knife was bent between the wrist and the elbow. The man's arm was decimated, and that was not the only injury he received from that impact. Everyone looked at the perpetrator of what happened to the man and saw a 5 to 6 year old girl wearing a red frilled dress with her wavy hair tied into low twin tails with red ribbons. Everyone was shocked, along with May, Paula, and Ange that just returned. Mark also felt astounded, but it did not appear in his face. He already knew that this girl was peculiar, so his shock was lesser than the people around him felt. From the calm emotion she exudes to the strength that was not suited for her age and physique, everything about this girl was strange. He approached Abigail and sat down in front of her with a bitter smile. Gail, why did you do that? Gail, that was what he decided to call this little girl. To his surprise, it seemed that that was what her mommy also called her before. Abigail looked at the man in dismay and then towards Mark with a disappointed look. He was attacking Papa. I wanted to kill him. I failed. What in the world is this girl saying? That was what everyone who heard what the girl said was thinking, except Mark though. When she said that, Mark started to have a liking toward this girl aside from his interest to her peculiarities. Mark patted Abigail's head. You don't have to do that, all right? Papa can handle himself from a trash like that. I wanted to kill him myself, you know? Abigail nodded. Just what are you teaching your daughter? Everyone dismayed, and the pair of father and daughter that had low value toward the life of others was born. Papa, I'm hungry. All right, let's get something to eat. Mark looked at May, who was pouting by the side, and signaled her to follow him, which made her beam into a smile that dazzled the males watching. Mark picked up Abigail and walked away, followed by May, leaving the people who did not know what to do anymore. Chapter 54, 8:15 p.m. City Mall, Baycore, West Wing, Tech Zone. Inside the store where the laptops were set, Mark sat on a chair with Abigail on his lap. He gently blew on the soup inside the spoon he was holding in his right hand and fed it to Abigail. In front of them, there were several steaming hot instant cup noodles and waffles along with several bottles of drinks. It was fortunate that one of the stores inside the Tech Zone actually sell assortments of USB accessories and equipment. The water used for the cup noodles were heated using USB thermos, and the waffles were heated and cooked using a USB insulation bento box, what was currently plugged into a phone charger and was being used to heat other foodstuffs at the moment. Beside Mark, May was looking enviously at Abigail while eating her own cup noodles. On the counter, Ange and Paula were fiddling with the laptop. They were contacting the military while trying to get a hold with Ange's father. James also passed by earlier, informing Mark that the guy that he trashed already died. Mark was not surprised by it, as it was the reason he left with Abigail in May that time. Though the only visible injury was the broken arm, Mark detected the extent of pain the man felt before he fell unconscious. It was likely that the man's ribs were broken and tore into his organs. The man's head also hit the concrete wall too hard that it was probable for him to receive a severe head trauma that could lead to brain hemorrhage. Removing the unnecessary thoughts in his mind, he picked up a slice of cheese waffle from the table and let May beside him take a bite. May's eyes gleamed with glee and hurriedly took a bite. Mark was having a headache. Since Abigail appeared earlier, May started feeling envious of her as the little girl was being carried by him. Most people might not have noticed, but for Mark, who was an empath, he could detect the rapid changes in May's feelings towards him. All of it was because of Abigail. Mark turned his head and looked at the two college girls seriously typing something at the laptop. Asterisk 8:21 p.m. Central Business Park, Pasay City, de Estado Macapaibalbil de Freedmacam. A convoy consisting of 3 military Hummers was rushing along the road. Inside the Humvee in the middle of the convoy, Miguel Perez sat on the back seat with a gleam of excitement and relief on his aged face. He just received a call from the rescue department that his daughter contacted them. After he got the news, he immediately passed his orders to his aide to take command for a while before leaving. The convoy stopped outside the former call center building. As the general walked out of the vehicle, another military jeep came and Teresa, his future daughter-in-law, walked out of it. The two went in together and was received by the waiting personnel. The general started to inquire about the situation as they walk on the hallway. What's the news about my daughter? Your daughter is still online and she said that they are currently out of danger. According to her, there was a request for rescue that came earlier about survivors at the Baycore City Mall and she was included in that report. The personnel replied. Wait, that report? Teresa interjected, making the general and the personnel look at her. You know about it? The general asked. I was there when that request came in. Remember my friend Laura that I recommended to this department to volunteer? She was the one who received the request. The general turned back to the personnel. Was there a rescue squad dispatched to them? Not yet, sir. Judd. Miguel was surprised. What is the reason? Sir, according to the previous report, they had 47 survivors with them. We needed more squads to return to accommodate the rescue for all those people. The general frowned but understood the situation. The 3 people hurried toward the rescue department office. Asterisk back at the Tech Zone. Ange, who was just typing on the laptop, suddenly stood up and looked around, making everyone in the store look at her. What's wrong? Mark, who was feeding Abigail, asked. I need a phone. Dad just arrived and told me to find a phone with an active number. Hearing what she said, Mark took out his newly acquired phone and gave it to Ange. Give me that back later. Is your father going to register the number to a private network? Ange nodded as she received the phone. Just check the number in the settings. Ange fiddled with the phone while returning back to the chair in front of the laptop before she continued typing. Soon, the phone rang, which Ange immediately picked up. That? Angeline. Thank goodness you're fine. Well, yes. We almost died, but we're safe now. Mark almost choked when he heard what she said. He concluded that Ange was daughter who was good at making her parents worried. Dad, will you send us rescue? We will. We are just waiting for the rescue squads to return and we will immediately dispatch them to your location. In the meantime, I'll relay your location to your eldest brother. Brother? What? I sent him to search for you this morning. He should be nearby your location. Ange's eyes lit up. Angeline, how many people are with you now? Is the number different now? Ange looked at the people sitting in front of her and asked, how many are we here? Paula was about to reply when Mark answered Ange's question. 48, 43 adults and 5 children. Ange immediately conveyed what Mark said on the phone. Paula, on the other hand, looked confused, then looked at Mark with realization. Ange continued talking with her father on the phone, telling what happened to her. Her father actually wanted to talk with Mark, who saved her daughter, but he declined as Mark was really not comfortable speaking with others through a phone. Mark and the others already finished eating several minutes before Ange finished the call. Abigail was already sleeping as she sat on Mark's lap and leaned on his body, curled like a cat. The little girl felt sleepy after her stomach was stuffed full. After she finished the call with her father, Ange really looked happy. She also told Paula about her family, who was already rescued. Paula really looked relieved, but for some reason, she was glancing at Mark every now and then. Mark was getting irritated at her as she was glancing at him from time to time, so he spoke. If you have something to ask, then ask. Hearing his cue, Paula sat on the chair properly. It's about the number you told Ange earlier. It's short by one person. She then looked straight at Mark's eyes. Why are you not coming with us? Ange and May's eyes grew wide at Paula's revelation. May immediately turned to her Jeej and asked him, followed by Ange. Jeej, it's not true, right? Yo, why not? Mark sighed. He stretched his hand towards Ange. Give me my phone. Ange immediately returned his phone and he opened his social media app on it. He then browsed to some posts that he tagged and pinned and showed it the girls. I have to look for these people. You 3 knew that I had a bad relationship with my family, right? During the heavy times, these people were there who stood as a pillar for me when I needed someone to stand beside me. They were like brothers and sisters to me. Though a few things happened and I neglected them, right now, they needed help. I have a very large debt to them, and this time was the first and might be the last time I can repay them. The 3 girls grew silent. I had many friends before, but these few people were the only true friends I had. I may not care if it was people I did not know, but these guys were like family to me. Then, I'll go with you, Jeej. May spoke her intention, but Mark shook his head. Why? Tears started to fall from May's eyes. Mark grabbed her shoulder and pulled her, making her lean towards his shoulder. He then gently caressed her hair. Mare, it will be dangerous, so I can't bring you with me. I don't even know if I will find a vehicle I can use. If I can't, then I will be forced to go on foot. I know I can handle myself, but I won't be able to protect you. Can't we just send them rescue after them? I can ask my dad. Ange suggested. Just how long will that take? Mutated zombies are already appearing and you haven't seen what I saw in the videos uploaded in the internet. The more time it takes, it gets more dangerous. And also, even if your father was a general, he will suffer repercussions for abusing his authority if you force him to do what you want. Ange dismayed while Mark looked at Paula. Can I get the favor you owe me? What is it? I want you and Angeline to take care of Mare and Abigail after you guys arrive at the evacuation center. Paula was reluctant to agree. It was not because she did not want to take care of May and Abigail, but she felt that it was better if Mark was the one to take care of the 2. She sighed as she saw the resolution in Mark's eyes. During the short interaction with him since he saved her and Ange, she started to understand this scary guy's personality. He was indifferent to people he did not know and was ruthless to his enemies and people who offended him. However, he was kind, caring and overprotective to people he liked, had interest and had close relations with. The way he treated Ange, May, and Abigail was the best example. Especially May, he might not have noticed it, but he was treating her like a treasure. Alright, I agree. Chapter 55, 8:15 p.m. City Mall, Bacor, West Wing, Tech Zone. As Abigail was deeply asleep, Mark put the little girl on a folding bed to make her sleep comfortably. After he went back to his seat, he pulled the crying May into his lap and hugged her while patting her back. He thought of doing this since May was really envious of Abigail. All the while the little girl took this spot, and to his surprise, it did not take long before May stopped crying. Will you be fine going alone? Paula asked. Actually, I wanted to ask you and Angeline to accompany me while I also bring Mare with me. I changed my plan though because of you too. Angeline's father was a general and your family was also rescued, so I thought that May will be safer if she go with you too. He patted May's head since she separated from his embrace and was listening to him. Mark looked at May gently and said, Mare, I wanted you to come with me, but I won't be able to protect you. What I will encounter outside are not only zombies but also all kinds of people. Mark pinched her cheek. Your face is too beautiful that it will make all the trouble you see. Hearing what Mark said, the three girls understood. Even if Mark was able to protect May from zombies, flocks of evil men would do all they could to get their hands on her. In the current world where the society started to fall apart, aside from a very few places, laws and religion did not matter anymore. How about your family? You maybe have a bad relationship to them, but they are still your family. And asked. It was quite unusual for her to ask something serious like this. To her question though, Mark shrugged his shoulders. My family was on vacation in Katanduangs. Before the outbreak, it would take more than 8 hours in a bus and boat to get there, but now, I'll be dead before I could even get halfway there. Besides, Katanduangs is a large island detached from the mainland. It is likely that they are safe in that place unless an airplane filled with zombies crash landed there. Still, the chance is close to none since there are very few flight routes that pass over that island. Tilde Urida Genjitsuken Nakashide Matilda. Mark's phone rang. He then gave his phone to Ange without checking the number of the caller. It should be for you. Seriously, what's with your ringtone? That's my phone, alright? I can customize it however I want it. Ange harumphed before answering the phone. Hello, Angeline? A familiar voice spoke from the other side of the line. Rotter, geez, I was looking all over for you. Just why are you and Paula there in the mall? I already told Dad. He didn't tell you. Id, Sta, where are you now? Are you coming here already? We are here camping at your school. We were already preparing. We had other survivors with us, so it will take us about 30 minutes to get there. While Ange was on the phone, Mark suddenly asked her, Your brother is coming? Ange nodded. How long? Are they just soldiers? About 30 minutes. They have survivors with them. All right, tell your brother to head to the basement parking of the mall. Ange was surprised. Aren't there zombies down there? There should be, but far fewer than other places. The only people who would go there are those who have cars. As for the other zombies, I have a plan. All right. Ange nodded and turned back to the phone. Angeline? Angeline? What? Don't shout. You're also shouting. Who are you talking to? I'm talking with Mark. Who's Mark? Her brother sounded confused and dumbfounded. The guy who saved me and Paula. He said that you and the people with you should head toward the basement parking when you arrive. What? He said that there should be fewer zombies there. When Ange said that, her brother had already thought of several reasons why and agreed to follow what Mark said. All right, I'll hang up to prepare. Be careful there. You two take care. Bye. Ange returned the phone to Mark. Mark stored the phone in his pocket and spoke to May. Mayor, can you stand up now? My legs already feel numb and we still have things to do. May nodded and reluctantly stood up. The other two girls saw her reluctance and started to get curious. There was something wrong here. If it was just May, then they would not notice, but it was also happening with Abigail. Just like May, Abigail also preferred to be hugged and carried by Mark. What's wrong with you two? Mark, who was stretching his legs, asked as the two college girls were staring at May and whispering at each other. We just noticed something. May and Abigail seemed to like being hugged by you for some reason. The envy on May's face was obvious when you were carrying Abigail too. We're just wondering why. Mark also looked confused. He could not detect Abigail's emotions, but he could confirm that they were saying the truth about May. Care to tell why? Mark asked May. To their surprise, May looked away and was reluctant to speak. Mark detected a tinge of greed from May. Greed for what? It made Mark more confused as he detected May's inner emotions. Mayor, I won't hug you anymore if you don't say anything. May panicked hearing her Jeej say that. She then started to speak while playing with her fingers. Jeej, you see, I feel really comfortable when you hug me. My body feels light and relaxed. Gail should have felt the same. She easily falls asleep while hugging you. I also feel the same. May was twisting her body in embarrassment as she narrated her reason. Ange and Paula looked at Mark in inquiry. I have no idea what she's talking about. Mark proclaimed his innocence about the topic. Anyways, we have to hurry. We have less than 30 minutes left before your brother comes, Ange. Mark decided to push the unnecessary topic for another time and move on to the more urgent one. Paula, can you stay here to guard Gail? We can't just wake her up since she just fell asleep. Okay. Mayor, Ange, follow me. All right. Ange, call Uncle Bernard and Calvin and head to the rooftop. We could use their help. Paula sat in front of the laptop while thinking about few things while Ange went to call the two men. Mark and May, on the other hand, went to head toward the rooftop. Mark was checking the perimeter of the mall with May when Ange arrived with the several people. To his surprise, Fernan and James also came with Ange. Why did you call us here, lad? Bernard asked Mark. You haven't heard the reason from Angeline? She told us that her brother is coming. Still, I'm surprised that she came from a family that had high standing in the military. Yeah, me too, Calvin added. Mark, tell us what we need to do. My brother will be coming soon. Ange urged Mark. Mark looked at the people around him and spoke. Well, Angeline should have told you guys that I told her brother to go into the basement parking. Everyone agreed. There should be just few zombies in the basement parking, but the problem is that there are too many zombies outside the mall and on the street. It would be hard for them to pass through all these zombies for sure. So we need to lure the zombies away. Mark then glanced at the crates nearby, making everyone aside from James what they would do. Boss, what do we need to do? James asked. Light some fireworks. Chapter 56, 8:48 p.m. Emilio Aguinaldo Highway, Baycor City. A large convoy of military vehicles was speeding southbound of the highway. The convoy consisted of 3 M35 multi-purpose medium-class military trucks, 4 Humvees, and a V150 Cadillac Gauge Commando armor car. The convoy moved with V150 leading it, while the 3 trucks in the center and the 4 Humvees in a rectangular formation protecting the trucks. Inside 2 of the trucks, the anxious survivors who were rescued were restless as the occasional firing of guns was heard around them. Inside every vehicle, the unceasing sound of radio static could be heard as the soldiers on the other vehicles report their situation every now and then. First Lieutenant Rafael Perez was sitting on top of V150 along with 2 more soldiers that were positioned on the 2 mounted machine guns on the vehicle. He was staring on the road in front of the convoy with happiness and excitement in his face. Captain really looked happy, isn't he? One soldier on the front seat of the military truck following the V150 said as he watched their captain sitting on top of the vehicle in front of them. Why won't he? We're all ready to give up on finding his sister, but he then received a call from the general about her location. The driver of the truck replied. Raphael's face then lit up as he saw the overpass less than a kilometer away, which leads directly on the covered area of the mall outside the east wing. PRRSSSHT! PRRSSSHT! All the people in the convoy were startled when they started to hear loud explosion-like sounds along with glimpses of flashes of light on their destination. Fireworks! What are they doing? Raphael murmured in surprise. Asterisk 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 on the roofing that covered the rooftop of the mall. Several people were scattered. It was Mark's group, which were ready to start luring the zombies away. Mark positioned himself at the roof above the northern entrance of the mall, Ange and May on the northern east corner of the east wing, Calvin and James on the northeastern parts of the west wing, while James and Bernard on the northwest corner of the west wing. With the 2 girls who were in charge of spotting the incoming convoy as exception, the men had crates of different fireworks behind them, a shaped wire firework launcher, and were holding a USB lighter. Mark handed them. PRSSSHT! The radio on Mark's belt started to emit static sounds followed by Ange's voice. East wing to command! East wing to command! I add visuals on incoming vehicles. The targets are approaching, E to 5 minutes. Mark took the radio out, held one of the buttons and replied. Command to East wing. Target! Everyone commence operation. West wing 1, West wing 2. Prepare to launch the fireworks on my command. Mark's voice could be heard following a static sound on the 2 pairs of men on the west wing. The 4 men on the west wing heard his and Ange's voices through the radio James distributed to Calvin and Bernard, who was acting as leaders among the employees. Aside from James, who looked amazed, the other 3 felt exasperated. During their meeting, aside from telling them what they needed to do, Ange and Mark decided to add a little play and started acting like military soldiers while talking on the radio. The 2 even named the plan that they were going to do. The name was Operation Early New Year. After Mark declared the start of the operation, he lit up the fuse of the rocket firework that was already placed on the wire launcher and aimed it at the road below. Swoosh! PRSSSSTH! The firework flew toward the front of the mall and blew up with a loud explosion sound and a chrysanthemum of colorful lights. Numerous loud growls and moaning were heard below, followed by a large number of zombies coming from all directions toward the spot where the firework exploded. Swoosh! PRSSSSTH! Mark released firework by firework, leading to a plethora of lights and shapes, luring almost all the zombies within the vicinity. There were even times that a zombie would get parts of their body explode as a firework hit them before exploding. When most of the zombies were gathered at the spot Mark was shooting the fireworks at, Mark shouted at the radio, West Wing 1, release the fireworks. James and Calvin, who were the West Wing 1 pair, launched their fireworks toward the road in front of them, luring away the zombies Mark gathered. Though they released their fireworks at the same timing and rhythm Mark did, the difference on their task was they needed to aim further to the west, luring the zombies toward the northwest corner of the mall. It did not take them long before they finished their task, and Mark shouted for the last team, West Wing 2, to launch their fireworks. Bernard and Fernan, who were the pair Mark and Ange called West Wing 2, were tasked to lure the gathered zombies from that corner of the mall toward the back of the west wing of the mall, and they did it the same way as James and Calvin did. When the two finally lured the most of the zombies toward that direction, Mark, who already ran toward the end of the south wing, prepared for the last phase. He was standing beside a cylinder firework launcher that was placed horizontally on the roof on the eastern side of the rooftop. The mouth of the cannon was facing toward the western side of the south wing. Mark then braced for the sound and launched the firework. A large ball of light speedily skid several times on the flat roof before it flew off and started falling on an arch toward the parking lot behind the mall. Duh! A loud quaking explosion echoed behind them all, followed by a large circular display of scattering light as the ball of light exploded above the parking lot. What? Before the sound of explosion faded, numerous sounds of car alarms started to echo across the area. That was Mark's goal on aiming the cylinder firework that direction, to use the explosion of the firework to activate the car alarms of the cars parked in the parking lot. What? The continuous sounds of car alarms started to draw the attention of not only the zombies outside lured by the fireworks, but also the zombies inside the mall that was nearby the exits that facing the parking lot. Mark watched the large horde of zombies flocking toward the parking lot with his scalp tingling. Just how many zombies were below? Hundreds? The quantity might not have reached 1,000, but probably close to that number. Though he could not clearly see the appearance of the zombies below due to the lack of lighting in the parking lot, he could make out several odd-looking silhouettes like a 7-foot-tall muscular zombie and several fat mutants. Seeing that the plan was a success, Mark turned toward the west wing where he could see the four men watching the scene below on the parking lot. PRSSSHT! FE both West Wing to command. West Wing to command! We have a situation. Ange's anxious voice suddenly came out of the radio on his waist. Command here. What happened? They haven't arrived yet. Mark replied. No, Lieutenant Hum. Let's do this later. They already arrived. My brother is on the phone and said that the basement parking is closed and the metal parking shutters are locked down. But Mark was surprised. What about the employee entrance? It should be just by the right of the parking entrance. Bernard's voice echoed in the radio. Wait, I'll ask. A few seconds passed before Ange spoke again. He said that they can't open the door by force. It's barricaded inside. What the hell? Mark felt the heaven was **T-ting on them. He then shouted on the radio. Angeline, return to the tech zone and prepare. We're going down. Follow her and stay with Gail and Paula. The rest stay here and relay the situation to us and use the fireworks to keep the zombies away from the people below. Mark then jumped off the roof toward the heliport and rushed toward the west wing. Chapter 57, 8:56 p.m. City Mall, Bacor, Front Mall Underpass, Basement Parking Entrance First LT. Rafael Perez and his men were getting ready to eliminate any approaching threats as the soldiers moved into formation. The two trucks that transported the survivors were put in the center of the formation while the other vehicles were used as barricade blocking the two available entrances into the underpass. Back on the way here, Rafael and his men were surprised by the sounds of fireworks that the lieutenant had to call his sister to explain what was happening that time. Angeline properly explained what was happening, and he felt grateful as he and his men would face lesser danger to get into the mall. They encountered a very low number infected when they arrived, and those numbers were nothing to them as trained soldiers. They did not even open fire and just dealt with the threat on close quarters. Then, they saw the closed parking entrance and the barricaded employee entrance. The soldiers had the notion of blasting the metal door, but the amount of explosives they had left would not even open a hole big enough for the vehicles to enter and might possibly break the mechanisms of the gate. The explosion would also attract the infected to this place. Abandoning the vehicles outside was also a no-go, as they would need the vehicles in order to evacuate if something unexpected to arise. Before his sister ended the call, Rafael actually wanted to stop her from doing something dangerous, but he did not in the end. With her stubborn personality, she would still go even if he told her not to. The lieutenant looked towards the entrance of the underpass. He could still hear the continuous sounds of fireworks keeping the infected at bay. Mark and Ange were currently rushing down the stairwell in the west wing. They dropped off May with Paula and the still sleeping Abigail. Paula also wanted to come, but as they needed to move fast, only Mark and Ange were suitable for the job. Just why is the parking entrance closed? Ange felt angry and were complaining as they jogged down the stairs. Who knows? I expected it to be open too if you ask me. The employee entrance was barricaded and the entrance was closed. It's likely that there are people that hide in there. Mark replied, looked at Ange and continued. Just which dumb people would stay in dark place like that? I can't be called dumb in this place, I think. Why? The basement parking also serves as a cargo bay and had direct access to the warehouse of the mall, so if they managed to secure the parking area in the warehouse, then they would be able to live for a long time without worry for food and water. Though I did not expect that there would be anyone who can do it since the outbreak came so sudden. Ange looked at Mark. Why do you know a lot about this mall? Remember my job hopping? I also worked here before. The same work as Fernan and James. I also remember Uncle Bernard a little since that old man was already working here that time I was hired, though I don't think he remembers me since I looked younger that time and we never really interacted during the 6 months I worked here. Mark then frowned while Ange reached for the door, but it would not budge even an inch. It's no use, it's barred from the outside. Let's hurry back up and use the elevator. Mark, who was frowning, said, Is something wrong? Your voice sounds serious. Remember my ability? Yeah, Paula said that you found Abigail and those two using that, right? Mark nodded. There's a problem. I don't detect any human nearby inside the parking area. What? Anyways, let's go. We just need to be extra careful. The two hurried back toward the 3rd floor and waited for the elevator. Asterisk, 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 ting. The elevator opened, bringing Mark and Ange into the basement parking. The eerie feeling assaulted them. The basement parking was actually the largest parking space in the vicinity of the mall. The parking area occupied the space under the central area, west wing and the east wing of the mall, while the area under the south wing serves as the main warehouse. There were 2 entrances that led to this area. One was at the underpass under the city mall's main door, while the other was a direct access to the warehouse on at the western side of the south wing. The south wing entrance, though, was closed most of the time since it was only used as exit to cargo vehicles that already finished unloading their cargo. In order to open the main entrance, they needed to locate the guard post that had access to controls of the main entrance. Mark and Ange carefully looked around. There were neither zombies nor humans in sight. If I knew that it would be like this, then I didn't have to lead her brother here, Mark thought. He expected that this place would be brimming with zombies even if the numbers were fewer than most parts of the mall. Though it would be fewer, he was sure that they would still not be able to handle that number with just a few people with very low firepower. And thus, he decided to get some helping hands. Eerie! That was Mark thought as he and Ange hurried across the parking area under the west wing. The place was silent. Though Mark was fond of silent and peaceful places, the silence in this area gave him a different vibe. There were a lot of cars parked along with several delivery vans, but there was not a single soul in sight. When they were near the central area, they stopped in shock. The area was brimming with dead bodies. Not bodies of dead zombies, but humans. Decapitated, mutilated, and dismembered bodies of humans littered the floor. It may be children, men, women, and elderly. No one was spared. Splashes of blood, bullet holes on the floor, pools of blood, and scratches on the concrete made the scene too strange. Ange could not help but gasp. Mark approached one of the bodies and picked up a few things. The body he approached was a man wearing a white security guard uniform. His eyes were still open and the horror in his face was visible. The guard's upper body was cleanly separated from the lower part. Mark picked up a revolver in his hand and took the bloody belt bag that contained bullets from his waist. He then approached Ange, who was still shocked at the scene, and held the gun and belt bag he just took toward her. You can use this, right? Ange snapped out of her stupor when he heard Mark's voice. She nodded. Then take it and be on guard. Mark's voice was really stern as he continued. You should only focus on letting your brother and his men inside. Don't think about anything else. What's wrong? Mark looked towards the central area. Nothing. We just might die if you get distracted about other things. Ange looked at him wide-eyed. Mark then looked at Ange. Promise that you won't look back no matter what and concentrate of getting them inside. I know I make fun of you every possible time, but not now, alright? Ange noticed that things were really serious since Mark was acting like this. Actually, by the time they saw the bodies, Mark's back started to get drenched in cold sweat. When he found Abigail, she had faint and very calm emotional fluctuations that he did not notice her immediately. But right now, he was detecting the complete opposite. He was detecting an overpowering, wild and highly erratic emotional fluctuation that could even make an average empath kneel down due to a head-splitting headache. He then looked towards ceiling of the central area, murmured under his breath that even made Ange dumbfounded. It smells like a boss fight. Chapter 58, 9:06 p.m. City Mall, Bakewar, Central Area, Basement Parking. Mark and Ange entered the part of the basement parking that was under the central area of the mall with their guns in their hands, ready to shoot whatever was the cause of the massacre. As they stepped into the area, there was an unknown pressure that enveloped their bodies. It was not a feeling of being watched or being stared down by a beast, but rather, entering a territory of a terrifying monster. They were less than 30 meters away from the entrance of the basement parking, but the pressure they were feeling made them feel that the distance was even further. Mark looked at the direction opposite of the entrance and spoke to Ange, who was behind him, with a low voice. "Angeline, go toward the entrance and find the control for the shutters. Tell them to not enter with the survivors they brought, or they might become a hindrance. How about you? I'll stay here and lure whatever this thing away if it tries to attack. All right, be careful." Ange looked one more time at Mark and hurried toward the entrance without making too much noise. Mark kept staring in front of him, trying to detect any movements. The intense emotional fluctuation increased when they entered this area, but Mark could not determine the exact location as there were dim areas inside the parking area. It seemed that several lights were busted or might even be deliberately destroyed, as Mark could make out several broken pieces of LED bulbs on the ground. He then reached into the right side of his helmet and turned on a device he attached to it. It was a small Bluetooth camera that was connected with his phone. He found it boxed in the shop he was made his base in. He started recorded for various reasons. One, for research purposes, and another was for documentation of how he died if ever it happened. Blah. A few seconds after Ange left, a dead body of a man was thrown away not far from Mark's position. As Mark was already waiting for any movement, he did not flinch from the sudden appearance of the dead body. It also made him determine the position of the creature that he was looking for. He could see a silhouette of a woman walking on the dark side of the parking lot in the middle of two cars. The creature sluggishly walked out into the light, and Mark finally saw it. It was a woman about several years older from his age, only wearing her lingerie. She had a long black hair and a good-looking face. Well, the left half of her face was the only good-looking part now, though. On the right half of her body, from her foot to her face, a gray-colored armor which had a texture similar to human bones enveloped her. There were several black pointed bones protruding from some of her joints on the right side of her body, like her right knee, right elbow, and right shoulder. There were also several pointed bones protruding from her chest and even pierced through her right breast, which looked like parts of her rib cage. Her right eye was glowing yellow and staring straight at him as if was something insignificant. Her body and armor was stained with blood. At the end of her fingers, there was also black-colored claws growing where her nails was supposed to be. She walked while dragging her left foot and tilting her head to her left. Drops of blood fell from her chin and claws to the floor. On the uncovered part of her body, her black-colored upper and lower lingerie was exposed and her skin was stained and dripping with blood. Even the left half of her face was smeared with blood. Mark was dumbfounded. Her face was not smeared with blood, not only from other people, but also from her own. Her left eye was still dripping with tears, red blood tears, and there were also traces of blood coming from her mouth. Mark reached for his collar and played a song from his phone. He made sure that the volume is just enough to hear the song while still being able to hear the sounds around him, so he would be able to hear when the entrance opened. The song started to play. Mark's eyes then dilated and he immediately jumped and rolled to his right. At the instant he rolled away, several black flashes appeared where he stood before. Thus, the instant he played the song, the woman covered in bone armor traversed about 10 meters in an instant. Even though the woman's speed was fast, Abigail was still faster. Mark could only see a red shadow before, but Mark could still somehow react to the movements of this woman. After rolling to the ground, Mark stood up and jumped back before firing his shotgun toward the woman. That, Mark cursed in his mind. This mutant woman had better instincts compared to the mutant zombies he encountered before. When Mark fired his gun, the woman immediately jumped up using her right armored foot and propelled herself toward the ceiling. That was about 7 meters distance from the ground. The woman pierced her claws toward the ceiling, spun her body forwards and kicked the ceiling, propelling her body toward Mark. Mark wanted to fire at her once more when had to dodge toward his left as he did not dare meet her attack head-on. If he did even once, he will become minced meat. His armor would not be able to protect him from something that could effortlessly pierce through the concrete ceiling like the claws of this woman. After he dodged, he was facing the woman's armored side. The woman fell on the ground as she swiped her claws through the empty air. The pellets from the gun hit the woman on her right shoulder, making her flew back as she was not in contact with the ground. You got to be kidding me. Mark stared in disbelief as he saw the spot that got hit. There were dents on the armor covering her shoulder, but it was mostly intact. The woman turned towards him, glaring in rage with her glowing eyes, and jumped toward Mark. The sudden explosion of emotion that came from the woman made Mark's eyes blurred for a little less than a second. Still, that short time he lost focus made him lose his chance to dodge the woman fully. Mark jumped and rolled to his right, but 3 of the woman's claws managed to swipe across the glass covering of his helmet. His helmet now had 3 gashes in front of it. Fortunately, the glass cover of his helmet was made with plexiglass, or else his face would already be covered wounds from several thousand broken glass fragments if it was not. He almost died to that attack. He should brace himself from this woman's wild fluctuations, or his ability as an empath would be the one to pull him into his grave. Mark shot twice in succession. One hit the woman on her arteries but managed to dodge the second shot as he jumped away. However, it was what Mark wanted. He did not want to kill her with those shots, but he wanted her to get away. He jumped back after the second shot and ran behind a nearby sedan. He decided to remove his helmet that was of no use at his current battle and was now a hindrance due to the slits on the glass cover. Mark removed the Bluetooth camera on the helmet and stuck its hook onto his collar. He then ran away from the car as he heard the roof of the car dent after the woman jumped on its roof. Mark shot the woman on the roof of the car, making her jump towards the ceiling. She then kicked the ceiling again and propelled herself towards Mark, only to meet his unexpected attack. He threw the helmet towards the woman charging at him. The woman slashed the helmet into pieces but lost the opportunity to attack the Mark, who was waiting in front. The woman's body spun backward as the shot hit her face. Mark did not rejoice, however, as the woman turned the unprotected half of her face away in the last moment, making the shot hit her right armored cheek. The woman lay down on the concrete floor, but Mark did not press the next attack. He ran away behind another car while his right hand reached into his belt bag. He needed to reload. Strange enough, he finished reloading and did not receive any form of attack. Mark heard the muted woman scream. It was not a scream to warn her enemies and not a scream to attract other zombies. It was a scream of pain. He peeked from behind the car and saw the woman standing unsteadily while flailing her arms. She tried to move forward toward Mark's direction, but he noticed that the unarmored part of her body was holding her back. Mark was surprised. The mutant woman spoke. Her voice was weak and unsteady. She shouted as her left human eye stared at Mark. The light on the woman's left eye started to dim once more and stopped speaking. The armor on her body started to grow, leaving only a quarter of her body left. The claws grew longer and her muted yellow eye grew brighter. Her left eye was now halved in color. She then moved in for another attack. A more ferocious, more powerful, and faster attack. Mark jumped away from the car and the woman's attack hit the vehicle, making the 2.9-ton car skid towards the other car parked beside it. Mark now knew that time was the crux to survive this. It would be either Ange managed to let the military inside as fast as possible and to kill this mutant before her body was fully covered in armor. He knew that when that happened, this woman would be in her strongest form. Chapter 59. While Mark was fighting with the mutant, Ange was running toward the parking entrance, trying her best not to turn around for another time. At that time, Mark's helmet was slashed. Ange saw it happen. She had the urge to run back and help him, but she firmly held to what Mark told her to do, to let her brother and men for reinforcements. She could hear the sounds of a shotgun being fired and the booming sounds every time the mutant woman hits the concrete floor and ceiling behind her. There were also sounds of metal being slashed and car windows being smashed. Several car alarms also began to sound. All those sounds gave her the urge to turn back, but she managed to hold it in. Even if she managed to turn and head back, Ange knew that she wouldn't be much of help right now. Even if she had trained in Taekwondo and Karate, it won't be enough. At that attack that she saw, it was not beyond her cognition, but she knew that she still would not be able to react to it. She even started to wonder how Mark was able to fight with that mutant without being killed easily. She also have a gun, but she doubted that she could do any damage to it when Mark's shotgun could not. When she arrived at the parking entrance, she saw the metal shutters that were blocking the way while she started hearing sounds of assault rifles from the other side. She took out Mark's phone from her pocket and called her brother while she started running towards security booth in the middle of the entrance. The call connected. Angeline, brother, what's the situation outside? I'm already on the other side of the entrance. What? Oh, no, you got here too quick. Are there no infected or people inside? Answer me first. Anne shouted at the phone while she tried to open the door of the security booth. It's locked. She won't be able to open it with force as it was made with metal. She started to look for another way in. The infected are already surrounding us. The fireworks attracting the infected already stopped moments ago. What? Why? What? I'll ask them. Ange picked up the radio holstered on her waist and called while she made the phone and radio face each other. Uncle Bernard, Uncle Calvin, are you there? There was static for a few seconds until someone replied. We hear. She heard Bernard's voice, but it was noticeable that they were panting hard. Did something happen? The fireworks stopped. We had to run. There's a mutant on the roof running on all fours and can climb walls. Fernan was scratched and Calvin hurt his legs since he had to jump halfway on the ladder to escape. But, okay, are you guys safe now? We just managed to enter the stairwell in the west wing and jammed the door. We're bringing Calvin and Fernan back first. Alright, I'll end the call. I'm also in a hurry. She holstered the radio once again and spoke on the phone. Brother, you heard that? I did. Okay, I'll hurry up and try to open this damn entrance. Don't hang up and just let the call run. And stop cursing or father will scold you later. Now is not the time for that. Ange put the phone in her pocket but did not end the call. She already ran around and found no other way in but through the window. Unfortunately, the window was equipped with a reinforced glass. Without any choice, she held her revolver pistol forward and shot toward the window. That fresh! The ear-piercing sound of glass shattering echoed after her pistol was shot as the tough reinforced glass shattered into pebble-sized pieces. After jumping into the window, she immediately found a control panel on the table along several office supplies and coupon-sized printed papers. There was a smile in her face as she pushed the buttons on the panel, but her smile grew stiff and her face grew dark. After pushing the buttons, the only thing that moved was the security gates on both sides of the security booth and not the shutters at the main entrance. Ange started searching inside the security booth and found nothing that looked like something that controls the shutters at the main entrance. Readable.com shit! She was sure that her brother heard her say that as he started shouting on the phone. Brother, now is not the time. She picked up the phone after jumping out of the booth. I just want to hear the reason you're cursing. The control to open the entrance is not inside the security booth. Then it should be inside the main security room or the control room of the mall. It was there most of the time we had operations in other malls before. Just where in hell can I find that room? We don't much time to search for it. What's wrong? You're very agitated. Mark is fighting against a powerful mutant right now. He might get killed if we take too much time. What? Us? We have no choice. We'll abandon the vehicles here outside first. Enter line. Go inside the employee entrance and remove the barricades behind the door. The entrance should be on the west side of the entrance. Okay? Ange saw that door immediately ran towards it. She readied her gun and busted in. There were several zombies inside the room. She was no hesitation in her eyes anymore. She immediately shot the zombies whether it was a biter or an eater. After dispatching the zombies, she immediately shut the open door on the southwest side of the room, which led into a hallway that also had zombies running towards her. She then started to remove the chairs, tables, and other heavy stuff that were cluttered into a barricade on the front door. Mark was panting as he ran in between cars. He already disregarded his state after this battle as he used his adrenaline rush in full throttle. Still, his chances to attack were getting lesser and lesser. If not for this ability, he might have already turned into mincemeat already. This parking lot was the mutant woman's domain. She was like a fish in the water while he was shackled by his physical limits. The mutant woman could use the ceiling and the walls, could jump over and topple cars while he could do nothing but run and dodge with almost no time to counter-attack. Several cars already started to make noises as the alarms installed went off. Broken glass windows scattered on the ground while the smaller and lighter vehicles were already toppled. Mark was also pushing his mental abilities to his maximum capacity. He was trying to resist the pressure this mutant was inducing and detect her emotional fluctuations to monitor her attacks, and when the woman's conscience was able to resist for a moment, he already noticed that even if the mutant woman was fast and strong, it was not her full strength at all, as if she was holding back. Using the emotional fluctuation, knew that the woman was still there trying to resist, but whatever the cause of what was happening to her was eating her inside slowly, physically and mentally. He started to understand that what was happening to this woman was different to the eaters and biters. Using his assumptions, fat mutants mutated after turning into a biter, while mutated eaters changed after they became eaters. The woman he was fighting right now started mutating while not turning into one of the two. He did not know the reason, but he was sure that it was the case. Mark managed to make an opening by hiding behind a parked van near a wall. He jumped toward the wall and propelled himself onto the roof of the van. The mutant, who was not expecting what he did as it tried to chase him, was caught off guard. He managed to shoot her open back. Blood gushed out of the woman's unarmored back and she screamed in pain. The woman staggered as Mark detected her human consciousness tried to hold off her uncontrollable body. She turned towards Mark while the remaining half of her human eye was tearing up with blood. Please, kill me. I can't hold on anymore. The bone armor started to grow once more. Though it was visibly slower, it was still growing. Chapter 60. Kill me, the woman shouted in remorse and pain. It was accompanied by a huge outburst of emotions containing regret, guilt, anger, and sorrow. Mark felt that his head was being smashed with a hammer. After hearing the woman shout once more, Mark endured the head-splitting pain he felt and jumped for the kill. Unfortunately, the growth of the bones suddenly stopped and the woman's eyes grew dim with it. As Mark aimed his shotgun at the woman's head, a sudden force hit the gun sideward, breaking the shotgun into pieces. The parts of the shotgun were blown away and the bent barrel of the gun was embedded onto the wall far away due to the force of the attack. He could feel the muscles of his hands and fingers being torn up due to the gun forcefully thrown away from his hand. Mark's eyes grew wide at the unexpected attack. The attack was not a slash from the mutant woman's claws, but a sideway kick that she never did even once since he started fighting the mutant. He then noticed that both the woman's lower limbs were now covered with that gray-colored bone armor. The only remaining part that was not covered by the armor was a quarter of her face, her left shoulder, and her left arm. Shocked by the sudden unexpected attack and the sudden breakage of his shotgun, he was not able to see the next incoming attack from the woman at the start. It was a front kick using her other foot. It was not that Mark was too shocked to see it, but the kick came fast, even faster than the swipe of her claws. When he saw the front kick approaching, the foot was just several inches away from his chest. As his arms were thrown away sideways by the kick that broke his gun, he could only block the kick with his left arm. Mark could not think any more of what to do. Receiving this attack head-on would surely cripple him, or worse, could kill him. At the last moment, he jumped back. Mark jumped backwards as strong as he could. Crat! The kick connected with his left arm, breaking the bone on his arm. He was also sure that his ribs were also fractured. The kick threw him about a dozen meters away towards the east wing of the parking area and sent him rolling on the floor. It was fortunate that he jumped back and there was no walls or cars behind him when he flew back, or his body would have been smashed into meat paste. Still, it hurt like hell. His adrenaline could not suppress the pain in his body anymore while he accumulated more and more injuries as he battled against this mutant. His skin was bruised, his head was aching, his left arm was broken and his ribs were fractured. Even the ligaments of his legs and calves were almost torn up due to overexertion. Even if he had all his abilities as an empath and he was able to control the release of adrenaline in his body was still of an average shut-in. His body was weaker than an average person. He had low stamina and his untrained muscles were mostly fragile. It was already a miracle that he was able to last this long fighting this mutant woman. It was also a miracle that he was still alive after receiving that kick that could probably topple a car. Mark spit on the floor. What he spit out was not saliva, but blood. He could already savor the thick iron-like taste from his throat. His eyes was blurring as he tried to stand up using his last unbroken hand. Shivering in pain and the side effects of adrenaline kicking up, he could only sit on the floor. Angeline? Where the hell is that girl? She's really taking her time? What? He coughed out a mouthful of blood from his throat. Looking up and forward, he could see the woman approaching while leisurely walking. It seemed that whatever the thing that was eating the woman's consciousness had deemed him unable to fight anymore. Would he resign to this fate? A bad end? Of course not. He was not afraid of death, but he would rather not die in the very first day the apocalypse started. And he already found people who unconditionally wanted to be with him. Unfortunately, he was already losing his grip and was about to fall unconscious. While sitting on the ground, Mark looked up. The mutant woman was looking down on him while tilting her head like a child. She then raised her leg and not using her claw. It seemed that she was trying to practice her kicks with Mark's body as the target. Mark was not able to see the woman anymore as she swung her leg down like a hammer. He finally fell unconscious. That up! Loud beating sounds echoed inside his entire body as his heart pumped stronger. A sudden wave of suppressing mental fluctuations came surging out across the parking area, making the mutant woman stop her attack and jump back several meters away. She stood staring warily at Mark. At the center of the wave, Mark's body sat, unmoving. He slowly raised his head looking at the woman. His eyes looked fierce and the pupils of his eyes were glowing red. There was a smirk on his face. It was not a sinister smirk but full of amusement. Disregarding the mutant warily watching him, Mark stood up, stretching his body like he just woke up. He then started speaking. Well, it's been years since I came out just to find his body all beaten up. He stood with a straight back filled with confidence, different from before that he was a little hunched and looking lazy. Mark then observed his body and continued speaking. Broken ulna and radius, torn brachioradialis, the other arm muscles were overexerted. The ligaments on the knees are scraped. The calf muscles are almost torn up. Several bruises and muscle pains on other parts of his body. He held his chin with his right hand and nodded. Yeah, he's all beat up. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The mutant woman started to attack once more, but with claws and not her foot. The mutant swept her arm from above, trying to cut her prey from his head downwards. The attack hit nothing but air. Mark already stepped his left leg behind and faced the mutant sideways, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. He glared at the mutant woman, making her falter before sweeping her leg sideward towards his flank. The side kick hit nothing but air once more. The mutant woman looked around and did not see where Mark went to when she felt something heavy by her armored shoulder. Her face turned to her right and saw him as he landed on her shoulder. Before she could react, she felt a strong force from behind her head. The mutant's face heavily slammed on the concrete floor, making a fist-sized crack. Mark then landed several feet away from the woman after delivering a ruthless ankle kick toward the woman's head. Oops, I torn up several muscle strands on his right leg and fractured his ankle. I shouldn't have done that. His body's juice is also about to run out too. He then tilted his head as he closed his eyes. Why the hell is there a foreign substance in his body? When he opened, Mark seemed to have come into realization as he looked at the empty space filled with air around him. The foreign substance is also in the air, huh? Looks like the world became **seek it up now. Oh, these substances don't seem to be harmful. It's slowly changing his body structure, isn't it? I see. It's actually starting to fix his body, huh? Then I could play for a little without worry then. Huh, what's this? He noticed the Bluetooth camera on his collar. A camera? He pointed the lens on his face. This is good. I can teach you how to properly use your abilities. It's been years and you haven't mastered them yet. Mark waved at the camera before putting it back at his collar. The mutant woman, who already recovered from her sudden faceplant, attacked with a side swipe of her claws. Mark took one step back and turned his face upwards, making the woman's claws sweep through the space under his chin. Seriously, can't you wait a bit? Mark grabbed the woman's arm and did a sudden one-handed shoulder throw, slamming the mutant's back on the concrete, creating another crater on the floor. Gah! I snapped a few muscles again. This is why it is not good to turn off the brain's limiters while concentrating the adrenaline in one part of the body. Geez, you should really exercise a bit. Your body's much heavier than the last time. He then looked at the direction where Ange was busy removing the barricades. There is still time to play a bit, but his juice was about to run out, so it's a pity. Turning toward the mutant that stood up shaken, Mark contemplated. What should I do with you? Normally, I would just kill you like he did, but you can be useful to him. Do you want to be saved? I can save you, but you need to swear loyalty to him. Become his servant. A sudden pressure gushed out from Mark, enveloping the mutant woman, making her stagger backwards. Chapter 61. The mutant woman staggered backwards while holding her head, screaming in a double-tone voice, a woman's voice and a voice that was not of a human. Mark started his narration about what he was doing. Anyone would think that he was crazy talking alone, but he was actually talking to the camera that hung on his collar. You always use your ability to sense and absorb emotions, but you never tried to release the negative energies you absorbed. No wonder you get exhausted every time, taking in all those negative energies and storing those without using a single bit. That is why you always possess an aura that makes people stay away. He tilted his head. Oh, that's not an issue, isn't it, you loner? Ha, never mind. Anyways, you can also release it like this. What? Though? The mutant woman fell on her knees while holding her head, screaming. She was feeling a piercing pain in her head, as if her skull was being drilled into. Oops, I overdid it? Mark approached the kneeling mutant without fear and grabbed her forehead. It's quite hard to pinpoint which consciousness to target if used in a distance, isn't it? Then, the pressure entered the woman's head, but she did not scream anymore. Instead, the dim eye of the woman brightened. Can you speak now? I'm suppressing whatever this thing eating your consciousness. You heard what I said before, right? The mutant woman looked at Mark and looked down once more. She had a sad expression on what remained of her human face. Please, just kill me. What? I'm not even human anymore. I don't know if I can go on like this. In the first place, I can't accept it. I killed my family with my own hands. Tears of blood came out of her eyes. Her heart must have been crushed. When the zombies started to appear, in order to protect her twin daughter and son, her ankle was bitten. With the help of her husband, she managed to escape, and they entered this parking area along with her family and other survivors. She was wary that she will turn as she was bitten. To her surprise, more than 5 minutes passed and she was still fine. 3 hours after she was bitten, she started to lose control of her body and a bone-like growth started to cover her body, starting from the spot where the bite was. After finally losing control, the first people she attacked with her claws were her family. She was conscious and saw everything, but she could not do anything to stop it. She stabbed her husband, who protected her children. Her claws pierced through the back of her husband and toward her children he was protecting, splattering the blood of her precious family. She then started to lose her control even more as she started to attack everyone. slashes, stabs. Her consciousness watched as her mutated body played with the lives of the people she killed. Oh, is that so? It's a pity then. The children are still alive and their mother wanted to die already. Just how are they gonna live in this F***-up world without a single parent? She looked up at Mark confused until she realized what he meant by what he said. She tried to stand up in shock. What? Don't move or you'll lose control again if I let go of you. The woman was still agitated, but she paid heed to what Mark said. Are you saying the truth? And my children are still alive? What? Don't believe me, though I don't know how. They are safe and sound, though both of them are unconscious. Mark looked at a certain direction toward the east wing area. You still want to die? Oh. The woman who was kneeling on the floor used her human arm to touch the unsightly armor covering most of her body. Mark spoke, making the woman look at him. Have you been a good parent? I said, I love my children. I can trade my life for them. Mark nodded confidently. Then, what's your answer to my proposition? I suppose that I can save you and you can take care of your children, but you have to become his loyal servant. Mark smiled. Do you agree? The woman became excited, and as she knew that even her husband sadly did not make it, she could at least atone for her sins as she take care and protect her children in this chaotic world. Even if she had to sell herself to a demon, she would still accept it. I do. All right, Mark shouted while he discharged a huge mental energy drilling into the wild consciousness that tried to consume the woman. It's like a wild horse, damn it. He was using the released energy to scatter and contain the foreign consciousness inside the woman's head, but was not able to do so due to it being wild and uncontrollable. During the time he was doing that, the woman was shivering while trying to hold out the pain in her head. It's impossible this way, huh? Then I'll just use that ability that this idiot loner doesn't even know he had. The flow of energy changed. It became a calming and comforting one, gently flowing into the woman's body. It was like cold water flowing in her body during the summer heat. The woman stopped trembling and her body started to relax. The wild consciousness started to calm down. Mark then shouted, "What? Devour it! Oh, just like how you tried to resist it earlier." The woman closed her eyes as she started to struggle to gain full control of her mind. The wild foreign consciousness inside the woman's body was getting devoured slowly. During the process, the bone armor covering her body started to retract. It retracted slowly and steadily back inside her body. Even though the gray bone armor entered her body, there were no wounds, holes or scars left on her skin, as if her skin and muscles freely allowed the movement of her bones. Still, there was obvious happiness in it as she was given a second shot in life. She stood up and vowed, "Thank you." It was a gratitude that came from the bottom of her heart. Nah, I don't need your thanks. Your life is his property now, remember? Mark shrugged her gratitude away. Oh, who is this you are talking about? Are you an idiot? You are conscious all the while you are being consumed by whatever that is. Do you think I'm the same person who was fighting you at the start? Mark started smugly. So, you are talking about the one before? A DID, isn't it? Is the you before is the main personality? Not bad. That's right. So you are now his servant. Yes? But are you not afraid that I will renege against your condition? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. Rather, I'm more surprised that you accepted it with all your heart. He tilted his head, smiling at the woman. It's because it is a life debt I won't be able to pay even with my whole life. I'm already a dead person the moment I got bitten, and this chance was nothing else but something you gave me. And if I did not comply, I'm sure that my children will be at stake. The mature woman let out a refreshing smile. Nice, I like your personality. Then do your best and make your master accept you. Master? Yucks. That guy is too much of a loner that he'll sure be troubled when you introduce yourself as a servant when he wakes up. Cuckoo. I want to see the look in his face when that happens. He will surely try to ditch you. Mark raised his right arm and fixed his hair with his hand. Anyway, even if he tries to push you away, you will still be his servant and obey what he says except when he dismisses you. I'm the only one who can do that. Understand? The woman nodded with cold sweat on her back as Mark was glaring at her sinisterly when he said that last word. Say, can you control that bone armor of yours? I could. What? The woman stretched her right hand forward. Her skin on her hand split up while her gray bones enveloped the hand like a gauntlet. I really picked up a good thing. He nodded as he looked at the bone gauntlet the woman wore. Mark then sighed. He took off the camera on his collar and took out the extra phone from the holster on his waist. She handed the two things to the woman. Hide these and don't give these to anyone but him when he wakes up, all right? Also, are you not cold? I don't think you're an exhibitionist, but maybe I'm wrong. Mark scanned her body. When she saw where he was looking at, she looked down and saw that her mature peaks and bushes below were all exposed to the man in front of her. Her face grew red and turned her body the other way in embarrassment. Normally, she would have slapped the person in front of her, but she did not feel that it would be right to do so toward her savior. And also, for one or more reason, she was afraid of offending him. Anyways, find something to wear and take your children here. Remember, the mutant I was fighting earlier was injured and ran away. You are just a survivor who managed to survive the mutant. You got that? He then turned around, walking toward the nearest wall. Where are you going? The naked woman asked. My time is up. Remember our deal and my instructions, all right? Under the watch of the woman, he sat on the floor and leaned on the wall. His head then drooped to the side. Chapter 62, 4:07 p.m. Central Business Park, Pasay City. Research building at the far corner southwest of the Central Business Park. There is a several-story building that was converted into a research laboratory. Here, the elites of research that majorly focused on medicine and microbiology was gathered to research for the possible cure and to research the nature of whatever was causing the outbreak. In the lounge of the building, there was a middle-aged man who was eating with his two young assistants. His name was Isach Ko, a half-Chinese biology professor in the University of the Philippines 6 years ago. He was known as the crazy professor due to his high immersion on his research back then when he was teaching. It was 6 years ago that he was taken in by the government to research a confidential and valuable specimen, and thus he worked under the government until now. Isach was about to finish his food when someone he knew entered the building. He smiled and waved toward the visitor. General, aren't you too early? Don't tell me you didn't sleep. The person who entered was the highest officer in this evacuation area, Jan Miguel Perez, who was followed by several of his men. The general ordered the people following him to wait at the entrance and walked toward the professor. I already slept for a few hours, Prof. Isach, I think it's you who did not sleep at all. But I did not sleep at all. Silas? The professor pointed at his unfinished food. You think this is breakfast? I just had the time to eat dinner. He grumbled, but towards his grumble the general just laughed. Well then, Professor, with that all-nighter I'm sure you gathered a lot of information, right? Miguel, can we stop it? You started it, Isach. The two men laughed as they clasped their right hands and bumped their shoulders. This showed the close brotherhood between the two. They were high school classmates who both did their best in their fields and rose to success. You want my report, right? Just let me finish my food. By the way, his two are my assistants. The young lady is Nia and the young man is Alan. The professor pointed at his assistants who were sitting at the opposite side of the table. The two assistants bowed their heads slightly in acknowledgement. There was no reason to introduce the general as they already knew who he was. After eating his very late dinner, Prof. Isach together with his assistants brought Jen Miguel towards his office. Nia, get the reports in the other room. Alan, turn on the monitors. As they stepped into the office, the general saw several flat-screen monitors hung on the wall beside the door, a large office desk and several cabinets filled with cluttered files and books. These were Prof. Isach insisted on bringing away from his private laboratory. The two assistants immediately followed the professor's instructions with high efficiency. Isach then sat on the chair behind the desk and waved at the general to come in. Then, Nia, who went into a door opposite of the office entrance, came back holding several file folders and neatly lined the folders on the desk. Here are the reports you wanted. The professor pointed his open palm toward the folders on the desk. Why are the reports separated? Information about the pathogen, infected mutants, human mutants, and miscellaneous stuff from left to right. The general then moved the folders into one stack and put it at the side of the desk. He looked at the professor and seriously asked, Isach, I want to ask your opinion about what is happening right now. You want my opinion? He looked back at the general with a skeptical look. The earth is doomed. He stretched his arms diagonally upwards and yelled, Can you elaborate? Can't you just say that you want me to summarize the contents of those folders in front of you? Hearing the question that was returned to him, the general nodded. All right, let me explain. The profession inhaled and exhaled deeply. First, we are all infected. Me, you, everyone, including animals and plants. Though there are no sudden negative side effects to us for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Before the professor could continue, he was interrupted. Wait, you said there are no negative, but are you saying that there are positive effects? That's right. The strain that initially infected all of us is not harmful, but rather helpful. It is slow, but it's changing our bodies into something better. It is slow that no one will realize it in a short while, but probably in another month or year, the changes will be noticeable. The professor reached toward the stack of folders and pulled one folder opening in and pointed an information regarding a 6-year-old boy. Then he pointed at one of the screens where a child playing was shown. You did not do anything to this child, right? The general looked at the professor in askance. You know that others called me crazy, but I'm not a monster, mind you. That child is only there for observation. He is there because that child almost died several hours ago due to a gunshot. The wound was not fatal, so he was saved by surgery. Look at him now. Do you think that a child running lively like that was someone who just undergone surgery? After the surgery, he was burning with fever, and after 10 hours, his wounds closed. During the time he was healing, we conducted tests, and it showed that the pathogen in his body was actively mending his body and DNA structure. We tried the same to several of the notorious criminals you brought here to experiment on. Unfortunately, most of them remained normal except for one who is currently healing there. The professor pointed at the screen where an unconscious bald man was shown. By the way, there are a few more children being observed having fevers right now. The analysis showed the same symptoms as the previous boy. The problem is that not all of them received a fatal injury. Some just fell burning with fever for unknown reasons. The pathogen in their bodies is active, but we couldn't still find out what is going on with their bodies. Looking away from the monitor, the general asked, if we are all infected, why didn't we turn into those flesh eaters outside? It's because the strain that is inside us is different from the ones inside the bodies for that zombie-like infected. I call this as the neutral strain. The professor flipped over the papers in the folder again and pointed at a picture of clustered microcells. This is the strain inside our body. As you can see, it is neither a virus nor bacteria. Because of this, the research for the cure was stumped. It has some of the properties both bacteria and viruses had and some properties that it didn't have. Anyway, the neutral strain in our bodies won't make us turn unless we are bitten. The professor pointed at the next picture. It also had similar appearance to the first picture but had thick tentacles and was dark colored. This is the reason why people turn. I call this the agitator strain. This strain lives on the saliva of the people who turned, and if the saliva entered our bodies, we will become one of them. It is due to this strain having a large influence and mutating the neutral strain to this one that I call the unstable strain or the mutation strain. But Isach pointed at a picture in the next page. A picture of clustered splatter-shaped cells was present. This strain is highly unstable that it mutates the body and turning the host. Also, this strain reacts if there is a present catalyst inside or outside the body of the host and mutates into a new strain while mutating the body of the host further. While the general was seriously listening at what the professor was saying, he took another folder from the stack and flipped it open, showing a page with a picture of a mutant man. The mutant man looked normal except for the thin fur covering its arms and legs and his teeth that had changed into fangs. This person mutated in front of us all after he was bitten. Before the mutation, we determined that this person was bitten by a dog that was not vaccinated yet. Look at him, doesn't he look like Were-Dog? I tried using a sample of the unstable strain and mixed it with a sample of rabies virus, and the result, the unstable strain mutated into a different one similar to what we found inside that mutant. Using that as basis, we tried mixing other things like viruses, bacterium, chemicals, and everyday things you can find, and each catalyst caused the unstable strain to mutate into a unique strain using a proper amount of the catalyst. It also showed us that there are endless possibilities that the infected can mutate. Be prepared that more powerful ones will appear sooner or later. Muth. Isach's last sentence placed an unquestionable pressure on the general's shoulders. There are different strains, but what did you scientists name this pathogen? Isn't it obvious? It is a mutagenic pathogen, so for convenience sake, we called it Mutagen. Chapter 63 Mutagen? Miguel murmured as he roamed his eyes across the room. His gaze stopped at one corner of the room and approached before pulling the chair placed there toward the desk and sat on it. What are you doing? But, Isach asked. You did not invite me to sit down, so I just helped myself. Don't you have more things to do? I do, but I needed to know the details first before I passed the report to others. The professor looked at him with disbelieving eyes. I already compiled every single findings we had so far in those reports. Seriously, you know that I'm a person who doesn't read too much. Can we get back to topic? I'm really surprised. How did you get into that position given that attitude of yours? Now, where are we again? Don't worry about that. I keep up my image good in the eyes of the public. Back to the topic, you stopped at the name of the pathogen. My next question for you is why the children are more susceptible to the mutation caused by the neutral strain. Isaac nodded at the general's question. There are no clear causes, but the most reasonable reason is because the children are still undergoing a period that we adults are already done with. We adults, our physiques change over time due to different causes, but we already stopped growing while the children are still in their growth period. Their growth is being influenced by the neutral strain in their bodies. Then, what about the mutants? Which mutants? The mutated Z-types or the mutators? The Z-types? Mutators? The Z-types are those infected that turned. That was what we labeled them. Those running pathogen spreaders were the Z-type 1 while those undead infected were the Z-type 2. Under them were the mutations we called Z-type 1A, Z-type 1B, and so on. The mutators, on the other hand, were the people who mutated after being bitten, but they are different from the Z-types. What is the difference between the two kinds of mutants? Even though both variants originated from people who were bitten, the mutated infected remain zombie-like while mutators retain their consciousness to some extent and gain superhuman abilities. And the mutant variants from the latter kind cannot infect others. The mutated strain in their bodies already merged with their DNA after they mutated. Then the mutated people first. Did your team find out why they became like that? Most people bitten turn into those zombie-like infected, while these people are very rare, aren't they? In response to that question, Prof. Isach took out a remote from the drawer below his desk and changed the feed being shown by the monitors. There were two people who were staying in different rooms was shown in the monitors. One of No, he's definitely a human. He sat on his bed reading a book. On the other feed, however, it showed the teenaged girl whose arms and neck was covered in snake scales. She was tied up with chains and was unconscious. Yes, they are really rare. As you can see, these two are the only instances that we can observe. Well, there's actually the other one. The guy that was already killed, right? That's right. We still haven't found the reason why they did not turn into those Z-types since we can't observe the pathogen that changed them, but there is only one theory we're looking into. It is the compatibility of the mutated strain to their DNA. Still, the proof we gathered is not enough to prove this conjecture. Also, there are two variants to that. First is that man who's successfully mutated without any issues, who is a successful mutation. He looked like normal right now, but his strength was higher than an average human, and if he activated his ability as a mutator, his muscles will bulge and his strength would be multiplied by several times. The second variant is that girl over there, which are the failed mutations. But Isach pointed at the monitor showing the unconscious girl. She is like that man we had to put down earlier. During initial stages of their mutation, they retained their consciousness, but as the mutation started to spread through their bodies, they started to lose control over their body. I personally asked this girl earlier how she felt during the initial stages of her mutation. Can you guess what she said? But Isach paused, waiting for the general's answer. Nothing comes into mind. She said that there was another consciousness, a more savage and uncontrollable one, eroding her own and wrestles over the control of her body. Once her mutation ends, she would be like that man who lost reason and behaved like a savage beast. You know, I suspected that those strong savage mutants that came out of the crashed planes are in the similar circumstances. The general nodded, then looked at the professor. I remember that those mutants were attacking the Z-types and vice versa. It's true, we already observed it. The Z-types and failed mutators don't acknowledge each other, but don't be complacent that they would kill each species. It's just a mild theory, but there is a possibility that failed mutators grow by defeating Z-types, and Z-types will mutate further after eating the bodies of dead mutators. Still, whoever wins will become a danger to our existence as humans. The general massaged his temple as he felt his headache getting stronger as he listened further. Still, he needed to know what he must know to properly guide the people in this camp to survival. Actually, the circumstances with the failed mutators reminded me of the event 6 years ago. Isach closed his eyes as he reminisced. What event? Oh, right. I forgot that you're still a lower-ranking soldier that time, so it was no wonder that you didn't know. The professor looked at his two assistants who sat on another table on the other side of the room. It's the event that caused me to be taken in by the government. Remember the large meteor that was about to collide to Earth and was shot down using a missile by the American Aeronautics Institute 6 years ago? There was an event hidden to the public at that time. Before, I can't tell you, but who cares much about the confidential bull stuff the government enforces right now? The general listened intently as he really had no idea about what Prof. Isach was saying aside from the things disclosed to the public. Even if the meteor exploded, several fragments of the meteor still entered Earth. What was hidden to the public was that the fragments that crashed into Earth had a property that changed the bodies of the people who came in contact with it. Unfortunately, it seemed that the fallen fragments mysteriously disappear after being held by people, so I never really saw the fragments myself. According to description, the fragments looked like a crystal with a deep violet color about the size of a marble. And even though it just fell from outer space, it did not create any crater. did not discharge radiation, and did not even release heat. There were 2 reported sightings of those fragments falling into our country. One was in an orphanage in Quezon province, while another was in a rural area in Bacoor. But Isach spread his hands towards his assistants. These 2 children were the orphans who came in contact with the fragment that landed in Quezon. After the examination and experiments that I conducted on them, their bodies evolved and gained abilities like the successful mutators. But you know, they had the same symptoms like the failed mutators back then. They had another consciousness in their minds trying to corrode them and wanted to take control of their bodies. Fortunately, the foreign consciousness was weak. The corrosion failed and they retained their minds after devouring the foreign consciousness. The 2 assistants nodded with a smile, hearing what the professor. The general could not believe what he just heard as he started at the 2. He looked back toward the professor and questioned him. Wait a minute, aren't they valuable pieces for research? Why did they become your assistants? If what you said is true, then they should already be taken away by those greedy pigs. Ha ha ha, the professor laughed loudly. I bluffed the results of my research back then. Their bodies might have evolved, but the structure of their bodies did not change. Because of that, unless these 2 children showed their abilities, other people will only think that they are normal. 6 years ago, just think how old these 2 are back then. As if I will give these good children to those corrupt people who only think for themselves. Using the pretense that these 2 children grew closer to me, I adopted them after they were released when the research ended. I say, you're lucky that you managed to pull that off. Oh, of course! Those pigs in the upper brass know nothing but fat in their pockets, making them easier to fool when it came to terms regarding science. By the way, you said that there was another fragment that fell in Bacoor. What happened to it? But Isach shrugged his shoulders to that question. No one knows what happened to that. The special forces dispatched there located the ground zero, but found nothing. No witnesses, no fragments, no anything. It was likely that the fragment was found by someone, but that person was not found until now. Chapter 64 Then that person should be alive somewhere, doesn't he? If he would not die to come, he might be, but who knows? The general entered a deep contemplation about the information he just heard. He subconsciously took out a packet of cigarettes and was about to light it when the professor's voice snapped him out of it. I'll kick you out if you light that. You said a while ago that you already stopped smoking, so what in the world are you doing right now? Jub! Miguel froze and awkwardly returned the cigarette. Sorry about that. I've been stressed out since this morning. The pressure is piling up. I won't really mind if that's the reason, but you better do that outside and not in this building. But Isach sternly reminded him. By the way, there are also fragments that landed in other countries, right? Is there any other information given out by them? To that question, the professor snorted. You think they would? With the pretense that it was their country's private matter, you think us smaller countries get anything from them? Our country might not even have the ability to send spies to other countries, so of course we got nothing but the initial reports and leaked news about a small outbreak in a village in Arizona. Outbreak? Yes, similar to what we are experiencing at the moment. I was also sent there to investigate with other scientists, but everything was already cleaned up when we arrived. The only news we got there is that there was a fragment that fell there on a colony of termites. The colony mutated, killing more than half of the people in that village. We tried to communicate about cooperating with their research, but they were highly secretive about it. I say, you really can't do anything about that. The general looked at the 2 assistants writing things on their notebooks on the other table. You said that these 2 evolved. Did they gain superpowers? They did. Well, I don't really mind telling you about them, but it's easier if you see it. The professor smiled mischievously. Nya, Alan, come here and show him your abilities. I want to see his surprised face. The 2 assistants shook their heads when they saw the smile on the professor's face. The professor was at it again. This crazy scientist not only immersed himself on his research but also loved to play pranks on people. The first to display her ability was Nia. She half extended her arm with her palm open and facing upwards. Her palm then started to emit a faint white light. The general could feel a faint cold air from her direction. After about 5 seconds, 2 chopstick-sized ice spikes landed on her palm. Next was Alan. He picked up the smallest needle from a cabinet in the room along with a short piece of thin nylon thread. Using a thumb flip using his left hand, he launched the needle in the air, spinning vertically in a very fast pace similar to a propeller of a helicopter. His eyes then released a faint red glow and his right hand that was holding one of the ends of the nylon thread moved. The next thing that the general saw the needle hanging down from Alan's hand with the nylon thread that passed through the eye of the needle. The general was slack-jawed. He then heard the professor's smug voice behind him. Amazing, isn't it? Nia's ability is to conjure the moisture in the surroundings and form the collected moisture into ice in any shape she wanted. As for Alan, ocular senses were highly enhanced that he is even capable of clearly seeing things even as fast as a fired sniper bullet. Paired with his enhanced body, he will be able to respond to anything as long as he can see it coming. Actually, their abilities are very beneficial to my field of research, as Nia can freeze the specimen gathered anywhere needed, while Alan can do a lot like accurately sewing wound, getting at moving parasites and other things that needed a fast reaction and reflex. Hearing his explanation, the general sighed. You're lucky to have such assistance. Oh, jealous. I'm not. It's just that I will feel assured that at least a few of these mutators can be drafted into my ranks. What you want to do is hard. It's likely that these mutators will have a high ego and hard to control, unlike your fully trained men. Unless one of the people you trust the most became one, it would be a pipe dream. What if I give them benefits? What do you think? The result will depend on the mutators themselves. It is likely that many of them will aim for a higher position than being a lapdog in the military and following orders from the untrusted upper brass. But I guess that method can work on the man we had now. And the mutator with super strength? That's right. That guy has his family waiting for him in the survivor area, you see. If you can promise him a better treatment with his family, I'm sure that he will comply. Is he going to be released soon? Yup, we're just doing the final tests so you can have him afterwards if you can convince him. If not, we'll just release him. Well, we can only release him since I don't think that we have the capability to restrain him. It's better to build good relations with these mutators if possible, since the safety of the people will be in danger if we are the ones to do the first move on them and not the other way around. You also needed to bolster the ranks of your men, Miguel. There are also the existence of mutant animals and plants. These mutated creatures will sure come in flocks sooner before we humans are able to evolve naturally. Asterisk day 2525 AM City Mall Bangor. Basement parking. Central area. The military moved back and forth around the parked vehicles they already transported in after they found the security room of the mall. The soldiers who were left here in the parking was in charge of checking and fixing their vehicles, while most of the soldiers already moved out and secured the essential parts of the mall, like the hardware and electronics store in the first floor and the whole of the service corridors of all the floors of the mall. The survivors brought by the military convoy were staying in the east wing part of the basement parking, where they arranged beddings and rationed food from the warehouse. The survivors, who had almost nothing to eat since this morning, were very happy eating the food rationed to them. The employees of the mall helped in securing the mall by serving as guides for the soldiers, as they knew the mall structure more than anyone else in here. During the process of securing the mall, they managed to find several more survivors hiding inside stores. Most of them went out of hiding after hearing the sounds the soldiers were making. However, due to the increase in the survivors, another squad was needed to transport all the people in one go. According to the report First LT, Raphael received from the headquarters, the earliest arrival of the rescue squads will be in the afternoon, and the latest was before midnight. Still, it seemed that no matter how long the rescue arrives, the survivors were fine with it as long that the rescue will surely arrive. It was due to the men First LT, Raphael led, showing their prowess in successfully securing a large area in the mall. It was unfortunate that they would not be able to secure the main areas of the mall due to the overwhelming number of infected. Another thing was that the conflict between the survivors became almost non-existent due to the soldiers leading the people. The survivors put the soldiers as their pillars, making the soldiers try to not let these people down. Day 2600 AM, Lake Hill Subdivision, Tall Lake Street, Bangor City, Cavite. Inside one of the locked house in that street, a strong ray of violet light flashed coming from the closet in the only room of that house. Aside from clothes that were stacked very far from being neat inside the closet, there was a gallon-sized circular wide-mouthed jar buried deeply among the clothes. Inside the jar, there was a double-terminated crystal of a vivid violet color. The crystal was 1.5 inches in diameter and a little more than 3 inches in height. The crystal was floating vertically in the middle of the jar, not being affected by Earth's gravity. Around the crystal, there were 6 smaller sphere-shaped crystals about the size of a marble with the same color. The smaller crystals were also floating and danced horizontally around the mid-level of the larger crystal while slowly moving counterclockwise. The crystals flashed a strong light for some time before settling down. Unfortunately, no one was able to see this amazing sight aside from the person that hid it there, that was not even present in the house at the moment. Chapter 65, Day 2628 AM, City Mall Bangor, 3rd floor. Tech Zone. Mark, who fell unconscious even before his battle in the previous night was finished, slowly opened his eyes while lying on a soft mattress. While he stared at the ceiling, it's an unfamiliar ceiling, was not what he first thought of, but he calmly tried to recollect all his memories before the collapse, while ignoring the fact that he was now inside the storage room of his base store. He was not a person who was groggy when waking up in the morning, even if the timing he woke up was bad. Rather, he was always clear-headed even if he was still sleepy after waking up. After recollecting what happened, he tried to make several assumptions on how he ended up in this place. He was a person who did not speak too much, and as such, he learned to make assumptions and tried to find the exact situation using clues he could find around him. Just like how he handled a lot of his questions that he liked to ask to Polly yesterday. He only asked about her ability and background, and he could make conclusions using what he observed about her and what he detected using his ability. As he just woke up, the first thing he wanted to do was to lift his body up and sit down on whatever he was lying down on. However, that was what he felt when he tried to move. Mark looked around his body and he saw two girls sleeping by his sides. On his right was May, who was kneeling down on the floor while her head lay on the soft mattress he was lying on and her hands were holding his right hand. To his left was Abigail, who was tightly hugging his body. While most men might have felt lucky if they were in this situation, Mark was actually feeling discomfort. Just what are these girls doing with an injured purse? He stopped his train of thought. As he tried to feel the condition of his body, he felt no injury. On the other hand, he actually felt that his body was slightly stronger than before, especially his lower limbs. Mark gently pulled his hand from May's grasp and slowly peeled off Abigail from his body before he sat down. It was then that he saw a woman coming through the door. He was surprised inside. Who entered was a mature lady who was wearing a black tank top covered by a denim jacket, fitted pants and rubber shoes. He then stared at the woman's face. The woman's face was something he would not forget for a long time. He was sure that she was the woman who was covered in gray-colored bone armor last night. The woman looked surprised as she saw him sitting on the mattress while staring at her. She then properly fixed her posture and smiled. "Master, you are finally awake." Mark heard what she called him but ignored it for now as he used his ability to find out what was the woman's intention. But he frowned. Like Abigail, there was something strange in her mental fluctuations. Even if her emotions could be seen in her face, her emotional fluctuations were filled with loyalty and indebtedness. It was unlike in the previous night. When he was fighting her before, her emotional fluctuations were normal aside from the overwhelming fluctuations coming from the consciousness that was corroding her own. "Is there something wrong with my face?" the woman said as Mark kept staring at her without saying anything. "Just what did you call me?" "I said master, did I not?" "What?" Mark expected her to answer, but what she did was show a troubled expression before she took out a small device and a phone from her pocket. His expression changed. It was his Bluetooth camera and the phone he used to record what happened yesterday evening. While he received the gadgets, their voices caused May and Abigail to wake up. May was a little out of it as she rubbed her eyes and stretched her arms while yawning. On the other hand, Abigail stared at Mark for a bit and yelled, "Papa!" Like a rocket, she launched her body towards Mark to hug him with joy. However, the strong girl forgot to control her strength. Abigail and her papa fell onto the floor with a loud thud. Fortunately, May snapped out of her morning daze as she saw her Jeej and Abigail fall from the makeshift bed. Out of reflex, she backed away from her spot or else Mark would have fallen onto her. Mark sat on the floor feeling the pain on his bottom. He wanted to smack this little girl cuddled on his body on her forehead, but as he could see the innocent joy on her face, he wasn't able to do so. Yet, May, who finally reacted to the scene in front of her, also jumped into action and embraced Mark. My, you're really loved, are you not, master?" the woman watching by the door said while giggling. Mark looked at her for a bit, making her stop before turning to the two who were very joyful due to him waking up. The feeling was good. Knowing that there were people now who were worried for him, he was quite happy. Still, he also felt a little repulsive as he was not used to this kind of affection. "Can you two let me move somewhere else? Sitting on a cold floor really feel unpleasant." The two girls reluctantly let him go while he sat back on the makeshift bed that he finally saw what it was made of. No wonder that the bed felt quite uncomfortable. It was made by stacked box topped with a thin mattress. He would rather sleep on the floor than here. As he sat back on the bed, the two happy girls stuck to his sides, not wanting to part from him. Hearing the story from May, he learned that he was brought in by a stretcher carried by the soldiers. His body was stained with blood while his lower limbs and chest were showing symptoms of acute inflammation. He was also burning with high fever. It seemed that May took care of him during the time he was suffering until it settled down. "Thank you. freeonenovel.co?" Mark patted May's head. Before the outbreak, he felt alienated by these two words, but it seemed that he could say it naturally now. Seeing that her papa patted May's head, Abigail started to sulk. "Papa, me too!" The little girl then received a light pinch on her nose. "You just pushed me out of the bed, so this is your punishment." Mark then looked at the woman once more since she just stood there smiling while watching the three. He then sighed. "The answers to my questions to you are recorded in this phone, right?" "It should be." Unlocking the phone and opening the galleries, he started watching the video. Beside him, he just let May and Abigail watch as he did not feel the need to hide the things in the video from them. He knew that he could trust these two girls. He actually felt funny as he actually able to trust people. During the first quarter of the video, May looked at the woman in shock as she saw the state the woman was in. However, after 2/3 of the video passed, May and Abigail started to glare hatefully at the woman. They saw what happened when Mark was kicked away and they saw the amount of blood he coughed out in the video. If Mark was not holding Abigail back, the little might have started to lash out at the woman. The woman guiltily accepted the hateful glares of the two girls. She knew that she had nothing she could say to defend herself. Actually, she had won, but it did not come to her to use that as reason. Then, after that part, it was Mark's turn. His face started to darken. The change was not because of the sudden change of personality, movements, and speech, but because the him in the video was the one responsible for adding more injuries in his body. On the other hand, it seemed that he partially expected the chance of the other him coming out, as he was not surprised by it. On his sides though, May felt really surprised by what she just saw, while Abigail just looked confused. It seemed that she did not understood what was happening. Then, it reached the part where the deal between the him in the video and the woman in front of them came about, along with a very little tutorial and the mysterious ability to help the woman that he used that Freed is causing me troubles again, that bastard. Jeej, what has happened there? You also had DID? May asked him in surprise, which in turn Mark sighed. I can't really tell if he is really another personality of mine. That guy knew a lot of things that I didn't. You just saw him use an ability that I don't know of. Seriously, that guy is a headache causing me trouble every time he comes out. Mark scratched his head, not knowing what to do about this. He then looked at the woman. You're really going to fulfill the deal between you and Freed? So, he is called Freed? Yes, that's the name I gave him, not because of goodwill, but because he is doing things as freely as he could, causing me trouble every time. Let's leave it at that. Answer my question first. Mark looked sternly at the woman. To his stare, the woman smiled and nodded. You already saw my answer in the video, did you not? And I would not let you kick me away either. There are a lot of things I'm good at, but my best trait is to pay debts and fulfilling my end of the deals I made. I was raised by my parents that way. Even that response of yours, you will become my servant as long as Freed say that you can go, right? I'm sure that bastard won't let you go, you know. Don't tell me that you want to serve all your life. You also have your children with you. It is fine, master. If you want me to go away because of my children, then it is fine if you also take my children under you. Mark stared at the woman. There's something wrong with your head. Why am I getting the vibe that being a servant is just natural for you? About that, the woman scratched her cheek and let out a wry smile. Actually, my mother worked as a maid while my father was a gardener at the same household. I grew up helping them as the bosses were a rich but kind family. It's also them who took care of my schooling back then. So, master can say that the blood of a servant run on my veins. Mark barely held himself from slapping his forehead. The woman then continued, besides, I don't think it will be bad serving you. It is not just that you have the ability to fight almost on par with the mutated me before. If not for the high defense my ability gave me, you might have even killed me. Furthermore, you are not a normal person yourself. The woman then looked at Abigail. You also have another one like me beside you, and you do not seem to treat her any different from a normal girl at all. Most people will treat us as monsters, but you're not one of them. The woman then vowed. Well then, master, let me introduce myself. I am Odalina Nadeja at your service. You can call me Odal if you wanted to. Mark rubbed his temples as his head started to ache. You're really forcing yourself under my wing, aren't you? It's not like I have one. Odalina did not answer his question and just smiled. Chapter 66. While Mark was having a headache because of the unwanted circumstances pushed onto him, several soldiers came into the room. The group was led by two people, a stern-looking soldier, a male high school student, and two college girls they knew, Angela and Paula. After the four entered, the remaining soldiers just stood by the door like bodyguards. Mark immediately realized that the man in military uniform was Ange's brother, but he did not know who the high school student was. But then, there were visible similarities between Ange's face and on the high school boys. It was likely that he was Ange's younger brother or a close family relative. Odalina, on the other hand, retreated and stood beside the makeshift bed, showing a behavior a trained maid would have. The only missing from her was the frilled maid clothes that were common in many anime series. Mark looked at Ange and Paula. He knew that something was going on. Looking at their troubled faces, he did not even need to use his ability to guess. While sitting on the bed, Mark looked at the man in military uniform. Judging from his looks, he was like at the same age as Mark, or probably older by 1 or 2 years. The insignia he had on his uniform showed his rank as a first lieutenant. The man let out a domineering aura as he was about to start taking and open his mouth. However, he was not able to let out a single word since Mark suddenly spoke, interrupting him. "I refuse," Mark said, making the man stare at him with wide eyes. It was obvious that he was not able to hide his surprise and confusion. "What?" "I said, I refuse. Whatever you want to say, I refuse." The man gawked, not being able to react to the sudden situation. "If you'd become, I'm sure you'll just babble about how humanity is on the brink of extinction, how we needed to cooperate, becoming heroes of justice, and show off the might of the military. Then you will try to pull me into your ranks, bribing me with incentives, threats, and stuff, right? Then, I refuse so you can go and not waste our time." The two college girls let out bitter smiles. Stop! It was visible that Ange was trying to hold herself back, her laughter. Her shoulders were slightly trembling. On the other hand, Paula seemed to have expected his answer and was not bothered by. Ange then turned toward her older brother and patted his shoulder. "Brother, you failed miserable here. We already told you that this will happen and you did not listen to us at all." The domineering aura from the man vanished instantly as he drooped his shoulders. His true personality went out while he looked at Ange with a bit of hate. He then turned and looked at Mark. "Why do you want to refuse? I know that you have the ability to fight those mutants and even a failed mutator. Why don't you want to put your skills into good use? If you need incentives, we can help you rescue your family or receive a high standing inside the evacuation zone along with many benefits that come with it. We really need people with abilities right now. It's also obvious that you already evolved. With the injuries you received, you shouldn't be able to move for at least weeks, but look at you now. You're perfectly fine." The man yelled all those long string of words like a child. "Are you done now?" Mark looked at the man with disdain. "Those kinds of words won't work at me. If you want my reason, it's mostly because it is troublesome. It's troublesome to try and become a hero. It's troublesome to work under someone. It's troublesome to work with a lot of people, and it's troublesome to work with the military who also work under the government. Furthermore, you guys have a lot of restricting rules to follow. I hate that. Also, my family is in Kathanduins right now. Can your men go there and get them?" The man felt defeated. He could not argue with his, as most of what he said was true, especially the thing about strict rules they were implementing right now. He then thought of something. "What? I heard that you want to rescue your friends. We can help with that. And about these girls beside you, we can ensure their safety in the evacuation zone. Also, this little girl, I heard that she is too strong for her age. I suspect that she is also mutator, so she is highly welcome." There was a trace of anticipation on the man's eyes. "As I said before, I refuse. In the first place, you guys are already taking your good time to send rescue to the survivors here. I suspect that you guys are short with manpower. Then, just how long would it take for your men to mobilize soldiers for the sake of one person? I'm sure that my friends had already become zombies by the time you guys are ready. Besides, I already had a deal with Angeline and Paula to help me take care of these girls, so you don't have to bother yourself with that. I also don't allow you people to get your hands on them. If that happens, expect a zombie tide to come towards your precious evacuation zone." Mark sternly warned the man. "Still, you need the military's help to shelter her." The man pointed at May. "I heard from Angeline and Paula that she is the daughter of the current CEO of Zio Industries. If that is the case, she could be taken by force since her family held a high position there. It was with their help that we could establish and build the walls for the evacuation zone." Then the man scanned May's face, making her uncomfortable, and she hid behind Mark. The man continued, "With her appearance, I'm sure that many officials there will try to have a deal with her family too." He was not able to finish his sentence as he staggered backward and held his head in pain. His nose also started to bleed. Aside from Abigail and Odalina, the other people in the room and the soldiers that stood by the door clutched their head in pain while they started to hear a ringing sound in their ears. "Master, it is better if you calm down. The young lady is also affected." Odalina's voice was heard talking to Mark while everyone inside was in turmoil. The people who heard her voice looked at Mark with great difficulty. His eyes were glowing with a faint red light. Mark closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and the uncanny sensation in the room vanished in that instant along with the glow in his eyes. Mark then looked at May, who had just recovered, and patted her head in apology. Mark felt the sudden sensation. It seemed that his emphatic ability also improved, that he failed to control and unleashed it without knowing due to his sudden surge of anger. When Mark turned back to look at the people in the room, he saw their shocked faces. He was already busted with his mental ability going out of control, so he just ignored their faces. He also heard clicking sounds as the soldiers pointed their guns at him. Turning back to Ange's brother, who was wiping the blood off from his nose while warily staring at Mark, he spoke. "We're done here. I already said before that you can leave, but since you don't want to..." Mark turned to Angeline and Paula. I'll call off the favor you two owe me. I don't need your help anymore." Ignoring the guns pointed at him, Mark lifted Abigail into his arm and gently supported the still dizzy May out of the room while Odalina followed behind them. May received the brunt of Mark's sudden outburst since she was the closest person around him with Abigail as exception. While Mark was walking out, the soldiers did not shoot without orders from their captain and just aimed their gun following him until he walked out. "I hate you," Angeline grunted on her brother before walking out, pulling Paula, who also felt hurt about what Mark said to them. "Bro, I know that you're desperate, but you really went overboard," the high school student who did not speak a single word since they entered said. "You're right, I guess." First LT. Raphael looked at his younger brother, Gabriel, as he knew that he was wrong this time. He really went and took the situation to his head. Before coming here to draft Mark into their ranks, he received a call from his father. It was the information about the mutants along with some dreadful news. One of the squads that were dispatched to rescue survivors was attacked by a failed mutator. The squad was wiped out along with the over 50 survivors they managed to find. The captain of the squad that was wiped out was his sworn brother in the military. There was also a mutant Z-type that managed to scale the wall of the evacuation zone and killed several soldiers. He looked at the door Mark's group and his sister just went through in regret. Chapter 67 Day 2 6:42 a.m. City Mall Bacor, 3rd floor, Tech Zone. Mark brought everyone into another store that no one dared to use. It was because just one the other side of the door inside the store, the biter Mark caught was kept. He actually wanted to tidy up his things like the laptops and the stuff he prepared there, but was quite apprehensive to do at this moment. After all, the soldiers he talked to were still there. Before he went out, he tried to look for the armor he wore before but felt down when he saw the state of the armor. It was stained with his blood, filled with cracks on the torso, and the chest part of the armor was in pieces. Aside from the arm guards, everything else on the armor was practically useless now. While he was looking at his armor, Paula and Ange went out of the room. The two girls seemed to have something to say, but with what just happened, they really looked awkward to do so. Under the gaze of the two girls and the military soldiers, Mark found his weapons and left. When he went out of the store, some of the people who saw him looked at him with shock. Mark was sure that they saw his state this evening, and anyone would sure be shocked seeing a near-death person recovered to perfect state in just one night. No, it was just a little less than 9 hours. Mark also saw the guys who participated in launching the fireworks on the rooftop along the way. James and Bernard looked fine, but Fernan had his arm bandaged while Calvin had his leg light up while he walked around with the help of a makeshift crutch. The two injured men looked at Mark, who had far more severe injuries last night, with envy. Mark was all healed up by now while they were still tied up with bandages. Looking at the men, Mark noticed that they were not surprised by it at all. He then decided to ask them why. Apparently, the military already briefed the people there about the situation, about how the pathogen, how it was transmitted, about how the people started to evolve, and about the mutants and mutators. As he also needed to know about those things, he thought of asking them when an idea hit him, and he looked towards his self-proclaimed servant. Since everyone was briefed about it, then he could just ask this woman later. They parted with the employees and went to this store. Mark remembered about the biter. He wanted to study the characteristics of the biter, but he was not able to because a lot of things happened. He made May, who was still a little dizzy, sit on a chair. Her mental stability was already low in the first place, and as such, Mark's accidental outburst affected her a bit too much. "Do you feel fine now?" "No, Jeej, I feel nauseous." She then raised her pale face towards Mark and requested something absurd. "Yeah, huff." May opened her arms towards her Jeej. Mark sighed as he complied. After all, it was his fault this time. He put down Abigail and went and embraced May in his arms. Like a melting ice cream, she slumped into his body and started to feel better. Just what the heck is this? Mark thought. Before, he thought nothing about what May said about what she felt when hugging him, but now he could believe her. He was not doing anything else aside from hugging May, but he could feel a thin stream of energy coming from him and entering her body in a gentle manner. He tried to strengthen the flow of energy a bit, and under everyone's gaze, his eyes started to glow a faint milky light, but vanished suddenly as he lost control of it. As May felt fine now, she unwillingly let go of Mark, who was in deep thought. Then he heard Odalena's voice. "Master, judging from the light that came from your eyes, it was the same energy as the ability Freed used to help me." Mark looked at her. He finally got it. The consciousness trying to devour Odalena's before was full of rage, and using this energy, Freed calmed that savage consciousness and helped her gain control of her body. Still, Mark was more interested in learning to control releasing his mental energy to affect the consciousness of other people. He felt that it was more useful for him to learn than this ability. As May was fine now, he decided to check the biter inside the room. He learned from Odalina that the soldiers wanted to clear the store out and kill the infected he caught, but the men earlier prevented them from doing so. When he entered, he saw the rolled-up biter on the floor. She was not rolling at the floor anymore, but it was visible that she was alive as her head was still moving. Mark removed the cloths and rags that was now stained with blood and somehow also reeked of urine tied on her body, leaving the wires that tied up the biter's wrists and legs. Still, she looked weak. She was not moving erratically unlike before. "What's wrong with her?" Odalina asked in confusion. It was obvious that this was an infected, but she was not behaving like one at all. The first thing that an infected would do upon seeing a human was try to attack. But this one did not and just lied quietly on the floor. "Maybe it's hungry?" Mark looked at the corner of the room where several severed limbs was piled. When the employees were cleaning the tech zone yesterday, Mark requested Bernard to take at least 3 limbs from different kinds of bodies. One was from a dead body that did not turn well, the other 2 was from dead biters and eaters. He was thinking that how could a biter, who had still working body functions, could maintain their bodies if they were not eating and just biting their victims. He took a slice from each kind of limbs. He could differentiate the limbs due to the appearance distinct to the infected and not, which made him sure about it. Mark then tried to feed the weakened biter. The result made him surprised. She actually ate what he gave her, and not only that, she ate all the same. She devoured it like no tomorrow. Odalina and May, who was watching, were also surprised. About Abigail, she was calmly watching without any reaction at all. Mark then thought that there was something wrong here. It was unlikely for the infected to eat one another, or else they would be starting to fight one another and brought the end of the apocalypse by themselves. Furthermore, this buyer in front of them was just looking at them without any reaction at all. She was just blankly staring at, looking like a docile animal. "That's strange," Mark said while looking at the tied-up biter on the floor. He then picked up a limb and put the limb in front of her. She then started to munch on the limbs, eating ravenously. She finished all the limbs, leaving just bones in a few minutes. However, she returned to her blank state after eating. What happened was very far from what they thought. Even after eating all those flesh, instead of becoming lively again, the biter continued behaving docile. An idea entered his mind. Mark tried baiting the biter using his own hand. He was surprised once more. The biter looked at the hand he was waving in front of her, then looked at Mark before slumping on the floor again. "What the hell?" Mark gave up. He stood up and faced the girls. "There is something wrong with this one. What do you think?" "I also think so, Master." "Did it mutate in a docile variant of infected?" Odalina asked with her index finger on her chin. May also nodded with what Odalina said. "Though that is not impossible. What gives?" It was really the opposite of what a zombie should behave. It's not like we are on a comedy horror movie. Mark turned to the biter on the floor and touched her head. The biter just looked at him and did nothing else. He then tried to channel his mental energy like how Fried did with Odalina in order to save her. He was not really sure if this would work, as he could not really control the ability yet, but it's worth a try for an experiment. Like other zombies, Mark could not feel any mental or emotional fluctuation from this biter, making him sure that she was still a zombie, but just what was going on with her. The stream of energy entered the biter's head. What happened next was unexpected. The biter closed her eyes and stopped moving. He was startled. Did it die? Mark then hurriedly turned the biter, making her lay down on her back and checked her heartbeat. It was still beating and even stronger. He then found out what was happening. She was sleeping. Mark then turned at the 2 women who were glaring at him. "What's wrong with you 2? Jeej, did you just touch her?" "Master, do you have that kind of fetish?" The 2 then received a glare, Mark making the 2 frozen. "Could you 2 clean your minds for a bit? I just checked her heartbeat and nothing else." "But Master, you could just use to check the pulse or her breathing." "What are you talking about? I may know many things, but I'm not an expert. It is harder to check for the pulse than the heartbeat. About checking her breathing, why don't you try to risk it? What if she suddenly bit me while I check?" With that, Odalina shut up. "Also, why would I go for an infected woman when there is a beautiful girl always following me?" Mark looked at May, making her heart beat faster and her face turned beet red. "If you 2 have unhealthy thoughts, leave me out of it, all right? Unless you want to make me angry." Mark then stood up. He decided to leave the sleeping zombie for later. It was strange, but it just sparked up his gamer instinct. It felt like getting a rare character in a draw for a free character card. There were also other pressing things he needed to address. One of those was to find a vehicle. As he could not rely anymore on sending the girls to the evacuation zone, he might as well bring them with him. Odalina could also act as their guard since she was a mutant, and for this, he needed a good vehicle to use. Chapter 68, Day 2, 7:02 a.m. After leaving the matter about the strange behavior the biter he caught for later, he told the girls about what they needed to do and Mark's decision to bring May with him and not leave her anymore to the military. During the time when Anja's brother blurted all those things earlier, he noted some vital information. It was that May's family had a high standing within the evacuation zone. If that was the case, it would be hard for May to stay there peacefully. His body was strengthened and his ability was also getting stronger. Along with Abigail and the new addition of Odalina, these mutators, as called by the military, could also help in protecting her and Odalina's children. As Odalina was now following him as his servant, of course, her children would also come with them. Mark just wished that her children were well-mannered like Abigail. He did not want an additional headache during their travels. After all, in most zombie stories, children cause the most life-threatening situations for their groups. As the group grew larger, everyone knew that finding a vehicle to use was a must, not only for them but also for the people Mark wanted to find. Surprisingly, Odalina said that she saw a perfect vehicle for them to use in the basement parking. That led to the current situation. While they traversed the mall, they could see the soldiers moving around busily while doing their duties. The stronger men within the survivors also volunteered to do other jobs that they could. Still, Mark could not help but notice some of the soldiers glancing at him every now and then. It was not like Mark could sense any ill intent from them, but it was quite disturbing for him as he was a person who hated too much attention from strangers. When they arrived at the central area of the basement parking, they saw the soldiers that were busy fixing their vehicles. Ignoring the soldiers, Odalina led the group past them. They soon arrived at the east wing where they saw the survivors being rationed with food for their breakfast. Each person was given a bowl of rice porridge with meat, vegetables, and boiled eggs. Apparently, the military decided to secure as much food as possible and cook the perishables for the survivors. Seeing the survivors eat the porridge, Abigail and May's stomachs growled. Thinking about it, they had not eaten breakfast yet. Mark, who did not really eat early in the morning as he always woke up near noon every day, was also feeling hungry at the moment. It was also the same for Odalina, and the self-proclaimed servant went toward the soldiers rationing the rice porridge and took several bowls for their group. Mark did not even needed to send her, and she already did. Just how efficient was she? The other survivors were looking at their group as they took the bowls. Mark was quite bothered by their stares but decided to ignore them. They were also survivors here, so they were eligible to receive rations. Well, Mark also noticed the men that were not looking at them because of the bowls but because of the girls with him. Holding their bowls of porridge, Odalina led them further toward the easternmost part of the basement parking. There, they finally saw the vehicle Odalina wanted them to see. This is the car. Odalina pointed at the vehicle. It was a large vehicle. It looked like a van, but Mark was sure that it was not. He knew what this car was and was surprised to find one here. An MB Sprinter? Why is something like this here? Not even mentioning that it is an armored model. Mark said in confusion. So, you also knew this car, master? I do, but this is the first time I actually saw one. Well, I'm surprised that you seem to know what this car is. My husband was in luxury car business, so we deal with these kinds of cars every time. Hearing her reason, Mark nodded. It was really a valid reason since this kind of car was not much known in the common populace. Even him. He just managed to accidentally find a picture of this car in the internet while he was browsing some online articles. Is this a good vehicle, Cheech? Since it's the armored model, it is good to use for use, but I think we need to gear it up a little bit more if we are going to use this one. Mark stared at the car and continued. Still, we have a problem though. How are we going to open and drive this car? I don't know much about hot wiring and I doubt that we can start this car through that. Master, let's mull over that later. We should eat first before the food go cold. Mark decided to follow Odalina's suggestion. They sat on the sidewalk and on the wheel stop on the empty parking slot beside the MB Sprinter and started eating. It tastes good, isn't it? Odalina said after swallowing a spoonful of the porridge into that. The rest could only nod. Abigail did not, however, as she was busy devouring her food. Her face was also getting messy. They soldiers did not skimp on seasonings. It's reasonable, I think. They won't be able to bring everything, so it's best to use anything they can. Mark said as he tried to find a handkerchief on him but did not find any. He then saw a hand giving him one. It was Odalina's hand. Mark took the handkerchief from her and wiped Abigail's face. They continued eating their bowl while they talked about a few things. Also, Odalina went to get another bowl of porridge as Abigail wanted another serving. While they were talking, an unexpected guest came walking towards them. The person appearing before them was more surprising than getting attacked by a new kind of infected. The person who came to them was the bodyguard of the fat man yesterday. The downcast aura from him from yesterday did not diminish even just a little bit. When he arrived, he just stood before them. He seemed to want to say something but did not know how to start. A full-grown, bulky-bodied man in a suit behaving like a high school girl who did not know how to strike a conversation with her crush. It looked really painful to the eyes, so Mark decided to lend him a hand. "Do you want something with us?" When the man heard his question, he finally eased up and answered, "I heard that you won't come with us to evacuate from the employees and soldiers in the 3rd floor. I figured that you will need a vehicle to use." "You have a vehicle?" "Not really mine, but my boss." "And that car is?" The man pointed at the armored MB Sprinter beside Mark's group. Now it made sense why this kind of car was here. Given the all-important attitude of that fat man, his way of gaudy clothing and having an armed bodyguard with him, it was not surprising if he owned something like this vehicle. The man took out a key holder with several keys from his pocket and tossed it to Mark. "That's all I wanted to say, so I'll take my leave." The man then turned around without waiting for another reply. Mark and the group looked at the sad back of the man until he was out of sight. "Jeej, why did he give this to us?" "Atonement." That man was trying to atone for his sins. He seems like a good person, but he served the wrong boss. Mark used his ability to ensure that there were no traps when the man was talking to him. Fortunately, there was none of sort. The man was really atoning for what he had done in following the orders of his boss. Atonement for what? As the newcomer, Odalina was in the dark about what happened yesterday morning. Mark did not skimp on the details and told her the story while they ate the rest of the meal. Now that we had one problem solved, we just need to refit a few parts and some more armor to it, especially the wheels. Mark was happy for the pie that fell in his hands out of nowhere. With this, a lot of the problems in his mind were given an answer. "Odalina, can I ask you to get Uncle Bernard to bring some power tools and metal sheets here? Actually, I know that you can do all those yourself, but following what Free did, we're going to hide the fact that you're a mutator to the soldiers." Mark looked at Odalina as she nodded after hearing what he said. He then continued, "I'll check this vehicle first and what it has inside." With that, Odalina collected the bowls and left. Mark then saw her get 2 more bowls of porridge before she continued to her duties. It made Mark smile. At least, she did not forget her children in order to blindly follow his orders. Mark looked at the bunch of keys in his hand. He cycled over the keys and used the remote where the key holder was tied to and successfully opened the unfamiliar vehicle. And what they saw inside even made the rich girl May surprised. What a luxurious vehicle! Comfortable seats, high-tech equipment, wide space, and other very significant things. Furthermore, the base color used inside and outside the car was black, which made Mark like the vehicle more. Mark then looked at the side. He saw Abigail, who was already playing on the soft chair. He entered the vehicle and started to check everything and familiarize himself with the vehicle. Chapter 69. Mark started to look around the car and check everything. The car was surely customized for luxury. The car was 290 inches in length and 80 inches in width. The driver's area and the passenger area were conjoined, making either area accessible from both sides. The passenger seats were lined along the sides of the vehicle. The chairs were more of a living room sofa than a normal car seat. At the back, there was an entertainment system and a compact bar where wine glasses were neatly hanging from the rack. There was also a small refrigerator that was as tall as the compact bar. The entertainment system consisted of a large monitor and several large speakers what were fixed on the upper back side of the vehicle. Behind the bar and refrigerator, which was the area under the entertainment system, there was a space that could be used for storage. Looking at the back of the driver's seat, there was a small cabinet, and mounted on top of the cabinet was a touch-screen device. Mark started checking the driver's seat. He tried to start the car and it smoothly started. He immediately stopped it as the sudden start of the vehicle seemed to have caught the attention of the survivors resting on the other side of the east wing. Looking at the gauges, he saw the fuel was only half full. If he remembered correctly, the fuel capacity of this car model was around 100 liters of diesel. He did not remember how far that amount of fuel would go, so it was better for them to stock up on fuel if they could. Checking the GPS system, it was kind of useless now. It required a cellular network which was not working anymore. If it was May was checking the contents of the refrigerator. From his side, he could see several expensive wine bottles inside. He was not an alcohol drinker and was not interested in being one, and as such, he did not recognize any of the brands indicated at the labels. When he looked at Abigail, she was also rummaging on the cabinet just behind him. When he saw the contents of the cabinet, he immediately jumped over toward the little girl. He pushed the cabinet close and picked up Abigail, bringing her away. "Jeej, is something wrong?" May noticed the strange behavior Mark displayed and asked, "Mare, take Gail and wait outside." Mark did not answer her question and just requested for the two girls to wait outside of the vehicle. Abigail looked confused as she was suddenly lifted up, but did not resist while May obediently brought the little girl with her. The confused girls just stared at the car as Mark closed the door on them. Inside the vehicle, Mark opened a cabinet once more. The contents of the cabinet were toys. However, not the kind of toys that was meant for children. Pulling the cabinet below open, there was a small box where several foil packs were lined up neatly. The traces of circle-shaped rings can be seen on the surface of the foil packs, indicating what the contents were. Beside it was another box containing capsules of an unlabeled medicine and tablets on a circular-shaped blister pack. Mark could now guess the exact purpose of that fat man, for him to own a vehicle design like this. To think that that hateful fat guy was a womanizer. He was sure that it was the power of money. Though not all, many women were attracted to rich men no matter how they looked like or their age was, as long as they had a lot of money. He continued to scour the whole vehicle. The cabinets under the seats, the storage area and the compartments above the passenger seats, even the small compartments on the driver's area were not spared. Mark also turned on the entertainment system using the touch screen on the cabinet behind the driver's seat and browsed the contents of the database, where he also found numerous premium research material. Mark proceeded to delete all the research material, packed up all the toys into a bag he found in the cargo area and went out of the vehicle while he decided to keep the contraceptives on the lower cabinet. It was, of course, not for his use but for his friends. Some of them were already married and will surely bring their spouse with them. Who knows what they would decide to do when no one was around? When he went out, Odalina had already returned along with several people. Bernard and James was among the people she brought, and they were carrying various tools. They all looked at Mark with confusion when he went out and also glanced at the bag he was carrying. "Master, what is that?" Odalina asked, which made the employees look at her. They still had not gotten over hearing someone actually call another person as master. It really sounded foreign to them, and even stranger that she popped out of nowhere calling Mark master. To her question, Mark only gave one word as his answer: garbage. Mark then looked around, trying to remember where he had seen a garbage bin around, and saw it near the entrance of the east wing part of the basement parking. Without saying anything, he went through the group toward the garbage bin and dumped the whole bag into it. After returning, he told the rest to start with the modifications. Actually, Mark was confused as to why these people were eager to help him, but he then learned that it was their way of thanking him. Even if he looked like a merciless and unsociable person to them, he was actually the person who did the most, which led them to this point. Not mentioning securing the tech zone, he also went to find medicine for a sick child. There was also the event last night where led the plan to lure the infected away, and he ended up half dead to stall time for the military to come in. Asterisk 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 day 2, 4:59 a.m. City Mall Bacor, basement parking, east wing. It took them almost the whole day to plan the suitable modifications and refitted several parts of the vehicle. They also went far and painted the new installations black. Everyone stood in front of the car they worked hard to make. The front bumper was installed with a V-shaped ram slightly wider than the actual width of the vehicle. It was necessary as the vehicle was too big. The ram could help the vehicle push other cars to the side in one go, opening a path without needing to stop. The windows were covered with grid-shaped metal railings. On the right side of the car, the railings covering the windows were made retractable using springs and could be pushed backwards when the door was opened. On the wheels, the outer part was covered with a circular metal cover almost the size of the wheels, which was connected to the sides of the car and could be detached and attached anytime needed. The cover was slightly shorter, having a good amount of allowance to make sure that the cover would not hit speed bumps on the road. As Mark was concerned for the electric supply of the car that was needed to make its features fully functional, they went further and installed several solar panels on the top of the vehicle, and was also covered with grid-shaped railings. They had no trouble finding the materials they needed, as the warehouse was fully accessible for them. While they were working, the survivors and soldiers around became interested and watched the whole process and were amazed when they saw the result. Unfortunately, this was not their car at all. As for the interior, there was not much to change. He just added a small kitchen cabinet containing plates and glasses at the back beside the refrigerator, and few appliances like a small rice cooker, an electric stove, and an electric thermos. He actually wanted a microwave, but he could not find a compact one in the warehouse. It was now time for the test drive. Mark went on the driver's seat while Odalina took the seat beside him under the envious stares of May and Abigail. It was decided, since she was the only person that could drive in their group except Mark. Because of that, the two unwillingly scrambled for the nearest seat behind Mark. Seeing the antics of the two, Mark frowned. "If you two don't behave, I will kick you two out of the car." And with that, the two finally stopped and sat quietly. Under the gazes of the people outside the vehicle, it moved, driving across basement parking, the east wing, to the central and returning to the initial spot. Mark had a few errors driving where he was reprimanded by Odalena. Still, he successfully finished the round. "Master, you should practice some more. It's just minor errors." Mistaking the brake for the gas was not a minor error. "I still finished the lap without accidents though. And this car was way lighter than the car I drove before, so it was easier to drive." "What car did you drive before?" "A passenger jeepney." "And when was that?" 4 years ago. Odalena glared at him and sighed. "When we leave, I'll be the one to drive. Is that fine, master?" Mark nodded. After all, that was one less trouble for him. After getting out, Mark thanked the employees for their help and all of them decided to celebrate. The military was done packing the supply they was going to carry and the other stuff left was now free for everyone to take. They took some cold drinks and delicious food and went to party. The other survivors were also allowed to participate. Even if they tried to not make loud noises, it was a fun occasion to the survivors who felt nothing but fear as the apocalypse ensued. Rhea and Saria also joined in. It seemed that Saria was all better now and to say, she became way stronger than your average 4-year-old. It was also the first time Mark saw Odalena's children. While the three happily spent the time of the party, Mark could detect the cautiousness the two children had toward their mother. It seemed that what happened yesterday left a crack in their relationship. Odalena also seemed to notice it as he had a sad look on face at times she looked at her children. Ange and Paula was also there. Even though they were glancing at Mark's direction every now and then, they did not manage to get the courage they needed to approach him. Mark, on the other hand, spent the time on a far corner away from the crowd. Even though the atmosphere was festive, he was not comfortable participating in a gathering of large amount of people. Of course, May and Abigail stayed beside him. They all went to celebrate this time for 2 reasons. First, it might be the last time to see Mark and his group. Another was because it was the last day they will spend in this mall. It was already confirmed that the rescue squads were already on the way and will arrive in a few hours. Some of the soldiers also joined in for the fun. Many people wanted to drink alcohol, but they persevered. They were still not in the right time for them to pass out drunk. Maybe they could do it after arriving at the evacuation zone. Chapter 70, Day 2, 6:07 p.m. City Mall Bangor, basement parking, central area. The party was still not over for the survivors and the soldiers when first Lt. Raphael came down to the parking and started ordering the soldiers. The soldiers immediately left the group and went back to their posts while some had gone running up the stairwell on the east wing. Apparently, the rescue squads dispatched was arriving in 30 minutes. The military planned to imitate what Mark and his group did last night to lure away the infected from the entrance of the basement parking. The only difference was they also planned on thinning the numbers by throwing explosives onto the lured infected. It was reasonable as it would be harder to leave them all afterwards if the number of infected was not lessened even a little. The announced arrival of the rescue squads lifted the spirits of the survivors even more. They could finally go and leave this place into a several times safer environment. As the rescue was arriving, Mark also started to move. He told Odalena to let her children wait inside the vehicle together with Abigail as they went back to the tech zone to gather their things and other stuff. Abigail actually wanted to follow, but her papa gave her the important duty of guarding Odalena's children. Though she looked sullen, she did not want to disobey her papa and patiently sat on the vehicle. Since she obediently followed his instructions, Mark promised to find her some sweets and toys when they return. Back in the tech zone, Mark tidied up the network of laptops he set up yesterday. Still, he only planned on bringing 3 laptops with him. One was a small compact netbook that he could use for miscellaneous things, a larger one which he could use to play games whenever he wanted to, and another one for reserve in case that the other laptop broke and he could not find any replacement. All of the 3 units he decided to bring was the most expensive and had the highest specs in the whole tech zone. When he checked the laptops, he was quite disappointed. Not all the games he downloaded were finished in time. The internet was already down several hours before. Fortunately, the games that were not finished downloading could be found in game stores in some malls and he would be able to acquire a copy if he just gave it some effort. Mark also did not forget to bring some gadgets that would be useful for them, especially the USB gadgets they used before. He also brought several expensive cell phone units, 2-way radios, and solar chargers. While Mark was scouring through the tech zone stores, May and Odalena were in charge of gathering clothes and other essentials like soap and medicine. Their group went back and forth to the vehicle using the cargo elevator and loaded the things into the back of the vehicle. As for the food, they just drove the vehicle to the entrance of the warehouse and get the supplies from there. Inside the warehouse, they happened to come across a large box about the size of a computer CPU in the electronics storage area. On the surface large box, there was a picture of a square-shaped quadcopter. It was actually a camera-mounted remote-controlled drone. Of course, Mark decided to grab it. It was a must. Then, Mark thought of it. When they went to the toys area to get some toys he promised Abigail, they also grabbed some remote-controlled cars and flying toys they could get. There are a lot of possible ways to use these toys in the apocalypse other than just for fun. The car was filled with supplies even under the seats and the compartments. Estimating the amount of food they carried, it would last them at least 2 weeks if eaten moderately. The rescue squads had long arrived before they could even finish their preparations. At the central area of the basement parking, several large trucks were parked along with more than a dozen military vehicles. Now, it was time for Mark to get the last thing to bring. It was the docile infected he kept in a storage in the tech zone. Mark went to get a pet collar, chains, and a biker face mask. When Mark returned in the room, the biter was already awake, but like before, she just looked at them without any notion to attack. Mark put the mask to cover her mouth and tied the collar on her neck connected to the chains. They also replaced the wires that tied her arms with a tie-down strap and fully removed the wires on her legs. Mark also asked to change the clothes and clean the biter's body as to not dirty the insides of the vehicle. When Mark tugged the chains, the biter quietly followed, making the process much easier. When Mark brought out the biter, he heard a familiar voice shouting in surprise. It was Julie, one of the 2 college students Mark helped with Paula when they went to find medicine for Sarya. Brendan was also surprised, but it seemed that he managed to control himself. "What are you doing to her?" Julie shouted, getting the attention of the people around. The employees knew who the tied girl was and did not question Mark and his group about what they were doing with her, but the newcomers were starting a commotion. Julie tried to rush and free the biter she called Jeanette, but he was pulled back by Brendan. It looked like she had not noticed yet. "You know her?" Mark ignored the hubbub of the gallery and questioned Julie. "She's my best friend. Why did you tie her up?" "Release her!" As the commotion grew loud, it also caught the attention of the soldiers. One of the soldiers came close and questioned Mark about the tied-up girl. "What are you doing? Do you that what you are doing against the law?" Mark looked strangely at the soldier. It seemed that this soldier just arrived along with the rescue squad. He did not think that any of the soldiers that came with Ange's brother not know him. Seeing that Mark was just staring at him like an idiot, the soldier was enraged. He was about to raise his gun at Mark when a voice interrupted him. "Jonas, stand down." There were several soldiers who just entered the tech zone being led by 3 people. The 2 was familiar with Mark's group. They were Ange's brother and the high school boy with them this morning. Mark could not recognize the other person though. It was that person who made the angry soldier stop. Looking at his insignia, he was also a rank higher than Ange's brother. "What happened, Jonas? There was no need for you to raise your gun at people." "I'm sorry, Captain Theo. It is just this group had a girl with her mouth covered and tied up like a dog." Hearing what Jonas said, Theo looked at Mark's group and then at the tied-up girl. His eyebrows then rose. "That's a Z-type one, is it not?" Hearing what his captain said, Jonas looked at the tied-up girl. The captain then continued, "Strange, it doesn't seem to be aggressive." Now, even Raphael, high school boy, and the other soldiers was shocked. It was a non-aggressive Z-type. On the other side, Julie was embraced by Brendan crying. She also realized her best friend was no more. The one standing in front of her right now was nothing but a husk of her past self. "You're Mark, I presume?" "I'm Theodore Cruz, the officer in charge at this rescue mission." "Don't tell me that it's another recruitment offer." "No, I already heard about the details. We don't plan on forcing anyone as long as they do not become a threat to the order." "Then, what do you need from me?" "We are actually here to grant you a little reward from the general for saving his daughter and her friend. Please come with us." As Mark detected no ill intent on him, Mark nodded and they were brought back to the central area of the basement parking. Captain Theo led them to a Humvee and opened the back compartment of the vehicle. The contents inside was several assault rifles and boxes of ammunition. "Please get as much as you can. The general already heard about your plans from his daughter, and as you said to Raphael, we had manpower to spare at the moment. We could not help you search for those people, but we could at least provide you with weapons. We do not lack any of it after all." "I'd say, give my thanks to the general then." Without any ceremonies, Mark and his group went to take as much as they can stuffing their vehicle. When they left, Theo murmured, "Actually, this Humvee is theirs for the taking, but it looks like they already have a better vehicle." Raphael then asked him, "You're not asking him to hand over that Z-type? You think he will hand it over? Really? You should learn to read people, Raph." If you and my sister married, you'll be on for a beating because of that. Looking at the back of Mark's group from a distance, he continued sternly. Also, don't try to provoke that person. If I did not stop Jonas earlier, he would be a goner now. Who knows what he could do? I don't think he's a mutator, but probably much more dangerous than them. Anyway, we need to prepare and rest. We'll leave at sunrise. When Mark was about to retire for the night, Paula and Ange came to talk to him. Effie would no go. What do you two want? We're just here to say that we'll be keeping the favor we owe you. We had nothing to do with your disagreement with Ange's brother this morning. If there was a time in the future that we meet again, feel free to ask us what you need. Paula replied, and Ange nodded to what her friend said. You don't have to be angry with us. It's my stupid brother's fault and we had nothing to do with it. Actually, Ange was really worried for you last night that she cried. However, when you woke up, you became angry with us and she is really sad. Paula, hearing the banter of the two, Mark sighed. Alright, keep the favors you two owe me. I don't actually have any place to bring the people I want to find, so I'll be dropping them in the base city in the future. I'll ask you two to take care of them then. The two girls nodded. Also here. Ange returned Mark his phone she borrowed and also handed a weird-looking phone a large antenna. Mark knew what kind of phone this was and he was surprised. A satellite phone? Yes, I got this from my brother. With this, you can contact us anytime. Alright, I'll accept it. As the almost broken thread between them was mended, Mark chatted with two for a while before they went to rest. The two girls also said their goodbye to May and Abigail, who also spent some time with them since yesterday. Day 3, 5:13 a.m. City Mall Bacor, basement parking, central area. The large convoy composed of almost 24 military vehicles and several military trucks was lined up in front of the shutters at the entrance of the basement parking. The soldiers were all ready to fire their guns and drive through the infected. The shutters finally opened and the guns started firing at the infected as they waited for the soldiers that opened the shutters to board their vehicles. At 5:18 in the morning of the third day of the outbreak, the survivors left the mall while being escorted by the military. The route they planned to take was to the west following the Tirna Highway and to enter the expressway Akawa, which directly led toward the Bay City. This route was also the one the rescue squad took to get to this mall and made them familiar with the road. When the convoy came out, the infected was attracted to the noise their vehicles made, and the vehicles guarding the rear of the convoy continues firing at the infected chasing behind them. A few minutes after the convoy left with the horde behind them, a black refitted armored van drove out of the basement parking going to the opposite direction the convoy went. It was unknown to every one of them. A silhouette of a large humanoid was watching the vehicles as they drove away from the rooftop of the mall. It watched the black van drive away before it jumped down a building, creating a crater at this spot fell. After that, the silhouette ran following the horde of infected to the west. Chapter 71, as explained by Professor Isachko. He said that this mutagenic pathogen, aka mutagen, was highly unstable once the person was bitten and was infected by the agitator strain of the virus. Mark and his company finally went out of the mall and will surely encounter mutated Z-types. Now, what kind of Z-types are they? You guys would be able to choose what catalyst you want to use to mutate the infected. You can choose the catalyst whether it be a disease or something else. Well, of course, the catalyst should not be something like fully solid material. Maybe some of you guys try to suggest plastic bottles and stuff. Just how would that affect our pathogen? Did someone eat a whole plastic bottle before they got bitten? Post your selected catalyst in the comments and by order. First come first serve. The infected mutated using your catalyst might appear before the characters in this novel. Now, what was the fun there? You guys will be able to select the catalyst, but you would never guess how the mutagen would mutate the infected. Their abilities would also be decided by the pathogen. Who knows? The catalyst you guys chose might actually turn an infected into the strongest one. Also, how would those mutated Z-types would mess with the characters? It was something fun to see, right? Anyways, I haven't done or said this before, but give me your precious stones. Geez, please pardon me for being crazy this one time. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 72, Day 3, 6:23 a.m. Urdaneta City, Pangasinan, Philippines. Urdaneta City, about 200 km north of Bay City evacuation zone. It was the third day of the outbreak and this city had not been fully affected. There would be some skirmishes as the infected arrived, but was still minimal. With the remains of the military, local government, and local police, they were managing to hold the infected back until now. They blocked the main highways and destroyed the bridges to at least hinder the infected as much as possible. Still, they were just barely managing. Once the full brunt of the advance of the infected finally arrived this area, their defenses would surely crumble. Some mutated infected already reached their defenses. They managed to kill the mutants, but their losses were also devastating. On the first day of the outbreak, the local authorities were warned about the passenger flights that crashed, and the closest one to the city was actually beyond the mountain region several kilometers north of the city. Fortunately, due to the uneven mountain terrain and other factors, the infected from the crashed plane had not made it out of the forested mountains. However, while the authorities were all bent on holding back the infected, the city they were protecting was in utter chaos. Most of the population in the city was in panic. They already lost media communication since yesterday. There were no television broadcasts and no internet connection available. The only thing they knew before the connections were cut off was that the whole world was being infested by zombie-like creatures. At first, many of them dispatched the thought as a hoax or gimmick by the government as excuse to deploy martial law, but before the announcement was made, they never heard much from the Malakang Palace anymore. By this time, violence, theft, looting, murder and asterisk was happening in the whole city, and the remaining police could not do about it. The situation was horrible and their manpower was not enough for this. They also had no reinforcements to call. They were all left to fend for themselves. Those who were smart enough went and left the city after collecting as much supplies as they could. They were betting on going to the north, the city of Pines, Baguio City. However, most of the populace remained on the city's shelters or barricaded their homes, betting on waiting out the outbreak. It was not that they did not want to leave, but they had no capability of doing so. Unknown to the city, by this moment, the final defense of the local government collapsed. Day 3, 6:23 a.m. Baguio City, Benguet, Philippines. The city of Pines and was also called as the summer of the Philippines due to the high altitude of the area and its colder climate compared to other parts of the country all year long. The city was surrounded by mountain ranges and could only be accessed by the long winding roads across the mountain sides and valleys. It was an ideal place to secure, as the mountains could act as a natural barrier against the infected. However, compared to the chaos that was happening in Urdaneta several kilometers south, the whole city was calm. It was calm, but not in a good way. No people could be seen in the streets, no animals, and no military. Most people, be it civilians or the military, were holed up in shelters and the buildings around the city. No one dared to come out into the streets, turning the whole city into a ghost city. While the southern areas of Luzon, the largest archipelago, was being invaded by the infected due to the lack of geographical defenses, the natural defenses around Baguio City worked the opposite way they wanted it to be. As the mountains were highly forested, it would be a good source of food and other construction materials. Still, no one thought that these forested mountains was the cause of their fear. It was fine in the first 2 days of the outbreak, and the government actually chose Baguio City as one of the potential settlement areas for survivors and refugees. The military was deployed around the city and was busy in building walls and other defenses. However, just last night, one of the military outposts was attacked. Not by the infected and not by humans either. Coming out from the mountains, a pack of cloud rats attacked the soldiers. The pack consisted by about 50 cloud rats. It was not a problem for the soldiers to put down such rats if it was before the outbreak, but the problem they faced was cloud rats that was way larger than normal. The size varied, with the smallest was the size of a dog while the bigger ones were the size of a cow. Furthermore, their bodies were highly impervious to bullets. A 9mm pistol bullet could only do a shallow wound on their skin. Normally, these nocturnal rodents were slow and were hunted almost to extinction as food. Now, however, these rodents were the ones doing the hunting, and in a very feral manner. Due to the surprise attacks, the soldiers lost the outpost with a devastating amount of casualties. It would be good if that was the end of it, but the pack of rodents came into the city, wreaking havoc and killing the residents. The pack was soon wiped out with great effort and casualties, but then, a monkey-eating eagle about the size of a car flew down into the city to grab a body of a deceased cloud rat. The scene terrified the people. It would be just the body of the large cloud rat for now, but what if it started grabbing people to feed on them? Found on the other side to the Cordillera Mountain region that was surrounding Baguio City was several ethnic tribes were living in their ancestral land. However, each tribes were now gone. What was left on their abodes were bloody mess and dead bodies of their tribesmen. It was because the tribe members failed to believe the lectures of their seers several days ago. The seer's family evacuated and left the mountain along the other older families under the mocking gazes of the tribesmen. This was just how much their culture was affected by the modern era. Now, however, they paid the price. Just this morning, their tribe was attacked by an infected. Not just a normal infected, but a mutated one which came from the crashed airplane just one mountain away from their tribe. As the whole tribe was killed, A loud excruciating scream was heard in the middle of the tribe's settlement. It was the mutant spreading the vibrations of its voice across the surroundings, searching for prey, and would also disorient enemies nearby. It then looked toward the north and scurried off under the shades of the trees in the forest. Asterisk, 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 Day 3, 6:57 a.m. Mandaue City, Cebu, Philippines. The city was now a lost cause. It was one of the places where a plane crashed in the middle of the city and the country. The Mactan Cebu International Airport was just on the other island south of the city and was surely the reason why a passenger plane would came crashing in this city. The survivors of the city fled to the mountains just west of the city. Whether they would leave the mountains alive would be another thing though. Asterisk, 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 Day 3, 6:59 a.m. Zamboanga City, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. It was another city that was already a lost cause. However, compared to other cities, the amount of survivors that managed to flee from the city was higher compared to others. It was due to the existence of armed militant groups, also known as terrorists, in the area. The normally threat-causing groups was now fighting the infected as much as they could while they secured the survivors from the surrounding areas. A large settlement was built by these armed groups in the nearby island of Basilan, directly south of Zamboanga City. This island was said to be the main base of the terrorists in this area and was the island where most skirmishes between the military and these groups happened. With the terrorists in the lead, they commanded over the survivors into creating their own region, a government where they were the voice and the populace could do nothing against them. Asterisk, 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 Day 3, 7:05 a.m. San Andres, Catanduanes, Philippines. It was one of the largest islands in Luzon and the largest one in the Bicol region. As the island was detached from the mainland, it was one of the places where the government planned to build an evacuation zone. The town of San Andres as the port area became the central area of the evacuation zone. Right now, the entrance and exit to the island was strictly monitored by the Coast Guard and the military patrolling the areas to the west of the island facing the mainland. Here, as the area was safer, the survivors had more freedom compared to other evacuation zones. However, that changed last night as an armed group came out of the mountains and a small skirmish happened between the group and the military. It was not a secret to the soldiers and the residents of the island that there were several armed groups that was based within the mountains of the island. Right now, it seemed that the armed group wanted to wrestle over the control of the residents of the island. Asterisk, 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 Day 3, 7:16 a.m. Bacoor City, Cavite, Philippines. The outbreak had already succumbed the whole city into a dead zone. Aside from several groups who managed to secure their places and those who successfully managed to hide themselves, everywhere else was danger. The local armed forces secured schools as evacuation areas and were barely managing to defend the area of the infected. Attacks from mutated infected instilled fear to the survivors as breaches could not be helped. During these breaches, it was up to every survivor to defend themselves and remain alive. The rich had the advantage in securing places to live in, as they all lived in private subdivisions surrounded by tall concrete walls and sturdy metal gates. It was harder for most infected and even mutants to breach their defenses. The only downsides to these groups were that their manpower was too lacking. It was barely enough to keep the infected at bay outside the gates and walls. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the other part of the country, of all the evacuation zones the government planned to build, less than half was cut off in the early stages. By now, the current population of living people in the Philippines was reduced by 75%. Chapter 73, Day 3, 6:11 a.m. New York City, New York, USA. The city was the most populous city in America, having half of the population of the state itself. However, this was also the reason why the number of infected in this area was much larger than other places nearby. The military and armed forces failed all possible containment and quarantine of the infected. It would have been possible for the authorities to secure the Manhattan area as it was a large detached land. To enter and leave the area, one has to travel through bridges which were connected to the other areas of the state. If the military was able to successfully destroy the bridges, it might have been turned to the most populated places in the world that would have been free of the infected for some time. Unfortunately, to the fact that New York had a very large population, the armed forces failed their duty to secure the area and they failed ultimately. The armed forces were overwhelmed not by the infected but the panicking people in the initial phases of the outbreak. However, they had their backup plans. On this third day of the outbreak, the armed forces had already established 3 secure areas in the middle of the state. These were the Rikers Island, the Randalls and Wards Island, and the Roosevelt Island. The 3 evacuation zones were islands in the middle of the state in the middle of the East River, and all were accessible through bridges that were built across the islands, with Rikers Island as the exception. At first, the local government was apprehensive against using the Rikers Island as an evacuation zone, as it was the home of one of the world's largest correctional and mental facilities, but unfortunately, they had no time to be picky. They just decided to use the prisoners as cannon fodder to successfully secure the islands. It was an extreme method, but was successful, and it would also lessen the risk of the prisoners starting to revolt against the government. Day 3, 6:26 a.m. Paris, France. This place might have been one of the most popular travel destinations in the world due to its iconic spots before the outbreak. Now, however, it was one of the deadliest places in the world due to the overwhelming number of the infected. The large number of tourists did not help as manpower, but just enforced the increase of the infected. The iconic spots were no more but an execution ground for the people who went this time to the city for their holidays. The number of mutated infected were also not small. This caused the government and armed forces to abandon the survivors of the city and evacuate using aerial means. They only issued an emergency evacuation once and did not plan to return anymore. Any survivor that were not able to aboard the evacuation vehicles were left to fend themselves. Day 3, 7:02 a.m. Cairo, Egypt. The city was a lost cause. The infected caused havoc in the city and immediately spread without warning. As there were very few advantageous terrains to exploit within the city to fend off the infected, the citizens were forced to flee into the deserts around the city. Still, even if they managed to escape the city into the desert, their future was still bleak. Several groups that evacuated had not only perished due to exhaustion and the infected catching up to them. At this moment, larger variants of the insects and animals found in the desert started to appear and became a bigger threat to the survivors rather than the infected. Day 3, 7:16 a.m. Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. The survivors in the city were devastated. There were large numbers of evacuees that fled across the city after the outbreak started and successfully managed to leave the city alive. However, on the 3rd day of the outbreak, they found more pressing issues. Most of the survivors that fled the city went north, west, and south, as there was only the ocean in the east. Those who fled to the ocean were only those who owned private boats and yachts, while larger passenger boats did not manage to leave the port before they were overwhelmed by the infected. Those who went to the other directions, the people with vehicles, were fine, but those who did not could only flee through the forested areas of national parks that surrounded the city. They were fine in the first 2 days, but just the past night, mutated animals started attacking the fleeing survivors. Still, many of them managed to flee, but their conditions were the worst as they could have. Unfortunately for the survivors of this country, it was not the end of it. Just who did not know of the dangers one could encounter in the Australian deserts? Right at the moment, though, many of those sources of dangers already mutated and were moving towards the populated areas of the country. Day 3, 7:30 a.m. Beijing, China. As the most populated country in the world, China did not fare any better in the face of the apocalypse. The infected came in large droves, pushing the military back. In actuality, the military actually managed to contain the outbreak in the initial stages due to the overwhelming number of soldiers dispatched to control the area. Unfortunately, as they started to gain control of the situation, the soldiers grew more and more complacent, which made them caught off guard as the mutated infected appeared. Due to the large population of the country, more varieties and more powerful mutated appeared. Furthermore, as the countries around China started to fall into the hands of the infected from those countries started to come in droves, entering the border of the country. It was unknown what was happening, but it was most likely that the large population of China was taking the attention of the infected from outside the borders. At the moment, the military started to fell through the chaos, while the survivors within the city were starting to group up and build their own communities, trying to fight back the infected. Day 3, 7:32 a.m. Jeju Island, South Korea. It was a large island known for tourism in South Korea. However, it was now a place for carnage. As there was no place for the civilians to run to but the sea around the island, they were trapped. Only those locals who had means of transportation through the sea were able to leave the island. The smaller island to the east of Jeju became a haven for fleeing survivors as the mainland also started to fall apart. Day 3, 7:40 a.m. Tokyo, Japan. The JSDF had already abandoned the city. There were underground shelters prepared by the government, but the ones found in Tokyo already fell as the infected started to mutate. Shuabuhate, 2 artificial islands built to be a breakwater and was used for waste disposal since it was built begrudgingly became one of the safest areas in Tokyo, and Wakazu that was to the northeast of Chuobu-hate became the outpost of the military and the government. Both areas were connected by a long bridge. In terms of safety, Chuobu-hate was safer than Wakazu that was closer to the mainland, but of course, the elites of the society would not allow themselves to stay in an island used for waste disposal. Right at the moment, the JSDF planned to reclaim several artificial islands of Koto City to expand their area of operations. However, it would not be easy and no one was optimistic about the results. South of Tokyo, there were several more artificial islands that became evacuation zones like Ajishima, Daikoki-Fudo, and Minami-Henmoku. Day 3, 7:40 a.m. Pyongyang, North Korea. The North Korean government also failed to successfully contain the outbreak in their country despite their overwhelming firepower. Out of desperation, the government officials started to hunker down inside their emergency shelters, which were not known to the public. In a more direct saying, they abandoned their citizens. In the end, the citizens started to take arms and managed to secure Turusan, Yongako, and Runnato, which were all islands along Tidong River. 3 days into the apocalypse, many cities were almost destroyed. Still, the possibility of survivors hiding within these cities was high. There were countries where the government chose to abandon their people, forcing a populace to stand up, while there were countries where the authorities continued to stand over the masses and fulfill their duties. However, counting all the survivors in the world right at the moment, the world population already lost its 60% and was still increasing. It was due to the fact that there were still places that the infected had not invaded yet. After the infected had taken over the whole world, just how many people would be able to survive? No one knows. Chapter 74, Day 3, 5:40 a.m. Meadowood Avenue, Panaponroman 8, Baker City, Cavite, Philippines. Splash. The dirty red-tinted puddle of rainwater let out a splashing sound as the wheel of a refitted MB Sprinter armored van ran over it. The attachments of the refitted vehicle had red splotches dripping on them, especially the V-shaped ram in front. Inside the car, Mark sat behind the passenger's seat while peering through the tinted window. He could see the remains of the outbreak from this side. Despite the fact that the rainwater had already washed the majority of it, Mark could still make out the splashes of blood on the walls and the street. On the first day, Mark had already expected that it would rain. It seemed that the rain started to fall when Mark fell unconscious and did not notice it either, as they holed up in the mall doing all the preparations yesterday. The rain continued to fall until past midnight the previous night. He only noticed the fact that it was raining when the military rescue squads entered the basement parking with wet tires and vehicles. At the time of their departure from the mall, it was easy since the number of infected blocking their vehicle was significantly lower, as most of the infected that gathered around the mall went after the military rescue convoy that left before them. Still, it was not easy for them to go out of the vicinity of the highway. The traffic jam left during the start of the outbreak gave them a lot of headache. They had to slow down, pushing the vehicles to the side as they had to traverse 4 lanes of lined-up cars of all sizes. Some of the larger vehicles like buses and trucks were even left blocking other cars, and they had to maneuver around these vehicles. During these times, they had to slow down, and of course, they got surrounded by more than a dozen of infected. Even though it was a smaller number than it was supposed to be in the previous days, it was still a large number. That moment, Mark had a practice session with one of the M16 assault rifles given to them and a new partner of his, a larger and sturdier machete he got from the mall storage. The guns they got from Capt. Theo were all paired with silencers, perfect for use during the apocalypse. Mark just wished that they had given them a little more variety of weapons, or at least newer models. These M16 assault rifles were the standard issue in the military and was already overused in the past decades. While other countries were on the path of developing their own weapons and war vehicles, their country was still using these older models and were happy receiving handovers from larger countries. Mark really found this frustrating. Mark also hoped that those guys in uniform gave them other military equipment like night vision goggles and Kevlar vests. Even though the Kevlar vests would not really work much against the infected, it could at least lessen the threat they would receive from other survivors who held ill intent. The only things they got from the military were guns and ammunition after all. It looked like that the military were not only lacking in manpower but also equipment. The only thing they had more of was weapons. After a little bit of trouble and shooting session, they finally managed to get off the highway and entered the branching road just before the electricity distribution office Mark had been to the other day. At that time, it was brimming with people, but now, the front glass walls and doors of the office were smashed and blood and flesh from the edges of the broken glass were obvious. Back to the scenery the vehicle had driven past, the signs the outbreak left were plenty. There were a lot of abandoned houses, and those houses that had windows without railings to cover were broken down. Dismantled body parts and decapitated corpses littered the street. There was also a lot of garbage scattered on the road. While Mark was peering by the window, there were times he could detect people of some of the houses as they drove through the street. Some of these people were even peering at their second-floor windows as they heard a vehicle passing through. It looked like that some of them even had the notion to call for help but held back as to not gather the attention of the infected. There were also those who actually shouted to ask for help, but the people inside the van would not hear their shouts due to soundproofing. Inside the car, only Mark could detect their intentions. Of course, he disregarded their pleas. He did not choose to venture this dangerous world for them, but to find his friends. If he started to help one of these people he did not even know, more and more would come until they were overwhelmed and could not control the situation anymore. That was just how people were after all. Though, a face appeared in front of Mark before getting left by the vehicle. It was not a human or a purposely planned jump scare. It was an infected that got swept to the side by the V-shaped ram in front of the car. The infected was hit hard that its body bounced off the vehicle it hit that they just passed and splattered its face in front of Mark. Of course, the hard-to-scare Mark did not even put the event in his eyes. His eyelids did not even twitch. As the scenery of houses they passed by was redundant, Mark grew tired of watching through the window. When he turned back his thoughts into the vehicle, he saw that all of them with Odalina as the driver as the exception was staring at him. "What's wrong with you all?" His eyes swept over them. May was sitting to his right while Abigail would not give up her space, which was over Mark's lap. Odalina's children, Odette and Siegfried, were sitting on the sofa in front of them. The children were twins, both 9 years old. It was also not hard where Odalina found the names for these two children. "Jeej, it's because you're spacing out." "I'm not. I'm just watching the scenery outside." "Jeej, that's really not good scenery." May smiled wryly. What Mark was looking at was not good scenery, but scenes of carnage. Mark dismissed what she said by patting her head, making her stop speaking. This girl really liked being patted on her head other than hugging. He then looked at Odalina's children. He could sense that they were hesitating about something. "What do you two want? Get on with it." Siegfried and Odette looked at each other and nodded. Siegfried then spoke. "We asked Mom before why she was calling you master, and she said that it was you uncle who saved her. We wanted to thank you, but you're not going to make Mom do bad things, right?" "Hiya, FT." Mark almost laughed. One was because he was actually called uncle, but he gave it a sudden thought and actually found it reasonable. Most of his peers had already started to have families and children several years ago. Their children might have been around these children's age already. It was just him who kept on staying single and was aiming to become a wizard. The other was that he did not even want to accept this self-proclaimed servant of his, but she just kept pushing herself under him. Why would he make her do something bad other than killing the infected and humans who would become threat to their group in the future? In the end, he just told the two, "I will. Then, you have our gratitude." The two children lowered their heads, making Mark and May bewildered. Mark looked at Odalina, who was driving, and said, "Just how did you raise these two?" Odalina, who was glancing at the rearview mirror, saw the spectacle as she drove the vehicle, just giggled. "I already told you before, Master. It just run in our family. Behaving like servants?" "Yes, behaving like servants." Mark and May did not know how to react to this. Odalina's children were also confused. It was normal for them to behave like this and did not understand what Mark was talking about. Abigail, on the other hand, was just quietly listening to their conversation, snuggling on her papa's body. Mark looked at her. She looked really bored. With that, Mark lifted her and made her sit down on his seat. "Stay here for a bit." May and the children watched him as he made his way to the back of the vehicle and rummaged on the things he brought from the tech zone. Soon, he took out a laptop and turned it on. He then copied several files on 5 of the phones he brought. After that, he plugged a wireless router on the socket where the refrigerator was plugged and put the router on top of the fridge. When he got back, he brought the 5 phones and handed 4 to May and the children. The phone had only one game installed, and it was a game released in the 2009 and was kept on being updated even before the outbreak. Soon, laughter and panic shouting was heard inside the vehicle as the group was immersed in playing the game, where they needed to build things using blocky resources found with the game and battling monsters during the night. "Papa, help! Abigail shouted as her character was being shot by blocky skeletons using bows and arrows. Laughing, Siegfried and Odette's characters went to help the little girl while Mark was shooting the skeletons back on top base they just built. Odalina was glancing at the rearview mirror with envy. She wanted to join in, but as the driver, she could not. Ever since the outbreak, she had not seen her children laugh like this, making her even more eager to join them. Mark, who started the game, knew that he succeeded in his scheme. It was killing 4 birds with one stone. First was to relieve the boredom brought by the slow travel. Second was to remove the wariness of Odalina's children towards them. For the third was to reduce the stress the apocalypse brought to everyone, and the last one was to bring the group together. Just who said that playing games was just a waste of time? Still, if others saw them like this, they would think that they were looking at a group of lunatics. This group was actually having fun while others were doing their best to survive. Day 3, 6:30 a.m. Niag Road, Mambog Roman 4, Bakewar City. Cavi and Mark's vehicle stopped by the street. Before the outbreak, getting this far from the city mall would only take about 15 minutes. Now, however, it took them about an hour due to the flooded parts of the road, obstacles on the way, and turning around to find other ways due to heavily blocked roads. Mark went down the vehicle and took care of the infected around. The number of infected in this part of the road was way smaller as the area was surrounded by vacant plots of land used for farming and rearing animals. After dealing with the infected, he finally looked around. He could see how much the world had changed after the outbreak. Like what the military disclosed, even plants were affected by the mutagen and were slowly evolving. The lush green plants at the vacant plots of land were strong evidence. Back then, 2 days ago, on the road. Before, the plants in these plots had just been harvested, but now, the grass and wild plants were now about to reach his knee in height. Mark looked past the plot of land toward the wide road going to the east. Far past through that road, several large buildings were vaguely in sight. It was their first destination, the Bakewar City Hall. The nearest person to find in Mark's list should be around here. However, Mark felt that it was dangerous to blindly enter the area. It was the reason they stopped here. The perimeter of the City Hall was covered in overgrowth of plants, and right where the main building of the City Hall was built, there were a large tree towering over the buildings. The roots and branches of the tree even stuck out of the walls of the building. The City Hall was a 4-story building, and the tree was 1 or 2 story higher. This would be tricky. I just wish that she's still alive in there, Mark muttered as he observed the place using a pair of binoculars. Chapter 75, Day 3, 6:35 a.m. Niag Road, Mambog Roman 4, Bakewar City, Cavite. While Mark was observing the perimeters of the target location, Odalina and the others also went out of the vehicle. They were looking at the huge tree in the distance with amazement. Odalina, though, thought the same as Mark. That looked dangerous, is it not? She stood beside him and asked Mark. It was not just the tree that she was talking about, but also the number of infected in the area. As the City Hall, there were many people in this place before the apocalypse. Among all those people, everyone knew that the majority of these people already turned into Z-types. They could even see some of the infected wandering aimlessly at the entrance of the compound. Just get back in the car first. I have a plan. When everyone was back inside the car, Mark remained outside and opened the back of the car. He pulled out a large box and brought it inside. The box contained the camera-mounted drone Mark brought. He immediately set up the drone with the help of the others and connected the video feed into the large monitor mounted on the back of the car along with the entertainment system. It took them about half an hour to set it up, and Mark went out to launch the drone. He then went back in the car to see the feed while controlling the drone. Day 3, 7:10 a.m. Bakewar City Hall, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakewar City. Cowbite. A white quadcopter with a camera mounted beneath it was circling the perimeter of the tree while checking if there was any danger in approaching it. After the quadcopter finally figured that the tree did not seem to be dangerous, the drone went closer and went to check the City Hall in a clearer view. As the quadcopter was creating noises, it could not be helped if that it attracted the Z-types around. To evade the pursuit of the infected, the drone flew up and descended in another area to continue the reconnaissance. The traces of devastating events that happened within the past 2 days were left in the open. Rows of vehicles were left in the parking lots while the glass walls of the mail building were broken into pieces. The government vehicles were left in the middle of the roads. It was obvious that they tried to escape, but the traces of blood on the vehicles showed how they failed to do so. Around the compound, a large number of infected gathered. many of which were wearing uniforms of government workers, while there were also quite a number of infected in police uniforms. But what stood out among the infected were those odd-looking ones. Their movements were very slow, even slower than the C-type B, which was the eaters. What made them very noticeable was their skin that looked like the bark of a tree. The eyes of these infected were also green-colored compared to the normal counterparts, which had pure white pupils. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Back inside the car, Mark and the gang were watching the monitor. When they saw the infected that had tree bark skin, they all thought that the reason for this mutation was that huge tree in the middle of the compound. Mark controlled the drone and the scene at the back of the main building was revealed on their eyes. It was then that they saw it. It was an 8 or 9 foot humanoid that had a body made of a tree and was even shaped like a tree. It even had leaves on its head and hands and roots for its foot. Rather than a zombie, it more looked like a tree from fantasy stories. If not for the figure of a person plastered on the center of its body, Mark would have really thought so. The figure looked the same as the tree bark skinned infected at the previous location. The person's back was connected and was hanging on the wooden body and arms through root-like veins. When the figure moved, the wooden body also moved, mimicking the movements of the figure. As the wooden body was stiff, it walked like a penguin, swaying side by side as it moved. The huge mutant then stopped and the person looked up to the drone monitoring it. Then it decided to ignore the drone and looked up to the huge tree as if it was waiting for something. The people inside the car gasped at the appearance of the mutant. It was fortunate that Mark decided to scout the area using the drone first rather than blindly driving into the compound. Looking at the figure, a sudden thought entered his mind and it even made him mutter, "A level 2. What did you say, Jeech?" Even though he muttered the words softly, May, who was always sticking close to him, heard his voice. Not there. Mark decided to not say what had just entered his mind as it was not confirmed and he did not know where the thought came from either. It was as if someone whispered the idea to him. As the mutant was behaving strangely, Mark decided to control the drone and look at what the mutant was looking at. There, he saw a single nut-shaped fruit on a branch of the huge tree. The fruit seemed to be the same size as a baseball and was emitting a faint golden glow. Seeing the fruit on the monitor, Abigail and Odalina gulped for some reason. "What's wrong with you two?" Mark noticed the abrupt change in the mental fluctuation of the two and asked, "Papa, I want to eat that," Abigail directly said without any thoughts. Odalina, on the other hand, explained what she felt briefly. She was red in the face though, as she knew that she lost her composure in front of everyone. "Master, I don't know why, but something tells me that that fruit is edible and highly beneficial to us." Hearing what she said, Mark looked at the screen. He controlled the drone once more and looked at the huge mutant that continued to stare at the fruit. He then decided, "All right, we'll try to get that later." With what he said, Abigail and Odalina felt delighted. While Mark was controlling the drone, he noticed some commotion on the highest floor of the city hall. Mark made the drone fly closer to the windows and saw people inside. The people were also watching the drone with hopeful expressions. The drone flew across the row of windows and stopped at a certain spot. "Found her," Mark said. What was shown in the monitor was a 24-year-old female. Her looks were above average and could be considered beautiful to certain standards. Now, however, she looked really dispirited, thin, and weak. She noticed the drone flying by the window and it only stared at the spot who was sitting and did not bother to stand up. Looking at her, Mark felt his heart being torn. Was it really the lively girl he treated as his little sister before? It was then Mark remembered. This girl had type 2 diabetes and she had been taking medicine ever since the time he knew her and her older sister. Since she was trapped here, it was likely that she had not been able to take her medicine in the past 2 days. It was also possible that she had not been eating well these previous days. "Is she who you were looking for, Master?" Odalina asked, and May also had the same question. Their eyes were filled with pity. If that woman was who Mark was looking for, then they should take her as soon as possible. Looking at her figure, her condition was not looking good. "I need to contact her." That was what filled his mind. Mark made the drone look around through the window once more. The number of people inside was about 30 or lesser. There were also a few men wearing police uniforms. Among the people, he saw someone familiar. It was the current Congresswoman of the District 2 of Bakor. Along with police and a few men that looked like her bodyguards, she tried to approach the window the drone was peering through. Mark felt that he should not be bothered with these people and made the drone fly away. He needed to scout the place thoroughly and find the entrances and exits before going in for the rescue. He also planned to lure the infected away using the drone to make the rescue easier. He made the drone enter the main building from the broken glass windows of the second floor. Luckily, the ceilings were high, or else the drone might have already been caught by the infected. The whole place was a mess. The tables were overturned, papers and office wares littered the hallways and rooms, and there were bloody mess in every place. He soon found the stairs, which was the main access to all the floors. He then found out the reason why the infected was not able to enter the higher floors, leaving the third and the fourth floor fully intact. It was because the large roots of the huge tree were blocking the stairs going to the higher floors. This meant that they would also not be able to use the stairs to pick her up. Mark made the drone leave the building and find another way. The camera then panned toward the sides of the city hall. Both the northern and southern part of the third floor had a suspended pathway that connected the city hall to the gymnasium at the north and the Bay Corps Police Command Center at the south. These places were the only ways they could find in order to enter the third floor of the city hall. Mark made the drone fly to the entrances and saw the doors, which were locked. It was no problem for Mark, as he could just bust their way in as long as he managed to access the buildings. Circling the city hall once more, he finally found an entry into the building for the drone. It was a large open crack at the ceiling on top of the building where the huge tree had grown. Mark made the drone enter the building. It was kind of tricky, but Mark's years of accumulated experience in playing games came in handy as he used the controller skillfully. Soon he found the area where the survivors gathered. It seemed that the people inside were alarmed as they heard the buzzing sound coming from the propellers of the drone. The police and the bodyguards had even drawn their guns and were ready to shoot at any moment they noticed something wrong. The people inside panicked as they heard the sound coming from the hallway and was entering their resting area. Even if they said that it was their resting area, it was actually the waiting area in this floor and could be openly accessed from the hallway. As they heard the buzzing sound, the non-combatants started to scurry away while the police and the congresswoman's bodyguards were ready to fight. There was one exception though. It was the 20-something-year-old woman who was far too weak to move. She was just by the entrance, and if any danger was really in the hallway, she would be the first to be implicated. The woman was also frightened when she heard the sound, but she was really weak to move, and it seemed that the people around did not even bother to help her. She was about to cry. She just came to this place to renew some of her papers for employment when the outbreak happened. It was lucky that she was able to escape and survive until now. Right at the moment, she was feeling the full brunt of her illness as she was not able to take her insulin shot since the outbreak started. She actually brought some when she came to this place. She always brought a bottle everywhere she goes. Unfortunately, she lost her bag along with all her belongings when the apocalypse came. Without any energy to move, she resigned herself to her fate. She heard the buzzing sound stop in front of her as she closed her eyes. However, she waited, but nothing happened after a few seconds. She then heard a voice. "Geez, you already managed to survive this long. Don't you dare give up on me." It was a familiar voice, but she could not remember whose voice this belonged to anymore. She opened her eyes and looked up and saw the thing that was creating the buzzing sound and the voice. It was the drone she saw from the window. Underneath the drone, there was a camera which was obviously filming her. Just behind the camera, there was a small radio taped on the drone. "I'll land the drone, so take the radio underneath it." She heard the voice once more and the drone slowly landed in front of her. In her confusion, she followed the instructions and removed the radio from the drone. "Dut," the voice said coming from the radio. Who are you?" She spoke on the radio. There was no answer. "I can't hear what you're saying." Push the button at the side of the radio when talking. She followed the instruction and asked the same question. Then the answer came. "I'm hurt." "Well, it's been a long time. About 7 years, I think." 7 years? She thought. Then the image of a person entered her mind. He was the person who cherished her at those times. Due to some deep reasons, he avoided them and they lost connection with him. Tears welled up in her eyes as she asked on the radio, "Big brother?" Then a snicker came from the radio. "It's good that you still remember me. Anyways, I came to pick you up, Charm." Chapter 76, Day 3, 7:43 a.m. Bakewar City Hall, 4th floor, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakewar City, Cavite. Charmaine looked at the radio in her hand, shocked. "He came to pick me up? What? How did he find me?" Those questions echoed in her mind, but she did not have much thought to voice it. She also wanted to get out of this hellhole, but then she remembered why they were trapped in here in the first place. "Big brother, don't come here, it's dangerous." She shouted her concern. What a good girl. She already felt weak and did not have the ability to escape this place without the help of others, but still did not want to implicate anyone, especially since this big brother of hers who did not have contact with them in the past years actually came to look for her. There was a lot of infected outside the building and around the compound. There were also those tree people and the larger tree person roaming the street. Charmaine then heard his reply. "I already saw the situation and I already thought of a plan to pick you up. I'll be there in several minutes." Keep the radio with you, all right? The drone that landed in front of her then started to fly up with buzzing sounds coming from its 4 propellers. Mark controlled the drone to fly while he saw Charmaine watching the drone as it took off. However, the drone just managed to take flight to a certain height when someone snatched the radio out of Charmaine's hand and even pushed her away. Mark frowned. He was furious. The person that snatched the radio was a man. The man stared at the camera on the drone and spoke at the radio. Hey, what about us? You have to help us. What a thick face. After what the man did to Charmaine, he was actually looking hopefully at the camera. Unfortunately, the reply he received was enough to give him chills in his spine. When I arrive there, the first thing I will do is kill you. The voice was calm and detached, but that just added to the threat factor of the reply. The man stepped back in fear, but he soon regained his composure. He actually got scared of a threat. He felt shame, and then the shame turned to anger. He smashed the radio to the floor in front of the camera and ran off. Charmaine, teary-eyed, crawled towards the broken radio. They tried to put the radio piece by piece, but of course, it could not be fixed just like that. From the scene in the monitor, everyone in the vehicle looked furious. Even the always silent Abigail looked at Mark and asked, "Are we going to kill that bad man, Papa?" Her papa did not answer, but the furious look on his face surely judged the fate of that man later. Looking at the pitiful appearance of Charmaine in the monitor, Mark could not hold back anymore and wanted to charge to that place as soon as possible. It was then that a woman approached Charmaine in panic and pulled her back to spot where she was resting before. The woman looked like she was in her late 20s and was wearing a nurse uniform. Mark did not saw this woman from the window earlier. Looking at her panic at Charmaine's pitiful appearance as she tried to fix the radio while glancing at the drone warily, it looked like she did not know what happened just now. Under Charmaine's stare and the nurse's wary glances, the drone turned around while remaining in place. It looked like whoever was controlling the drone was checking the place. It then stopped while looking at the man who stood behind the congresswoman's grip. The congresswoman had a complicated look on her face. She also had the notion to ask for help from the person who was controlling the drone. She was waiting for the right timing and to politely ask the man on the radio for help. Since the weakened woman on the floor was still talking to the radio, the congresswoman patiently waited. However, before she could make a move, the man just now turned the situation awry. Still, she could not do anything to the man. That man was the owner of a known private-owned enterprise here in Bacor and had large dealings with the local government. Furthermore, the man had relatives within the government and their position was higher than what she had as a congresswoman. The congresswoman sighed. She knew that the chances of getting help now were very slim. Even the people around them had complicated faces as they looked at the man. If he wanted to dig a grave for himself, why also drag them into it? The policemen and the bodyguards of the congresswoman were also boiling inside as they glanced at the man by the side of their eyes. If the congresswoman were to order it, they would not hesitate to shoot this aggravating person. The drone then flew away back to where it came from under everyone's gazes. They all knew that the person behind that drone would come here sooner or later. The man who smashed the radio had a different opinion though. With the number of infected inside, the person behind that drone would surely die before he could even enter the building. He was hoping that it would happen. He did not want to admit or show it in his face, but there was something that gave him fear when he heard the voice from that radio making him disoriented and act without thinking. Back inside the vehicle, Mark was getting ready. The others were also helping Abigail ready herself. For this operation, Mark was going with Abigail. For sure, he needed to carry Charmaine and his fighting capability would be hindered severely. In that case, he needed to bring someone and the only possible person to bring was Abigail. Still, she might just be a little girl, but her physical fighting prowess might even be higher than her papa. Odalina was in charge of driving the vehicle of course and May was in charge of luring the infected away from the extraction point. She will be using the drone. Right now, May was the one controlling the drone back to the car. It was a form of practice for her as they needed someone to take on the role. May was also eager to do it as she wanted to help even just with a little thing. She did not want to be just a baggage for the group. Mark wore a black jacket as always, but the one he was wearing right now had several pockets on the chest, abdomen and the sides. He was still wearing the security belt and he put several things on the open pockets of the belt. On his arm, Mark wore a metal forearm guards locked with a buckle. These arm guards was something he made using the same materials they used in refitting the vehicle. On his head, he wore a skate helmet and a pair of clear goggles for his eyes. He also had his mouth covered with a motorcycle face mask. Abigail, on the other hand, was wearing a frilled dress. Even back in the mall, this girl did not really want to wear anything else other than this style of clothes. She said that her mommy always bought her clothes like this before. As the little girl would not relent about it, her papa just decided to make her several kinds of equipment suitable for her. As Mark observed about Abigail, she did not really use her arms when fighting. What she mainly used was her legs. He also saw that even if her physical strength was high, it was not her forte but her speed. With these traits, Mark modified a pair of shoes for her and added metal fittings around the sole with a rubber inner side lessen the force of impact received by her feet. He also made sure that the fittings were sturdy but would not hinder the little girl's movements. He also made a pair of metal-fitted gloves and a pair of smaller metal arm guards for the little girl. For her head, she wore a skate helmet designed for children. She did not want to wear anything on her face for some reason, so Mark did not force her to do so. For the weapons, Mark was bringing his machete, a silenced assault rifle and a silenced pistol, while Mark made Abigail bring a pistol just in case. Even if the little girl was not trained for it, it would sure come in handy. Mark also brought a backpack with ready-to-eat high-calorie but low-sugar food and drinks. He could at least feed Charmaine before bringing her out. He wanted to prepare some Molotovs, but he had no gasoline to use to fill the bottles. Diesel could not be used as it was combustible rather than flammable. He could only bring 2 spray canisters of butane he brought that was supposed to be used to refill lighters. About the fruit that Odalina and Abigail wanted, he decided to bring it up for later. Right now, getting Charmaine out of there was the priority. It was now time to move out. Asterisk around the compound, a quadcopter drone was flying low, about 8 feet from the ground, while slowly moving around the street. It started to gather the attention of the infected. Those who were attracted to the drone were mostly biters, while the slower eaters did not seem to care. It was just like how Mark observed these infected. The biters were sensitive to any kind of sound, but the eaters would only have reaction towards human voices. That was why a radio was attached under the drone and was turned into full volume. Voices of 2 children were heard from the radio, attracting the eaters around the drone. The 2 voices came from Odalina's children. They were in charge of making more noise around the drone. The pace of the drone was slow, but it was effective to some extent as the eaters were slow moving in the first place. Asterisk inside the city hall, one of the survivors noticed the commotion outside and called the attention of the other survivors. When the others looked at the road in front of the city hall, they saw a large procession. No, it was not a procession, but actually dozens of infected being led by a very familiar drone. They all watched as the drone led the dozens of infected away. As the crowd grew larger and larger, there would be stragglers. It was also obvious that some of the infected noticed that the drone was something that they could not bite and left the crowd. Still, most of the infected followed the drone, and most of them were the fast-running infected. They all watched the drone lead the infected away until they could not see the drone anymore after it went behind the building through the northern side. Then, they saw a vehicle coming from the direction of the boulevard. It was a large black van with metal fittings around it. The solar panels on the roof of the vehicle and the wide V-shaped ram in front of it could also be seen. They could not see the inside of the vehicle though. It was not because they were high up, but because the windows of the vehicle were heavily tinted. The remaining infected on the way rushed toward the vehicle, but they were decimated as the vehicle mercilessly crashed on their frail bodies. The V-shaped ram pushed the zombies to the side with great force, leaving their bodies with injuries worse than before. Under the gazes of the people watching by the windows, the vehicle followed the same route the drone took but stopped in front of the gymnasium. When it stopped, 2 people came out of the vehicle, a man and a small girl. The man was armed with an assault rifle and was accurately shooting the infected rushing toward them. The 2 ran toward the office building attached to the gymnasium and entered it. When the 2 entered, the vehicle made a U-turn and went back the way it came from. Chapter 77, Day 3, 8:14 a.m. Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bacor City, Cavite. After getting ready, Mark sat beside the door of the vehicle with Abigail beside him. May and the 2 kids were intently watching the monitor as May unskillfully maneuvered the drone over the infected. About 10 minutes after May and the children started luring the infected away, she finally managed to lure the majority of the infected in front of the city hall toward the back of the building. It was then that Odalina stepped on the gas pedal and drove the vehicle toward their destination. Along the road, Odalina mercilessly mowed down the infected that blocked the path of the car. The vehicle would rock every now and then, but there were times that the shaking was unbearable. Those situations happened when Odalina ran over the infected with wood-like skin. It felt like they were ramming the car on something very heavy, like a small tree. Adding these infected to his list, Mark decided to call them the Woodmen. Arriving at the destination, which was the office area of the gymnasium at the north of the city hall, Mark quickly opened the door and bolted off. He started shooting the incoming infected, specifically the biters, as they moved closer than the other infected. Mark's eyes became sharper and his movements became faster. He was using his adrenaline rush. He aimed at the heads of the infected as accurate as he could. Also, with a short distance between him and the infected, it was unlikely for him to miss his shots too much. It was not like he was aiming at several hundred meters away with his bare eyes. He would surely miss if that was the case. While Mark was shooting the infected, he and Abigail entered the broken glass walls of the office reception. It was then that Audalina moved according to the plan. She made a U-turn with the vehicle and sped off out of the compound. It was to ensure that the vehicle would not get swarmed over by the infected just because they had to wait for Mark and Abigail. Going back to the place where they parked the vehicle earlier, Audalina started to do other things Mark ordered her to. It was to teach May and her children at least how to fire a pistol. When Mark asked her before if she could use a gun, she readily nodded. It was because one of her late husband's hobbies was hanging out on shooting clubs and practicing shooting with any kind of gun. Before they had their children, there were several times that he would bring her along with him and taught him how to. As they had just returned from the compound, it could not be helped that there were infected chasing after their vehicle. Using a pistol, Audalina unhesitatingly shot the biters closing in without batting an eyelid. She left the slow-moving ones for the training of the three. Looking at her skills when shooting the biters, it was obvious that she had a higher level of gun skills compared to Mark. Audalina taught the three how to shoot the gun one by one. Of course, it could not be done in one session. May and her children were flinching for every shot they made with the pistol. There was another thing to May though. It seemed that she could use the pistol crossbow Mark made for her than the gun. She managed to kill several eaters when she used the crossbow, but she missed all her shots with the gun. The children also managed to shoot the gun at the zombies, but the ratio of the shot hitting the infected was very low. In the end, the arm of the children had already become sore due to the recoil of the gun, and Audalina had to finish the remaining infected by herself. As the eaters were not really much of a threat, a gray gauntlet made of gray bones slowly emerged from Audalina's hands and she started punching the infected. The punches looked clumsy, but as a mutator, her strength was not a joke. When they cleared all the infected around them, May rushed back to the vehicle to monitor the situation around the city hall. She launched the drone she made to land on the rooftop of the gymnasium once more and patrolled the area. When she saw the situation, she panicked as she immediately reached for the radio. While Audalina and the rest had good time learning how to use a pistol, the situation on Mark and Abigail's side was not that smooth sailing. The infected outside the office were flocking into the office without stop. The sounds created by the pieces of glass walls on the floor being stepped on by the infected coming in were attracting even more infected. The M16 assault rifle he was using, even if equipped with a suppressor, was still making sounds enough to attract the infected nearby. Mark continuously shot the infected as they retreated further inside the office. Even while he was shooting the infected, there were still times that one or two would still manage to come closer to them at directions he was not facing. At those situations, a red blurry shadow would charge at the incoming infected. By the time Mark faced the infected that came closer, he saw Abigail's shoe planted on the infected's face, snapping its head backwards. However, it was not the large number of infected that gave them the worst headache. It was the woodmen. As they were closer, Mark could see the features of the woodmen clearly. Their skin totally turned into wood with a texture of a tree bark. They were slow, even slower than the eaters. It looked like that their wood-like bodies were hindering them from moving freely. It was fine since the woodmen were slow, but the problem here was their skin being too sturdy and thick, like a tree. Their bodies were also too heavy. Another thing was their mouths were non-existent. Mark could not think of where these mutated infected was able to get the energy to move. Photosynthesis? Mark did not know. They did not seem to have leaves on their bodies though. Two woodmen blocked them from going further into the hallway. Mark shot a single burst onto one of the woodmen's head, but the shot mutated infected only staggered backwards without even falling. It regained its balance and continued moving towards Mark. He could see the bullets being stuck on its forehead and the white-colored blood flowing out of its wounds. Rather than blood, it looked more like tree sap. A biter came rushing from the reception area of the office, making Mark turn back to deal with the biter. As the biter was too close, Mark did not use the long-bodied rifle but slashed the biter, decapitating its head. Mark turned back at the two woodmen and hacked the neck of the nearest one with the machete. It almost made him curse. The sensation it gave him as the machete made contact with the woodman's neck was the same sensation he felt when he was chopping firewood. It did not only fail to hack its head off, but the machete almost got stuck. At that moment, Abigail charged with fast speed toward the woodman. She jumped toward the wall and used it to propel herself to the side of the woodman and kicked it on the part of its head where the ears should be located. The kicked woodman was pushed back by the impact of the kick and staggered. However, it still did not fall down. What tenacity! Still, the impact by the kick still pushed it enough for Mark and Abigail to slip past the hallway. It was a good thing though. With the heavy and sturdy woodman blocking the hallway, it would be harder for the infected outside to chase after them. Mark and Abigail entered a wide corridor. He knew they were near the area behind the stage inside the gymnasium. The stairs going up should be just around the corner. Why did he know? He had entered this place several times before. Most of the time it happened was before local elections in the past years. As they were about to continue running, the radio in Mark's belt vibrated. He hacked an incoming eater's neck and took out the radio. "Mayor, is something wrong?" He just finished his question when he immediately heard May's panicked voice. "Jed, hurry and escape. The large infected behind the city hall is coming your direction." What? Mark was surprised. They had not even arrived at the stairs up to the second floor. Furthermore, the suspended pathway that connected this building to the city hall was all the way to the third floor. "Yet, hurry. It's already nearby the corner of the city hall." "Mayor, I won't turn off the radio, so update me with the situation." "Okay." Mark stored the radio back into his belt, but did not turn it off or muted it. He then turned to the little girl. "Yale, you heard her. We're going to speed up." The little girl nodded. Even if Mark said that to Abigail, he knew that the only one who needed to speed up was him. The father and daughter duo ran toward the stairs and climbed it. As they were halfway to the second floor, an eater came shambling toward them from the second floor. Mark dodged sideways and kicked the eater's back, making the infected tumble down to the end of the stairs below. The eater's head strongly slammed onto the floor, creating a bloody mess. As they were in a hurry, Mark did not spend his time on killing the infected on the way. He would just kick their knees and legs, making them fall onto the floor, and continued running. May continued on relaying the situation outside as they ran. When he reached the third floor, he heard May. "Yet, it's already outside the building you are in. It's trying to reach the pathway." Well, *T. Mark and Abigail rushed across the hallway of the third floor. Luckily, as the third floor, there were almost no infected inside. They only encountered 2 eaters before they found the door to the pathway. The door was locked, but they could hear a banging sound coming from the outside. It's smashing the foundation of the pathway. "Jeej, hurry up. There are cracks on the foundation already." Time was the essence. Mark unleashed a burst of shots on the lock of the door and kicked it open. When the door opened, he could feel the floor shaking. What the hell does it want from us? It should go back on guarding that fruit," Mark said as he could see some leaves sticking from the outside of the pathway. He was sure that it was the leafy head of the level 2 mutation woodman. "No, we're running!" Despite the shaking pathway and the loud banging sounds from below, they started running across the suspended pathway. As they ran across, Mark looked to his left and could see the mutant woodman staring at him from below. What the heck? Mark was sure that it was staring at him. Its stare was even following him as ran across. However, the actions of the mutant woodman did not conform to the normal behavior of the infected. It saw Mark and Abigail running but did not blindly chase them. It actually continued smashing on the foundation of the pathway. It even smashed harder as it saw the two. Mark almost lost balance and had to grab the railing beside him due to the extreme shaking of the pathway. The cement on the floor even started to crack. Not good. Despite the loss of balance, Mark continued to push on without looking back. He could hear the loud smashing behind him and even started to hear creaking sounds as the metal supports of the pathway started to lose its foundation. "Papa, hurry up!" "Yet!" Mark could hear the shouting of Abigail, who should have already run toward the other end of the pathway but ran back to him and May, who was watching from the vehicle using the drone that came flying just a meter to his right. He looked at Abigail for a bit and felt a little amazed and even envious. The little girl was not even a little bit affected by the shaking. By the time he managed to get to the end of the pathway, the foundation crumbled. The heavy remains of the foundation pulled the rest of the pathway down, almost breaking its connection to the building beside the gymnasium. The cement floor on the pathway also crumbled as the metal supports started to twist. Mark looked at the destroyed pathway. He did not feel nervous, but it was still a dangerous situation. This pathway could not be used anymore. Seeing that the prey successfully traversed the pathway, the mutant woodman seemed to have lost interest for some reason. Mark and the mutant woodman stared at each other for a few seconds. He actually had the notion to give the aggravating infected with a few shots of his assault rifle, but stopped as it did not seem to have interest to continue attacking. Leaving the staring contest, Mark entered the door behind him with Abigail after bashing the lock open. Chapter 78, Day 3, 7:43 a.m. Baykor City Hall 4th floor, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baykor City, Cavite, Mark and Abigail entered the 4th floor of the City Hall. Even with the fact that the suspended pathway could be accessed at the 3rd floor of the Gymnasium office building, it was directly connected to the highest floor of the City Hall. The reason for this was the difference in elevation of the two buildings. The City Hall was built about a floor lower than the Gymnasium. Looking at the scene inside the building, it did not look like the building was implicated by the apocalypse. Rather, the scene inside the building looked like it just experienced a magnitude 7 earthquake. The floor and walls had cracks, the floor had risen and sunk in parts. Even the back part of the floor was obviously slanted. The glass dividers of the rooms were broken and the cabinets and tables were toppled, and the culprit of what happened to the building was visible from Mark and Abigail's point of view. At the straight hallway, they could see the large tree trunk that even blocked half of the corridor. Not only that, the part of the trunk that they could see was just about a quarter of the whole trunk. The remaining part of the trunk was hidden behind the ruined walls. By the looks of it, the huge tree tore its way out almost at the center of the building. There were even the marks left behind by the tree's branches as it tore its way through the ceiling. Before proceeding, Mark checked his equipment. He still had several clips of ammunition, but he already used up a third of all the 5.56 mm caliber ammunition he brought. He drank a half bottle of cold water and gave the half to Abigail, which she calmly drank. It was good that he did not use PET bottles as water container, but vacuum-insulated water bottles. He brought 5 of these bottles in his backpack, 2 for cold water, 2 for heated water, and the last one for low-sugar soda. Mark switched the half-full clip of his M16 to a full one and started to move. He was sure that this floor was devoid of infected as he managed to navigate the drone here without problems, and the survivors here were openly on this floor. When they arrived near the trunk of the tree, Mark started to be careful with his footing. The floor was too uneven and the parts of the floor that had cracks looked like it would crumble any moment. As the two passed by the trunk, they could not help but stop and look at the trunk with curiosity. Looking at it, just the visible part of the trunk already needed 4 people with outstretched hands to cover its width. Mark scaled the trunk with his eyes while frowning. He could feel a very faint fluctuation from the tree. As he felt that, he could not help but suspect that this tree had a little bit of sentience. There was also the strange behavior of the mutant woodman outside. He already noticed it when he was scouting the perimeter of the compound using the drone. The mutant woodman was moving slowly around the city hall but did not seem to dare to come close or enter the building. Thinking about it deeper, his conjectures were plausible. And if this tree really had sentience, it was not aggressive. Or else, how could the survivors stay here safely? Mark decided to ponder about these things later. Right now, he needed to get to Charmaine as soon as possible. He looked up and saw the crack on the ceiling he used when he made the drone enter the building. They followed the path the drone took before and reached the corner of the hallway that would directly lead them to the reception area of this floor, the area where the survivors were staying. Dale, just follow behind me, all right? The little girl nodded at Mark's instruction, but he had a feeling that he should keep this little girl on a leash or something. With Abigail following behind him, Mark calmly walked toward the reception area. Actually, he could already see the people on the reception area, and the people also saw him. However, no one went to approach him. Of course, who in the right mind would approach a fully armed person with his face fully covered? It looked like these people here were still in their right minds. When Mark and Abigail reached the reception area, everyone present was carefully watching him. The police and bodyguards were even standing in front of the congresswoman. Mark's gaze swept through the people and stopped on a person. It was the man wearing a business suit that pushed Charm earlier and destroyed the radio. There were 2 bodyguards standing in front of him. It looked like that not all of the bodyguards here belonged to the congresswoman, different from what Mark thought. Abigail saw the businessman and her eyes lit up. She was already in the posture to dash over and give the businessman a brutal kick. However, as she kicked her foot on the floor, her kick did not give her any force to move forward. She felt an arm latch onto her waist and lifted her up. "You're not going on kill stealing again." Seriously, she looked up at her papa with displeasure. Hada, I want to do it." She threw a tantrum. "No, if you don't listen to me, there's no cuddle later." Her face became sullen as she crossed her arms while hanging on her papa's left arm. Still, she finally conceded and went silent. Mark noticed Abigail as she moved into the posture to charge toward the businessman and lifted her up. This savage little girl was actually going to steal his kill again. The people around saw what the two was doing and looked at two without knowing how to react to their banter. These two were actually father and daughter. That was what was running in the minds of the people around them. Even Charm was surprised. She knew that it was her big brother that came, as she still remembered his stature and his voice, but she did not expect that he already had a daughter. Back then, before he separated from them, he was the type of man who would not fall into any relationship easily. Did a woman got interested and married her big brother? Looking at the beautiful doll-like girl, it was impossible that the partner was not a good-looking woman either. While most of the survivors saw it as a normal banter while disregarding the contents of what the father and daughter said, the businessman, his bodyguards, and the congresswoman's group totally understood what the two was talking about. The two intended on ending the man's life. The businessman started sweating. Then he looked far away as he looked at his two bodyguards. The man with the assault rifle was one thing, but what could the little girl do? The businessman's confidence grew. They had more numbers. What was he afraid of? Mark then looked at the man. He was monitoring everyone's emotional fluctuations so he could at least guess what the man was thinking. Using his free hand, he pointed the assault rifle toward the man's group. The businessman's eyes grew wide while the two bodyguards also pointed their pistols at Mark while blocking the man from Mark's assault rifle. "Big brother?" Charmaine, who was just a few meters away from Mark, called him. Mark replied without looking at her and kept staring at the businessman's group. "Charm, just wait there a little bit. I'll just deal with this guy first." Just wait there." Mark's voice was firmer this time, making her stop. The nurse beside her also stopped her from talking as she was in a bad condition right now. It was a standstill between the bodyguards and Mark. Both parties were silent. The one who broke this silence was the little girl who was being lifted by her papa. "Papa, too slow." It was not that Mark was being slow or he was trying to read the two bodyguards. He was waiting for something. Mark smirked behind his mask as he saw the businessman who was dripping with cold sweat. It was then that the congresswoman made a move. She stepped in front of her guards despite their protests and spoke. "Excuse me, but isn't it better if you all stand down? It would be a problem if the infected outside get alarmed if a shootout starts here right now. There are also other people here that might get implicated." It was what Mark was waiting for the congresswoman to stand up and mediate. From the video feed Mark saw from the drone, he was sure that this man he intended to kill was someone with high standing, or else this congresswoman might had already made a move on that man so they could get his approval to help them. "It's not a problem to us if the infected gets alarmed. We're leaving after I get my sister out of here. The problem is yours, not mine. Besides, you all saw what happened. It's not us who started it." When the people around heard him, they drew in a cold breath. This guy did not care about humanism at all. The congresswoman was right. He was also right. If a gunfight were to happen, not only they will get implicated but will also attract the monsters below, and none of it was his problem once they left. "What could we do for you to stop?" The congresswoman thought of the consequences. Whether the businessman or the man with the little girl won, everyone here would be in grave danger. She decided to relent and negotiate. "Then give me compensation for him pushing my sister and for destroying my radio." "What can you give me?" The congresswoman was exasperated inside. She realized that this man was doing this on purpose. It was extortion. Still, she could not do anything about it. In the first place, it was the businessman's fault. "What do you want?" Why are you asking me what I want? I doubt you have it. That's why I'm asking what you can give me." The congresswoman felt helpless. In her whole political career, she was never at a disadvantage like this. What could she give him? Even she had not eaten a meal since yesterday night. What Dennis? They even barely had anything left. All of his guards had guns, but not all of them still had ammunition remaining. Even if she gave all the ammunition they had left, were those enough to satisfy him? Surely not. "Big brother," Charmaine called. Please, don't make it difficult for Madame Laney. She did her best to help us all here. She even gave me her last cracker last night." Hearing what Charmaine said, Mark's view about the congresswoman lightened a bit and decided to compromise a little. "If you don't have anything, then just give me information." Congresswoman Laney's face lightened as she looked at Charmaine with gratitude. "What information?" "First, about the huge tree that grew through the building. Second, the information about the premises of the police command center, especially the armory. I want the claim of any weapon and equipment in there." "All right." The congresswoman nodded. "But madam, the weapons and equipment there are property of the police. It's against the law to hand those over to anyone without proper authorization." One of the policemen behind Madame Laney voiced his concerns. The congresswoman looked at him with a helpless expression. Law and order already collapsed. Also, it's better to make use of those weapons and equipment rather than making it rot there. She then looked towards Mark. "You said that you claim of any weapon and equipment, but I'm sure that you can't take all of those. We can take the remains, right?" What she said was reasonable. Mark nodded. "Then, can you please lower your gun already?" She turned towards businessman and his bodyguards. "You people also, put down your guns." Both parties lowered their weapons at the same time. As the conflict was somehow alleviated, everyone watching sighed in relief. Mark left a last glance at the businessmen's group and went towards Charmaine with the displeased Abigail in tow. Chapter 79 Day 3, 8 to 11 a.m. Bakor City Hall 4th floor, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakor City, Cavite. Mark, who had already removed his mask, sat in front of Charmaine. She narrated what happened to her while she ate the food her big brother brought for her. According to her story, when the infected came, it was total chaos. The local government was actually waiting for the military evacuation team to come before the outbreak reached this area, but the evacuation team never came. At the last moment, the police and the other government armed divisions tried to evacuate the people by themselves but failed miserably. Not only they lost people and failed to evacuate, all the people who tried to evacuate fell into the hands of the infected. It's good that you didn't join them, Mark said as he put Abigail in front of him and cuddled her to stop her tantrum. He channeled that calming energy to her and tried to control it little by little. It was effective as the little girl started curl into his embrace and slowly drifted into sleep. He was also managing to train his ability like this. I actually wanted to join them, but the people pushed me behind. They all rushed to the vehicles that I didn't even had the chance to squeeze through, Charmaine said with a bitter smile. Still, her not being able to join those people saved her. She continued with her story. Without any choice left, the people who lost hope in evacuating went into the building and tried to barricade the higher floors. Then the massacre happened. Then what about that huge tree? Hearing what Mark asked about, Charmaine shook her head. The tree started to grow yesterday. It took it about a whole day, I think. No one was able to rest the whole time it was growing. The building was shaking too much that everyone was afraid that it would collapse. The weariness was visible in Charmaine's eyes while she narrated what happened yesterday. Eat up and regain your strength. Well, leave this place after you recover. Charmaine looked at Mark for a bit while thinking about something. Seeing his resolute expression, she finally nodded. Brother, can I share some of these? She grabbed several packs of biscuits and asked Mark. Mark did not even have to look to other directions. He could feel the envy and the eagerness of the people around as they saw the food he brought for Charmaine. Even the guards, the policemen, and the congresswoman was not an exception. However, no one dared to ask for food from her while Mark was there. By what he behaved earlier, everyone think of him as a ruthless and lawless person who would kill for the slightest grievance. Mark sighed while looking at Charmaine. This girl had not changed at all. Like several years ago, she was not selfless but not selfish either. She would share things if she has some extra. Alright, just be sure to leave enough for you to eat. There aren't much of those. Hearing what he said, Charmaine was delighted. She immediately called the nurse and gave several packets for the people to share. It was not enough at all, but at least they had something to put into their stomachs. Mark caressed the head of the sleeping savage girl, which took Charmaine's attention. Big brother, you're already married? To her question, Mark did not know how to react. I didn't. You think someone would fall for someone as worthless as me? You're still harsh to yourself, aren't you? If you haven't married yet, then this girl is a kitten I picked up. Big bro, I'm asking seriously here. I really picked her up. I'm not joking. Charmaine had a lot of questions about the little girl, but was forced to stop since Mark shoved a piece of packed bread into her mouth. You're asking too much. Just concentrate on eating. She looked at her big brother with eyes filled with grievance. He just needed to say it if he wanted her to stop talking. He did not need to shove that piece of bread to her mouth. Since Abigail was asleep, Mark tried to peel her off and make the little girl lay down beside Charmaine, but as he tried to do so, she immediately woke up. Gail, just sleep for a bit, would you? The little girl rubbed her eyes and answered, No, if Papa is leaving, I'll go too. Mark looked at the little girl. She was not familiar with anyone here, so she did not want to be left alone. He could not reprimand her either, as she meant no harm, at least to him and his people. All right, but don't do anything without my permission. Abigail nodded. Charm, I'll just talk to them for a little. Finish your food, all right. Big brother, don't fight with them. Don't worry, I won't, unless they start first. Mark, together with Abigail, left Charmaine with the nurse. Charmaine looked at his back as he left. She was really worried that Mark would fight with the congresswoman and her guards. It looked like her brother changed a lot in the past years. He was always silent and timid before, but now he was behaving unruly and brave. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mark approached the congresswoman's group and was led into an office. Of course, as a congresswoman, her office was not in this place. The office Mark was led to was actually the office of the mayor. It gave Mark a question in his mind. What happened to the mayor? Still, Mark had no notion to voice this question. It was not hard to guess what could have happened to the mayor if he was not here. When Mark entered, The congresswoman led him to a seat in front of the mayor's table and she sat behind it. The bodyguard stood by the door while only one of the policemen stood beside her. Mark sat on the chair and Abigail sat on his lap. I want to apologize about what happened earlier. We did not expect that he would push your sister away and snatch the radio. He even ended up breaking it. Madame Laney put up an apologetic expression. Mark felt that she was really sorry, but as if he just accept that apology. I don't care about your apology. The damage had already been done and I already reduced the compensation as much as possible. Actually, I want to at least have a replacement for the radio, but I don't want those outdated models the government issued the police and the military. Yeah. The policeman was about to say something, but the congresswoman stopped him by raising her hand. I'm really grateful that you toned down the compensation you wanted. We really have nothing to give you if you didn't. Mark looked at her directly. Actually, you guys are not the ones to pay but that guy. Why are you even taking responsibility for him? You don't understand. We politicians have to rely on connections to do a lot of things. Not only for ourselves, but also for the people. That man, he had relatives in the Senate, you see, and they are in the same party as us. Mark nodded. He understood the context as it was not a new topic at all. Back to what I'm here for. I want to ask what you know about the huge tree above us. The congresswoman had a bad premonition as Mark suddenly changed the topic but could not get hold of it. Since it was like that, she just proceeded to answer his question. At first, could you please introduce yourself first? I really have a bad time finding out how I should address you. Mark felt exasperated. Introducing himself was one of the things Mark hated to do. Mark, just Mark is fine. Mark, is it? Mark nodded. Now, answer my question. Madame Laney rested her hands on the table and replied, actually, we have no idea where the tree came from or why it grew from beneath this building. However, we knew that the infected outside seemed to be affected by the tree. Are you talking about the infected with wooden skin and that large one that frequented the back of the building? Yes, they started to appear while the tree was growing. Since we are occupied trying to resist the tremors while the tree grew, none of us actually saw how the infected changed. Mark grew silent as one of his theories was proven. The huge tree really had a connection with the woodman. If you knew nothing about the tree, I'm at a disadvantage with the deal, don't I? Now that Mark brought it up, the congresswoman also felt troubled. Never mind. Just tell me the information I needed about the police command center. There's no problem about that. Madame Laney pointed her open palm to her left. This is Chief Mallory. As the chief of our local police branch, he knew the most about it. As he was introduced, Chief Mallory gave Mark the information he wanted to know. He even showed Mark a rough sketch of how the floor plan of the command center looked like. From the front desk to the armory, everything was showed to Mark. All right, this is enough. Mark took the sketch of the floor plan and rolled it. Then, Madame Laney asked a question. I want to ask, do you not have a single thought of helping the people here? Don't bother about asking that. Adults. What? Why should I? All of you guys had nothing to do with me at all. Furthermore, you guys will just end up as nuisance if I did help you. The chief, the policemen, and the bodyguards who heard him felt incensed. What in the world are you saying? On the other hand, Madame Laney remained composed. Mark then continued. First, I have to find several more people. Going in a large group with a very low combat ability will end up with everyone dying. A large group is eye-catching and hard to hide. Second, I don't have anywhere to put you all into. I can't escort you to Bay City either. Third, are you guys able to provide your own necessities? The main battle strength would surely become my group. I don't want to take on that responsibility. You might have your guards, but the rest are total baggage. The men inside clenched their fists but did not have the reason to refute him. All what he said was true after all. Mark then stood up and put down Abigail on the floor. You're leaving already? That's right. I already have what I wanted. There's no reason to stay. Is that so? The congresswoman had a bitter look on her face. There was really no way for cooperation. Won't you at least take my men with you to retrieve the weapons in a PCC? They can help you. What kind of help? If they are willing to be a baggage carrier, then I can bring them with me. The men were really enraged now. They were trained combatants and police. What did he mean what he said? Knowing the minds of the people around, Mark snickered. You guys shouldn't try to inflate your egos. I know that you guys haven't eaten anything since last night. Do you have the energy to spare and say that you guys could help? Don't make me laugh. Spend your energy to find your own food than becoming baggage for me. With that, Mark stepped out of the room with Abigail tugging behind him. The people inside was left incensed and speechless. The congresswoman plopped herself onto the table. Madam, are you fine? Chief Mallory asked. I'm fine. I just feel stressed and hungry. It is hard to talk to that man. That's right. He is full of air and even belittled us. It's no wonder that you will have a hard time talking to him, madam. One of the bodyguards said. All of you don't seem to understand. What you said is true, but that is not the reason. I just feel that man knew what I and you people are thinking. He's not leaving holes for us to exploit at all. That can't be right. Madam, are you sure about that? Another bodyguard asked, but the one that replied was the chief. I also noticed it. That guy sure can read us. With that, the men fell silent. Chapter 80 Day 3, 8:31 a.m. Baker City Hall, 4th floor, Molino Boulevard, Bayonne. Baker City, Cavite Mark and Abigail stood on the ruined rooftop of the city hall observing the surroundings. After getting the information he could get from the congresswoman's group, he told Charmaine that he would go out for a bit and check the situation around the compound. Wandering around the 4th floor for a few minutes, he found the access to the rooftop. Mark wanted to get some fresh air. After he was not in sight of those people anymore, his confident-looking face and scary stare crumbled. The domineering actions he showed those people were all an act. He felt drained. There was nothing scarier for him than talking to strangers, especially with people of high standing. During the time he was talking with the congresswoman, his empathic ability was fully activated. In his mind, getting surrounded by a horde of mutants was better. He was too anxious, but he was still able to hold on and not blow the act off. The moment he stepped out to the rooftop, he squatted to the floor and leaned his back on the wall as he felt exhausted. Abigail seemed to have noticed his condition and voluntarily gave him a hug. Mark felt a little better due to it. This girl was really something else. They stayed like that for a few minutes until Mark recovered his composure. Mark really felt mentally exhausted. He was keeping this act for long and was now finally alone to vent it all out. In front of others, he did not want to show this weak side of himself, acting all cool and stuff since the outbreak reached them all, and until now, he started to grow sick of it. He was a loner and a shut-in for damn sake. However, he could not. No, he should not show any sign of weakness to others. The first one to do so was the first one to lose the advantage they had. Mark patted the little girl's head with a sincere smile. This time, he was really happy to have her by his side. Thanks, Gail. I'm fine now. Abigail let go of her embrace and beamed an angelic smile at her papa. If Mark did not know how savage this girl could be, he would really think that she looked like an angel. Mark started to do what he came here for. While the little girl was wandering around waving a 3-feet-long branch she found, Mark was looking at the tree. The tree was really huge. It was about 23 meters in height from the ground floor. Mark circled the tree several times and looked at the fruit that was about 7 meters above him. He concluded that the tree was not only strange by its size, but even the fluctuation he was feeling from the tree. It was faint when he was inside the building, but the fluctuation was stronger here in the rooftop. He tried touching the tree and sending his mental energy to the tree, but did not receive a response from it. From what he felt, it looked like it was sleeping or in a similar state if not. Abigail was also glancing at the fruit from time to time. It really looked like she wanted to have that fruit. The golden glow of the fruit was more visible at this place. As it was one of his goals, Mark started to think of ways to get the fruit. However, he stayed away from the thought of climbing the tree, as he felt that faint sentience from the tree. Climbing the huge tree was a really bad idea. He would probably need a gaff to reach that. He looked around but saw nothing he could use. His eyes landed on the roof of the police command center to the south. There were several tall poles used to elevate reception antennas. Maybe he could use those poles. In the end, he needed to go to the command center before he was able to try and get the fruit. As he could not do it right now, he left the notion of getting the fruit for later. He focused more on the surroundings. Due to the growth of the tree, the rooftop was in tatters. He was actually very careful of his steps during the time he was observing the tree. The rooftop was too uneven and had a lot of cracks. There was also the large crack he used to make the drone enter the building. If he made a misstep and fell into the crack, he would sure end up back to the floor below. He walked to the edge of the rooftop. The strong morning gale was ruffling his clothes. Mark was amazed at the sight. Behind the compound of the city hall was a wide plot of land used for farming. A small forest could even be seen on the further distance. During this time of the year, the farming plots should be left bare. Now, however, the lush green grass that had newly sprouted had already covered the vacant farmland along with several plants that looked like leftover crops from the recent harvest. The leaves of the trees on the forest were also visibly greener than they supposed to be days before the apocalypse. As the wind brushed over his face, Mark felt quite a bit of calmness and satisfaction. It might sound bad, but it was actually one of the few things he wanted to see in his life ever since he became a zombie apocalypse fan. To see what the world would end up look like after humans stopped affecting the environment negatively. The wind really felt good and the morning sun was not as harsh as before. He really felt satisfied. A little more time and the world would be covered with overgrowth of plants. That would surely be a good sight to witness. Mark looked at the scene below at the street. The sight of the infected did not really ruin the view, but actually added a good flavor to the view. The existence of the infected only bolstered the fact that the world was ending. Different from what most people would feel. He really felt happy than sad. A satisfied smile crept up in his face. Most people who would see him like this might think that he was mad, but he did not mind it. Unknown to him, the drone that landed on top of another building was watching him. All his expressions and actions were caught by the drone. From the time he went out to the rooftop to the time he was satisfyingly looking at the scenery were seen by May, Odalina, and the two children inside the van. May actually wanted to call onto the radio the time she saw his exhausted face, but Odalina stopped her from doing so. Mark was trying his best not to show this side of his to them, but they accidentally saw it. It was better for them to hide that they knew and just needed to support him with the best that they could. On the other hand, they did not mind the satisfied face Mark showed while looking at the effect the apocalypse brought. Rather, they felt that his mindset was better and more suitable in facing the crumbling world. A downhearted mindset of a leader would only make things more difficult for his people. Back to the rooftop, Mark started surveying the area around the command center. He could see that the two front entrance doors were wide open and the glass windows in the first and second floor were totally broken, leaving only the frames of the window. Just with this, he could say that entering the first floor of the command center was highly dangerous. However, the armory was actually in the first floor of the central building of the command center according to the information. The armory was locked with a number lock, though making the process of retrieving the weapons much easier. The only problem was the danger to navigate to first floor to find the armory, as the chief readily gave him the number combinations to the locks. It looked like they needed to lure away the infected out of the building first before going. Would the drone work? Probably. It would not do. The ceiling of the command center was at the standard height and the passages were narrow. The drone might end up being broken down if used to enter the building. Thinking of the way, Mark walked along the edge of the rooftop. He ended up walking towards the back side of the building. Below, he could see the city health center. He actually knew about this and thought about getting Charm's medicine from there. As the city health center, it should have medicine for a lot of common and uncommon illness. However, going to that building was total suicide. The building was separated to the city hall and the only access to the health center was to go down the street and the front door. It might have a back door, but getting there was even more dangerous than entering through the front. The street was brimming with infected. The large woodman was also frequenting the front of the building while gazing at the fruit on the huge tree. The woodman seemed to have noticed Mark as it turned its body facing him. It did not make any threatening movements though. Mark noticed something. There was a strange male infected came shambling out of the broken down doors of the health center. It had a bloated neck and chest and was walking strangely as if it was drunk. But the pace it walked was not slow either. It's a mutated biter, isn't it? Mark thought. Then an idea hit him. Bloated chest and throat. Was it not the sign of a screaming infected in video games? Mark decided to experiment. He kneeled on the roof with one knee and carefully aimed his assault rifle. Seeing his stance, Abigail ran over and looked at what he was aiming at. If it was a biter, it should be vulnerable to pain. Mark did not plan on killing it, so he tried aiming at the infected's foot. It was hard as the distance was far and the assault rifle was not equipped with a scope. However, while he had no confidence of shooting it accurately, he was confident that he would not attract any of the infected below. The large woodman as an exception, of course. TSSD. Mark fired the first shot. It missed. The bullet burrowed onto the concrete several inches from the infected with a loud sound. The mutant infected seemed alerted but did not do anything but look at the hole the bullet made on the concrete. The other infected nearby seemed to be alerted by the sound as they started to flock toward the source. Mark was not bothered by him missing the first shot and fired again after adjusting his aim. TSST. This time, there was no sound but a thud as Mark missed the shot again. What was hit was another infected that was attracted to the sound his first shot made. The innocent infected was hit at its forehead, dying immediately with a splatter of blood. TSST. Mark adjusted his aim once more. This time, he succeeded. The mutated infected actually screamed just as he expected. A loud, sharp scream echoed across the street as the mutated infected with bloated throat and chest was hit on its left shoulder. Mark was aiming at its feet, but hitting the shoulder was not considered as a failure, right? Still, Mark almost burst out laughing when he heard the scream. It was not the eerie and creepy sounding scream, but a scream that sounded like the infected's throat was being choked by something. Abigail by his side already sat on the roof happily laughing out loud. May and Odalina, who was watching what he did from the vehicle, held back their laughter but also let out smiles while Siegfried and Odette were holding their stomachs as they laughed. The infected's scream sounded like a person who inhaled a whole tank of helium. He sounded like Donald Duck screaming out loud while rolling on the pavement in pain. However, it really did what Mark expected it to do so. The scream might have sounded funny, but it actually attracted the infected. Even the infected from the other sides of the building came flocking towards the back of the city hall. Mark now had a way to keep the infected away from the command center for some time. He doubted that the infected would continuously scream. In that case, he would just make it scream once more later. Chapter 81, Day 3, 8:50 a.m. Baykor City Hall Rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baykor City, Kabite. After confirming the ability of the mutated biter to scream and thought of the plan to lure the infected away from the police command center, he was getting ready to go back inside and prepare. However, there was another movement that caught his eye. It looked like the scream not only attracted the infected. Looking at the windows of second floor of the City Health Center, Mark saw the white-coated silhouettes behind the windows. Mark closed his eyes and concentrated on expanding the area of his empathic ability. He could not turn the ability on and off, and the area was several meters wide, but his distance away from the City Health Center was larger than his detection area. As his detection area finally reached the building, he felt the fear coming from the silhouettes on the second floor. Mark confirmed it. Those were living people. There were survivors trapped in the health center. Mark was about to release his ability and return it back to normal. Using this wide range for a long time was taking a huge toll on his energy. However, he froze. He could not control the shape of his detection area, so he could only expand it. As he expanded it to reach the health center, the police command center was also reached by his detection. Mark looked at the command center. There were also people inside. However, many of the people had a lingering killing intent and were giving him danger signals. These people could not be members of the police. Now that he thought of it, it was a police station. Looking at the infected below, he could see some of them wearing police uniforms. However, he never saw anyone wearing orange or yellow uniforms. A police station would never lack of those people. Mark was thinking about the convicted criminals. He never saw even one below. It meant that the people inside the command center that was giving him the threatening feeling were those prisoners. Another change of plan? How troublesome. Whether he liked it or not, it looked like that he needed to agree with bringing some people with him. Mark counted the people he detected. There were 8 inside the health center and 23 inside the police station. If not for the equipment inside the police station, he might not want to deal with this troublesome situation. However, he was really lacking of those. The police station should have Kevlar vests, riot shields, and riot helmets. He wanted those more than the weapons. Still, was he afraid of those people? No. With his ability, he could create an ambush without them knowing. He only needed to bring people not to fight, but to create a scene to at least intimidate the criminals. What was the bane of criminals? Of course, it was the police. Just seeing people in police uniforms was enough to make criminals feel some kind of repulsion and become intimidated, even if the person in front of them was not really a part of the police at all. Gail, let's go. Mark called onto the little girl who was sitting by the edge of the rooftop while watching the party of the infected below. She stood up and made a last look at the fruit of them before skipping towards her papa. The father and daughter duo went back toward the reception area of the 4th floor of the city hall. As they entered, Mark saw Charmaine happily chatting with the nurse. It looked like she regained some of her energy back. She should be able to move now. Big brother, how was it? Charmaine called out after she saw Mark and Abigail. The area outside is still dangerous, but we could leave anytime if you're ready. Hearing his answer, Charmaine felt both happy and sad. She felt happy because she could leave this place and sad because she could not do anything to help the people here. You will really leave us here? The nurse sitting beside Charmaine hesitated at first but still asked Mark. In the past 2 days, this nurse and Charmaine spent time together as they were around the same age and the nurse were taking care of Charmaine's condition. Though she was happy that Charmaine's brother was here to pick up her new friend, but she also wished that they would be saved. Tell me, what do I get if I saved you all? Mark coldly replied with another question which made the nurse look down. He was right. There was really nothing in for him if he were to save them. Not only that, they would also be a burden to them. Big bro, can we at least bring her with us? Charmaine pleaded. We're going to look for Big Sis and other people, right? Then what if they are injured? We need someone who can treat them. Her rationale was on point. Even if they could also give treatment to injuries, the treatment from someone with experience was different. Mark nodded at Charmaine's proposition as she had a point. However, if you really want to bring her, we can, but the question here is, wasn't she needed there? Mark pointed at the room just behind him with his right thumb. Inside that room, there were several injured people. Mark noticed it when he arrived and also thought that it was the reason why Mark did not see the nurse before when he was controlling the drone from outside the window. The nurse was touched by Charmaine's suggestion but hesitated as Mark said his piece. She really did not know what to do now. On contrary, Mark nodded at the nurse's hesitation. If she readily agreed to abandon the injured people he just pointed out, then she was not worth his time and all. All right, you can come with us, Mark said, making the nurse dumbfounded. Charmaine felt really happy. But what will happen to them? Don't worry about it. I'll just get some people to replace you in that case. Both Charmaine and the nurse were confused with what Mark said. He wanted to get some people to replace her? Where was he going to get them? They wanted to ask, but their conversation was cut short. It looked like the congresswoman was informed about Mark's return and went out to meet him. As Madame Laney approached, she smiled. You're back? Are you going inside the PCC now? I know you said that you don't need any help, but I think you should really allow my men to go with you. Mark directly looked at her and answered, Actually, my plans have changed. I want some of the policemen you have to accompany me. When the congresswoman heard his reply, she felt happy. At least, there was a room for cooperation. The chance of making him help them would become higher. However, she felt that there was something wrong for this person to suddenly change his mind. Did something happen? She asked with a concerned tone, and Mark nodded to her question. It looks like the inmates in your police station escaped. Those guys are now occupying the upper floors of the station. There are 23 of them. Chief Mallory, who was behind the congresswoman, sucked a mouthful of air. Those damn bastards escaped? Freeb novel.com. He voiced his concern. Well, I don't know about that. Don't ask me. Mark answered the chief and turned back to Madame Laney. Also, I found survivors inside the second floor of the health center. There are 8 of them. They should be doctors, nurses, and patients if I'm right. The congresswoman was surprised. Not because Mark found people on other buildings, but because this man actually gave them precise numbers. Are you sure? Also, how did you know those numbers? Are they accurate? Don't doubt me about this. The figures I gave are accurate. Just don't ask me how I knew. Mark glared at the congresswoman. The glare did not hold any ill intent, but just gave his message to her. It was that he knew what he was doing. Madame Laney looked at him and nodded. How many people do you need? Just 3 or 4 is enough. I don't need them to act. I just need them to create some intimidation. What do you mean? To the congresswoman's question, it was Chief Mallory who answered her. Madam, he should be thinking of using us to create a psychological deterrence. If those criminals saw that there are policemen approaching, even if they are not scared, they should still panic inside, affecting their movements and thinking. The congresswoman was enlightened to his explanation. It looks like you know your stuff. Mark said, Please, don't underestimate me. I didn't get to this position for nothing. We also use this tactic in some of our operations. What about the survivors in the health center? Madame Laney asked Mark. She was hoping that they could help those people, but the key to this should be Mark. She did not know why, but her intuition that she relied on for years was telling her that this person was not someone simple. Actually, I want to get medicine for my sister. If they could bring medicine for me, then I will give some effort to save them. Is that true? Madame Laney's face lightened. They were really in need of medical personnel at this moment. The only person they have here was the only nurse that managed to come with them during their escape to this floor, and no one else. Well, that will come for later. We need to get the weapons in the police station first. Don't expect that I will save those people alone. Your men needed to help too, and they will need weapons. Then, are we going to build a plan to deal with the people inside the PCC? There's no need. As I said earlier, I only need them to act. As for the fighting, leave that to me. I need more practice with this, you see. Mark pointed at his assault rifle. He did not even hide his bloodlust. While most people would not feel it, the veteran bodyguards and the policemen shivered. This man was itching to kill people. After this, you will leave with your sister, right? Madame Laney suddenly asked. Yes. Is there any way for you to agree in escorting us? After retrieving the weapons, we won't be a baggage for your group, right? This nurse here just asked me the same question before you came, you know that? Furthermore, where are you people even going? I don't think you guys will be able to go to any evacuation center. The nearest one should be in the Bay City. No, we won't be going to Bay City. We have been communicating through the radio with another police branch. They managed to secure a private subdivision along with quite a number of survivors. That place should be nearer and better than this crumbling building. Hearing that, Mark became interested. The local police actually managed to secure a place? He was surprised. It was not that he was ridiculing his country's police forces, but with what he saw and experienced in the past days, something like that would not be easy. Unless, Mark looked at Abigail. Say, did that police branch had someone who got bitten but did not turn, and even got a superhuman ability? Chief Mallory and Madame Laney were shocked. How did you know? As Mark saw their shocked faces, it dawned to him. These people did not know about mutators and anything about mutagen. That was right. These people lost contact with the military. Still, Mark had no notion to tell these guys about it. It was too troublesome to explain. Don't ask me how. Where's this place you are talking about? Madame Laney had her suspicions, but did not press the issue. She answered, Fiance. Hearing the name of the subdivision, Mark choked. Even Charmaine, who was sitting down, almost stood up in shock. Mark's next destination after getting out of this place was Charmaine's house. The reason to that was to pick up her younger sister. And Fiance, it was another private subdivision in front of the private subdivision where Charmaine's house was located. Chapter 82 Day 3, 9:10 a.m. Bakor City Hall 4th floor, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakor City, Cavite. The congresswoman did not see any change in Mark's expression, but she noticed the shock in Charmaine's face after she said the name of the subdivision. Is something wrong? To her question, Mark decided to be frank. He also knew that Charmaine's expression gave it away. That place is just in front of the subdivision where her house is. Is that so? Wait, you two are siblings, right? Revolt, the congresswoman asked, which made Mark annoyed. Why are you asking about something private? I apologize. I just grew curious. Though, I think I get the picture here. Madame Laney looked at Mark and Charmaine alternately. As Mark felt what she was thinking about, he said, You are thinking about it too much. Yes, we are not biological siblings. So what? You should stop thinking about unnecessary things. Seriously? Women, Mark wanted to add, but just voiced it in his mind. What do you think? Will you escort us there? If there are people you need to find there, I can tell my men to find them. Are you saying that you will just let the people under your jurisdiction suffer just because I declined? No, I did not say that. At least, if you agreed to help us, I can make taking care of those people a priority. Going back to the whole conversation, Mark could only think of one thing. Politicians were really cunning. However, he could not immediately decline this one. He looked at Charmaine and at her pleading look. He sighed. All right, if you people can find your own vehicles, then I can at least help you people out of this building. The eyes of everyone who heard him lightened. Mark swatted their expectations, though, as he said his piece to the congresswoman. Don't get your hopes up too much. I want you to help us find someone first and we'll talk later. We still have something else to do. And with that, Mark told Madame Laney about Charmaine's younger sister and her description before going toward the discussion about how to deal with the people in the police command center and the city health center. Asterisk 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 Day 3, 9:30 a.m. Bakor City Hall rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakor City, Cavite Mayor, Dewitt. Mark said as he stared at the drone flying above the rooftop of the city health center. On the rooftop of the health center, there were several people wearing dirty lab coats and uniforms. After the discussion with the congresswoman, Mark spent another 15 minutes to prepare and went back to the rooftop to commence the plan. Now, however, it was not just him and Abigail who was on the rooftop. Behind him, there were 3 policemen. One of the policemen was actually Chief Mallory, who volunteered to participate. The chief participating was actually on the favor to the plan. Out of all the members of the police, it was him who could create the most effect against the minds of the criminals. Using the drone, Mark told the people to go to the rooftop of the health center and used the same way he did to give the radio to Charmaine. One of the doctors just took the radio taped under the drone and let the drone fly away after Mark's signal. Hello, I'm Doctor. Now, Les, is what you said before true? We will get rescued from here, the doctor said towards the radio. Mark did not reply and handed his radio to the police chief to do the talking. Dr. Galvez, this is Police Chief Mallory. What this person said earlier is true. You people, there just needed to wait a bit more since we needed to retrieve the weapons in the station first. What the police chief said was heard by all the people behind Dr. Galvez. The nurses hugged each other with the others were jumping in joy. Finally, they would get away from this place. Thank you, Chief Mallory. Dr. Galvez voiced his gratitude. Don't thank me, Doctor. If not for this man beside me, it was all impossible to do. And this is a trade. You people are in the health center and you had all the medicine there. We can only proceed on helping you after you packed the medicine he needed. Hearing that, Dr. Galvez nodded. He already knew this fact. The drone, the radio, and that man that contacted them first did not belong to the government. That person would only help them with the proper payment. Chief, we'll gather everything we can get. What medicine does he want? Insulin, for those with type 2 diabetes. Do you have them in stock? There should be 5 bottles remaining. All right, I'll cut this conversation short. We have other urgent things to do. Then, Chief, we'll wait. The silhouettes of people at the City Hall rooftop retreated as Dr. Galvez put down the radio in his hand. He then shouted at the people behind him. Everyone, you heard it. Gather up everything. Food, medicine, and other necessary equipment we can carry. Pack up some injections and the insulin bottles in another container. We'll wait until they contact us again. They are our only ticket out of here." Everyone nodded and they all rushed back into the building. Back in the rooftop, Mark received the radio the chief returned to him. Now, it was time to deal with the people at the command center. Mark and the policemen deduced some of the possibilities they might encounter. First, if the criminals were armed. If that was the case, then it was likely that these people already ransacked the armory inside out. Then there was no reason to go to the first floor anymore, and the weapons and equipment might have been already stored in the higher floors. Second, it was the possibility of the criminals escaping. There were 4 ways for them to escape, 2 of which could lead to the criminals infiltrating the city hall out of desperation, while 1 would lead them escaping to the farmlands behind the compound, and the last one was more inclined to the policeman's favor, and it was if the criminals try to escape out to the front of the police station. The last one would surely lead to the criminals being killed by the infected. Due to the 2 escape routes, there were actually 6 policemen participating in this plan. 3 was with Mark, who would infiltrate the command center, and 3 who would guard the suspended pathway to the 4th floor of the city hall. They only need to shoot the criminals that would pass on the pathway, and there was no escape for them. As the start of the plan, Mark picked up a golf ball-sized debris from the rooftop. That up! That up! Mark's eyes squinted as he activated his adrenaline rush and concentrated it on his right arm. Along with his slightly strengthened body, he threw the debris toward the window of the command center's top floor. Fresh! The pieces of windows scattered into the room and onto the pavement below. The stone Mark threw was to create an impact to the minds of the scouts watching them. This was not a stealth mission. The criminals had long seen their group, and Mark was sure that these guys also saw him before. Earlier, when he detected these criminals, there was only 1 person guarding the top floor, but now there were several of them. Mark was sure that these guys were alerted to his existence. If that was the case, then just burst into the front line and straightly deal with these people. After shattering the windows, Mark turned to the chief. It was his turn. "All of you convicts inside the station, surrender yourselves to the police." The chief shouted toward the building. Mark scanned the building and felt the people inside the command center being intimidated after Chief Mallory shouted. However, there were a few people who did not seem to be affected. Mark could hear a faint shouting inside the building, and the intimidation was alleviated to those people that were affected. It seemed that there was someone who was leading the bunch of society's scums. Mark turned to Gail. "Gail, how about having a contest with Papa?" Abigail looked at him confused. The 3 policemen beside them also felt the same and perked their ears at the conversation of the father and daughter. "Papa, what contest?" Abigail tilted her head cutely. "Let's see who will defeat more of those bad guys there." The policemen were floored after hearing that. "Mark, what a saying to your daughter?" The chief could not help but ask. However, the 2 in question just glanced at him and ignored his question. "Then Papa, if I win, I want a present." "What present do you want?" "I will tell Papa later." "Oh right, then if I win?" The little girl was seriously thinking. Mark ruffled her hair and smiled. "Just give Papa a hug if I win then." Gail nodded while smiling. The policeman did not know what to say about the conversation of the 2. Of course the father would win. What could a little girl do in this situation anyway? Mark looked at the command center, then at Chief Mallory. "There are movements inside. We're starting. You guys just need to provide cover." After saying that, Mark had drawn his pistol and jumped onto the roof of the suspended pathway with Abigail following behind him. He reached into his collar and played the music on his phone. Another battle song was played. Mark's heartbeat pumped faster as his adrenaline level rose higher. His eyes turned sharper and concentration had risen by several levels. The chief was shocked as Abigail followed her father and tried to grab her. It was a dangerous situation after all, and not a place for a little girl to participate into. However, with Abigail's speed, would he be able to catch the little girl? Of course not. "Keith, what are we going to do?" one of the policemen asked. "Damn it, stick to the plan. Provide cover." The policemen took out their pistols and aimed at the windows of the command center. If there were anyone who would try to peek out of the window, they would shoot. However, when the 3 looked at the Mark and Abigail, they became slack-jawed. Plus, the 2 was already just a few steps away from the building. TSST. Mark made 2 shots with his silenced pistol, and 2 criminals who had guns that tried to peek out of the window were silenced forever. It seemed that not only the police failed to react to the father and daughter's movements, even the scouts at the front rooms of the command center were dumbfounded. Mark squinted as he felt movements on rooftop of the command center. It seemed that there were still others who could keep up with the situation. Several people went up to the roof. Some of them were even holding riot shields and wearing police helmets. Abigail saw them. With a single kick on the roof of the pathway, the little girl turned into a red blur and jumped onto the rooftop before charging toward the bad men that just came out. Abigail kicked the surface the riot shield one of the criminals were holding, blasting him away to the wall, and directly fell unconscious. The shootout between the two groups started. The scouts finally reacted and tried to shoot Mark, who was still running on the roof of the pathway, but they were pushed back into hiding as the police started shooting them. Several of the scouts were even killed, but not by the shots the policemen made, but by Mark, who was closer. What in the world are they? The policemen were both amazed and dumbfounded. While they were providing cover, they saw everything. The little girl, who they thought was just a distraction and needed to be protected, actually jumped several meters away onto the rooftop of the command center and kicked one of the criminals unconscious. Furthermore, the criminal was actually a burly middle-aged man who was even equipped with a riot shield and a helmet. Mark, on the other hand, might not look too eye-catching, but as the police who were experienced in this field, how could they not notice that Mark was already aiming at the criminal's direction before they could even poke their head out? Although not all his shots were accurate, half of the shots he made killed a single person per bullet. Seeing the performance of the two, the chief remembered their contact with the police branch that secured firearms. It dawned into him, his father and daughter might be the same as that person there. People who gained superhuman abilities. Chapter 83 Day 3, 9:35 a.m. Bangor City Police Command Center Rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bangor City, Cavite Bang. A group of 7 inmates were scrambling around. 5 of them were firing pistols while 2 held a riot shield and a police baton. The men with guns were firing indiscriminately in panic. In their front, a red blur could be seen agilely dodging a gunshots. One of them had the clip of his pistol empty as he heard the clicking sound twice while trying to fire his gun. That moment, the red blur charged straight at him. As the blur was charging straight, he could see the figure more clearer. It was a little girl. His eyes dilated. What kind of monster was this? This was no little girl at all. After that split second that he realized what they were fighting with, inmate's eyes went black. He received a kick on his forehead without being able to react, and his neck bent backwards. One of them died just like that. The remaining criminals became frenzied. What was happening? They had no idea at all. When the kick connected, there was a split second that they saw a little girl with a red frilled dress with her foot planted at the forehead of their comrade. The next thing they knew was that the neck of their comrade was bent at an unnatural angle before his body flew to the wall behind them. The little girl turned into a blur once more and retreated. TSST! One of the men who were shooting at the little girl fell down. There was a hole on his temple and was bleeding profusely. On the roof of the suspended pathway, Mark immediately jumped back after shooting one of the inmates that was shooting his daughter. A shot bore a hole at the place he was standing before he jumped. TSST! The person who shot him just now fell with a hole on his forehead. Mark was pissed. Those bunch of fools were actually ganging up on Abigail. He holstered his pistol and pulled up the assault rifle on his side. He was using the pistol as the M16 was a gun not suitable for sprinting, harder to aim, and not suitable for narrow spaces. However, he stopped caring anymore. He switched the M16 into full auto and rained half a clip of ammo at the group Abigail was fighting with. The men with guns immediately fell, and one with the shield soon followed. One guy managed to react in time and blocked the barrage of bullets with the riot shield. However, was he safe? Oh! With a crack, his neck bent as a foot of a little girl made contact with the right side of his face. Abigail landed on the rooftop after giving that vicious kick. She looked at the dead men, then looked at her papa. She was displeased and shouted, "Hada, these bad guys are mine." TSST! Mark shot another inmate that tried to shoot him from the window. He looked at Abigail and said, "You took too long killing them." Papa bat. Hiya FT. Alright, add those guys to your score. Hearing that, the little girl calmed down. It looked like she wanted the present more than actually doing the killing. Even if she was like this, she was still a little girl. Children always loved to receive presents from their parents. On the rooftop of the city hall, the chief and his 2 subordinates did not know what to say after hearing the conversation of the father and daughter. The 2 were more savage than those criminals. However, they also received a lingering fear from the 2. They were not human at all. It was better for them to not offend these monsters, or they would not even know how they died. We need to report this to Madam later, Chief Mallory said, making his subordinates nod helplessly. The sounds of guns firing stopped. It was not because the criminals were already wiped out, but because the remaining inmates retreated inside. By the looks of it, the one who was leading the criminals deemed the situation dangerous and started to focus on defense. The scouts were wiped out. The group on the rooftop was the same. Mark jumped onto the rooftop and joined Abigail, who was looking down while spreading her fingers one by one. Mark almost laughed. The little girl was having a hard time counting her score. Mark looked down by his feet. He spread his detection area below and felt the remaining criminals gathering and preparing an ambush in several rooms. Counting how many was killed, the scouts were 9 people while there were 8 here. The total they killed was 17. There were still 6 inside along with the leader-like figure of the criminals. Killing them was very easy to Mark since there was cover fire from behind provided by the 3 policemen. If not, it would be a lot harder and more dangerous. The scouts did not dare to poke their heads at the same time, which gave him the leeway to pick on the limited number of heads poking out. Still, it was really unfair to these criminals. While they needed to aim at their target outside, the person outside was already anticipating their movements. It was like playing a shooting arcade to Mark, where enemies who had shots that would hit him would be showing a red marker. To him, however, there was a sudden surge of emotional fluctuations to those people who was planning to shoot, making it easier for him to detect where the shot would come from. It was real-life hacking. A real-life wall hack. Mark looked at Abigail, who finished counting her score. While he had a wall hack, this girl injected a speed hack into the game called real life, dodging 5 people shooting pistols at her, and she was left unscathed. That feat could not be replicated by anyone. Huh? Mark was confused and suddenly looked at a far direction. He detected 2 more people in the furthest room of the command center. Their emotional fluctuation was very weak. It should be the reason why he did not detect them earlier. However, Mark also felt pity on the 2 he just detected. The emotion that was enveloping the 2 was despair. Considering the possibilities, those 2 should be women, and they were here stuck with a group of animals in human skin. It was very easy to tell what happened to the 2. As the gunfight died down, the 3 policemen caught up to the father and daughter standing on the rooftop. Chief Mallory and Abigail noticed that there was something wrong as Mark was blankly looking at a certain direction. "Papa, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Mark shook his head, as if he would narrate what he just deduced to a little girl. Chief Mallory approached the 2. "Mark, there should be some of those scums remaining inside, right? What are your plans?" To the chief's view, blindly charging inside was a bad idea. There were too many rooms inside the command center. They would not know where these criminals would be hiding. Of course, he would never think that Mark already determined the locations of those guys. Mark heard his question, but he did not reply and looked at the chief in confusion. "I'm surprised. You're not going to ask anything about us?" The chief smiled bitterly. "I won't bother. I don't think that you will answer anyway." Mark laughed. At least this person knew what to ask and what was not. "About your question, we'll just bust in." "What?" "It will be dangerous without a concrete plan. Who knows where those bastards would be hiding? You don't have to worry about that. Just follow behind us." With that, Mark turned around and drew his pistol once more. The inside of the police station would be narrow, and using an assault rifle, and there was a foolish idea unless they arrive at the main hallways, which would be unlikely. The criminals were hiding not far from them after all. He entered into then command center with Abigail and the 3 policemen behind him. They were greeted with a flight of stairs leading to the 3rd floor of the command center. Reaching the 3rd floor, Mark led the group toward the western side of the hallway. He then stopped in front of one of the doors. The chief knew that this was one of the offices his late subordinates used. He felt remorse as he knew that the subordinates he was mingling with in the past days was now gone. However, now was not the time to mourn about the dead. They were here to deal with the trash of the society. TSSD! Mark shot the lock of the door and kicked the door open. Thud! Lit! Several gunshots echoed, making the policeman step back and find cover. Mark also hid beside the wall, but he was not as panicked as the policeman. Abigail was remaining calm as ever and charged inside without waiting for her papa's instruction. The next thing they heard was a scream and sounds of things breaking before Abigail walked out like it was nothing. Mark wanted to reprimand the little girl for charging in like that, but decided to do it later. He turned around without checking the inside of the room and proceeded along the hallway. The 3 policemen could not help but become curious. What the policeman saw was an inmate with a broken neck lying on a broken wooden table. The chief shook his head. He knew that they were really not needed here. Since that was the case, he sent his 2 subordinates to go back and collect the guns and equipment that the dead inmates used. He was the only policeman that continued to follow Mark. Mark checked several rooms. It looked like he was just choosing random rooms, but in every room he chose, there was someone hiding inside. It happened 5 times and only 1 person was left. Mark frowned though. The last person was running into the furthest room where the 2 women he detected were detained. Chief Mallory, the last one, is going to get hostages. What do you want to do? The chief was shocked. Hostages? Can you save them? You know that I always ask for payment if it comes to saving lives, right? Though, could you be even just a bit compassionate? The chief cursed in his heart. Can we talk about that later? It's not like we can escape from you, right? All right. Mark rushed toward the end of the hallway and into the last room. The door was not locked and it looked like it was deliberately left open. Mark kicked the door open and the scene inside was revealed to them. Mark immediately pulled the little girl out of the view and prevented her from seeing the scene. Yo, stay here, all right. Don't peek inside. The bad guy there is mine. Seeing his serious eyes, the little girl nodded. This little girl was very sensible compared to other children of her age. She knew that what was inside was not for her to see. She went to the side of the hallway and sat on the corner. Mark and Chief Mallory entered the room. It was one of the resting rooms in the station. There were several bunker beds here. However, the nauseating smell of male's juice was suffocating. At the end of the room, there was a fat man holding two naked women at gunpoint. Welcome, Chief! The fat man smiled sarcastically and sinisterly at the chief before turning to Mark. Edu, what are you? There's also that little monster. What are you bastards? You ruined all my plans. Damn you F***seekers. The fat man cursed while pointing his gun at Mark. However, the person in question did not even react and just stared at him. The fat man was dumbfounded as he saw Mark stare. Mark was looking at him like he was looking at a dead person. Duff, why are you looking at me like that? You think you can shoot me without killing these two bitches? Just try. To his provocation, Mark did not answer but let out a sinister smile. He holstered his pistol under the shocked eyes of the fat man and the chief. What are you doing? The chief asked in panic. Mark did not answer me. Haha, you chose to surrender because of these whores? This will be your end. However, Mark's smile did not diminish. He raised his right open palm toward the fat man. Are you crazy? What do you think UF***ucker is doing? But then, he choked. He lost grip of his gun and the gun fell to the ground. He even let go of the two women he was holding. His body shook. His eyes, ears and nose started to bleed. He felt pain in his head as if it was going to split apart. At the last moment, he tried to look at Mark. Mark was still pointing his open palm at the fat man while letting out a sinister smile. However, his eyes were now glowing red. With that last horrifying scene in his mind, the fat man fell unconscious. Chapter 84 Day 3, 10:07 a.m. Baykor City Hall 4th floor. Mayor's Office, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baykor City. Cavite Chief Mallory sat in front of the mayor's desk as he just finished reporting everything that happened at the command center. On the other end of the desk, the Congresswoman of District 2 Baykor, Madam Lainey Villa, was massaging her temples with an exhausted look on her face. The report she just received was very hard to swallow. The escaped inmates were wiped out. That was a good thing, as these people would only add fuel to the fire created by the apocalypse. The problem, however, was that the cause of it was just a pair of a father and a daughter. Furthermore, the daughter was just a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. There were also the non-human abilities the two displayed during the confrontation with the inmates. Specifically, the abnormal speed the little girl had and that mysterious ability Mark used to deal with the most notorious man among the inmates. It was lucky that she did not push her chances too much in front of Mark. Garcia would be in trouble later, Madam Laney muttered, and the police chief agreed to what she said. Garcia was the businessman who offended Mark. Thinking about it, Mark did not say anything about forgiving the man. He just talked along the lines of not attracting the infected to avoid the innocent from getting implicated. You should stop thinking about it, madam. If Mark really wanted to make a move against Garcia, we won't be able to do anything but watch. Are you obnoxious? Seemed the Kaiserwoman sighed after she heard that. About the weapons and equipment, how was it divided? Mark just took a third of the guns and ammunition. The grenades were divided in half. He took 3 riot shields and 5 helmets and the rest are left to us. About the radios, he really did not take even a single unit. It is the same with the batons. I doubt that those batons would be of use even to us. The chief smiled bitterly. I think the same. I just brought those back just in case that there would be a need to it. What aid? Firewood. Chief Mallory did not answer and Madam Laney continued. Still, I'm surprised that he did not take majority of the guns and ammunition. He probably had his reasons. Asterisk. Inside the reception area, Mark sat with his legs crossed beside Charmaine while hugging Abigail. As an empath, he could subconsciously absorb the energy emitted by the emotions of other people. And of course, he could also do it consciously. The reason he was hugging Abigail at this moment was because she was emitting a faint bloodlust after wiping out the criminals in the police command center. To describe the little girl's situation, it was like an animal that was emitting a dangerous intent after slaughtering their prey and witnessing blood. Since that was the case, Mark hugged her and was currently absorbing her bloodlust while channeling the calming energy he had. Big bro, your nose? Charmaine noticed blood dripping from his nose again and wiped it. Thanks. His nose started to bleed after using a mental pierce on that fat criminal a few minutes ago. Though the bleeding was not much, it had not stopped even now. It seemed that he received a backlash after using the ability and losing a bit of control. Even if he managed to practice it, fully controlling the ability was still far away. Still, the progress he had in training this ability was way smoother compared to learning to control his adrenaline, which lasted several years. He looked at his hand. He found that it was easier to direct the energy by channeling it to his arms and hand and releasing the energy to where his hand was facing. He wished that he would master it sooner so that he would not look like some guy with a delusional syndrome every time he used it. Mark looked at the bag of weapons, ammunition, and equipment tied up together beside him. He actually wanted more of these, but it would not fit anymore inside the van. Furthermore, he only wanted to add some variety to his arsenal. After all, just like why he used the pistol instead of the assault rifle inside the command center, every situation had a suitable weapon to use. A person passed and stopped in front of them. She was one of the survivors here that was tasked to cook rice porridge. She placed 3 bowls of porridge in front of Mark and Charmaine and retreated. On the other side of the reception hall, the other survivors were relishing their first meal in the past 2 days. The ingredients used to cook this porridge were actually of low quality, as it was the ingredients used to cook food for the detained inmates of the police station. The chief decided to also retrieve these ingredients from the command center along with some cooking tools and utensils. Despite the low quality and cheap ingredients, looking at the face of the survivors, it looked like that the bland porridge was on par with a restaurant cuisine. Mark tried to taste the porridge. I was not bad, but quite salty. Charmaine on the side, however, started to devour the bowl of porridge. Don't eat too much. I know, bro. Mark started to feed Abigail. The little girl ate the porridge without saying anything. She did not seem to be picky about food. He thought about their anticlimactic battle against the criminals. It seemed that he overestimated them. They did not even put up a proper fight. It was like those corny action movies where the enemies were blindly coming for the protagonist just to be shut down. It slipped far from Mark's mind that their flawless victory was attributed to them and their superhuman abilities overpowering the group of criminals. At least, it did not become a troublesome matter. Few minutes passed. At the moment, Mark was thinking of a way to rescue the people at the health center. It was lucky for those people that the mutated woodman seemed to have no interest in attacking them and was busy of looking up at the strange fruit on the huge tree. The only way Mark could think right now was to lure the infected toward the street and make those people slip through the back of the building into the outside of the compound. They could traverse the farmland behind the compound and use the emergency exit behind the police command center. He tried to think of other ways, but that was the only possible plan. They also needed to get rid of the infected that came flocking toward the police command center due to the noise the gunfight made. That funny screaming infected would be crucial to this. Mark just wished that that infected was still around. No, that infected should be around. Mark was sure of that. He had been noticing it, but the infected seemed to be attracted around places where survivors dwelled. The more survivors hiding in the place, the more infected was wandering around. It was the same in the mall and was also the same here, though the infected did not seem to pinpoint where the survivors were staying. After eating, Mark met up with the chief and the congresswoman and discussed his plans with them. The two seemed to be apprehensive about his plan. However, they could not think of another and better plan either, and thus they decided on how to execute and allocate the roles everyone should take on. This time, all the policemen and the bodyguards was decided to participate. Even the 2 bodyguards of the businessman were not an exception. The businessman was actually against his bodyguards participating, but still conceded when he was warned for not contributing to the group and being a baggage to everyone. For this plan, Mark, Abigail, and Chief Mallory and his subordinates would be the one to fetch the people at the health center, while the bodyguards would go to the northern side of the roof to create a distraction and attract the infected away from the rescue group. During a whole discussion, Mark could not help but notice. The two were very careful of their words to him. They were afraid that they would offend him in any way. Day 3, 10:42 a.m. Baycore City Hall rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baycore City, Kabite. A group of people was wandering around the rooftop. 7 people were wearing suits. 6 were wearing police uniforms. With Mark, Abigail, and Madame Laney added, there were 16 people participating in his plan. Actually, the chief and the congresswoman did not really need to participate in this, but it seemed that they wanted to show Mark their sincerity. Mark did not stop them and just let them do what they wanted. Mark looked at the long metal poles by his feet. It was the metal poles that were on the rooftop of the command center earlier. It looked like the chief and his men did not slack when he asked for these. After rescuing those people in the health center, he would proceed and take that fruit up there. The other people were also interested in that fruit as they saw the golden glow it exudes, but no one tried to make him move as Mark already declared his claim for it. After a little more preparation, they started the plan. The bodyguards at the north started shooting the infected on the street. They planned to make it like that to strike two birds with one stone. While they were killing the infected and thinning their numbers, they would also accomplish luring the others away from the rescue group. When the shootout at the northern part of the rooftop started, the rescue group at the south also made their move. Mark and his group waited for most of the infected to leave and went down to the back of the command center. They went around the back of the compound and made their way toward the back of the health center. Along the way, Mark was the only person who shot the incoming infected as the weapons the police had were not silenced. It was not because their station was under-equipped, but because the inmates that took out the weapons from the armory did not seem to have the idea to also bring the gun suppressors and left the equipment at the armory that was brimming with the infected. It was still fine though, as the number of straggling infected was not large. The policemen were also trained for close-quarter combat and was able to handle the infected without getting bitten. It was another issue if they got surrounded, however. Abigail also played an important role on killing the remaining infected, making the jaws of the policemen that did not participate in dealing with the criminals slack-jawed. She was even more efficient than these large-bodied men. Well, not all of them were large-bodied, since two of the policemen were large-bellied. When they arrived behind the health center, the survivors inside that was informed through the radio before and was already waiting with excitement. They were carrying numerous bags and equipment. Some of the policemen went and carried the items. Everything was going smoothly and as planned. Everyone was in high spirits. Until Chief Mallory saw Mark staring blankly again. He had a bad premonition. "Mark, what's wrong?" Mark looked at him. "Why don't you listen?" Hearing what Mark said, the chief strained his ears, but what he could only hear were gunshots that were being fired indiscriminately. It should be the gunshots coming from the bodyguard that were luring the infected away. Then he froze as it registered into his brain. The gunshots were being fired indiscriminately, as if the people shooting were panicking. He then heard Mark once more. "We should hurry. Something is not right." The chief nodded and ordered his men to hurry up. They all picked up their pace. Chapter 85, Day 3, 10:42 a.m. Behind Bakewar City Hall compound, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakewar City, Cavite. Observing the sounds of the gunshots, Mark deemed that something dangerous was happening at the rooftop. Was it another mutated infected? The possibility was very high. He remembered the one that attacked Bernard's group on the rooftop of the mall. When the thought of Bernard and Calvin came into his mind, he felt some bad premonition. However, he had no time to dwell on this feeling at the moment. He hurriedly picked up the radio. "Mayor, check on what is happening on the rooftop." "Yes." May's reply came in from the radio. The drone that was flying just above Mark flew up higher and made its way above the city health center. "Let's go," Mark said to the chief. The police went into formation. They positioned themselves around the survivors that came from the health center. All the members of the police all brought riot shields with them, making them the perfect shield for the survivors at the current situation. They all moved in an orderly fashion. They wanted to hurry up even more, but were not able to do so. Among the survivors they saved, 2 were heavily injured and was barely able to walk. To talk about running with them is impossible. Soon, Mark's radio vibrated. "Yeah, they are fighting something on the rooftop." "What something? Another mutated infected?" "No, we can't see it clearly, but not an infected. It looked like an animal." "Wait, I see it. It's a *****. Several minutes ago, Madame Laney, as in charge of command, led the group of bodyguards to lure the infected towards their area of jurisdiction. The plan was going smoothly, and as trained professional bodyguards, their shots were even more accurate than most low people in the police and the military. The street below them was being littered by numerous bodies of dead infected. They also found the screaming infected Mark saw ago, and they followed his instructions upon seeing the infected. They did not kill it directly and just shot it at the non-vital parts of its body. The infected screamed and lured more infected around as they expected. However, it disrupted their momentum. The voice of the infected was too awful to the ears that even the always serious-looking bodyguards were tickled to their bones. They only forced themselves not to laugh as the congresswoman was watching them. The corner of Madame Laney's lips also twitched when she heard the scream. She could see that the performance of the bodyguards were lessened. "Stop giggling like high school girls and concentrate on your work," she yelled, making the men all stiff. The congresswoman was a very nice person, but it was the opposite when she got angry. After that, the continuation of the plan went smoothly again. It was too smooth that if Mark was here, he would feel that something was amiss. However, the man in question was not here and was with the rescue team. By the time that the rescue team finished helping the survivors make their way out of the health center, the dilemma started on the group at the rooftop. The bodyguards saw a black shadow running along the street, agilely dodging the infected. One of the infected confronted the shadow, but with a swipe of the shadow, the head of the infected flew away along with the splash of blood. It was then that the people by the rooftop saw what the shadow was. The shadow was actually a cat, a house cat with striped black, gray, and white fur about the size of panther. The large cat noticed them and its slit-shaped eyes stared at them who were on the rooftop. Everyone felt the hair on their bodies raise up and their backs were covered in cold sweat. Two of the guards immediately retreated and went toward the congresswoman. "Madam, we need you to return. It won't be simple this time." Madam Laney, who also felt the threat, could only nod and follow her bodyguard's request. However, before the two bodyguards was able to escort her away, another two bodyguards retreated and started to run away. The other people were dumbfounded. Madam Laney saw the two, and it was Garcia's two bodyguards. Madam Laney was about to order them to return to their post, but she was disrupted by a sudden series of gunfires. "Nada, go inside!" Another bodyguard who was shooting frantically shouted without regards to respect or superiority in ranks. It was because the situation suddenly became dangerous. The two cowards retreated because the huge cat on the streets started to make its way towards them. It used the broken suspended pathway as a bridge. It agilely climbed up the dangling foundation and jumped onto the twisted roof of the pathway. "Roy, Andrew, bring the madam back inside. Leave this to us." With that, the two bodyguards that warned the congresswoman first escorted her back inside in a hurry while the other three bodyguards stayed to confront the beast. Before the rooftop was out of the view of the congresswoman, she saw the large cat reach the rooftop unscathed despite the barrage of gunfire her bodyguard made. The three bodyguards that stayed put up a good fight. When the cat finally climbed up to the rooftop with a huge leap, they immediately retreated. "You two, maintain your concentration. Keep support on each other or else we'll perish here." "All right, got it." The three brave bodyguards confronted the beast. They cut of it. During those moments, the bodyguard who was being attacked would try to dodge with all their might in order to keep up with the beast's speed. The three bodyguards and the huge car were at a stalemate. However, that state did not last too long. Due to difference in strength, speed, and stamina coupled with the fact that the bodyguards were undernourished these past 2 days, the first injury was received. The cat charged toward the leading guard and swiped its claws. The guard tried to jump back to dodge, but the claws of the cat managed to reach his left arm. The sleeve of his suit was torn and 3 bleeding gashes appeared on his arm. The beast wanted to attack the bodyguard once more, but it just became an opportunity to the injured guard as the cat stopped in front of him. And during the pain on his wounds, he suddenly pulled and pointed his gun forward and shot. The cat was caught off guard and tried to dodge. The cat jumped away and was not hit by the shot directly, but the shot still scraped some of its fur on its right front leg and also left a painful abrasion. The huge cat retreated and let out a painful howl. However, its fighting capability did not plummet but rose instead. It became angry due to receiving an injury from these puny humans. The cat attacked once more and the momentum of its attack was higher. Soon, the 3 bodyguards were all covered with wounds on their bodies. One of them was even clutching his wounded eye and face while gritting his teeth in pain. They knew that this was it. One of the 3 was already blinded while another could not even stand anymore as a large wound just below his right knee was visible. The last man was still standing, but that was it. Both his arms were wounded and he was not able to attack or anymore. Even if he could still run, he was sure that this beast could catch up to him. The 3 were not in a condition to fight anymore and was only able to avoid not getting killed by supporting each other during dangerous times and forcing the beast to retreat. At this moment, however, not only their bodies but their guns also gave up. They used up all their ammunition. This was the end for them. The huge cat charged once more. It was toward the bodyguard with injured leg. The man being attacked felt helpless and could only close his eyes in despair while he waited for his death. Mark and Abigail separated from the group after reaching the police command center. The 2 directly went to the rooftop while the policemen and the survivors entered the 3rd floor. However, the survivors from the health center would not be escorted to the city hall anymore and would stay here in the command center. The policemen, on the other hand, would escort the people in the city hall toward the command center. The city hall was not safe anymore. No, even right at the moment that the huge tree sprouted, the city hall was a dangerous place already. With the state of the building where it looked like it had been devastated by a strong earthquake, it might collapse at any moment. The survivors there only stayed because they had no other place to go to. Now that the two upper floors of the command center were secured, the survivors there could now be relocated. The priority to be escorted out was the Congresswoman and Charmaine, while the other survivors were next on the line. The lowest on the priority, however, was the businessman, Garcia, and his bodyguards. He was furious. The policemen did not even bother about him. No, it was not that they did not bother about him. They were looking at him from time to time. However, their eyes were filled with disdain. The Congresswoman and the two bodyguards with her were also the same. What happened? He was confused. Was it because he ordered his bodyguards to retreat once danger arose? Oh, none of them should have known anything about it. If there was to be blamed here, then it would just be his bodyguards, since no one knew about his orders. He was left out in the dark, but could not do anything. If he tried to go against the Congresswoman and the police chief, he would be branded as an enemy. He could only follow the procedures while gritting his teeth in anger. Garcia did not know that his order to his men was not leaked. Even the Congresswoman had suspicions, but were still not proven. The policemen and the Congresswoman were behaving like this due to the actions his bodyguards made, and also due to Mark. He offended him earlier and did not want to mingle with him anymore. His sin count was growing in numbers time and time again, that he was starting to become the enemy of everyone here, especially the Congresswoman. She received the news from the chief when he arrived. However, she held her anger inside. Now was not the time to create more conflict with the group. The father and daughter duo arrived at the rooftop of the city hall. They saw the mutilated bodies of the three bodyguards that stayed to fight the huge cat. Mark already expected this scene, as May continuously relayed what was happening at the rooftop from the time that the Congresswoman was escorted back inside to the time that the life of the last bodyguard was taken by the beast. The confrontation between the bodyguards and the huge cat only lasted for several minutes, and there was no way for Mark and Abigail to arrive here on time to aid them. Before the rescue team could even reach the police command center, the three bodyguards had already died. And the culprit? It was now on a branch of the huge tree. It was no question what that beast was up to. It was also after the fruit on the tree. However, it seemed that it perceived the existence of Mark and Abigail, that it stopped moving while staring at the two. Staring at the huge house cat, Mark remembered the information disclosed by the military. Everyone had the chance to evolve, but animals and plants would evolve faster. This huge cat and the huge tree in front of them right now was the prime examples of those circumstances. Though, a loud sound could be heard from the northern side of the rooftop, making everyone on the rooftop look over that direction. A few seconds later, a large bushy tree could be seen emerging from the unseen part of the building. It was that large mutated woodman. Just like how the huge cat climbed up to the rooftop, the woodman followed. Mark found it troublesome in many ways. It seemed that the infected were starting to learn methods to hunt their prey. If this mutated infected was able to learn how to climb accessible places, then how about the others? But that was not the problem at this situation. All the beings here right now on the rooftop was after a single thing. It was the golden fruit on the huge tree. Chapter 86, Day 3, 10:42 a.m. Baycore City Hall Rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baycore City, Cavite. While the mutated woodman was struggling to climb up and Abigail was having a staring contest with a huge cat on the branch of the huge tree, Mark was fiddling with his phone and could be heard murmuring, "Domlin, Swordlin, a night, storm, and fire." Mark was organizing his music playlist. As everyone was at a standstill and the mutant woodman had not climbed to the rooftop yet, he had enough time to select which songs would be suitable for the incoming fight. Why did he not start the fight immediately? It was because the survivors at the floor below had not finished evacuating from the city hall yet. While he was fiddling with his phone, he was actually scanning the floor below. Once the last survivor inside left, he would start attacking. Once the fight started, he did not know how long the building would be able to handle it. It was not because of him, the huge cat, nor Abigail. One minor reason was the woodman, its weight and strength, but the major reason was the huge tree in front of them. It should be in a sleeping state, but would it get disturbed once the battle between non-humans started? It was very likely that it would. Once that happened, it was likely for the building to collapse. While Mark was arranging the songs on his phone, the last person inside the city hall left and the mutant woodman finally climbed to the rooftop almost at the same time. Mark immediately played the first song and stored his phone onto one of the pockets on his belt. After the mutant woodman climbed up, it displayed the common trait of every infected. It was to charge at their target. Every step of its heavy wooden feet created a mild tremor on the rooftop as it made its way as fast as it could, and the person it was charging towards was actually Mark. Mark looked at the approaching infected and then toward the huge cat that was not making any moves nor having the notion of snatching the fruit in front of it. It was strange, but it was a situation to Mark's favor if he would know. It was a cat and a bigger mutation of a house cat. Just the speed of a normal cat was already hard to predict and react to, then how about this cat in front of them? It would have a speed that was several times faster. Gale, guard that huge cat. Can you do it? Leave that large guy to me. Looking at her papa, Abigail nodded. This was the most reasonable tactics. Only her speed would be able to react to the speed the cat could display. Actually, Mark could just abandon the intention to fight and just evacuate the area along with the survivors as planned. However, his otaku instincts pushed him to not give up the fruit unless there was no other choice left. The fruit with golden color was very mysterious. From what Odalina said before, this fruit would benefit them. Then, it was a must to contest for it. There was also the feeling that it would not turn out to be a good situation if this huge cat or this mutant woodman was the ones to get the fruit. Leaving the little girl and the huge cat on their staring contest, Mark did not wait for the woodman to arrive and charged towards it. Mark did not activate his adrenaline rush and decided to confront the mutant woodman in a normal combat. It was not because he did not want to, but because there was no need to. The woodman was large and strong, but its weakness was its very stiff movements and very slow speed. If it was put in video games, this kind of creature was only suitable in attacking buildings of enemies. It was more of a tank than an attacker. As Mark arrived near it, the woodman swung its huge wooden arm down in an attempt to squish him. Mark dodged to the left, but the tremor on the rooftop slightly affected his footing and almost fell down. I need to be careful with the shaking. Mark had drawn the weapon he brought for this encounter. It was a standard-issue shotgun for the Philippine National Police, a Remington 870. From his experience with the woodmen when they arrived here, his M16 assault rifle and his Beretta 92 pistol did not have enough firepower to penetrate the skin of a normal woodman. What more to this mutated one? After dodging, he shot the infected. Freeth! Creaking noises sounded as pellets from the shotgun sprayed on the wooden body of the infected. As Mark expected, hitting the larger wooden body would not affect the infected. Still, he tried shooting the bullet in vulnerable body to test and also to attract it further. Choorish! The woodman swung its large wooden arm to swipe Mark away. Mark, on the other hand, already retreated away from the area of the attack. As a gamer, it was easy for him to pinpoint where its attacks were coming from. Every time it attacks, it would pull its arms away before attack, giving him the leeway to anticipate the attack and dodge. He would be an idiot if he got hit by this unless some unexpected situation happened. Mark shot again, but this time, the shot was aimed at the smaller humanoid figure dangling at the center of the large wooden body. It should be its true body. The body was hit and the pellets from the shotgun shell buffeted the body. However, that was it. The pellets only bore shallow holes on the tree bark skin of the woodman. The only thing noticeable was it actually retreated 2 steps backwards, making 2 loud banging sounds on the roof. Freeth! Well, darn it! Mark immediately retreated backwards. Those 2 unexpected steps of the woodman made the rooftop let out creaking noises. It would be dangerous if the roof suddenly collapsed. Thinking of a plan, Mark glanced behind him. His eyes lit up. He began to retreat toward the eastern side of the rooftop. What? It was the roof at the eastern part of the city hall was barely affected by the growth of the tree. It was the roof directly above the reception area where the survivors stayed before, and there were no noticeable cracks on this area of the roof. The infected that had just recovered from being shot charged more ferociously. Mark could not feel any emotional fluctuations from the infected, but the way it behaved showed that it was angered somehow. Its speed and strength even rose visibly. Jewish? No? The woodman slammed both its arms towards Mark that had already anticipated the attack. Mark agilely dodged, but his back was feeling cold after that attack. It was good that he already lured the woodman to the side. That attack just now should be able to demolish the area of the rooftop where they were fighting before. Mark ran toward the left of the woodman, trying to circle to its side. However, the woodman swiped its right arm towards its right, forcing Mark to retreat further and halting his intended attack. As it was not possible to circle it, Mark aimed his shotgun forward and shot the smaller body once more. But the shot did not hit the intended target. The left wooden arm of the woodman protected the true body from the shot. Damn it, this guy is learning things too fast. This woodman did not only learn how to climb. While fighting Mark, it was learning how to defend itself. As the fight was getting tougher, Mark remembered another video game where the players fight humongous beasts and defeat them. Was not his situation the same? Mark started to smile. The madman was starting to enjoy the fight. The circling to the right this time, Mark emptied the ammo of his shotgun before retreating. Since this guy was using its left arm to cover its true body, it was not able to swipe that arm when Mark circled to the right. Since you're learning how to defend, then remain on defending. The true body was hit by 2 of the shots. A large number of holes were created at the true body of the woodman. It stumbled backwards several times, causing mild tremors on the rooftop. Using the time that it was pushed away, Mark hurriedly reloaded the shotgun and charged once more. He was not going to give the woodman another chance to attack. Mark shot twice. One was blocked while the other hit the true body once more. The woodman retreated further. If it continued to retreat like that, Mark could push it to the edge of the rooftop and make it fall. Still, would that be easy? Mark suddenly looked at the area under the huge tree. The huge cat finally made a move. Mark could see 2 blurred shadows chasing each other around the trunk. He had a bad feeling as he saw their movements. Well shit! By the looks of it, he was also the target of the huge cat and Abigail was preventing it from moving towards him. He needed to deal with the woodman fast. However, when he looked back toward the woodman, he was stunned. The wooden body of the woodman slowly opened up and a hole swallowed its true body and closed up immediately. Now, the woodman looked totally like a treant. What am I going to shoot now? Mark smiled bitterly. He reached out to his belt and took out a small cork-sealed glass vase about the size of his palm. It contained clear liquid inside. Flipping his belt, he had 5 of these glass vases. It was one of the things he prepared earlier after he decided to take that fruit. These glass bottles were from the mayor's office. These vases was put on a display cabinet there as decoration. As for the contents inside the vases, he was the one who filled the bottles. These bottles was actually saved for the huge tree in case that it woke up and sudden situations arose from it, but he had not thought that he would need to use one on this woodman. After swallowing the true body inside its large wooden body, it charged at Mark once more. Do it! Mark immediately jumped back as the woodman smashed its arms from above towards Mark again. The roof shook once more. After the attack, the woodman raised its arms once more to attack. At that moment, Mark actually charged forward at an inhumane speed and had thrown the glass vase in his hand toward the part of the body of the woodman where the true body was swallowed. The vase smashed, spilling its contents on the body of the woodman. After the vase was thrown, Mark used the same speed to retreat as the arms of the woodman swung down once more. Full adrenaline rush concentrated on his feet. He finally decided to use this ability. Added with the fact that his legs were the most evolved part of his body, his speed could not be compared from the time he fought the berserk Odalina. At the moment that the arms of the hit the roof, Mark charged once more while he took out an electronic lighter. The lighter had a thick rubber band tied on its igniter to make the igniter stuck once the lighter was lit. Mark pushed the igniter and the lighter immediately let out a small flame. The igniter was stuck by the rubber band and the fire was not extinguished even after Mark let go of the igniter. With that, the lighter was the next thing he threw toward the body of the woodman. A loud sound was heard as the part where the liquid from the vase was spilled immediately burst into flames. Since its body was made of wood, flame was the bane of it. The woodman started going berserk. It was struggling to put out the fire, but since it did not have elbows like humans, it could not reach the burning part of its body. It started to wildly swing its arms while trying to put out a fire. Still, the fire soon became weaker since the body of the woodman was not made of dried wood. If that was the case, Mark took out other vase and threw it, adding fuel to the fire. The liquid inside the vase was actually butane. It was the contents of the 2 butane spray Mark brought with him. He felt that it was a loss since these vases was for the huge tree and surely was not enough, but he needed to use up 2 vases for this guy. While the woodman was having a hard time putting out the fire, Mark gained the time to take a breather, but the situation did not let him to do so. His pupils dilated and he suddenly looked behind him. Howda, yet? Mark heard Abigail shouting. He could also hear May shouting from the radio in shock. When Mark turned around, he could see the claws of the huge cat approaching his face. Chapter 87, Day 3, 11:03 a.m., Bakewar City Hall Rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakewar City, Cavite. Mark could see the claws of huge cat coming closer from his left. The huge cat seemed to have slipped out of Abigail's interception and rushed towards him when he was concentrated on trying to burn the woodman despite its strong attacks. This feeling? It was similar to the time he encountered the first infected he killed in the mall. He was in the verge of death after a sudden ambush. His eyes dilated, but he did not panic, but his concentration heightened in that millisecond. Everything slowed down in his eyes as he heard Abigail and May's screams. Reflex. His heightened reflexes that were cultivated in playing fast-paced games kicked in once more. Mark made a step back with his left leg evading the initial contact. Without knowing and thinking about his movements, he bent his body backwards and did a fast back walkover with his left arm as support. Since the speed he did the tumble was too fast, he added another backflip to mitigate the impact his feet would receive upon stopping. He was surprised after the backflip. Mark did not know how he was able to do that move. His body moved subconsciously at the last second and he evaded the fatal attack. However, he did not get out of the situation unscathed. Since his right arm was holding the shotgun, the arm's movements were slower than the other parts of his body. The huge cat's claws managed to hit his arm. The sleeve of his jacket was torn and there was 4 bloody, centimeter-deep slits on his skin. The flesh of his arm could be seen as the slits tore through all the layers of his skin. The flesh was immediately covered behind the flow of blood dyeing his black jacket with a reddish hue and the blood started to drip on the roof. Mark saw the flow of blood on his arm but his face did not change at all. Yes, it was painful, but Mark was the kind of person that never displayed pain on his face for something like this. However, it would hard to use his arm like this. He looked at the assailant that attacked him. He smiled. It seemed the cat was confused on how he was able to dodge the attack it made. The huge cat recovered from its stupor and posed to charge at Mark once more, but its movements were cut off. With dilated eyes, it suddenly turned its head away from him and posed to dodge. Mark did not let it do what it wanted to. He did not need to look, but he knew that someone got angry at the moment. His eyes glowed red and he raised his wounded arm. Mental pierce. The energy composed of negative emotions flowed towards the unguarded mind of the cat. Its body froze and could only stare at the attack it was about to dodge that was humming towards it. Abigail stood several meters away from the tree while intently watching the huge kitty that was not really paying attention to her. Her papa already said it that this huge kitty was hers to guard. During the time her papa was intensely battling the mutated woodman, the huge kitty was watching her papa in confusion, as if it was thinking of something. After her papa started to get the upper hand on his fight with the woodman, the huge kitty started to make its way down to the tree. Its target was her papa. Abigail became sullen. This huge kitty must not disturb her papa's fight. Before the huge cat was able to land on the roof, the little girl already made her move. She anticipated where the cat would land and charged toward the location. She tried to welcome the huge cat with a fast kick and succeeded since the huge cat was not paying attention to her. The cat was hit below its abdomen and panther-sized cat was sent flying. It rolled in the air before the gravity pulled it down. Yet, as a cat, it regained its balance before it fell. The arrogant cat became angry as this little human that it did not put into its eyes was able to send it flying. However, it did not change its intent and still tried to charge towards Mark. But it did not let down its guard anymore against the little girl. Noticing its intent, Abigail immediately charged at the huge kitty once more. Since the cat was better strength without help, but her attack and agilely dodged. The chase between the huge cat and the little girl commenced. Still, it was just the Abigail attacking the huge cat and preventing it to get on her papa's fight. On the other hand, the cat only dodged the little girl's attacks and proceeded on trying to approach the fight between Mark and the woodman. 2 blurs, one black and one red, chased around the southern half of the rooftop, which even took several minutes while Mark was fighting the mutated woodman. The huge cat seemed to have realized that it could not shake off Abigail from blocking its way and attacking it. It started to fight back. It made a huge and fast swipe toward the little girl, which she easily dodged. Abigail counter-attacked, but was also dodged by the huge cat. The huge cat charged with all its might towards Abigail, forcing her to retreat back. It was unknown to the limited knowledge of the little girl that the cunning cat was just baiting her into retreating. As the little girl retreated, the huge cat immediately turned around and charged toward Mark. The little girl, who was caught off guard, was not able to react in time. Even if she was able to react to it, it was already late as the speed between her and the cat was not that far. If she chased the cat even at the moment it turned around, she would still not be able to block it. The poor Abigail paled when she saw her papa, who was caught off guard. The huge kitty flexed its right paw, making its sharp claws stuck out of its fingers. The huge kitty was aiming for the kill. It was aiming to kill her papa. "Papa!" she shouted. Abigail saw that her papa managed to dodge, but his arm was still struck on his arm. 4 bloody slits was visible on his arm and her papa's blood overflowed from those wounds. The blood continuously flowed out and dripped on the white-colored roof, staining it with red spots. Her emotions flared up as she remembered what happened to her before and during the outbreak. The night before the outbreak, she was bitten by the pet rag doll of her grandma. It was because she accidentally stepped on the tail of the cat that had attacked her and bit her on her right arm. She cried because of the pain, but her grandma was more worried about the cat than her. Her mommy, on the other hand, immediately took care of her wound, wiping it clean and put her to sleep, saying that the pain would be gone after she woke up next day. It looked fine for the whole night until the morning that her mommy found out that she was flaring with high fever. Her mommy immediately panicked and decided to bring her for a checkup. On contrary, her grandma did not seem to be bothered by it and just said that it was just a fever for her mommy for panic. Her grandma did not really like her. Mommy said that it was because grandma hated daddy. From what she remembered, she never had a daddy unlike other children she knew. Her mommy said that he left her after learning that she was pregnant. There were times that Abigail could see her mommy looking at a picture on her phone with a sad look. She did not know why. After leaving the house, her mommy drove their car and they made their way toward the nearest private hospital. However, they got stuck in the traffic. Her fever continued to rise inside the car, making her mommy panic even more. The part of her arm that was bitten by the cat the night before was swelling already. It was then that they were struck by the sudden chaos. A huge accident happened on the intersection that they were supposed to go through. Then the infected appeared. Her mommy carried her on her arms and left the car stuck in the middle of traffic. Unfortunately, her mommy was swept away by the crowd of people trying to escape. While she and her mommy were in the middle of the panicked crowd, she felt a stinging pain on her arm. The pain was too sudden that she did not know what happened. She looked at her arm and saw an elementary school girl biting her arm. The eye of the girl was all white and her face was filled with blood. Abigail's mommy saw what happened to her and pulled her away out of panic. Luckily, the bite was just shallow, but her right arm was still filled with blood. The school girl that bit her arm lost its target, looked at her mommy. It attacked her and tried to bite her. Her mommy tried to dodge and fight back, but was still bitten by her leg since her mommy was protecting her. Abigail's mommy managed to shake off the infected schoolgirl was both her and her mommy was injured and bitten. Her mommy carried her away to escape, but still lagged behind since she was wearing heels. Not bother about it anymore, her mommy removed her shoes and started to run barefooted. Still, her mommy's injuries made it hard for her to run fast. Along the way, they saw a lot of horrible scenes along with the fact that someone bitten would turn and attack other people. The little girl was still innocent about it, but despair had already enveloped the heart of her mommy. Since there was no place to hide, her mommy ran together with other people into the mall and tried to find a place to hide. But that was just easy to say, but hard to do. With the infected on their tail, just a little more time and it would be their death. At the last moment when her mommy started to get weaker, she saw the counter of the large store on the first floor of the mall. Her mommy put her under the counter and left. Abigail could clearly remember what she said before she was gone. Stay here and hide for mommy, alright? Remember what I always told you. Don't cry and keep calm at every situation like mommy. Mommy will pick you up later, alright? She was an obedient little girl and tried to stay as quiet as possible. Still, when her mommy left, she poked out her head over the counter to see her mommy once more. And that once more was the last. She saw her being attacked by an infected and was ganged upon several of them. Her mommy did not cry for help nor screamed for pain. It seemed that she noticed Abigail looking at her and she turned her head to look at her. Her mommy opened her lips and spoke, but there was no voice that came out. Still, Abigail recognized what she said. Her mommy always said it to her. In the morning and before her sleep, her mommy would say it to her. I love you, sweetie. Tears started to flow out of her eyes and decided to follow what her mommy told her. Abigail hid under the counter. She tried to keep herself calm as her mother always told her. However, she started to feel her body getting weaker and she fell unconscious. When she woke up, she was lying on a pool of blood together with mangled bodies around her on the floor. She vaguely remembered what happened. It was her who did this when she was unconscious. With her body, face and clothes stained in blood, she hid under the counter once more. It was then that he came, a man with a scary aura. Strangely, she did not feel scared and just curiously stared at him. He then wiped off the blood on her face and arms in a gentle manner and brought her away when things got dangerous. The one thing that she liked about the man was that his embrace was really warm and comfortable. It was like when she was being hugged by her mommy. She had even fallen asleep in his arms. She decided that time that he would be her papa since she did not have one at all. She really longed for one. And fortunately, she had not chosen the wrong person. He really took care of her and doted on her for the past day. And now, her papa was in danger. Her grandma hated her and she had no daddy. Her mommy was also gone and the only one she had her chosen papa. This huge kitty was trying to kill her papa. The aura of the little girl erupted and charged at the huge kitty with all her might. While she was running, her wavy black hair started to turn white. Her nails on her fingers grew and turned into curved, sharp claws. A bushy white tail emerged from her back that could be seen under her skirt, and 2 triangular ears sprouted on her head. With that new form of hers, Abigail let out a full-strength kick toward the huge cat in front of her papa. Chapter 88, Day 3, 11:04 a.m. Baycore City Hall Rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baycore City, Cavite, BAM. The huge house cat flew several meters away and rolled on the roof before stopping. It was only about 2 to 3 meters away from the northern edge of the rooftop. Due to Mark's action, it received the full brunt of Abigail's kick, causing the scene. Mark looked at the little girl with white hair, fluffy tail and cat ears in front of him. The little girl turned to him and he could see her worried eyes and her pupil that also changed color into a red hue. Seeing this, he forgot about the pain in his arm. This surely was a stunning sight. He already expected something like this somehow. From the information the military disclosed, the mutagen altered the mutators' bodies. It was pretty much like Odalana's condition before. Her body was covered with gray bone armor. He felt that it was strange that Abigail did not seem to have that form. Still, when Odalina turned into her normal appearance, Mark then concluded the possibility of Abigail being the same. However, he did not expect that her mutated form would be like this. As her papa stood there staring at her, Abigail grew more worried and even scared. She was worried about her papa's bleeding wound and was scared that her papa would hate her since she looked like this. She remembered it vaguely. During the time she fell unconscious that time, she turned into this appearance and killed the infected around her without her knowing. Still, she did not know how she returned to normal. She did not know what other people would react to her looking like this. Like a monster. The eyes of her grandma, who always looked at her with hate, were deeply ingrained in her own mind. What if her papa looked at her like that? Mark stared at her for a bit. He was confused why Abigail was worried about him but was afraid to come over. He could sense it vaguely since the subconscious emotion of this little girl was still occupied by calmness. The energy leaking out from her other emotions were too weak. His confusion cleared up as he thought about it. He approached the little girl, who even stepped back subconsciously. Mark shook his head and continued approaching with his smile. His smile, however, was different to his usual bitter and indifferent smile. The distance between them was short, just about 4 meters, which Mark easily traversed while his wounded arm dripped blood on the path. The first thing he did after arriving in front of the little girl was to kneel down to her eye level and caress her head gently. He could feel the triangular ears on her head. The sensation was similar to patting a cat's ear. At this moment, his gentle movements erased the fear on the girl's eyes. Effie Winbecum, what are you afraid about? Papa won't hate me. Hate you for what? I look like this? Abigail showed her tail and waved her fingers that had 2-inch-long claws. Why will I hate you for this? It looked cute, all right. Mark laughed. In his mind, it was funny. The little girl actually asked an otaku if he will hate her current appearance. Don't worry about your appearance. Even if the whole world will hate you for that, I will be the only one who won't. He gave the little girl a hug while being careful that he would not stain the little girl's beautiful white hair with his blood. Let's go! The bad kitty is standing up. Mark let go of Abigail and stared at the huge cat that was struggling to stand up. The little girl's kick hit it on its shoulder. Now, it was visible that it was injured as it was having a hard time to stand up and could not use its left foreleg. After it finally stood up, it was limping and its left foreleg was raised every time it moved. To the northeast side of the rooftop, the mutant woodman was still struggling to put out the fire, but it was not able to. Rather, the fire had already spread to other areas of its body. The woodman was not a threat anymore. Sooner or later, it would turn into ashes. Mark decided to concentrate on fighting the huge cat together with Abigail. This time, he could not use his shotgun anymore and switched his weapon to the pistol on his belt. As Mark was ready to continue the fight, Abigail also got ready to charge toward the huge cat. However, when they were about to attack, the huge cat ran away from them. It was a wise decision as it knew that it could not fight the 2 people in front of it. Another round against Mark and Abigail would make fall into its death. Still, it did not want to give up on the fruit. When it ran away, the direction it ran towards was the huge tree. Realizing its intention, Mark shouted, "No, chase it! Don't let it take the fruit!" Under her papa's command, she charged toward the cat. Her speed was about twice as before and her strength was also enhanced in this form of hers. However, the cat was closer to the tree. Before the little girl could reach the cat, it agilely climbed up the 3 using its remaining legs. Upon reaching the branch of the huge tree, it immediately lunged towards the fruit. It tried to bite it and eat it in one go. Luckily, because of its injuries, the strength of the huge cat was lessened severely and its jump was shorter than it intended. It failed to bite the fruit and started to fall. In the last moment before the gravity pulled it back down, it spun its body midair with its back facing down. It tried to use its remaining forelimb to reach the fruit, which it succeeded. Pierced by its claw, the fruit was plucked off the branch of the tree and fell with the cat. Rumba, Mark and Abigail stopped in place. The huge cat was still in midair falling with the fruit, so it did not notice. The whole building was shaking. Fresh, crack! The remaining glass windows and walls of the city hall on the floors below shattered. The cracks on the walls and ceilings grew larger. The mutated woodman that was on fire went out of balance and fell off the edge of the rooftop. Like normal cats would do, the huge cat landed back on the roof upright while the fruit landed beside it. When the huge cat landed, it became still. It did not try to get the fruit and jumped away like someone stepped on its tail. Just as the huge cat jumped, the roof where the cat landed before burst in rubble as a large root bore a basketball-sized hole upwards. The root started to destroy the roof as it chased the huge, horrified cat to death. Mark looked at the huge tree. It was finally awakened. He could feel that it was really angry. "Well, we're going to leave." Mark started to run toward the police command center, and it was not easy. The whole building was crumbling and more of those huge roots started to pierce through the floors and the roof. The rooftop was shaking wildly and Mark almost lost balance several times. On the other hand, Abigail, who heard her papa's shout, did not want to abandon the fruit, especially since the fruit was rolling toward her position. It was swept away by the force the first root created when it appeared. The little girl rushed toward the fruit and grabbed it before running. It was then that the roots started to emerge under Abigail's feet, forcing the little girl to jump every now and then while running to dodge. The huge cat that was first chased by the roots had already jumped off the building like a rat jumping into its hole while it was being chased by a cat. It looked ironic, and its fate after jumping was unknown. By the height of the building, even if the huge cat did not die, it would receive at least another fractured leg. If it managed to escape, unless it had fast regeneration, its life would still end soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the rooftop of the police command center, several people stood watching the situation in the rooftop of the city hall since the start. Among the people, there was Chief Mallory, Madame Laney, and Charmaine, who was being assisted by the nurse. Despite Charmaine's weak condition, she wanted to know and watch what kind of fight her big brother was participating in. There were also the bodyguards and other policemen along with some of the survivors who were curious and brave enough to watch. At the back, though, there was a terrified man and his two bodyguards. Their backs were covered in sweat as they watched what was happening. What the people were watching was akin to the scenes from those fantasy movies. Mark's fearlessness as he confronted the 9-foot wooden giant was shown in their eyes. The speed Abigail displayed as she tried to block the path of the beast and the sudden change in her appearance was also witnessed by them. Now, the scene of a tidal wave made of large wooden roots chasing the little girl made them all shiver inside. This scene was unearthly. Are we really still on Earth? If we are, then everyone is screwed. Almost all these people alike had those thoughts. It was except for Garcia and his bodyguards. Their minds were filled with fear and panic. They actually offended such monsters. Garcia decided to hide. These monsters in human skin must not see him or he would be dead for sure. On the other hand, Charmaine was really worried for the two who were fighting on the rooftop. However, she could only clench her palm as she could not do anything but watch them. Also, her big brother was injured. Just how deep were his wounds for blood to gush out and stain his sleeves? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the rooftop of the city hall, the danger had not decreased, it had actually increased. Like how the people watching on the rooftop of the command center described it, it was like a tidal wave of roots. It was currently chasing Abigail, who was intensely dodging the incoming roots. Mark watched the scene in a grave manner. The rooftop started to collapse and Abigail was being chased by countless roots of different sizes. "Abigail, drop that fruit!" Hearing his voice, the little girl was about to drop and leave the fruit. However, the part of the roof between Mark and the suspended pathway collapsed. They were stranded on the rooftop. "That, you're forcing me!" Mark rushed back toward Abigail and with a catching pose, he shouted at the little girl, "Throw it to me!" The little girl threw the fruit toward her papa while continuously dodging the roots attacking her. On the other side, Mark hurriedly caught the fruit and rushed toward the west side of the roof. The roots charging towards Abigail halted and changed their target. The roots made their way towards Mark with fast speed. Rumba! Several roots pierced their way up the roof under Mark's feet, but he managed to dodge by running on a zigzag. Once he felt a stronger shaking by his foot, he would immediately kick on the roof and push his body sideways. Mark retrieved a vase and another lighter from his belt. He lit the lighter first before smashing the vase on the roof. After the butane was spread, he threw the lit lighter, creating a sudden fire, halting some of the roots. Another root appeared from under the roof and Mark was not in the position to dodge. In that moment, he raised his wounded arm again and his eyes glowed red brightly. His nose started to bleed again though. It was another mental pierce and the target was the tree. Since the tree had some sort of sentience, then it must work. Then, the root that was about to hit him halted and started to shiver. The other roots also behaved the same. It seemed that it was severely affected by Mark's mental attack. The huge tree soon recovered but Mark was already at the edge of the roof together with Abigail. At that moment, the tree did not dare move. It was because Mark was holding the fruit over the edge of the roof. Chapter 89 Day 3, 11:09 a.m. Baker City Hall Rooftop, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baker City, Cavite. Mark kept holding the golden fruit over the edge while sighing in relief. What he just did was a risky gamble. A very huge and risky gamble. However, there's nothing else for them to lose by counting on this gamble since they were already at risk. If it did not work, then he would just find another way. There was no need to find another way though. Mark won the gamble. There were several reasons why he ended in taking up this gamble. First, he noticed that the tree was angry but had no killing intent at all. All it wanted was to take back the fruit and they would just be collateral damage. Another was because every single time that the fruit was flung into the air or falling down, Mark could feel anxiousness coming from the tree. It was as if the tree was worried about the fruit getting severely damaged or even destroyed when it falls down. Since that was the case, what if he threatened this tree? What if he showed it that he would throw the fruit away if it did not stop? Since it had sentience, it would realize his intention, right? He was right and he succeeded. The tree stopped moving and it was now exuding the feelings of fear. Mark could feel its emotions. It was faint but he was sure of it. The huge tree was afraid that he would throw the fruit off the edge. Mark looked at the huge tree. He now realized it was not that the sentience of the tree was faint because it was not human nor animal. The emotional fluctuations were similar to what he felt from other children. The sentience was weak maybe because it was newly born. Looking towards the tree, Mark shouted, "Can you hear me? Can you understand me? Shake your roots if you do." Abigail looked at her papa. Who was he talking to? The people at the rooftop of the command center were also baffled by Mark's actions. Was he talking to the tree? Did he also hit his head? But to everyone's surprise, the roots that covered almost the whole of the rooftop started shaking as if it was responding to what Mark said. No, the tree was really responding to him. The roots of the tree shook for several seconds before stopping. "Do you want this back?" Mark shouted once more while waving the fruit on his hand. The roots shook once more in response. Mark could feel the emotion from the tree. It was pleading. The emotions the tree was showing were too pure and innocent. Mark sighed. It felt like he was bullying a child. He then looked at Abigail. "Gail, sorry, but we need to return it." Abigail shook her head. It was not right for her papa to apologize for this. Looking back at the tree, Mark shouted again, "Help us return back there first and you can have this fruit." Mark pointed at the suspended pathway. At that moment, as if taken from a scene in a fantasy movie, the wave of roots receded and slowly intertwined together creating a wooden bridge. The bridge connected the collapsed parts of the rooftop and continued toward the suspended pathway. Seeing that, everyone was amazed. It looked like a scene from a fairy tale and it only lacked the vines and flowers to look perfect. Since Mark did not feel any ill intent from the tree, he directly led Abigail through the wooden bridge toward the suspended pathway. Doing this, Mark felt like he was transported to another world. He was walking on a fantasy-like bridge with the huge tree to his left and he was leading a cat-eared girl on his side. The father and daughter soon reached the safety of the suspended pathway. Mark turned back. It was to fulfill his end of the deal. He felt that it was a pity that he would not be able to get the fruit for Abigail and Odalina, but it was better to return it unless they did not want to keep their lives anymore. Cheating the tree? That was more impossible. Even if he could escape with Abigail right away, he would not be able to bring Charmaine. Mark stretched his left arm that was holding the fruit towards the tree. Soon, a smaller root approached Mark's hand and coiled onto the fruit. It then took the fruit towards its trunk. As the root holding the fruit approached near its body, a small hole opened up on the trunk. The fruit was put inside the hole before it closed. Seeing that, Mark shrugged his shoulders. He just wasted his time and even got injured for nothing. Well, he was not worried about his injuries since he was more worried on where to find a change of clothes now. His right sleeve was torn and his blood stained almost the entire right half of his clothes. He was about to turn around to return when something tapped on his shoulder. When he looked, it was another small root. Realizing the intention of the tree, Mark did not leave immediately. Soon enough, two roots, one coming from below the suspended pathway and other coming from below the trunk, approached him. Both roots were coiled into something. The root that tapped his shoulder pulled his uninjured arm up and placed the two items being coiled by the two other roots on his hand. The two items looked extraordinary. One was a shard-shaped purple crystal. It looked beautiful, but it was rough and unpolished. The crystal was about the size of his index finger. The other item was an odd-looking seed. It was shaped like a watermelon seed but was red in color and was about the size of his thumb. "What are these?" Mark did not hesitate to ask, even if he looked like someone crazy while talking to a tree. The root in front of Mark then pointed at the crystal and then below the suspended pathway. Mark followed what it was pointing at below and saw the body of the dead mutated cat being eaten by the infected. "This crystal is from that huge cat?" The root should can confirmation free that come in this seed. "Is it yours?" Mark was confused with the seed. He did not think that the huge tree would give him something like its seed, since it did not even want to let go of the fruit. And as if to confirm his thoughts, the root shook sideways. "The seed is not yours? Then what seed is this?" There was no response from the tree. It seemed that it also did not know. Mark's face turned black and decided to let his feelings go. If the tree did not know about it, then there was nothing they could do about it. At least, it gave him something in return. Also, since it was from that mysterious tree, it should be something rare. Since he was given something, Mark decided to say his gratitude. After all, even though the tree was threatening, it was like his initial thoughts before. It was not hostile to people. It just behaved dangerously due to the fruit suddenly being stolen. It was confusing though. What would this huge tree want to do with its own fruit? Well, it was not of his concern anymore. "Thanks for these," Mark said and shook the root with his hand like he was shaking another person's. Mark stored the two items in one of the pockets on his jacket and left with Abigail. After the two started walking away, the roots started to recede and the huge tree became dormant once more. However, the city hall was left almost crumbling. When Mark and Abigail returned, the very first person to approach them was Charmaine, who was being assisted by the nurse. "Big brother, are you okay?" Charmaine worriedly asked as she stared at Mark's blood-covered arm. "It's a little painful, but I'm fine. It's just a scratch, you see." "Big bro, that pun is lame." "It's not a pun though. It's really just a scratch." Mark then wiped the blood using the sleeve of his other arm. With Charmaine's gasp, the wounds that had already started to heal were revealed. The wounds were not bleeding anymore as the wounds had already closed up. "It'll be fine in a few hours." Not only Charmaine but the other people who were nearby were shocked. They saw how much blood was gushing out of his wounds and it was healing already. "Well, really, what is happening? The zombies and those creatures." "Then, you and Gail?" When Charmaine said that, she looked at the white-haired girl with cat ears who was holding Mark's hand. "You know something, right?" Most of the people around also had the same question. However, unlike Charmaine, no one dared voice out their questions in fear of offending the mysterious father and daughter. The congresswoman and the police chief also approached at this moment. "I also think the same. I had been suspecting that you knew something. Could you please make it clear to us? What is really happening?" Madame Laney asked with an inquisitive but humble tone. She really wanted to know what she needed to know, but she also wanted to maintain a good relationship with these people. On the other hand, Mark's face was turning dark. However, it was not Mark but the little girl who spoke. "What? Annoying people." Abigail was also dissatisfied. Except for Charmaine and the nurse, the little girl started glaring at everyone. Her red eyes really looked terrifying at this moment. Mark patted the little girl's head and looked at the congresswoman. "Can we talk about it later? We're tired, you see." Madame Laney scratched her subconsciously. It was an act unbefitting her status. "Sorry about that. I got carried away because of everything we just saw." Mark then nodded. He looked at Charmaine and signaled her with his chin to follow. He then walked toward the door with Abigail with Charmaine and the nurse behind. All the people in front of them hurriedly moved to the side to make way for their group. After entering, Mark glanced behind and asked, "Charm, where are our things?" "It's the room beside the chief's office, I think." "Why there?" "I don't know. Madame Laney brought me to that room." Walking down the stairs and out of the hallway, they immediately found the room. When they entered, Mark realized how much effort the congresswoman's group gave in order to make the room as comfortable as possible. It was an office room, but there was a bunker bed moved here. The cluttered mess left by the outbreak was also cleaned up and all the unnecessary things inside the room were removed. Mark plopped his body on one of the office chairs and yawned. He then reached out for the bag he brought and took one of the insulated bottles that contained soda. Flipping the bag on his belt, he took out 2 medicines, a capsule and a tablet. It immediately consumed the medicine as he was already feeling the effects of excessive use of adrenaline. The nurse helped Charmaine onto the bed and went out of the room hurriedly. Mark noticed it. "Is she afraid of us?" "I don't think so," Charmaine replied. Why did she hurry out then? Charmaine did not answer anymore. She was also confused. Abigail approached her papa while staring at his wounds. Ava, does it hurt? Just a little. Mark patted the little girl's head. In this form of hers, the texture of her hair was really comfortable to touch. He then lifted the concerned girl up and made her sit on his lap. He then stared at the cat ears on her head, then looked for her human ears. It's really not there, huh? What is it, Papa? Abigail was curious. Your human ears, it's not there anymore. Can you still turn back to normal? Oh, the little girl was seriously thinking. I can, but don't know how. She found her answer in her mind and was crestfallen. Is that so? Then let me try. Mark then hugged Abigail tightly. After about a minute or two, his features started going back to normal. The change was visible to his eyes. To describe her transformation, it was like her cat ears and tail was being absorbed by her body while her human ears sprouted like how her cat ears appeared before. So, it was really the case, Mark murmured. Abigail on the other hand touched her head, checking if her cat ears were still there or not. Huh? You're just too agitated. Mark smiled. The cause to Abigail's transformation seemed to be her emotions. Her calm emotion that Mark always felt from her was being shared with agitation while she was in that form. It also seemed to be the case why the shy girl managed to voice out her dissatisfaction toward the people earlier. Chapter 90 Day 3, 12:00 NN, Vacor City Police Command Center 3rd floor, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Vacor City. Cavite Madam Laney and Chief Mallory just went out of the room Mark and the three girls were staying. The two wore bitter face after learning everything from Mark. After Mark rested enough, he asked the nurse taking care of Charmaine to call the two and tell them the things the government disclosed back in the mall. He also summarized a bit of his encounter with the military and what happened at the mall. Still, he did not tell everything. He hid things like he had a satellite phone and he could contact the military based at the Bay City. There was no point in telling this to them right now. Actually, it was not that there was really no point, but he just did not want to be pestered about when would the rescue arrive and stuff like that. More than that, this phone was personally given to him by Angeline. It was not a government property for them to demand its use. The two leaders would be the ones to inform the other survivors about the situation. They also told Mark that they were already preparing to leave this place. At this moment, Mark could hear a lot of gunshots from outside the window. The bodyguards and the police along with other able people were moving to procure some of the government vehicles outside. Once enough vehicles were gathered, everyone would hurry up and leave this place. Mark and Abigail's fight at the City Hall rooftop opened the eyes of the people here. This place was not safe at all. Unless they had the ability and skills like the two displayed at the rooftop, they would not survive just by staying at this flimsy and small building. In the room, Mark was also preparing his things. Abigail, on the other hand, was taking a nap using Charmaine's lap as a pillow. The full usage of her abilities at the rooftop drained the little girl a lot. Hi! Two knocks sounded at the door and it opened. It was the nurse who was taking care of Charmaine. Apparently, after the doctors and nurses were rescued, they divided to work on treating the injured survivors. On the other hand, this nurse was assigned to solely take care of Charmaine. The nurse was holding two small bags. He handed one of the bags to Mark. Here are the medicines you wanted. All right. Mark took the bag and bundled it with the things he will bring back. In the bag were Charmaine's insulin shots and other medicine of common illness like cold and fever. As for the painkillers and other stuff, he had a lot of stock back in the vehicle, so he did not ask for more. After giving the bag of medicine to Mark, the nurse sat beside Charmaine and the two women started chatting with each other. Mister, Mark, the nurse called out to him. Just Mark is fine. Adding Mister to my name gives me cringes. Okay then, Mark, is Charm's proposal for me before still valid? I know I did not give my answer earlier, but you want to come with us? Even that scene, Charmaine interjected with a happy face. Yes, I decided to come with you if possible. The nurse answered Charmaine's question before turning at Mark. After all, he was the one with the final say. It's fine if Charm wants you to go with us. Still, what changed your mind? Mark was curious. The nurse inhaled and exhaled deeply before answering. I'll be frank, your fight at the rooftop shook me. I know Madam Laney said that we are going to a safer place, but I doubt that the place is really safe. So I thought that going with your group would be safer. She looked straight at Mark and continued. I know that I'm being presumptuous, but in exchange for the protection I will get, I'll work hard for anything I can do. Even if you wanted something like my body, I won't wait. What? Stop! You're going the wrong way. Mark stopped her with a darkened face. Charmaine also hurriedly spoke with a flushed face. Del, what are you saying? Don't tell me you fell in love with Big Brother. Charmaine's voice trailed off as she received a stern stare from her big brother. With a serious face, the nurse replied, I didn't. I'm not falling in love or something like that. I just know that I needed to give something as exchange and all I have is myself and nothing else. Don't tell me. You're that kind of woman? I'm not. Mark stared at the nurse and sensed her emotions. She was actually not that willing to say or do it, but she was determined to give up everything she had as long as she could live. J.S., all right. He decided to accept the nurse's determination, or rather, desperation. Did brother? Don't tell me. What kind of dirty things are you thinking about? Can you use some bleach to cleanse your brain a bit? Duh. With that, Charmaine became quiet. Looking back at the nurse, Mark spoke once more. I'll let you come with us and you will fulfill what you just said except the last one. Hearing that, the nurse felt relieved and somehow insulted at the same time. She was relieved that she did not need to resort to giving up her body, but felt insulted since she seemed to not have any charm on Mark's eyes. She was still a woman. Even if she was not beautiful, her looks was still above average. But to Mark, she seemed to be just an ugly woman. Then she came to a realization and she voiced it out subconsciously. Are you impotent? What? Mark choked on his saliva because of what he just heard. Where the hell did that come from? I'm perfectly normal. It seemed that Abigail was disturbed from her nap because of the noise they were making. She slowly opened her eyes and rubbed it. The little girl then stood up and walked towards her papa. Papa is angry? Mark patted her head. I'm not. The little girl nodded and sat on his lap without asking him. Everyone was speechless after that though. It was because Abigail started glaring at the nurse without anyone knowing why. The little girl just sat on his lap while staring at the nurse without saying anything. Abigail's glare made the nurse shiver inside. It was as if the little girl was telling her not to bully her papa. Mark, on the other hand, sighed. Why is it harder to talk to women nowadays? It was even harder than killing a dozen infected. With that, the room finally became quiet. Mark continued with his work while Abigail sat on his lap staring at the nurse. The nurse, on the other hand, did not try to move or talk under the little girl's watch. To the side, Charmaine could only smile bitterly. The little girl was actually scarier than the father. 15 minutes later, Chief Mallory came in to tell them that the vehicles were ready and they could leave anytime. It was faster than he anticipated. With that as the signal, Mark called on his radio. Mayor, are you there? Yeah. Are we going to fetch you already? It was an immediate reply, and even the subject for the call was not needed to be discussed. May's voice even sounded happy. Yo, are you watching what is happening? We are. All right, tell Odell to drive here already. The evacuation will start. Okay? Mark then turned to the police chief. Let's get going. It's better if we leave sooner. We need to get to Firens before sunset. Isn't it too early? Firens is just about half an hour from here on car, right? Charmaine interjected. It was before the outbreak. Right now, even just going here from the city mall took us more than an hour when it should be just about 10 minutes normally. What? There are infected on the street and even cars blocking the roads. Maneuvering through those blockades and dealing with the infected would consume more time than traveling. There are even time we needed to drive back and forth since there are totally blocked and unusable roads. The chief nodded with Mark's explanation while the two women were also enlightened. With that, Mark carried the things he needed to bring while the nurse helped Charmaine walk out. Not wanted to be left out, Abigail volunteered to carry one of the bags. The bag looked too big for her, but she carried it without effort. As the first people to be informed, Mark and his group was the first to move. Strange enough, Mark did not get out and just stood by the entrance of the building while holding his assault rifle. Due to this behavior of his, the rest of the group did not dare walk away from him and just waited by his side. The gunshots continued outside as the armed men kept the infected at bay under the chief's leadership. Mark was watching the situation while leaning on the frame of the door. The vehicles procured were several vans and multi-cabs. There was also a black car with a single 8 on the car plate. Cars with these plate numbers belonged to congressmen, so this car should belong to Madam Laney. He was also sure that this was a bulletproof car. A minute later, the survivors started walking out of the building in a hurry. They all ran into the vehicles. It was not because they were panicking, but it was instructed by the congresswoman. Everyone needed to hurry since the infected were gathering toward this direction. Soon, a large black modified van arrived. It was Mark's vehicle. The armed men let the vehicle come close to the entrance since Mark had a lot of things he was carrying. The vehicle stopped just beside the entrance of the command center. Then, under the gazes of the people around, the door opened and a very beautiful girl came out of the vehicle. Everyone who saw her froze on their steps and inhaled a mouthful of air amazed. Even the men shooting the infected could not help but stare. And then, under their surprised eyes, the beautiful girl ran towards Mark and embraced him tightly. Everyone choked. The contrast between the appearances of the two was like heaven and earth. If one were to use a Chinese idiom, it was like a flower stuck in a cow's dung. Disregarding the gazes she was gathering, May started examining Mark's body. On the other hand, Mark's face was very dark. Somehow, he was feeling irritated. He could not pinpoint why though, since he could only detect the amazed and disappointed emotions of the people around him. Jeej, your wounds, is it fine? I'm fine. Look, it's already scabbed. Anyway, why did you go out? You're gathering attention, you know that. But Jeej, I'm worried. It was then, another woman's voice was heard. Master, just let her. She was too frantic when you got wounded that I had to snatch the radio away from her. Everyone looked at where the voice came from and saw someone coming out from the driver's seat of the vehicle. It was a beautiful woman. Even though she was not as beautiful as the first girl, her mature appeal hit the eyes of the older and younger men alike. But still, they froze when they realized what this woman called Mark. It echoed into their ears and they were screaming inside. If so, Mark sighed. He then heard a murmur behind him. No wonder my appeal did not work on him. He decided to ignore that. However, May did not. She started glaring at the nurse like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Mark started pushing May away and looked at Odalina. Odal, help me load these on the vehicle. He pointed at the things he put beside the entrance. Yes, master. Odalina then patiently loaded the things at the back of the vehicle. Charmaine then asked while looking at May. Big brother, your girlfriend? She is not. Oh, okay. Charmaine wanted to continue asking questions, but could she not notice Mark's bad mood while looking at the people staring at the beautiful girl hugging him? Soon enough, the survivors boarded the vehicles. The only people left outside were Mark's group and Madame Laney's group. Is everyone ready? Madame Laney asked Chief Mallory. We actually have 3 people missing. Garcia and his men. What? Are they not coming? Madam, I think they wanted to come but... The police chief pointed at the entrance where Mark was. Mark was wiping blood from his nose when he noticed that the 2 people were looking at him. He called out, "You guys ready to leave yet?" Madame Laney realized what Mark was doing. She shook her head. "We are ready." "All right, lead the way. We'll guard the back when we leave since there are still the infected coming from behind the city hall." Unexpectedly, an arm-sized tree root came busting out of the ground near Mark. The other people except Mark were surprised. Then, the root slowly came in front of him. He raised his head and looked at the huge tree and then back to the root in front of him. He reached to it and shook it. Since the huge tree wanted to befriend him, Mark did not deny its intentions. To his eyes, it was better to befriend something like this sentient tree than actually befriending the unstable humans. After he shook the root with his hand, several more roots busted out from the ground in the middle of the street. The roots then started to block the incoming infected. "There's the queue, we're leaving!" Mark shouted. They all boarded the vehicles and started to drive away. Strange enough, Mark sat beside the passenger door of his vehicle and the door remained open. He then started to aim his M16 assault rifle at the entrance of the command center. "Odal, stop the vehicle for a bit," Mark said, and without questioning why, Odalina obeyed. The vehicle stopped by the corner street beside the city hall. Then 3 people came stumbling out of the entrance in a hurry. Their faces were covered with sweat and their expressions were filled with fear and panic. It was the businessman, Garcia, and his bodyguards. "What? Wait for us!" The 3 shouted in unison. It was then that the roots blocking the infected receded and the infected started running toward the 3 men who were shouting, "TSST! TSST! TSST!" Several silenced gunshots could be faintly heard. Then, the 3 men shouting fell down and started screaming in pain. Their legs were shot and were bleeding profusely. "TSST! TSST! 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 TSST!" With their screams, the infected became more agitated. The bodyguards disregarded the pain on their legs and started to shoot the incoming infected. However, they were surprised. The infected running after them started falling down on the road before them. There were bloody holes all over their bodies. They started to feel hope. They thought that someone was trying to help them. What they did not notice was that none of the shots were aimed at the head of the running infected. After several seconds, the infected that had fallen started to stand up once more. Then Garcia and his men could only let out their painful screams as they were voraciously eaten by the biters that had turned into eaters. Chapter 91. The screams of the men did not last long, but those who heard them could not help but shiver. Not far from Mark's vehicle, the vehicles of the other survivors also stopped as none of them dared to stray away from Mark's group. Since that was the case, the people on the other vehicle also saw what happened. "Big brother, is that really necessary to kill them?" Charmaine asked. It was of the even them out over a lot of it when you had to Mark looked at her, shrugging his shoulders. I did not kill them, no. You just did shot them. The nurse added. Yeah, I shot them, but I did not kill them. I only shot their legs, you see? Everyone in the vehicle was speechless. It was true that he did not kill them, but he totally sent them to their deaths. They just did not know that Mark already planned to do this since he and Abigail returned after that hair-raising fight. If the event on the rooftop where 3 of the Congresswoman's bodyguards died did not happen, and Garcia came in front of him to apologize, Mark would have had let them go. However, that was not the case, fueling Mark's desire to eliminate them. After they returned, he noticed that the 3 were trying to hide away from him, as if they would be able to, since it was Mark that we were talking about. Since they were hiding, Mark made they hide some more. At the time he was standing by the entrance, he was actually blocking the way, making the 3 not dare to pass by. When the 3 could not hold it anymore and wanted to go out, Mark immediately sent a strand of energy to the 3. Since Mark could still not control it perfectly and he was not using his hand as a targeting medium, the effect was weaker. However, that weak intensity of the energy was enough to give the 3 a strong splitting headache. If one was to see the 3 on the room they were hiding at, they would be able to see 3 men kneeling on the floor while clutching their heads. They were just normal people after all. The last part of the plan was to let them out after the vehicles left. He then shot their feet, making them not able to escape. Mark shot the incoming biters afterwards. It was to ensure that the 3 would not have an easy way out. The biters would only bite the 3 and go away. Since that was the case, why not turn the biters into eaters? Then, the eaters savored every bite of the 3 men's flesh. Mark glanced at the clustered infected feasting on the bodies of the 3 one last time with indifferent eyes before looking away. Odal, let's go! With that cue, Odalina drove the vehicle away and it now led the other cars since it was the only vehicle in the convoy that could deal with the obstacles on the road. Charmaine and the nurse could not help but stare at the ruthless man in front of them. It was good that they were in his good side. When the thought of becoming enemies with him entered their minds, they could only shiver. Still, the 2 could not help but be confused. None of the other people in the vehicle was bothered with what Mark had done. Rather, the beautiful girl and Abigail were even sticking to him like glue. Oh! Mark suddenly sensed something and quickly turned his head toward the rooftop of the city hall. His eyes widened, but then, he let out a helpless smile. So, that really was the case. Asterisk on the city hall rooftop, an 11-year-old girl sat on the edge of the roof. Anyone who would look at her would know that she was not normal. She had a green-colored hair and her pupils also had the same color. Her lips were rose pink and there were small pink flowers hanging on her hair. Wait, no, the pink flowers were actually growing out of her hair. As she sat by the edge, she was watching the vehicles leaving the compound while holding a golden fruit on her hand. She noticed someone looking at her from the black van leading the other cars. She then waved her hand with a smile. The girl looked at the huge tree behind her. Her smile vanished and her face showed a worried expression. Lil bro, how long would you stay like that? To her question, the whole tree shook, making slight tremors on the building. You really can't turn back into a human? The tree shook again, making her disappointed. The girl skipped toward the north side of the rooftop and looked below with a sad face. Below, on the street, thick smoke started to rise into the air while the huge mutated woodman started to turn into ashes. Dad turned into that monster. Mom is still unconscious and you turned into a huge tree. What should I do now? The green-haired girl said while on the verge of crying. She remembered what happened after the infected came and started the slaughter. Her name was Emika and her little brother was named Mikio. They had these names since their father was a Japanese that married their mother, who was a local. They had a family of 4, her dad, her mom, and her 4-year-old little brother. They came here since her dad had to submit papers for the family business they were going to start. Then, the outbreak came. Emika, their dad, and Mikio were all bitten and their mom hit her head on the edge of an office table when she fell by accident. She fell unconscious since then. The most severe bite was on her dad, who was bitten on his shoulder. She was bitten on her foot, and her little brother was bitten on his hand that he even lost 3 of his fingers due to the bite. With all the strength they could muster, they managed to find a place in the first floor to hide. However, things had gone wrong after that. Her father started to turn into one of those who bit them. In order to not implicate his family, her father ran out of hiding in the last second. As the 2 children were also bitten, they knew that they would also turn. They then pulled their unconscious mother and hid her inside a smaller room that had cleaning tools. After that, both of them soon fell unconscious. When she woke up, her hair was differently colored and she did not find her brother anywhere. She then realized that the room was gone and she was trapped inside a huge tree. Surprisingly, she could communicate with the huge tree and was shocked that the huge tree was actually her missing little brother. With her little brother's help, they found their unconscious mom and hid her inside Mikio's huge body. Strangely, she could seem to grow small pink beautiful flowers on her hair. When plucking the flowers, it felt like she was pulling a hair strand out of her head. She could also recall abilities she had after she woke up. She could grow thorns on her skin and she could control her green hair. She could make her hair change length and even move her hair as if it was her arm. On the other side, her brother said that he could create a fruit that should be able to wake up their mom. However, none of them could understand how or why they turned into this and how they had those abilities. The siblings did not care about it anymore. They only wanted their mom to wake up and took this chance with the fruit. Back to the present, Emika looked away from the burning body of her dad and approached the tree. The trunk of the tree opened up and let her in. Soon, she returned to where her mom was lying down. How can we feed this to mom now? Emika sat beside her mom murmuring. The tree then shook, taking her attention. Smash the fruit, you say? Like how mom feed you vegetables. The tree shook again. With that idea, Emika opened her mom's mouth and squeezed the fruit above her mouth. Soon, the juice of the fruit along with its flesh fell into the mouth of their mom. Emika closed her mom's mouth and helped her ingest the contents in her mouth. I wonder if this would really work. Jeej, what are you looking at? May beside Mark noticed him staring at the city hall behind them. She also tried to look at what he was staring at but saw nothing. I just thought of something. Mark replied with a smile. He then looked at the nurse who was watching his interaction with May. Since you're with us now, can you introduce yourself? Oh, right. I forgot. The nurse was surprised and then fixed her posture before continuing. I'm Melissa Santos, 24, a nursing associate. My hobbies are, well, stop. You're not in an interview for work or a beauty pageant. You don't need to say too much. JS, Mark did not let her finish talking and stopped her. Noticing her blunder, Melissa lowered her head in embarrassment. After that, everyone's introduction came in order. Big brother, what about her? Why is she tied up? Charming said, pointed at the infected student tied up at the end of the seat. You don't have to worry about her. She's Jeanette, I think. She's an infected. Melissa and Charmaine were shocked. Big brother, why do you have one in here? Don't worry about her, she won't bite. She's also not aggressive like those outside. Really? Well, maybe. Big brother, that's not reliable at all. Everyone started laughing as they noticed that Mark was playing with Charmaine. With a red face, she retorted, Big bro, I hate you. She then turned her face away and crossed her arms in front of her. Charmaine really looked serious that it made the scene even funnier. Melissa, on the other hand, observed the group and the interior of the vehicle. She sighed inside. The vehicle was comfortable and even looked luxurious. It was equipped with a lot of things. Then, Mark's group had a different atmosphere compared to the other survivors she was with before. His group was lively and energetic compared to the people inside the other vehicles that were lifeless and lacking energy. His group was enjoying the current situation of the world while others could only live in fear. She felt that she really made the right decision. Melissa became really confident about it. After the laughter died down, she asked Mark, Oh, can I ask a question? You can, but whether I will answer depends on your question. Mark nodded indifferently. Back there you told us about mutators, but you never told us what you and Abigail are. I can answer that. Abigail here, she should be a mutator. As for me, I'm not. Melissa and Charmaine were surprised. But big brother you, Charmaine interjected. I know what your next question is, but I can't answer that. The only thing I can say is that mutators are people who were bitten by the infected but did not turn and mutated into something else. As for me, I was never bitten by the infected, so I'm not one. Mark's answer to the two only made them more confused. However, Mark already told them that he won't answer, so even if they tried to press for any answer, the two would not receive one. Odal, there is a convenience store near the area we stopped earlier, right? Stop by that place to get more supplies. We have more vehicles right now, so we can carry more. All right, master, leave it to me. With that, Odalina led the convoy outside the convenience store. After stopping, Mark and Abigail jumped off the van and started to clear the infected outside and inside the convenience store. They did not let the other group to help as their guns were not equipped with suppressors. With them participating, it would only bring more infected towards area. When the very few number of infected was wiped out, Madame Laney and Chief Mallory went out of their vehicles and approached Mark. Are we here to get supplies? Madame Laney asked. That's right. You should get your people to take as much food and other necessities as possible. We might not find or stop at other places on the way. Mark replied, making the two nod in understanding. The only reason they could stop at this place was because there were too few infected in the area. In the other places, however, No one knows what they would encounter. Rumble! As they were about to start, they all heard a rumbling sound. The sound seemed to have come from far away, but it was too loud that they even managed to hear it. When they tried to find the direction where the sound was coming from, they all turned back toward the city hall compound. What they saw surprised everyone. The huge tree started to wither. Its large leaves started to fall off from its branches, and the branches snapped like brittle sticks. Soon, the tree started to fall, and the building that lost the support from the tree finally collapsed. It created a huge cloud of dust along with the crashing sounds. It was lucky that they had already left the compound, or else what had just happened was enough to bring them into another round of danger. Chapter 92, Day 3, 12:50 p.m. Day and Night Convenience Store, Nyog Road, Bayanan, Bakor City, Kabite Mayor. Can you get me a change of clothes from the back? Mark peeked from outside the vehicle and asked May who was inside. Of course, she immediately went to the back of the vehicle and brought new clothes for Mark, who was still all covered in blood. He received the clothes from May and went back inside the convenience store. Jeej, where are you going? I'm going to change clothes inside the store. I can't change inside the car with all of you girls there. Oh, okay. Mark walked away back inside the convenience store. On the way, Mark could see the survivors hurriedly emptying the store of its goods. Fortunately or unfortunately, the outbreak came so sudden that no one was able to loot this store and was left basically untouched aside from the scattered items, blood residues, and disgusting smell of decaying body parts on the floor. The storage was also full. It seemed that the store had just restocked its supply before the outbreak came. It was lucky that there would be no infected coming this way for a while. The sound of the city hall collapsing should have attracted the infected toward that direction. When the survivors saw him pass by, they stayed away from him like plague. They all saw what he did to Garcia's group and were afraid to step into their graves if they offended him in any way. Also, his performance at the rooftop was also fresh in their minds. Mark could fearlessly fight a 9-foot-tall monster. To him, they were like ants. Mark could feel their emotions, but he could care less about them. He took a bar of soap and 1 gallon of mineral water from the back shelf of the convenience store and went toward the toilet. He needed to wash off the blood on his body as it was sticky and uncomfortable. Inside the toilet, Mark started washing his body while contemplating on many things. One of those things was the abrupt change in his mindset. Before the outbreak, he was just a timid loner that shut most of his connection to the outside world. He could act in front of other people, but after the outbreak, his emotions were severely affected and were slowly changing. It was not just a matter of keeping his act. The bloodlust he was feeling was real. One thing was, every time he was using the ability he learned from Freed, he was smiling sinisterly when he used that ability at that fat inmate before. That was very far from his character before the outbreak. He even started to smile during dangerous fights like what he did when fighting the huge woodman. Mutagen, bloodlust, evolution. Mark was enlightened. His evolution was faster than most people. The mutagen evolves all creatures infected by it slowly. The changes in his body was abrupt, and so was his emotions. Does this mutagen also affects the emotions of creatures infected by it and brings out their beastly instincts? His mind turned toward the condition Odal was before, the savage attitude of Abigail, and even the aggressiveness the huge cat displayed despite the fact that it was obviously a well-groomed house cat. All of it enforces his theory. I guess I could also work on this, or else I'll end up becoming a madman in the future. It's a pity that I can't use that calming energy for myself. Mark shook his head. He was slowly gaining some understanding towards his abilities. He could absorb other people's emotions and use those emotions as energy and release it. The emotional energy he could release also seemed to vary into 2 kinds, positive and negative. The calming energy he could release was actually the positive emotions he could generate. It was just that he could not release it without getting into contact with the target. Along those thoughts, he just wished that the mutagen in his body could make his fear of people vanish into thin air. It was because trying to keep his act all the time was too taxing for his heart and mind. Wiping his arm, he could bitterly smile. The wound that he received from that huge cat was almost healed already, and it already felt stitchy that he felt peeling off the scab covering it. Looking at his wounds enforced the thought of expecting the unexpected at this outbreak. The existence of that tree and that girl he saw sitting on the rooftop. The two had similar emotional pattern, but also different. If that girl was a mutator, then that tree should also be one. No wonder it had sentience. He thought at first that the huge tree had evolved too much that it gained sentience, but that was not actually the case. I wonder how I did not detect that girl before, Mark murmured as he started to wear the new clothes he brought. If he detected her in the first place, he might have gained another mutator for his group. However, since the girl did not appear when he and Abigail were on the rooftop, It was safe to say that the girl did not want to go with them. Did she manage to escape the collapse though? He asked himself. It was not because of worry, but curiosity. While Mark was inside the store, the giggles of the girls could be heard inside the vehicle. It seemed that women were really good at befriending each other. While the children were playing on their phones, the women were chatting about various things like how Mark met May and Odalina and about the past of Melissa and Charmaine. Charmaine looked at the women in front of her. These women along with her were around Mark and staying around him. It reminded her of the time in the college with her big brother. Immersed in her thoughts, Charmaine did not immediately hear that Melissa was calling her. When she finally heard her voice, she could see a hand waving in front of her. Charmaine immediately swatted the hand away from her face. Charm, what are you thinking about? You just suddenly went blank and silent like that. Charmaine shook her head with a smile. Nothing, I just remembered my college days with Big Brother. Can we have more details? Melissa pressed on. May and Odalina were obviously interested though they did not say anything. Looking at their interested eyes, Charmaine gave in. Well, it's nothing much in particular. It's just like back in college. Big Brother was always surrounded by women. The three other women were surprised. Is he that popular before? Even May, who blindly followed Mark almost everywhere, could not believe it. Charmaine realized what was on their minds and hurriedly explained. It's not like what you three are thinking. Big Brother looked like a scary person, but he was actually kind and even a bit childish back then. Though he didn't talk too much and was preferred to be always alone, he did not chase away anyone who wanted to stick around him. He was dragged into a newly formed group along with us after he participated in a cosplay event in school. Fortunately, or maybe not, the most popular girls in the school were also in that group. Not boasting, but me and my older sister was included in those popular girls. Charmaine puffed up her chest with pride, making the other women look at her with slit eyes. Still, none of them interrupted her story. Then, the group started hanging out together more often until most of the girls often hang out with Big Brother around, including me. You see, other men looked at us like we were eye candy and their stares were always uncomfortable and annoying. There were also times that they would try to make a move on us. When Charmaine said that, May nodded. She was always in that situation whenever she goes out. There was one peculiar person back then though. It was Big Brother. He did not look at us like others. He did not even put his eyes on us. It made us comfortable staying around him, and he would also help us if we need some help. Also, no other men would bother us if Big Brother is around. Then, did you girls just use Master like a shield? Odalina interjected with an exasperated expression. I don't know about the others, but I didn't. I swear. Also, it did not last long. Things happened and the group disbanded soon after. Big Brother was the person who took the most impact at the event and started to stay away from the members of the group. Charmaine added with a sad expression. What happened? May asked. However, Charmaine just looked at Odalina and May and did not answer the question. Instead, she said, it's better for you two to not know. You'll probably go on a rampage after knowing it. Charmaine spoke with a bitter smile. If you won't tell us, then I'll just ask Gij. May said with a determined expression. Nevertheless, Charmaine added something that baffled them. It's better for you not to, as Big Brother. As far as I know, he doesn't remember those events anymore. Amiya, Melissa asked. I don't know. I did not confirm it myself since I just heard it from the other members of the group. They said that Big Brother doesn't remember the newer members of the group and everything that happened after the second semester that the group existed. It was his close classmate who was also a member of the group that confirmed it. Charmaine replied while shaking her head. Odalina was in deep contemplation about what she just heard while May was feeling agitated. They were not stupid to not realize that something really bad happened back then that resulted to Mark losing his memories of that time. They were about to continue the conversation when May suddenly turned her head toward the convenience store, making Melissa and Charmaine confused. What are? Melissa asked, and it was Odalina who answered while shrugging her shoulders. Master is coming. She behaves like that every time Master returns after going somewhere. The two new members of the group were speechless. Several seconds later, they could see Mark walk out of the convenience store carrying a few bags. The agitated May hurriedly walked out of the vehicle and fetched her Gij and even took one of the bags he was carrying to help. It could be seen that Mark was confused about her actions. He could feel that she was agitated but could not figure out why. When Mark loaded the bags in the vehicle, he saw the girls and inside just staring at him. It made him felt awkward. What's wrong with you all? When he asked, they all averted their gazes at the same time, making it even more peculiar. He wanted to do some more questioning, but two people approached from behind. When he looked behind, he saw that they were Madame Laney and Chief Mallory. Need something? We are already done loading everything we can carry. We just want to ask which route we are going to take so it will be easier to follow. Madame Laney replied to Mark's question. Hearing what they needed, Mark nodded and asked May to get the tablet he brought. There, Mark showed open the offline mapping app he downloaded and told the two what route they would take and the alternative routes if ever something went wrong and the first route could not be accessed. The primary route he proposed might be the safest one, which was going through a large private subdivision which was called Città Italia. The main entrance of the subdivision was connected in Molino Boulevard and its back access road was actually just a few blocks away to the main street that led to Fyron's and Charmaine's home subdivision. Then, he told two other routes they could take, but those routes were more populated and even had more detours. While they were discussing the route, Charmaine made her way out of the vehicle with difficulty taking Mark's attention. Why did you go out? Big brother, I just remembered. Are you going to find Carlo too? I do plan to check his house later since I don't know where he is. What? Then, it's better if we check on him first. I met him in the W.C. Ronald's branch his grandfather owned before the outbreak. Maybe he is still there. Really? Mark slapped his forehead. He forgot about that detail. All right. Still, that place is closer, but actually more dangerous. He looked at Madame Laney and Chief Mallory. We'll be having another stop, all right? It was not a request. He was actually telling them that they could follow him whether they would like it or not, making the two helpless. After all, without Mark's group, their road towards Fyron's would be a very dangerous one. There would also be a possibility of all of them not going to make it. In the end, the two helplessly nodded. Turning back to Charmaine, Mark asked, "Why did you just tell this now?" Charmaine scratched her head and replied with an apologetic expression, "I forgot." Mark sighed. It looked like that he was not the only person who had forgotten about it. On the other hand, Charmaine only remembered it after she told that story to the other women in the vehicle. It was because in that group, there were three people who truly treated Mark as their older brother. Charmaine aside, the other two were her older sister, Elsa, and Carlo, who was also her classmate that time. Chapter 93, Day 3, 1:32 p.m. Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakor City, Cavite. Along the boulevard, a black armored and apocalyptic-styled van was leading a convoy consisting of 6 vehicles. There were 3 high-ace vans, 2 multi-cabs, and a black armored Cadillac. The convoy was following the boulevard going east-southeast. Inside the armored MB Sprinter that led the convoy, everyone was watching a 3D action movie Mark downloaded in the mall before in the large monitor at the back of the vehicle. Mark actually had more horror, gore, and zombie apocalypse movies stored in his hard drive, but no one would have the mood to watch those movies at the moment. While the others were watching the movie and Odalena was driving the vehicle, Mark was busy looking outside the window. He was staring blankly outside while contemplating about things. Right now, for him, there were a whole lot of things to analyze or at least create a theory. As he was deeply thinking about things, he could hear the voices of the girls who were watching the movie. It seemed that the movie had already reached the first fight scene. Inside the other vans in the convoy, almost no one dared look at outside the window. Every single time they attempted to do so, all that happened was then seeing the devastation the apocalypse had brought. All they could see were abandoned cars with broken and blood-covered windows, vehicles that collided into each other or even worse, busted through a wall or fence. There were even some overturned vehicles. They could also see the remaining rainwater puddles that had not evaporated or sucked under the ground yet. The puddles were not clear-colored but rather blood-colored as the rain yesterday washed the blood that scattered across the road. There were also decapitated body parts and decaying corpses left here and there. Not only on the road but the houses and establishments along the road were the same. The windows were broken, the walls were splashed with blood, and there were some that had already turned into ruins. There was even the fact that there would be infected everywhere. Many of them were attracted and even chased their vehicles. Every time they looked outside, they were only reminded of things that could happen to them and things that happened to their families and friends. The morale of the survivors was very low. It would sure take some time for them to get used to the new state of the world right at now. Back inside the vehicle, it looked like that Charmaine was also paying attention to the scene outside the window from time to time. She noticed something and could not help but ask Mark, "Big brother, I just noticed, but why are there too few zombies on the road? Back in the city hall there's just too many." Her question also attracted the attention of the others inside the car. They all turned to Mark waiting for an answer. "Well, it's just my theory, but there should be a single reason to this. Though everyone became infected with mutagen through the air, actual infection started at a single point and not everywhere at the same time. The infection started to spread out from that point, so the largest numbers of infected could only be found in 3 locations. Everyone nodded and waited for him to continue. The first location should be at the ground zero. The second location was where the current infected was still spreading or the front lines of the infection. The last one should be at places where people were gathering. Like you just said, there are more infected back in the city hall. It is because there are people hiding inside. Now, we are nowhere near those locations, so expect to encounter lesser infected. Mark had just finished what he wanted to say when he remembered to add another explanation that was easier to understand. And just think of it like this. These places had less food and prey for the infected, so where would they go? That was really easier to understand and perfectly explained the current number of infected. Since these places had less food and prey for the infected should have gathered to places where there were more people. Their several minutes of travel were smooth. The boulevard had 4 lanes for vehicles for each direction, making it easier to maneuver across abandoned and crashed vehicles. The number of infected also did not hinder the convoy and was easily decimated. If the road was blocked, Mark's vehicle that led the convoy would easily push the cars blocking the road to the side, allowing the convoy to move on. It was fine until they reached the first main intersections of the boulevard. Before the outbreak, the distance between this intersection and the city hall was just 3 to 5 minutes on foot and even just a minute on a vehicle at full speed, but now, they took about 10 minutes to get here due to the obstacles on the road. However, that was not the problem here. The problem was because there was a large traffic blockade of about more than 100 cars blocking the intersection. The convoy could not help but stop and look for a way around. Mark stepped out of the vehicle along with Abigail and started to survey the area around them while eliminating the infected in the area. The police and the convoy along with Chief Mallory also went out to protect the convoy using their riot shields and police batons. It was not the right time to go out and shoot after all. Mark climbed up on the roof of an abandoned van to see further and even tried looking at the fast food just to the right of the convoy. Seeing the situation, he could only shake his head in disappointment. It seemed that the people who created this mess were out of their minds while escaping. In the center of the intersection, the main cause of the blockade could be seen. About a dozen of cars crashed into each other, and the other vehicles that tried to maneuver around the crashed vehicles ended up blocking each other's ways. Even the drive-through and the parking area around the fast food was in the same situation. Mark returned to the vehicle and Odalina lowered the window on the driver's seat. "Master, how is it? It's impossible to get through this. Get me the tablet. I'll try to find another route." Odalina looked behind her and told the girls to hand over the tablet and immediately gave it to Mark. While Mark was browsing the offline mapping app, Abigail could be seen dashing and jumping around, breaking the necks of each incoming infected in the area with a single kick. The police, on the other hand, applied the block, push, and hit strategy. They would block the infected with their shield, push the infected back, and hit their necks with the batons. It was quite effective since the number of the infected were not big. Swiping and enlarging the map on the tablet, Mark soon found another route which would go around to the western side of this blockade. Odal, drive inside that commercial center. It will lead us behind that fast food, and we can also stop on the gas station on the other side of the street. Odalina nodded and readied to reverse the vehicle. Mark signaled the police to return to their vehicles as they were leaving. The convoy made a U-turn and drove back for about 3 lots. There they found the entrance of the commercial center. It was a commercial area that consisted of several separated commercial buildings and a wet and dry market further inside. Vehicles could be driven inside the center compound. One of the entrances of the center was connected to the boulevard while the other was on the street next to the fast food at the corner of the intersection. After entering the commercial compound, they were greeted by the gory scene inside. The glass windows of the stores were smashed open and dried up blood could be seen inside almost every store. The only stores remaining intact were the stores that had steel shutters down. Inside one of the closed stores in the wet and dry market, 5 people were huddled on the floor. The group consisted of 2 women and 3 men. The store was small and these people were in no way related to this store at all. Due to that, they could only access the main area of the small retail store and the toilet. It was lucky that this store was selling sun-dry goods, making them able to eat for the past 2 days. The problem, however, was that their water supply had already ran out last night. "What are we going to do now? I'm thirsty," one of the women voiced out in a weak voice. The other people in the group had no way to answer her though and just kept quiet. Then, the ears of the woman who spoke just now perked up. "Do you hear what I'm hearing? I hear vehicles. What are you saying?" "I don't hear anything," one of the men said. "Yeah, maybe you're hallucinating because of your thirst," the other woman in the group added. When she heard what they said, she could not help but agree. Maybe she was really hallucinating. After all, once a person started to get delirious, they could hear or see anything, and that was the only word that could describe her state right now. Until she heard it again. I'm not wrong. I really hear it. Yeah, I also heard it too, one of the men who did not speak earlier said. Because of that, the others perked up their ears and started to hear the sound of vehicles passing by. Should we ask for help? The thirsty woman asked the others. We have no choice, do we? We'll be stuck here and die if we don't. The other woman said, making the three men nod. All right, gather anything we could use as weapons and grab some bags of food. We have to hurry or we will miss them. The man who was acting as their leader spoke and everyone moved immediately according to his instructions. However, the only things they found that they could use as weapons were a pair of broom and dustpan. They were feeling aggrieved, but they had no choice. When we go out, ignore the zombies and run toward the vehicles as fast as possible. We only have one shot at this. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While moving inside the commercial compound, Mark and Abigail had to go out and deal with the infected. The road was too narrow and was designed to only allow two vehicles to pass at the same time. However, the outbreak left a lot of cars abandoned in the middle of the road, giving them the need to push every single car out of the way. Still, it was easier compared to the situation at the intersection. The only problem they had right now was the incoming infected and the slow pace they were traveling. More and more infected were getting attracted by the sounds of the engine, and the police also started to help to hinder the infected from coming close to the vehicles. After another 7 minutes, they were finally at the last corner of the road. It was the corner of the wet and dry market that led to the other entrance. At that time, Abigail stopped beside her papa and pulled his sleeves while looking at a certain direction. "El, is something wrong? Papa, danger." Hearing what she said, Mark looked at that direction and saw nothing. However, 4 people entered his detection area at that time. They were running away from something. Soon the 4 people were on site, 2 women and 2 men. They were all running, shouting towards Mark's direction. They all ran like there was no tomorrow despite their weary-looking faces. They tried to avoid all the infected on their way and succeeded, but their panic did not lessen even just a little. "Help!" They all shouted in a chorus while panting. Their voices all sounded desperate and filled with fear. Crashing sounds could be heard just behind them. Then, after a louder crash, a 2-meter mutated infected could be seen running after the 4 while carrying a freshly mutilated body. The features of the infected could not be any more familiar to Mark since he encountered this kind of mutant twice inside them all. It was one of those that he previously called Fat Mutant, which he now decided to call Dozer. It was because of these mutants' tendency to ram on anything and everything that was on their way between them and their target. However, this Dozer chasing the group of survivors looked slightly different. Its body was all bloated as if like a balloon that was ready to burst open. Furthermore, there is a gas-like effect near its mouth. Mark could not help but think of the large woodman back in the city hall. The Dozer in front of them should be another level 2 mutation. Hearing the shouts, the police started to get ready to confront the infected and save these survivors. It was their duty after all. However, an unexpected situation happened. Well, *T, Mark cursed. It was because when the Dozers saw him, it disregarded the survivors it was chasing before and started charging toward Mark's direction. "Gail, stay here and guard the car. Papa will deal with this guy." Mark did not wait for the little girl's reply and ran off towards another direction, away from the convoy. Chapter 94, Day 3, 1:52 p.m. Commercial Center, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Baycor City, Cavite. After Mark noticed that this mutated infected changed its target and was actually running towards him, he did not hesitate to lure it away from the convoy. It was impossible for the vehicles to drive away because of their current location, and the road toward the exit was still littered with several abandoned vehicles. He really did not expect that he would encounter another of these Dozers here and someone that had mutated further. Given the fact that the Dozer back in the mall exploded like a balloon and released methane gas, it could surely do the same. If the policemen started shooting this guy when it got near the vehicles, the results would be devastating. Though, loud sounds echoed across the commercial center as the Dozer bulldozed through all the obstacles just to reach Mark, who was quickly fleeing. Abandoned stalls, metal signage posts, and even vehicles did not manage to stop the charge of the Dozer and was pushed aside. This mutated infected was too strong. Furthermore, it was also too fast. With the speed it was running right now, it was not hard for it to catch up to Mark. It was a wonder how those 4 survivors managed to run away from his guy. He then realized, maybe the dead person it was carrying right now delayed it for a bit, giving enough time for the other 4 to run away. Seeing that the cars were pushed aside, Mark's eyes lit up. He started luring the Dozer toward the street. Fresh. Multiple loud sounds echoed as the Dozer started slamming its body on the vehicles that were blocking its way. The vehicles crashed towards one another after being pushed aside by the Dozer's charge. On the convoy, The people tensely watched the scene unfold. They could see Mark agilely jumping over the roofs of the vehicles with the 2-meter fat infected chasing him from behind. They could not understand why he was not shooting the infected. The 4 survivors that were running away reached the convoy and were assisted by the police and the medical workers that went out of the vehicles. The 4 was assisted into one of the vehicles to tend to their needs. "Chief, what are you doing? Assist him. Shoot the infected." Madame Laney walked out of the vehicle and ordered the chief, as it seemed that the situation was not good. However, she was interrupted by a shout coming from Mark's vehicle. When she turned to look, it was the beautiful girl who walked out of their vehicle holding a cool-looking crossbow. She seemed wary with the chief around, but she was seriously looking at her. "What?" Madame asked the question with a toned-down voice. "No matter what, this girl should be Mark's woman. It was not good to offend her. That infected could explode with fire if you shoot it with a gun." Hearing what she said, the policemen who were getting ready to assist Mark shivered. They were already preparing their guns and move out upon receiving orders. "What do you mean?" The chief stepped forward and asked, but they were dumbfounded. When he stepped forward, the beautiful girl actually retreated. Everyone around looked at the chief. Was he that scary? Seeing that the girl seemed to be afraid of Chief Mallory, one of the policemen took the initiative to ask, but before he could even ask, he turned speechless. Because the beautiful girl also stepped back, giving all the men a scared look. "Move away, all of you men. Can't you see she's afraid of you all?" Madame Laney pushed them all away. All the men around was crying inside. When the men retreated, the beautiful girl's face looked better. "I'll ask this time, what do you mean with what you just said?" Madame Laney asked in a gentle manner. "Oh, that infected can release, and its body is full of methane. That is why it looked too bloated," May replied in a low voice. Hearing her reply, everyone around understood. Carelessly shooting that infected could lead to severe repercussions. "How did you know?" Madame Laney asked again. "We encountered one of those back in the mall. When Jeej shot it with this crossbow, it exploded and released a lot of methane." May's reply enlightened the congresswoman. Still, she could not help but wonder why she was calling Mark Jeej. "Madame Laney, it's better if we don't get in Master's way." Another voice interrupted Madame Laney's thoughts. It was Odalina, who just went out of the vehicle to look at the situation. "What do you mean?" "Look, Master is paving the way for us." Odalina replied to Madame Laney's question while pointing at Mark, who was already leading the mutated infected along the middle of the street. Then they saw it. All the vehicles blocking the way were being pushed aside, and the space between the pushed vehicles was enough for the convoy to go through. The screed! Mark continued jumping over the roofs of the abandoned vehicles to lead the dozer out through the street and even attracting more infected on the way. However, his plan was still going smoothly. Even the regular infected that started to chase after him became collateral damages after the dozer pushed their bodies aside, and some even became mangled after getting squeezed between the dozer and the vehicle in front of it. At the last jump, Mark did not land on the roof of another car but in the concrete after he entered the vicinity of the gas station on the other corner of the intersection right in front of the fast food restaurant where they stopped earlier. Back at the convoy inside the commercial center, Odalina already started to push the remaining vehicles blocking the road aside. Around the convoy, the police and even the bodyguards of the congresswoman that started to help continued on keeping the infected at bay. So far, they did not incur any casualty, which was a good thing. It was then that the radio May was holding rang. "Yeah, Mayor, tell Odal to follow the path I opened and head toward the gas station. Try to see if we can get gas from there." "Okay, I'll tell her." "Yeah, but where are you now?" "I'm past the gas station now. I'll just let these guys chasing me away. Wait for me at the gas station." "Alright, be careful." "Don't worry, I can handle myself." With that, the convoy moved faster and out of the commercial center. The path Mark made using the level 2 mutation dozer was proven useful. The open path between the cars was still a little bit small compared to the width of the MB Sprinter, but it just took a second of push to widen the space between the abandoned vehicles. In about 2 minutes, the convoy reached the gas station. After arriving, Odal immediately jumped off the vehicle and searched for a possible way to get diesel for the vehicle. However, she was disappointed. Without electricity, the fuel pumps would not work. All she could do was gather necessities for maintaining the vehicle like motor oil and other stuff found in the gas station. The other people also went out of the convoy to help. It was also necessary for the other vehicles to be refueled. At their estimate, 2 of the vans they had could only be used one way and could only be discarded once they reached Firons, which would be a pity. The policemen and the bodyguards proceeded on guarding the group and kept the incoming infected at bay. However, the noise was starting to get louder and more infected started to head toward the gas station. The number of the people dealing with the infected at the moment would not be enough. Luckily, A little girl kept on running and jumping everywhere, killing all the infected she could deal with. It really helped the armed men a lot, and to be frank, Abigail was more efficient in killing the infected than all of the men combined. Tush! Tush! May also started to help in killing the infected. She was currently using the crossbow pistol Mark made for her, and to say, she was getting better at using the weapon. While everyone was busy doing their tasks, a loud explosion accompanied by a burst of flames upwards to the sky was seen not far from their location. They could not see the actual cause of the explosion because of the curved road, but they were sure that it happened just beside the road. May could not help but worry since the explosion was too large. Soon, they saw someone coming over from the direction where the explosion happened. It was Mark. He looked tired as he walked back and dealt with some of the infected on the way. When he finally returned to the group, she was greeted by another hug from May, making the men around stare with envy. Mayor, do you really have to do this every time? Mark asked May helplessly. I do. Is it bad? May answered his question with a pitiful expression. Mark could only sigh to this. He then hugged May tightly in return before letting her go. Happy now? To his next question, however, May did not answer and immediately ran back into the vehicle with a reddened face. Papa, me too. Mark looked beside him and saw Abigail, who already raised both her arms waiting for her papa to lift her up. He could only sigh as he picked the little girl up. He did not even notice how this little girl got beside him. He then walked towards Odalena while carrying the little girl in his arms. Master, is this really the time for that? Odalena said with annoyance. She had been disappointed that she could not find a way to get diesel for the vehicle, and her master was flirting after he returned. Sorry about that. I'm too tired running away. That fat guy is too fast. I had to give it my all just to run away. If I didn't manage to make it stuck between two trees, I would still be running right now. I'm just refilling my energy. What kind of energy are you even refilling? Odalena felt helpless as she murmured that question. We can't get diesel? Mark suddenly asked Odalena, noticing that she looked down and disappointed. Yes, the pumps won't work without electricity. There are no generators either. I say, Mark understood the situation. This gas station was a small one after all. He looked around the gas station before giving Odalena some instructions. Odal, remember that siphon pump I brought from the mall? Take it out, and also get me a crowbar. Odalena was a bit confused what he was going to do, but did not question him and took out the items he needed. Papa, I'll help the police fight the infected. All right, just be careful. Mark put Abigail down. She then rushed towards the incoming infected like she was just playing in a playground. He did not know what to say about this. Odalena brought the pump and the crowbar to Mark. After that, he moved toward one of the square metal covers that had yellow paint. Using the crowbar, he pulled off the cover, which was luckily not locked. There, the smell of diesel escaped out of the hole under that removed cover. Odalena was surprised. Master, you also knew about these things? Don't underestimate the abilities of a job hopper, all right? Master, I do not think that it should be something to be proud of. Nah, forget about it. Drive the car here. Oh, wait! Find me an additional hose first. The hole is too deep for the pump. While Mark was doing all those stuff, everyone around was watching him. They could not help but become amazed on how versatile this man was. After that, it did not take too much time until they filled the fuel tank of their vehicle. They also got some extra gallons just in case they needed it. They even managed to get enough fuel for the other vehicles the survivors was riding on. The only struggle they experienced while getting gasoline was the number of the incoming infected that was getting larger over time. Because of that, they did not fill the fuel tanks of all the vehicles and just filled it enough to be driven several more times. Mark also had to join the people who was keeping the infected at bay. With him and Abigail joining forces together, everyone felt more at ease. After gathering the fuel, the convoy hurriedly drove off, leaving the gas station overrun with infected. Chapter 95, Day 3, 2:35 p.m. Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bigor City, Cavite. The convoy had already left the gas station, and at about 50 meters away from the gas station, every single person inside the cars was looking at the left side of the road. It was the location where the explosion occurred several minutes ago. What they could see was a large number of burned bodies with two still burning trees in the middle. Everything within a 10-meter radius around the trees were charred and burned. The police, who remembered what May said to them, could not help but swallow their own saliva. It was good that they had been warned, or the consequences could have been grave. They did not even want to imagine what could have happened if they shot that fat mutant infected near the convoy. This scene was nothing to joke about, and yet the person who was the root of this scene went back to them like he just did some exercise. Inside the MB Sprinter that was leading the convoy, Melissa and Charmaine were staring at Mark with incredulous expression. Big brother, you did all this right? To Charmaine's question, Mark, who was tuning one of his radios to the frequency the police behind them was using, just glanced at the scene outside and nodded while shrugging his shoulders. There were too many infected chasing me that time. I had no choice. Charmaine felt irritated at his expression. She did not know that Mark was really feeling tired at the moment and was not in the mood to talk too much. Since this morning, too many things happened after all. If he could actually sleep at this time, he had already done so. Unexpectedly, it looked like someone noticed his accumulating fatigue. Jeej, you can rest if you want to. Mark faintly smiled hearing that and shook his head. Maybe, later. However, it seemed that May was not taking a no for an answer. She pulled Mark towards her and made him lay down on the sofa and at her lap as a pillow. Mark, who was feeling tired, was caught off guard and did not manage to resist. The two women in front of them were speechless at the scene. The two of them were there sitting, but the couple in front of them kept on flirting. Jeej, you should rest, May said in a stern voice, leaving Mark with no way to decline. Knowing that, Mark did not say anything and just let May do what she wanted. She then removed his helmet and started to gently caress his hair. As Mark was looking the opposite direction of May, he could not see what her expression looked like. It did not take long for Mark to slowly close his eyes and fell asleep. May did not know that she just found one of Mark's weak points. This weak point was the reason he fell asleep easily. The proof of this was because it was hard for Mark to fall asleep easily even if he was tired, since the emotions of other people that he was continuously absorbing was actually keeping him from sleeping deeply. Right now, however, he comfortably slept with May's help. Melissa and Charmaine, who witnessed the whole thing, looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. They both fell silent and did not disturb the two. It was because of the satisfied face May was making while watching Mark sleep on her lap and caressing his hair. The rest of the way fortunately went smoothly. There were a few roundabouts and bumping on the way, but it could still be considered as smooth since the numbers of danger they could encounter in the time of apocalypse were enormous. Asterisk, 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 everything was white and Mark could see two shadows waving at him. He could not see their faces, but he could hear their voices saying gratitude and goodbye. The voices were familiar and he was sure he knew them. However, he could not remember for some reason. The shadows soon walked away after saying a few sentences to him. Strangely, he could not speak. He wanted to ask who they were. What? When he could not see the shadows anymore, he could hear two females' voices. That, Digby. He tried to listen closer. Jeej, wake up. Mark opened his eyes. He could see May's worried face looking above him. May, what's wrong? Big brother, you're having a nightmare. It was Charmaine who answered his question. He looked towards her and saw his younger sister kneeling in front of him. She also looked worried. Behind her, he could see Melissa also watching his situation. He lifted his body up and sat beside May under their gazes. Mark noticed that he was actually drenched in sweat even though the air conditioning of the car was on. Looking at their worried faces, he spoke. Don't worry, I'm fine. He patted the heads of the two girls. Their worry finally eased. How long did I sleep? About 15 minutes, I think. Melissa answered his question. Mark looked outside. 15 minutes, Charm, we're not there yet? There are a lot of cars abandoned in the middle of the road. We're already past Città Italia now. I'd say, looking outside the window, Mark could see the familiar vacant lots used for farming. Their destination was already close by. The only problem he expected would be the possibility of encountering a huge number of infected, since they would go to an area where 4 malls was actually located near each other. Before the apocalypse, competitions between companies owning mall franchises were very high. This was the result that could be found in many places in the Philippines. Unfortunately, the fast food branch owned by Carlo's grandfather was actually built outside one of the mall, which was the furthest one of the 4 from the direction they were coming from. Mark just wished that there would be no heavy traffic blockade on the road. The next intersection they would go through was frequently prone to heavy traffic. Fortunately, Mark's wish was granted. When they arrived at the vicinity of the first mall before the intersection, they were greeted by a large number of infected. It was a large horde and enough to overturn everything into demise. The thankful thing was that there was still a traffic blockade, but not blocking the direction they needed to go. The traffic blockade was on the southern side of the intersection and their destination was on the left turn, which was the northern side. Oda, Mark called while looking at the horde further away in front of the vehicle. Yes, master. Mow those guys down. Ness, everyone please hold on to something. Odalina said before stepping on the gas deeper, shifted the gear and started to accelerate the vehicle. On the vehicles following behind, the survivors' faces were looking grim. They could see the large number of infected at further in the distance, and for some reason, their vehicles had no signs of stopping. Inside the multi-cab, which was the police were riding, Chief Malari's radio started crackling. "Chief, peep up with us. We're going to drive through this horde." Hearing that, Chief Mallory's eyes and the policemen around him dilated. What a bunch of lunatics. They could see the number of infected further on the road, and it was nothing to joke at. Their cars will be overturned if they tried to charge through that. Chief Mallory immediately replied, "Are you sure about this? Our cars can't go through that unscathed. We could get stuck there or worse, overturned." "Is that so?" The police chief felt helpless hearing the indifferent voice in the radio. "Let's do this. We'll stop and drive back. We'll wait for your group back there near the farming lots," the chief suggested. "Oh, all right, that could also work." Hearing that reply, the chief felt relief until, "You guys won't be much of help even if you guys tried to go with us anyway." Chief Mallory felt spitting out blood. However, he could not refute it either. There were two monsters riding that vehicle after all. Disregarding that last remark, the chief informed the other vehicles through the radio. The vehicles then stopped, and then everyone watched the black armored vehicle sped off under the horde, decimating every single infected, blocking the way. They soon turned around and drove back to the vacant lots where they could easily see the perimeter of the area and watch out for incoming threats. Back on the MB Sprinter that was driving through the horde, the wipers of the vehicle was already turned on. The wipers wiped out the blood on the front window as the bodies of the infected splattered blood on it. The V-shaped ram of the vehicle played the huge role of decimating the infected, throwing everything aside due to the strong impact and the shape of the ram. The shape of the ram also lessened the shaking of the vehicle for every infected it hit. While the vehicle was decimating the infected outside, Melissa, Charmaine, and Odalina's two children looked pale as they held onto their seats for the sake of living. Looking outside, just how many infected was flocking towards their vehicle? If not over 1,000, it should still be in several hundreds. They looked at Mark, Abigail, and May's faces. They actually looked fine, as if it was just nothing to them. Just like how Moses parted the Red Sea into two, the black armored MB Sprinter mowed down the infected, splitting the horde into two, and even kept going. The vehicle did not slow down even a little and even accelerated further. The vehicle left a whole lot of gore and blood behind. This could be said a suicidal attempt, but Mark decided on this approach after thinking deeply. One of the factors was the weight and speed of their vehicle. It would not be easy for the infected to overturn it, and the V-shaped ram would keep the vehicle from decelerating too much. Another was that they would just check their destination and look if there was anyone living inside. For other people, it would take some time, but for Mark, it would just take seconds. If luckily that Mark found a survivor in there, depending on who the survivor was, he would either save or abandon them, and they will do it as fast as possible. Mark was also confident that this horde would not be able to catch up with their vehicle. In his estimation, the number of biters remaining was far lesser than eaters, and that was to his favor. Mark was right about that. Biters numbered more than eaters, and the ratio between the two was also very in favor of the biters. It was just that most of the biters went after the fleeing survivors, like he said before, leaving just a smaller fraction behind that went for the hiding survivors. The blockade was just ahead, and Odalina drove the vehicle toward the opposite lane, making their way out of the horde. Behind the vehicle, the biters kept chasing on their tail but failed to get close too much due to the higher number of eaters wandering around the area. The four nervous people inside the vehicle finally felt relieved. They actually made it through. Odalina, who was looking at the dashboard mirror, could not help but let out a bitter smile seeing the pale faces of her children. She decided to spoil them a bit later to make up for their fright. Finally, they arrived in front of the W.C. Ronalds branch after pushing some vehicles aside. They parked the vehicle at the front parking. Upon entering the vicinity of the fast food restaurant, the scene that could tell everyone that there would be no survivors was present. Most of the glass walls of the restaurant, both on the first and the second floor, were decimated, and broken glass pieces was scattered everywhere. The red blood splashed on walls and floors stands out on the wall paint inside the restaurant premises. However, to Mark's surprise, he actually detected living people. He looked at the left half of the second floor. The restaurant was designed with the second floor dining area only having half the size of the floor. The other half was where the air conditioning, ventilation, and other rooftop equipment were installed. And at that half was actually where he detected people. There were 4 of them, and every fluctuation was weak. It seemed that all of them were not in the good condition. "Dale, let's go." "Odal, May, defend the vehicle. I found people on the second floor." Together with Abigail, Mark jumped off the vehicle and ran into the restaurant with his weapons ready. Chapter 96, Day 3, 2:46 p.m. Vacant farming lot, Molino Boulevard, Bayanan, Bakor City, Carbide. Several vehicles were parked beside the sidewalk of the curved boulevard in 2 rows. It was the survivors that decided to wait for Mark and his group's return. They parked the vehicles in this way to reduce the area needed to be protected by the police, the bodyguards, and the armed volunteers. Most of the survivors stayed inside the vehicle with only the armed men patrolling outside. It was fortunate for them that the location was a good spot to stop over. The wide road on the west and south area was the wide road, while the northern and eastern area was the vast vacant farmland. There were no hiding spots, and every movement from all directions could be observed except for some parts of the farmland where the grass had grown taller than 2 meters. The tall grasses, however, were quite far in the distance and could be considered insignificant. The group attracted quite a number of infected after stopping, but was efficiently dealt by the police. It was fortunate for them that they did not attract the horde, since the horde came after the armored van that tore through their horrifying numbers. At the northeastern side of the convoy, 2 armed volunteers could be heard chatting. The man who was anxiously looking around while sitting on the sidewalk spoke to the other man who stood while leaning on the base of the concrete electric post. "Fred, how long do you think we're going to wait here?" "How would I know, huh? Luke, why don't you try asking them?" The man called Fred pointed toward the police with his thumb. "Nah, I would rather not. I know that they are protecting us, but they still look scary." The man sitting on the sidewalk, Luke, shook his head. Both of the two were government office workers before the outbreak, and it was obvious that Luke was a timid person. "Why are you scared with them? They are only scary because they have guns." "But we also have ours now, right?" Fred boastfully said while tapping on the gun he put on the belt of his pants. Luke only shook his head hearing Fred's sentence. The guy was being too complacent. Just because he had a gun now, he thought that he was comparable to the trained police? Luke had those thoughts, but did not voice it, since this guy in front of him was quite hard to deal with even back in the office. It was then that Fred turned around and walked toward the farmland, leaving the convoy. Luke was about to ask him where he was going when another shout beat him to it. "Hey, you there! Where are you going?" Luke turned his head and saw that it was a police officer who asking Fred. To the question, Fred replied, "Boss, nature's call. I can't do it here since there are women inside the cars." "Is that so? Then do it quick and don't go too far away." "All right, boss." Fred replied to the police officer with a smug face before turning around once more and continued to walk toward the middle of the farmland. The guy was really not afraid of the police, especially since he had a gun himself. It was quite common to see people who had this kind of attitude even in the ranks of the police. They felt superior and arrogant just because of the weapon holstered on their waists. He arrived at the middle of the farmland and saw that the people in the convoy would not see him anymore. Looking around, he saw the nearest tuft of tall grass. He decided to empty his tank there. After moving in front of the tall grass, he noticed that the grass was quite thin and there was an open space behind. As he was confident with himself and with his curiosity kicking in, he decided to look. What he found was a 3.5 meter by 2 meter rectangular hole. It was a hole dug by farmers to store water collected from the nearest creek and use the water for watering the crops manually. In fact, the hole was still filled with water because of the rain yesterday. Since there was water inside the hole, who knows what entered the man's head and decided to take a leak there. The sound of flowing water could be heard behind the tall grass as Fred did his thing. Luke, who was still sitting on the sidewalk back on the convoy, was attentively looking around for danger. He also saw when Fred entered inside the tuft of tall grass, but did not think too much about it since it was just a small tuft of grass in the middle of the vacant grassland. It was then Readable.com. Help! They all heard a loud scream. Luke immediately turned toward the group of tall grass. He was sure that it was Fred's voice. Luke immediately flung himself up and sprinted towards the middle of the farmland. Several police officers also went toward the source of the scream. Midway their sprint, they heard a loud gunshot coming from the same direction where the scream came from. As several more shots sounded, the men who went to aid froze. When the gunshots finally stopped, they all continued with extreme caution. But before they could reach the tuft of tall grass, however, the tall grass in front swayed open and a silhouette of a person came out. It was Fred. However, his eyes were all red as if it was irritated, and there was a white web-like root on his face, neck and arms. Furthermore, there was a red mark on his pants. It was blood, and by the shape of the mark, it looked like a bite. "Lord, help me!" Fred staggered out of the tuft and called out to Luke, who was already nearby. He then fell down on all fours, splattering his arm and pants with mud. He then started wailing in pain and started to roll on the mud while clutching his head. "Fred!" Luke shouted and was about to run when a hand grabbed him on his right shoulder, stopping him from doing so. When they turned around, it was one of the police officers who went to help. "What are you doing? I need to help him." Luke had forgotten his fear of the police due to his panic. He tried to shake off the hand on his shoulder, but he failed to do so. When he was about to retaliate, he heard the police officer speak. "Sir, calm down. It's likely that he was bitten. If you came close to him carelessly, who might also get bitten by him if he suddenly turned." Hearing that, Luke calmed down a bit, but he was still worried. Even though he and Fred were not too close to each other, they knew each other for several years now. Furthermore, he was the only person he knew within the survivors. While everyone was hesitating whether to approach Luke or not, the tuft started rustling and another person came out. It was an infected. The infected was slow and there were several bullet holes on its body. The bullet holes were probably done by Fred. The most noticeable thing, however, was that there were several odd-looking fungi on the infected's face and arms. There were also web-like white roots all over its body. On one of its eyes, a clump of trumpet-shaped white-colored mushrooms were growing. There were also smaller mushrooms on other parts of its body. Looking back at the wailing Fred, he already had the same web-like patterns on his body and was spreading fast. Soon, his action started to become weaker and he started twitching with his back on the mud. He then stopped moving. After that, under the gazes of the witnesses, Fred's right eye burst into a stream of blood and the same trumpet-shaped mushroom that was stained with blood started growing at a fast pace. It was as if they were watching a growth of a mushroom in fast motion. The scene made all the witnesses fall back in fright and disgust. Fred then stood up and started to shamble toward the men who went for his aid. "But Luke was crestfallen. His friend just went off like that. Snap out of it. Quickly deal with those two," one of the police officers bellowed. The frightened police snapped out of their emotions. They needed to deal with the threat first before anything else. Since the two were just moving slowly, one of the police officers decided to deal with the two infected in melee. There were already several gunshots that were fired and they did not want to attract more danger. Under Luke's eyes, the police officer went towards Fred and smashed his police baton towards Fred's neck. That was then. With a puff, the mushroom that had just grown out of Fred's eye released white smoke enveloping the police officer. "Ah!" The police officer then subconsciously released the baton in his hand and staggered backwards while clutching his neck and face. The wind then carried the smoke away toward the other people. Everyone immediately retreated. However, the crestfallen Luke was late to react. He managed to inhale the white smoke. **T. Luke fell down on his knees and clutched his neck as if he wanted to strangle himself. The other police officers stared wide-eyed on the unexpected scene. They then saw the web-like roots started growing on the two persons who inhaled the white smoke. They finally realized that it was not smoke. The smoke was actually mushroom spores. The two infected then went towards the two victims and bit them on their necks. The two then turned in a matter of seconds. "Damn it, don't get close. Shoot them. Don't care about the noise anymore." Given the signal, they started shooting the four infected and brought them down. Still, no one of them dared to go close at their bodies. Chief Mallory and Madame Laney, who saw the scene from far away, had their foreheads knitted. The other survivors inside the vehicles grimaced. Outside the vehicles, the armed men were crestfallen. They just lost three capable men. It enlightened them to the meaning of not letting their guards down. Just one slip up and it could be the end. The armed men looked around. They now needed to deal with the incoming infected that was drawn in by the gunshots. Everyone wished that Mark's group return as fast as possible. Day 3, 2:47 p.m. W.C. Ronalds, Molino Road, Molino Roman 2, Baycore City, Cavite. Mark hacked the neck of an eater blocking his way inside the restaurant. Since the space inside the restaurant along with the overturned chairs and tables, Mark was having a hard time fighting. Abigail had the same predicament. She could not bounce around and kick the necks of the infected inside the restaurant too much due to the mess and unstable footing. As the time was the essence, Mark stopped trying to conserve ammunition and took out his pistol. TSST. Two shots and two infected fell down, and never to stand up again. At that moment, a biter busted in from the northern side of the restaurant through the broken glass walls. However, the biter was greeted by a kick from the little girl, sending the biter flying back outside the restaurant. Attracted by the noise below, several infected went down from the second floor through the stairs and window. Mark could see some infected falling outside the restaurant, creating splat sounds. Mark suddenly looked up. The number of people he detected decreased by one for some reason. It gave him a sense of crisis. After eliminating the infected on the first floor, Mark and Abigail immediately went up. They were greeted by a dozen infected wandering the second floor. Seeing the newcomers coming from the stairs, the infected immediately scrambled towards Mark and Abigail. The little girl was ready to charge when her papa spoke. "Gail, let me handle this." After holstering his pistol back into his belt, he pulled the M16 from his side and flicked the safety lever. TSSD, 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 TSSD. After more than a dozen shots, all the infected on the second floor fell soaking into their pools of blood on the floor. Mark approached the only staff door at the second floor. It was the door that led to the rooftop outside. Mark could still feel the 3 weak fluctuations from the other side of the wall. He shot the lock of the door. It was a door that did not use a door knob and only had a door handle and a separate circular lock. After shooting the lock, he kicked the door open and readied his gun just in case. What he saw made him dumbfounded. He saw 5 people lying around the rooftop. 2 of them were already dead. The other 3, however, a man and 2 women, were lying down on the floor together, hugging each other, wearing only their underwear. Chapter 97, Day 3, 2:59 p.m. W.C. Ronalds, Molino Road, Molino Roman 2, Bakewar City. Cabite Mark stared at the 3 people who were huddled together unconscious. Gale, guard here inside. Make sure that no infected to climb up the stairs. Hearing what he said, the little girl nodded and attentively guarded the stairs. Actually, there was not much need to guard the stairs, as the infected was not too adept on climbing up on higher floors. Mark just did not want to make his daughter see the scene outside the door. Even if they were unconscious, 3 full-grown adults huddled and sleeping together in their underwear was not a sight for children to see. When went to her post, Mark approached the 3 unconscious people. He finally confirmed that the man who was in the middle was the person he was looking for, his younger brother, Carlo. The woman to his right was also familiar. If Mark was right, she was Carlo's girlfriend Sandra. Mark did not recognize the other woman though. The faces of the 3 were reddish and their breaths were ragged. Kneeling down, Mark touched the foreheads of the 3 and confirmed that they were all in the same condition. They all had high fevers and their underwear was still wet. Mark found the clothes of the 3 hanging on one of the machines on the rooftop, and the clothes had not yet fully dried up. Mark looked around and noticed that there was no place to hide from the rain in this place. The place was filled with different machines that were bolted on the roof and the walls. If this was the case, these people might have been under the rain for the whole day yesterday. That situation would sure make anyone experience hypothermia. These 3 huddling closely might have been their last resort to the situation and keep their bodies as warm as possible. These people surely have been stuck here in this place with more than a dozen of infected on the second floor. Mark turned at the 2 dead bodies. One of them just died and the other might have been dead several hours ago. They did not manage to handle their illness and had probably given up resisting. It was peaceful death if they died while being unconscious. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It seemed that touching their foreheads disturbed Sandra and she weakly opened her eyes. Turning her head slowly, she saw a man exuding a scary aura standing beside them. However, she did feel scared at all. She opened her mouth and said in a whisper-like manner, "Please help us." The weak woman stared at the man, but he did not reply. It was then that she felt worried that the man who just arrived had ill intentions. However, the man then moved. He took out a radio from his belt and spoke. "Mayor, yeah, what is it?" Sandra heard a female voice from the radio. The voice sounded like an angel, as if she was about to fetch them into afterlife. The man who was called Gij by the female on the radio replied, "Tell Melissa to go inside the restaurant. I'll get Gail to fetch her. Bring 3 towels, medicine for fever, and water that isn't cold. Also, Mayor, prepare some hot water and cook some porridge on the cooker. You can do that, right?" "All right." Hearing the conversation, Sandra felt tearing up. How could she not realize that those things that the man requested were for them who were lying on the floor in sickness? Their hard days were finally over. Since the outbreak came too sudden, they were stuck in this roof without any preparation. There were actually 8 people back then. Knowing that they would be stuck in here for some time, the 3 tried to go inside the restaurant to fetch some necessities but never came back. Among the remaining 5 of them, only Carlo, her boyfriend, had the courage to volunteer to get food, but she did not let him go. After sunset on the first day, they were tired and hungry. However, they had no way of getting food and other things. Then, the accursed rain fell. At first, they thought that it was a blessing since they could at least drink the falling rain, but the rain did not let up until midnight last night. After being drenched with rain and exposed to the cold for long, they all fell sick and their hunger further led them to fall unconscious. With the last resort, she and Carlo removed their rainwater-drenched clothes and huddled together. With no choice left, the other female, who was one of the staff in the restaurant, huddled together with them. Still, the effect was not enough and they still lost consciousness after some time. Sandra looked at her unconscious boyfriend. His condition was worse than hers since he used his body to cover her up from the rain. She raised her weak hand and touched his cheek with a weak smile. Asterisk 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 on the parking area in front of W.C. Ronald's, May, who was helping Odalina to hold back the infected, received Mark's orders and immediately complied. Odalina also heard what Mark said and realized that something must have gone wrong. She let May do what she was asked to do and was left alone to deal with the incoming infected. Soon Abigail went out of the restaurant and escorted Melissa, who was now carrying a large bag, back into the restaurant. However, May did not go back to help yet since there were other things she was asked to do. Unfortunately, Odalina was in a dilemma. The horde had finally caught up and the front of the horde was just a few blocks away. This was something she could not handle alone. However, she must not let down her master. She must think of a way to hold these infected back. Looking around, her gaze fell onto the parked and abandoned vehicles. It gave her a good idea. She punched a biter coming her way, breaking its skull, and then she closed her eyes to concentrate. At that moment, the lower part of her jeans was torn a slit on both sides. Next, a gray bony growth started to cover her feet and legs, while the bone armor covering her hands started to grow and cover her forearms up to her elbow. Asterisk 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 back at the rooftop on the second floor, Mark waited at the side as Melissa administered medicine on the three people. Sundara was conscious, but the other two was not, needing her help to ingest the medicine they needed. It's hypothermia, isn't it? Mark asked Melissa. Yes, the symptoms clearly showed it. However, this man's fever seemed to be something else. The temperature was too high, and I could say that his high body temperature is the reason why these two women are still alive. I see, so that's the case. Mark smiled, which made Melissa baffled at his expression. Freebankon Sundara, who was already helped to sit down and was given a dry towel to cover her body, leaned on the wall behind her while drinking some water from the bottle given to her. Hearing the conversation of the two, she could not help but worriedly look at her boyfriend, who was still unconscious and suffering. She weakly stretched out her right hand and held Melissa's arm, getting her attention. Please, save Carlo, she said in a muffled voice. To her plea, Melissa gently smiled and said while pointing at Mark with her thumb, You don't have to worry. Even if you don't say it, my boss there won't watch him die. Sundara looked at Mark, who squatted beside Carlo and was checking his state. Thank you, Sundara said, filled with gratitude. And by the way, boss, why do you seem happy when he is burning with high fever? Melissa turned towards Mark and asked, Just where did that boss come from? Mark replied with a question while looking at the nurse in confusion. Because you're the leader, right? I'm not your servant, so I won't call you master like Odal, so boss is just fine. Right, boss? Also answer my question first. Hearing her reasoning, Mark shook his head. Though her reasoning was right on point, somehow he was reluctant to admit it. Furthermore, as if Mark would not notice that she was paying back for the fright she received when they tore through the horde. About his fever, it's likely that it is connected to his evolution. Evolution? Remember what I said about the mutagen changing the bodies of the survivors? Abnormally high fever is one of the symptoms of that. Mark looked at the unconscious Carlo and continued. In his case, maybe what he will receive would be like stronger body and cold acclimation. How are you sure about that? Melissa looked confused. Oh, I forgot to explain it earlier, I think. You see, what the person who was undergoing before evolution experienced before falling into high fever would affect their evolution. Odal's children, for example, they were both mortally wounded before evolution, so they received every high regeneration rate. If you tried to wound them now, it would be healed quickly. Wait, I didn't about tattoo, and Gale aside, Mrs. Odal's children were also abnormal. Melissa stared at Mark wide-eyed. Well, yeah? Odal too? Then May is? Nah, she's normal. The only abnormal about her is her mental state right now. Mark shrugged his shoulders, making the nurse speechless. Sundara, who could not keep up and did not understand most of their conversation, could only understand one thing. Carlo is not in danger and might even be in better state after he woke up. She could finally breathe in relief. While the people in the rooftop were immersed in their work, they heard loud sounds coming from the front of the restaurant. Mark jumped onto a machine followed by Melissa to see the situation outside. The scene outside almost made Melissa fall back in shock. The horde was already in front of the restaurant and was trying to pass through the line of toppled cars that somehow appeared. However, that was not the most shocking part for her. At the parking lot, she saw Odalina, whose arms and legs were covered with gray bones, was kicking vehicles, toppling them into a barricade in front of the restaurant. On Odalina's every kick, one side of the vehicle in front of her would lift off the ground, making the vehicle roll on its side, scattering glass fragments and other metal parts around. Now, she understood what Mark had just told her. She then heard Mark's voice asking her a question. Melissa, can we move that other woman? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Mark was frowning. The horde had already blocked the road in front of the restaurant. Since he was at a vantage point and higher than the ground, he could now make out several familiar silhouettes among the horde. There was a level 1 mutation dozer and even another of that charred-looking infected. There were even some that he saw for the first time. Unfortunately, he would not be able to examine the abilities of those guys due to the existence of the horde. To his question, Melissa replied, "We can, but her body should be handled with care since her muscles are in pain due to her fever." "All right, you two stay here and I'll move them to the vehicle first." After Melissa nodded, Mark lifted the unconscious woman who was covered with a dry towel and a princess carry and brought her out. Before the apocalypse, Mark would have struggled to carry this woman, but his evolution helped him do so. He effortlessly carried the woman to the first floor with Abigail as guard. Upon arriving at the vehicle, Charmaine, May, and Odalina's children were surprised to see Mark carrying an unconscious, almost naked woman. The two women wanted to ask questions but stopped themselves from doing so since it was not the time to do so. After making the unconscious woman lay down on the sofa, Mark immediately returned to the restaurant and picked up the fever-stricken Carlo on his back with Melissa's help. Charm was shocked to see Carlo, who was also unconscious. However, she was relieved that he was still alive at the same time. For one last time, Mark went back inside the restaurant to pick up Sundra. Like the unconscious woman, Mark lifted her in a princess carry. Sundra was embarrassed but did not say anything. She knew that these people were their saviors and it was not right to be picky about things. Mark brought Sundra with Melissa and Abigail beside him. With the little girl guarding Mark back and forth into the restaurant, the work went smoothly even if the infected managed to enter the restaurant from the northern side, which was open and connected to the parking lot of the mall beside the restaurant. After settling Sundra inside the vehicle, Mark went together with Abigail to meet Odalina. Melissa returned inside the vehicle since she knew that she was of no help even if she stayed outside. When Mark reached Odalina's location, he could see the barricade of vehicles effectively holding the horde back. After all, the barricade was made with several layers of vehicles toppled together. "What's the situation?" "Master, we can't use this road to go back. The horde became larger after we attracted the infected from the malls on the side of the road and from other areas nearby. But we can't make a detour either," Mark said while frowning and continued. "The route to north is prone to traffic and there are several schools there. There should be a lot of infected there. We're in a dilemma, aren't we, Master? Let me try something first. If it didn't work, we'll try to find another way." What he said made both Odalina and Abigail look at him. "Master, what do you want to do?" Mark tapped his chin with his right index finger and said, "You'll know when you see it. What you two should do is get on the vehicle and get ready to leave." "But Master, do you two trust me?" Mark looked at his servant and his daughter. Both nodded without hesitation. "Then, do what I said and wait for my orders on the radio." The two agreed and hurried to back into the vehicle. Seeing the two enter the vehicle, Mark looked at the horde in front of him. "Well, what will you do at this situation, Freed?" "As if you will answer." Mark fiddled with his phone. "What music is best for this scene, I wonder?" "All right, this one." He played the song titled "The Wind is Blowing," sung by a Japanese idol group, from his phone and smiled while his eyes became sharper and his body exuding an unexplainable aura. "Here it goes." After inhaling and exhaling deeply, Mark jumped into Tallis' vehicle in the barricade, making sure that every infected in the horde saw him. Chapter 98, Day 3, 3:18 p.m. W.C. Ronald's front parking, Molino Road, Molino Roman 2, Bakewar City, Cavite Gua. Ryu, brr. The noises created by the horde were deafening. On top of a van that was used as barricade to block the incoming horde, Mark stood. His above-neck long hair fluttered along with the flapping sounds of his clothes. Like the title of the song that was playing in his ears, the wind was blowing. It was blowing beautifully. It smelled unpleasant though. Mark's face could not help but turn unpleasant. With the large number of infected in front of him, it was no wonder why the wind smelled so bad. Especially the biters, their body organs were still functional and thus, their bodies would still excrete urine and feces. Their oddly colored lower body clothes was the evidence to this. However, that was the least of his concerns. Among the horde, there were several figures that started to cause havoc. There were figures of different sizes. All of them wanted to get close to Mark in frenzy. It was what he aimed to do though. Since the first time he encountered these mutated infected, they had been targeting him no matter how many people were on the other side. Back in the mall, the fat man caused his barricade to collapse, leading to the long chase he had to suffer through. There was also the charred infected back when he found Abigail and the female dozer afterwards. Next were the level 2 mutation woodman and the level 2 mutation dozer. All of them were coming after him for some reason. If that was the case, Mark decided to use that to stir up the mutated infected among the horde. That was the reason he climbed up on the tallest vehicle and made sure that every single infected would see him. And he succeeded. When he climbed up, the common infected, which were the biters and eaters, behaved normally, but the mutated ones started to get agitated. They were roaring and trashing everything on their way. He could make out several dozers among the horde shoving away the other infected in front of them. There was also that hulking muscular infected that started lifting up the infected and throwing them out of the way. The hulking infected also killed other infected as it made its way towards Mark. Well, the scene reminded Mark of some people he saw in the internet back then. The mutated infected looked like Korean pop fan girls that saw their idols out of the concert stage. They would come rushing towards their idols despite how tight the security was. Asterisk 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 back in the vehicle, with the exception of May, Abigail, and Odalina, everyone was worried. Even if they could not hear the roars and moans of the infected outside due to the soundproofing of the van, they could see all the scary figures beyond the barricade of vehicles. They all could see Mark, who calmly stood on a vehicle looking at the horde as if the ones in front of him were just ants. If they were the ones who stood there in front of the horde, it was for sure that their legs would have turned into jelly. They would probably plop down on the roof of the vehicle not knowing what to do. Sundara, who had just been rescued, was not only worried about the infected outside but was also glancing at the woman tied up at the back of the vehicle. Even though she was told that the infected woman was different from those outside, she could not help but be alarmed. It was good that Charmaine was there sitting beside her. Even if they were not close, they were familiar with each other. She could now understand why this group of people came here to find her boyfriend. However, she still felt pity. Among all of them who seek refuge at that rooftop, only the three of them made it. She looked at the beautiful girl sitting behind the driver's seat. She was sure that it was her voice that she heard talking from the man's radio. She could not help but feel inferior not only on her looks but also her current expression. There was not an ounce of fear on her face, as if she truly believed that the man outside would bring them away from this predicament. The crackling of the radio was then heard inside the vehicle, followed by a man's voice. "Mayor, tell Odal to get ready. We're going to bust it out of here." It was Mark's voice. Jeej, she already heard it. "All right, wait for my signal. After that, don't wait for me and drive through." "But Jeej, how about you?" May became worried. "Don't worry about it. I have no plans of getting left behind." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mark put his radio back in his belt while watching the situation in front of him. The mutated infected was still having the brawl of their lives trying to make their way towards him. It was just a pity that the number of the common infected outnumbered the mutated ones. However, they were getting good progress to get to him. He suddenly turned to his right. He noticed some abnormal movement. It did not take a second after he turned when an infected jumped over from the ranks of the horde towards him. When Mark saw it, he was sure that it was another level 2 mutation. The body shape of the infected was odd though. It was a female infected and she was crawling on all fours. However, rather than like an animal, the movements of her limbs resembled more like an insect. Furthermore, her eyes had a holographic-looking texture aside from her pupils. The infected sprang off from vehicle to vehicle, making her way towards him. She opened her mouth and Mark could see her tongue rolled up, looking like proboscis, which could be seen on butterflies. She sprang up from another vehicle, but Mark did not let her closer. Mark had drawn his shotgun and accurately shot the mutated infected's head after she got close enough. He would not take any chances for sudden unexpected situations to occur, especially not at this moment that a horde was in front of him waiting for him to get slaughtered. The female mutated infected with a blasted head fell in between the overturned vehicles and laid there motionless. Turning back his head at the horde, Mark knew that it was time for the first step to commence. He let go of the shotgun and kneeled on the roof of the vehicle with one knee. Pulling up the assault rifle from his back, he closed one of his eyes and aimed at the dozers among the horde. He aimed at their bellies and not at their heads though. TSST, 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 TSST. All 8 dozers he could see were shot on their bulging stomachs and started wailing in pain. It was the weakness that only biters and their mutated variants had. However, after their pain subsided, their eyes slowly turned red and they behaved more violently. After Mark shot the stomach of the dozers, the pungent smell of methane started to drift into the air and the density was getting thicker by the moment. Along the spread of methane, the bulging stomachs of the dozers started to deflate in a visible pace. Still, if Mark was closer to their bodies, he would notice that the holes on their stomachs were not only spewing blood but also a huge amount of methane. Soon enough, even Mark could not stand the smell anymore. This was the signal for the second step. He pulled up the backpack behind him and opened it. There, he took several grenades. This many grenades would not really help much against the horde, but with the thick methane from the dozers spread among the horde, the effect would be on another level. He pulled the pin of the first grenade and threw it as far as he could before being followed by another which was thrown much closer than the previous one. He ended up throwing 4 grenades on a fast pace before he jumped down the vehicle. After landing on the ground, he pulled out one last grenade and threw it just behind the barricade before running away madly and lying prone on the ground. Log I am. Before the sound of the first grenade exploding could enter their ears, it was replaced by the loud sound of flames suddenly spreading in a large area. It was as if there was a storm of fire behind the barricade. They did not even hear the sounds of the remaining grenades exploding as the sounds were overwhelmed by the sound that came from the flame. It was a sudden inferno. Everyone who saw the scene was both amazed and scared. The scene looked like hell on earth. The explosion even pushed away some of the vehicles from the barricade, destroying the line of cars in the process. As the wave of heat passed by, Mark kneeled on the ground and took out the radio. No, we are ruined! Odalina immediately drove the vehicle. The remains of the barricade were still there, but some parts of it was broken down and thin after the vehicles on the barricade were pushed away by the explosion. The vehicle rocked hard after hitting and pushing the vehicles blocking the way. However, the armored vehicle was not stopped and rushed out of the barricade. When everyone looked around, they could see the aftermath of the explosion. Hundreds of charred bodies littered the narrow road. Most of the bodies were still burning and many of them were blasted into pieces. The most noticeable thing was the middle of the road was almost clear of the bodies of the infected. They did not know that the straight lane void of bodies was the aftermath of the grenades exploding in a straight line, pushing away the infected to the side before they got incinerated by the ignited methane. "Where is Rich?" May suddenly voiced out, making everyone look around outside the vehicle. The vehicle rushed out of the vehicle, but they did not see where Mark had gone to. They suddenly became worried. However, their worry was unnecessary. After she voiced out that question, they heard a knock coming from the window. They saw a hand outstretched from the roof of the vehicle and knocking on the window. The radio on May's hand then crackled and they all heard Mark's voice. "Don't worry about me. I am here on the roof." They all sighed in relief. That feeling almost took half of their lives. Mark sat holding onto the metal grid covering the solar panels on the roof of their armored vehicle. He could feel the lingering heat and smell the unpleasant odor in the air. When Odalina pushed away the remaining vehicles on the barricade, Mark used one of the vehicles as a platform and jumped into the roof of the moving vehicle. It was because there was no time for the vehicle to stop and let him in. The explosion might be huge, but it could not kill every single infected on the road. He turned to his left while he was looking towards the back of the vehicle. There he could see a lot of the surviving infected. There was even the hulking mutated one. Most of them was injured and burned, but not dead yet. To most of these infected, these injuries were nothing and they would continue on chasing them. Mark aimed his gun towards the mutated infected. TSST. The hulking infected did not immediately die after being shot in the forehead. It was hit 2 more times before falling down. Looking at the devastating scene around the vehicle, Mark could not help but feel satisfied despite the fact that his face was all scrunched up. He was satisfied with the success of his plan but disgusted with the unpleasant smell in the surroundings. Who would like the smell of burnt hair, clothing and flesh mixed all together anyway? The vehicle sped past the area where the horde was earlier. As not all the infected was eliminated, the vehicle still ran over some of the surviving infected before leaving the area. Mark looked back at the scene while tightly holding on to the metal bars by his feet. There were dead infected everywhere, burning bodies and bits and pieces of their decapitated bodies. Making a way out would be hard and dealing with the whole horde was even harder. If not for the existence of the dozers and their unreasonable rampage due to Mark's existence, all these feats would be impossible to accomplish. Not only that the mutated infected initiated chaos within the ranks of the infected, the dozers wanting to catch him only spread the methane gas their bodies exude further. Mark looked forward. They were back on track. He was worrying about another matter though. His nose was stuffed with the pungent smell there so he could not tell. He just wished that the smell would permeate his clothes. He just changed these clothes about 2 hours ago and washing the clothes was not possible at the moment. Chapter 99 Day 3, 3:42 p.m. Molino Boulevard, Molino Roman 2, Bakor City. Coweyed Mark sat on the roof of the MB Sprinter while they drove on the way back. The seat was quite uncomfortable, but he decided on not entering the vehicle to save time and for the wind to lessen the unpleasant smell that permeated on his clothes. Another thing was this place allowed him to see a better view of the surroundings and he could eliminate any sudden and incoming threat. Not long after, about a minute or so, they finally saw the place where the convoy stopped. It was on the sidewalk between the road and the vacant farmlands on the curved area of the boulevard. However, it seemed that the atmosphere in the group was not that good. After getting closer, Mark could tell that everyone's morale was even lower than before. The area around the convoy was a total mess. There were about 100 bodies of dead infected surrounding the convoy. It seemed that their battle had just ended as the pools of blood and the dead bodies were still fresh. Mark could also see the number of the policemen that were short by 3 people and they were currently encircled around a body covered in cloth. When they arrived, Mark could see the relief and amazement on their faces. While they were struggling with about 100 infected coming after them, the group that was confronted by several hundred infected actually returned unscathed. Furthermore, there was barely any damage on their vehicle. The relief on the faces of the survivors could not be hidden that Odalina and the rest also noticed it. When their vehicle stopped, Mark jumped down and was immediately approached by Madame Laney and Chief Mallory. "What happened here?" Mark asked while looking around. He was not sure why there were a lot of infected here. Even though the number was nothing compared to the horde they encountered earlier, the number was still too many compared to the number of the infected in this area before when they passed by. The infected got attracted here when one of the volunteers fired his gun. He was attacked by an infected covered with fungal roots and had a mushroom growing out of its eyes. Chief Mallory narrated the situation along with what happened to the volunteer and the number of their losses. According to the two, they lost 2 volunteers and a policeman because of the mushroom infected and another volunteer and another policeman because of the infected attracted to the noise. They lost a total of 5 men in the span Mark and his group was gone. "Have you found the person you are looking for?" Madame Laney asked in curiosity. "With it, he's unconscious but he should wake up sooner or later," Mark said indifferently. He then looked at the sky and the direction of the sun before continuing. "We should hit the road now. It'll get dark soon." What Mark said put on more pressure on the shoulders of the two. It would be more dangerous for them if they got stuck on the road after nightfall. Before the outbreak, this distance away from the city hall was just several minutes, but they all spent a whole lot of time just to bypass the blockades on the road and deal with the dangers around. Actually, Mark wanted to see the mushroom infected they were talking about and take some pictures and videos. To say the truth, the Bluetooth camera on his collar showed that he was recording every single detail of their encounters. It was for documentation and future references if needed. However, their time constraints were getting tighter at the moment. In about 2 hours, the sun would set and it would be hard to continue on the road after that. They must reach Firons or at least find a place to spend the night and hit the road tomorrow. With that said, everyone immediately prepared for departure. The police was dismayed about the loss of their comrades in arms and wanted to give them a proper burial, but that was not possible at their current circumstances. The best that they could do was to place their bodies away from the road and offer some prayers before departing. What made them dismayed even more was that they could not even approach the body of their comrade that had fallen victim to the mushroom spores and could only look at it from afar, afraid that the body would release spores again. After a few minutes of preparation, the convoy was now back on the road. Mark sat back inside the vehicle after changing into another jacket. It seemed that the smell was too strong that Abigail did not even want to approach him before he changed his clothes once more. He looked at the 2 unconscious people with a little bit of annoyance. These 2 sure know how to sleep. The fever of the woman had already receded and she was just sleeping peacefully. Carlo was another thing though. His fever was still as high as before. There was not much change in his condition. Even though she knew that Carlo was not in any danger, Sandra could not help but worry. Still, Mark and Melissa were sure that Carlo's condition was due to evolution. If not, Carlo would have long been gone to the afterlife already, considering how high his temperature was. Wah! While contemplating about Carlo's condition, a sudden ear-piercing scream sounded inside the vehicle, making everyone flinch. It seemed that the woman had already awoken. Unfortunately, the first person she saw upon waking up was the female infected who was tied up at the end of the seat. Like a cat stepped on its tail, the woman tried to stand up and run away just to bump her head harshly on the roof of the vehicle, waking her up fully and making her squat on the floor in pain. Everyone was surprised at her antics that they did not even manage to get the right expression to look at her. Melissa immediately approached her to calm her down. As a nurse, she experienced these kinds of things from time to time, making her the first person to react. There were times that patients would be delirious after waking up due to the trauma they received before falling unconscious. However, Mark knew at this moment that the woman was just being muddle-headed from sleeping for too long. When the woman finally calmed down, she swept her eyes around and finally confirmed that she was safe. However, her face turned red after realizing how embarrassing her actions had been. When she saw Sandra looking at her, she could not help but avert her gaze. She remembered what she did in desperation back there in the rooftop when they were all dying in cold. Even if it was for the sake of survival, huddling in her underwear with her superior at work in front of his girlfriend was still shameful. Every change in her emotions did not escape the empath in the group. Mark could not help but sigh while shrugging his shoulders. It looked like they really picked up a baggage this time. Though she seemed to have the same temperament as Angeline, she was clumsier and more unreliable. He wondered how this woman could work in a fast food restaurant in that condition. Learning everything that happened while she was unconscious, the woman looked at everyone with gratitude. However, expressing it would come in another time. The convoy had already reached their first stop before getting to Firent, Cité Italia private subdivision. There was a problem though. The huge gates of the subdivision were closed. Everyone, just stay here. I'll check the gates. Everyone nodded except for the clueless woman and Abigail that did not even ask for permission and just jumped off the vehicle after Mark. He could only shake his head to this but did not reprimand the little girl. She could handle herself after all. Together with Abigail, Mark made his way toward the closed gates. The policemen also went out of their vehicle to guard the perimeter. However, it was unnecessary. The infected at this area had already been killed by them after they attracted them by the sound of their guns firing. Still, it was better to be on guard rather than get caught off guard. Fortunately, the gates were just closed and not really locked. After Mark entered through the pedestrian's gate at the side, he immediately opened the large gates blocking the road. Nevertheless, Mark was not happy about the easy opening of the gates. It was not because there was no action, but the place was too silent. It was normal if they did not find any human, but how could there be not a single infected to be found? Furthermore, he could see marks and dried up blood on the gates, the street, and the walls, but there were not a single corpse to be seen. It was really odd that it gave Mark a bad feeling, really bad feeling. However, this was the only road closest to their destination. He might be wrong about his intuition either. Still, it seemed that not only Mark felt something wrong, Abigail was also looking around warily. Her eyes were dilated like a cat sensing her enemy. When he opened the gate, the vehicles slowly drove into the subdivision. The MB Sprinter drove over towards Mark and Abigail's direction. After the convoy entered, Mark was contemplating if he should leave the gates or open or not. In the end, he closed the gates. It was not to let the infected into the subdivision. Who knows? Maybe they would need to go through this route once more. Master, is there something wrong? Odalena pulled down the windows of the driver's seat and asked Mark. She could see the unpleasant expression Mark had while he was observing the area. The other people inside the vehicle perked up their ears after hearing the question. It was not them being nosy, but they also wanted to know the situation. You don't feel anything odd, Odal, Mark said while sizing up the surroundings. Realizing what her master said, Odalena looked around and replied, Master, isn't it too quiet? Odalena also felt the oddness of the situation. Also, the place was too clean, odd for a place without people. Should we go back? Odalena asked. We don't have a better choice other than this road. You saw the situation back there where the horde came from. Our alternative route should be there, but the road was blocked. What should we do then? Let's proceed. We'll just be careful. Odalena nodded while the people inside the vehicle who were listening could not help but feel nervous. Would they really encounter danger here? The place looked peaceful though. After conversing with Odalena, Mark approached the police vehicle making Chief Mallory and Madame Laney to come out of their vehicles. Is something wrong? The congresswoman asked. Nothing much, but I'll just warn you guys to be wary of the surroundings. What's the matter? Chief Mallory asked, sensing the uneasy atmosphere around Mark. Look around you. Doesn't it look odd that you can see nothing but dried up blood? There wasn't even decapitated body parts or extracted body organs around. Hearing what Mark said, the countenance of the two changed. This was really strange and odd. It was good that Mark mentioned it to them since they did not realize at all. They just thought that they did not see any infected since the gates were closed. I'm just saying that we should be careful while we traverse this road. Be prepared for anything that can happen and act accordingly. The two agreed to his advice. They knew the other routes they planned as alternative was already inaccessible. This was the last road with the least danger and obstacles. Going back to his vehicle, Mark opened the door and let Abigail inside, but he did not enter. Mayor, my bag. May immediately handed him his bag. Mark stretched his hand and took the bag from May's hand. Jeej, where are you going? I'll stay on the roof. I just don't feel easy, so it's better if I could act without needing to stop the car. To what he said, May nodded. Jeej, be careful. May approached the door. All right. Mark patted her head before she retreated. Mark closed the door and propelled himself up to the rooftop of the vehicle. With a knock on the driver's window, he signaled Odalena to move on. The vehicle started to move and drove through the private road with the other vehicles behind. Mark sat on the roof warily observing the surroundings. He would look here and there and look back and forth without stopping. It may cause him a bit of stiff neck later, but he could just not feel at ease at the moment, as if there was something tugging on his mind. Everything was fine after they left the gates and the drive went smoothly. However, after they exited the Phase 1 area and passed by a vacant lot with a convenience store, Mark's countenance changed. He felt a pressing pain in his head and his eyes turned bloodshot. He turned to his right and his bloodshot eyes dilated. He immediately took out the two radios in his waist, one to contact May while the other to contact the radios within the convoy. Pressing the voice input buttons, he shouted, "Everyone prepare. Enemy at 3 o'clock." After shouting, he immediately put back the radios and pulled the assault rifle by his side. He started to aim at the incoming enemy. Everyone in the convoy who heard what he said turned their faces to the right side of the road. Seeing the incoming danger, the survivors had the look of horror on their faces. Even the countenance of the policeman and the congresswoman's group turned grave. "What is that?" Sundra voiced inside the MP Sprinter. However, the only person who could answer that question was sitting on the rooftop getting ready to shoot. And the target? It was a 3-meter-tall dog, rushing toward their direction from the street to the north like a hungry beast with its blood-covered mouth and ferocious golden stare. Chapter 100 Day 3, 4:02 p.m. Città Italia Main Road, Città Italia PVT, Sa, Molino Roman 3, Baker City, Cavite. While everyone in the convoy was in panic, Mark on top of the MB Sprinter was waiting for the right timing to shoot. The oversized dog was still quite a distance away. Despite the distance of the threat away from them, Mark could clearly see its features. The 3-meter-tall dog had a lean body structure with a broad and deep chest. Its fur was longer compared to common dog breeds, but not too long either. The fur was drooped over its body and not scattered in every direction. The ears of the dog was lopped but quite small compared to its body proportions. Its size aside, it also had several strange features, like the golden sheen on its cream-colored coat and its golden eyes that was shining despite not being shined with direct light. Furthermore, there were several golden spikes protruded on its body. There was even a horn in the middle of its forehead. Sad to say, Mark could not recognize the breed off this dog. As the dog was now clearly on sight, Mark finally fired his first shot. TSST. The first shot missed because of the distance and the speed the dog was running. However, it looked like it was alarmed about Mark's existence on the roof of the black vehicle in front of the convoy. It stared at the man that was aiming an assault rifle on with a ferocious glare. Mark saw the dog stare and snarled at him. However, it did not continue on staring at him as it ran closer and closer. It was also observing the other vehicles behind. Then, as it decided on its target, the direction it was running shifted slightly. TSST, 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 TSST. 5 shots were fired by Mark, forcing the dog to stop. Mark realized that it was wary of him, or rather, his assault rifle. He deliberately shot the area in front of it to gauge several things. He was also monitoring its overbearing emotions. When the dog forcibly stopped, Mark pulled out the 2 radios again. Vehicles without combatants, increase your speed and run on the left lane. Chief, your vehicle and the other multi-cab should follow directly behind ours. The vehicles on the right lane will serve as a wall. This huge dog is wary of guns, Mark said in a stern voice toward the radio connected to the police while making sure that the other radio could also hear his orders. Odal matched the speed of the vehicles to the right. Following his orders, the vans and the armored Cadillac drove toward the opposite lane, making the vehicles on the right lane as cover. 7 vehicles drove with full speed along the private main road in 2 columns. It was fortunate that it was a private subdivision and there was no vehicles abandoned on the main road. If not, this formation was impossible to pull off without facing accidents. The huge dog was surprised due to the sudden change. Mark could detect its emotions and overwhelming anger. Of course, the huge dog would not stop there to capture its prey. Since its first target was hiding behind these small vehicles, it made its move, charging toward the multi-cabs. It could not wait to eat its prey. However, that would not happen so easily. Mark and the police started to shoot the huge dog. It was not a warning shot anymore, but they were all shooting the large animal with intent to kill it. Sensing the danger, the huge dog started to jump side to side, but it did not stop its charge. It continued snarling as it came closer and closer. The policemen and the armed volunteers started to panic inside their vehicles. Their shots became more and more inaccurate and disoriented. Support! The huge dog was already just a dozen of meters away from the multicab at the end of the convoy when the dog was shot in its thigh. The three-shot burst mark made all drilled holes into its thigh, forcing it to stop and wail in pain. It was then that the situation became more severe. The huge dog retreated in several steps and howled. The howl was ear-piercing, and it even made two of the policemen to drop their pistols outside the window of the multi-cab involuntarily. Everyone who heard the howl felt dizzy and could not help but cover their ears with both hands. "Stop the cars!" Screech! All the vehicles except for the MB Sprinter forcibly stopped. It was because the chief yelled on the radio at the last moment. His order was a good call, or else the disoriented drivers might have caused an accident and did more damage. Everyone on the convoy experienced an excruciating pain in their ear and head. The only exception was Mark's group that was inside the MB Sprinter due to the tight soundproofing of the vehicle. Still, the vehicle's stopping only gave the huge dog more time to catch up. Ignoring its wounds that were still spurting blood, the 3-meter-tall dog charged toward the convoy once more. On top of the MB Sprinter, Mark forcibly endured the pain in his ear and aimed his gun once more. TSST! 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 Mark emptied the remaining ammunition in the clip of his assault rifle. The huge dog did not expect that there would be someone who was able to endure its howl and was buffeted with the rain of bullets. Several holes appeared on its body, spurting blood. The huge dog wailed in pain and looked angrily toward the man who shot it. It became dumbfounded. He saw the man stretching his hand towards it while his eyes were glowing red. The dog felt a bad feeling and immediately fled. It ran away and jumped over the roof of a 2-story house. It continued to flee until it could not be seen anymore behind the rows of houses. Mark, who was ready to launch a mental attack, almost cursed. The damn dog was too sensitive and immediately ran away after feeling danger. Still, he could sigh in relief that it retreated. If it did not, they would surely incur casualties because of that dog. "Is everyone all right?" Mark heard Madame Laney speak through the radio. The replies came immediately, and it seemed that several people within the multicab targeted by the dog fainted and their eardrums were ruptured. Except for those, everyone else was fine. Everyone was relieved that the huge dog retreated. It was good that Mark's body was not the same as before the outbreak. If it was before, he doubted that he could endure that sound wave attack. As there was no time to check for everything, Mark spoke to the radio. "Everyone, we should hurry up and move on. The dog retreated for now, but I don't think that it will stop attacking just like that." What he said poured water on the relieved faces of everyone. They all hurried to get back on the way. On the other hand, Mark was frowning while looking at the rows of houses to the north. The other people might not know, but he could. The dog did not run away, but was hiding behind that row of houses. Probably, it was healing its injuries. It was a pity that he would not be able to do a mental attack at this distance. The convoy continued on the road with even faster speed than before. Everyone only hoped that they could leave this place as soon as possible. While above the roof of their vehicle, Mark kept on staring on a certain direction while aiming his gun. The people on the other vehicles could see him but could not understand his actions. However, the police chief and the policeman who participated back then when they dealt with the escaped criminals at the police command center was sweating profusely. They think that Mark had the ability to sense enemies or danger around him. With Mark behaving like that, they knew that the huge dog should be nearby. While Mark was concentrating on monitoring the direction where he could feel the dog was, he heard May's voice from his radio. "Jeej, what kind of dog is that? It didn't seem attracted to you." It made him almost spew out blood from his mouth. May's wording made him feel that he was too ugly, that only the infected was interested on him. Still, he did not push it. It was not the time for jokes right now. That dog is not a mutated, infected, or an evolved animal like the huge cat back there in the city hall. Everyone who knew the circumstances inside the vehicle was surprised. It was not an infected and not an evolved animal. Then what was it? He then heard Odell speaking. "Master, don't tell me that it's a mutator." "Yes, it had the same fluctuations that you have back then when I fought you." Melissa, Charmaine, Sundra, and the other woman was surprised. Not because the dog was a mutator, but because Mark said that he fought Odalina before. However, they did not understand everything else in the conversation with those aside. Then, Mark heard Abigail's voice from the radio. "Papa, I want that doggy." The little girl's request made everyone stare at her. "That dog is not for children, Gail. I'll find a dog for you later, but not this one." Mark replied in a gentle voice, but he was actually having a cold sweat. The request of his self-proclaimed daughter was getting more dangerous. Hearing that, Abigail was visibly displeased. "Gail, that doggy is dangerous. Your papa might get hurt." May followed up what Mark said. However, the little girl stared at May. She then spoke. "Mama, tell Papa to get me that doggy." Abigail begged and hugged May. Everyone was struck speechless. However, it seemed that it was effective towards May. As if she had just lost her mind, she spoke on the radio. "Jeej, is it possible to catch that dog?" Mark choked and started coughing hard. "Just what the hell?" As May was holding the voice input button of the radio on her hand, Mark could hear everything they were saying. The little girl was being cunning. "Master, is it possible to subdue that huge dog? You can do it, right?" Odalina asked, making Mark even more dispirited. These women were surely going to kill me in the future, he thought in his heart. But he could not lie to these girls and deny that it was not possible. Just as he said, the dog was in a similar situation as Odalina when she was being consumed by that consciousness that sprouted because of her mutation. That dog was also struggling mentally. In fact, if it was not dangerous, he also wanted to catch that dog and make it his pet. However, he was not sure if he would be able to. The one who saved Odalina was not him after all, but Freed. Furthermore, the emotional fluctuations of this mutator dog were more berserk. If he encountered this dog before he evolved, just the emotional fluctuation the dog was releasing was enough to make him lose consciousness. The girls inside the vehicle were waiting for his answer, but he was still contemplating. Nevertheless, he detected some movements this time. He looked toward the direction the convoy was going and they were about to arrive at the other entrance of the subdivision. Fortunately or unfortunately, the gates were also closed. The closed gates prevented the infected from coming in, but now it barred them from coming out safely. He could detect that the huge dog was also starting to move. This damn cunning dog planned to attack them when they were busy opening the gates. Like a mouse cornered by a cat, they would have no choice but to fight it. Not to help these baggage they were escorting, but for them to survive themselves. Since that was the case, he might as well get the chance to subdue this ferocious animal. For some reason, his blood started to boil with that thought. His eyes were glowing and he let out a ferocious smile similar to a madman's. He knew that the mental effects the mutagen brought to his body was kicking up again, but this time he just let it go without restraining it. He felt that this time he might as well go wild. He pressed the voice input on the radio and calmly spoke. "You girls win. We're going to catch that dog. Rella, Odo, both of you will help me with this. Go all out."